The Earth faces a dire crisis as Bulma and her companions gather the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron, hoping to resurrect an ancient hero or a legendary Saiyan to combat a formidable foe. However, by a twist of fate, Shenron inadvertently tears through time and space, bringing Saitama, who was busy hunting for discounted goods at a supermarket, into their realm. Chapter 1. Shenron, you've summoned the wrong person. On Earth, beneath the Divine Temple, the dark crimson sky resembled a curtain stained with tainted blood, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Enormous shockwaves ravaged the once lush landscape, leaving it a desolate wasteland. Gohan, Krillin watched in horror as the young son Gohan was kicked away by the long-tailed demon. The small body tumbled through the air like a broken doll, teetering on the brink of life and death. His heart raced with anguish, yet he lacked the strength to rise. Piccolo knelt on the ground, his green skin dulled by fatigue and injury, fixated on the menacing figure in the sky, Raditz, who claimed to be Goku's brother. Kakarot, that worthless fool, associating with the ants of this lowly planet and even having a child. A cruel smile twisted Raditz's lips as the readings on his scouter fluctuated, finally locking onto the barely conscious Son Goku. 1,220? How laughable. Kakarot, you have truly disappointed me. In that case, hand over your son. He might still hold some value. Bulma hid behind a massive rock, trembling as tears blurred her vision. She gazed at the wounded Goku, at the seemingly lifeless Gohan, and at her comrades, who were nearly all defeated, a wave of despair crashing over her. No, this cannot continue. Suddenly struck by a thought, she trembled as she retrieved a small box from her portable compression capsule. Inside, 7 Dragon Balls radiated a warm glow. This was something she had kept as a backup, and now it had become their last hope. Shenron, arise and grant my wish. With all her strength, she placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and shouted. Instantly, the sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously, and golden lightning flickered like serpents. A colossal, majestic azure dragon emerged from the clouds, its deep voice resonating through the cosmos. You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can fulfill it. Bulma nearly shouted her wish. Shenron, please resurrect, the most powerful warrior from ancient times. A hero who can save the Earth. Or simply grant us a legendary Saiyan capable of defeating this demon before us. This was the most direct wish she could conceive amidst her overwhelming panic. Either resurrect an ancient hero or summon a powerful ally to confront Raditz. However, the ancient, immutable gaze of Shenron flickered with a hint of confusion. It did not respond immediately, its immense form shifting slightly in the clouds as if searching for something or battling against an unseen force. The celestial phenomena began to destabilize, with electricity crackling wildly. Raditz frowned, aiming his scouter at Shenron. Beep, beep, beep. The energy readings are peculiar, but not threatening. Is this some primitive trick of Earth? Shenron's voice echoed once more, but now laced with unprecedented hesitation. Your wish. I have heard, but the most powerful warrior of ancient times has returned to the River of Time and cannot be forcibly summoned. As for the legendary Saiyan, the causal threads are disrupted. Positioning. Failure. What? Bulma's heart sank to the depths of despair. Detecting a strong anomaly. Forcibly linking. Performing a fuzzy match with the concepts of hero and rescue. Connection successful. Before the words concluded, Shenron's colossal body trembled violently, its eyes erupting with an unprecedented blinding red light. This light was not the serene glow of wish fulfillment, but carried a sense of anguish as if being forcibly torn apart. Buzz! A beam of indescribable light descended from the heavens, not landing before Bulma, but instead striking in nearby open space. As the beam dissipated, the fabric of space seemed to scorch a hole, emitting a strained hum. A figure tumbled forth from within. Thud! The figure fell to the ground in a rather comical manner, face down. Everyone stood frozen, including Raditz. His scouter immediately targeted the unexpected guest. Beep, beep, beep battle power. 5. The scouter faithfully reported a number. Ha ha ha. Raditz was stunned for a moment before bursting into a thunderous laugh. Only a pathetic 5 in battle power? Is this your hope for Earth? This is truly hilarious. As the dust settled, the figure stood up and brushed off the debris. He was clad in a somewhat cheap yellow superhero suit with a white cape, and most striking was his smooth, shiny bald head, which glimmered like a light bulb beneath the dim sky. The newcomer was none other than Saitama. He rubbed his bald head, looking around at the devastated landscape with a bewildered expression, then glanced at the cackling Raditz in the air, and finally at the severely injured Goku and Piccolo, before his gaze fell upon the softly glowing Dragon Balls on the ground. Huh? Where am I? Saitama blinked his listless, deadpan eyes, his tone as flat as if he were inquiring about the start time of today's supermarket sale on eggs. Wasn't I supposed to be at the supermarket, fighting for discounted eggs? Bulma felt darkness closing in around her. Piccolo, enduring excruciating pain, managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Woman, what have you summoned? Son Goku struggled to lift his head, staring at Saitama, his eyes filled with confusion. Yet his keen intuition sensed something unusual. Seems to have no energy at all. At that moment, Raid Eyes ceased his laughter, his gaze turning cold and cruel once more. This tedious farce must come to an end. Kakarado, come with me, or I shall slay everyone here, including this ridiculous bald man. With a casual flick of his hand, a scorching energy wave shot forth like a deathly invitation, aimed directly at Saitama, who had just steadied himself and was brushing dust off his cape. Be careful, Krillin exclaimed instinctively. It seemed Saitama only then noticed the energy blast hurtling towards him. He turned his head, observing the energy wave capable of instantly vaporizing steel, his face betraying no trace of alarm, not even a flicker in his eyes. Amidst the gazes of those filled with fear, despair, or numbness, he simply waved his right hand as if swatting away a fly. Smack! The ferocious energy wave, upon contact with his palm, shattered like a fragile soap bubble, emitting a faint, crisp sound before vanishing silently. Obliterated. There was no explosion, no shockwave, no dispersal of energy. It was as though it had never existed. The wind suddenly ceased. The entire world seemed to have been muted. Raid Eye's sinister grin froze completely, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks as he abruptly looked down at his battle power detector. The screen of the detector stubbornly displayed the number representing Saitama's battle power, 5. No, impossible. For the first time, Raid Eye's voice trembled with horror and incomprehension. Is the detector malfunctioning? Saitama glanced at his unscathed palm, then looked up at the long-haired man in the sky, who wore a face as if he had seen a ghost. Tilting his head, he posed a soul-searching question in his signature flat tone. Did you just intend to hit me? In the distance, Sun Wukong forgot his pain, his mouth agape, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented brilliance as he murmured, Wow, that's amazing! Chapter 2 The Collapse of Common Sense begins. Silence. The battlefield lay in desolation, the only sound being the mournful whispers of the wind sweeping through the ruins. Accompanied by Raditz's heavy breaths, akin to a broken bellows, he fixated on the combat power detector strapped to his wrist, his fingers almost crushing the metallic casing in a vice-like grip. On the screen, the blinding number 5 persisted in its obstinate flicker, as if silently mocking all that he had ever known. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning. Raditz yanked the device off, striking it vigorously before hastily donning it once more. He aimed the lens at the expressionless bald man. The reading remained unchanged, 5. The digits did not waver in the slightest. What sorcery is this? Raditz's voice pierced through the air, sharper than he realized, as he pointed accusingly at Saitama. What did you just do? Saitama blinked his lifeless, fish-like eyes, appearing somewhat bemused by the inquiry. He glanced at his palm, then back at Raditz. Responding flatly, I did nothing. It just disappeared on its own. This nonchalant reply was more insulting than any boastful proclamation. Veins bulged on Raditz's forehead as fury eclipsed the flicker of doubt that had briefly crossed his mind. You bastard! How dare you toy with me? He roared, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted around him, more ferocious than before. No matter what trickery you employed, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Be reduced to cosmic dust. Whoosh! His figure vanished from sight, moving with such speed that to an ordinary person, he left merely a fleeting shadow. This was the pinnacle of speed unleashed by a Saiyan's formidable physique, a testament to his confidence in obliterating any inferior civilization. In the next instant, he materialized beside Saitama, his muscular arm coiling with enough strength to shatter mountains, delivering a fierce knife-hand strike aimed directly at Saitama's bald head. Success. A cruel satisfaction flickered in Raditz's eyes as he envisioned the imminent explosion of that head, akin to a watermelon bursting open. However, slap. Another light sound echoed. Not the crack of bones, nor the explosive clash of energy. The sound resembled a stone cast into an unfathomable well, stirring not even the slightest ripple. Raditz's assured knife-hand strike was intercepted mere centimeters from Saitama's temple effortlessly caught by a hand adorned with a red glove. This hand appeared unremarkable, even somewhat slender. Yet, it stood as an immovable cosmic barrier, effortlessly arresting Raditz' violent strength and terrifying speed in midair. No matter how Raditz roared or channeled his energy, his arm could not advance an inch, nor could he break free from that grip. Raditz's pupils constricted in sheer horror. This time, he truly comprehended that this was neither sorcery nor an illusion. It was a profound disparity that he could not fathom. "You seem to want to strike my head?" Saitama remarked in his characteristic monotone, his deadpan gaze locking onto Raditz's distorted, fear-stricken eyes. A chill, rooted in primal instinct, coursed through Raditz's spine, ascending swiftly to his crown. He nearly howled as he aimed his other hand at Saitama, desperately channeling all his energy. Double. It's so noisy. Saitama seemed to finally sense a tinge of annoyance. With casual ease, he pressed down on Raditz's wrist. Boom! Like a meteorite colliding with the earth. Raditz hadn't even completed his attack's name before he was forcefully hurled into the ground by an irresistible force. Dust erupted skyward, forming a vast circular impact crater. At the bottom of the pit, Raditz lay sprawled in a starfish position, deeply embedded in the rock layers. The sound of his bones cracking was excruciating. His distinctive Saiyan battle armor in tatters, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His eyes rolled back, the once arrogant bravado utterly extinguished, leaving only the convulsions of near death. Saitama stood at the edge of the pit, dusting off non-existent debris from his hands, glancing down at the scene, and tilted his head. I might have exerted a bit too much force. I hope I won't have to compensate. Silence. This stillness was even more profound than before. Krillin remained frozen in a pose, as if to rush in for aid, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. Piccolo's green visage was etched with disbelief. The pride of an Namekian warrior was shattered in that moment. He could scarcely comprehend what had just transpired. There was no energy, no fluctuations, only the most primal, savage, an utterly inconceivable force of physics. Coughing, Son Goku struggled to sit up with Krillin's support, his gaze towards Saitama brimming with unrestrained curiosity and exhilaration. "Did you see that? Piccolo? Krillin, he is truly formidable." And I felt absolutely no energy. Bulma, overwhelmed, slumped to the ground, her mind a blank slate. She gazed at the bald figure standing at the edge of the immense crater, his cape fluttering gently in the breeze, then glanced at the nearby Dragon Ball, which emitted a faint glow, seemingly also lost in silence, murmuring, "What manner of creature have you summoned, Shenron?" At that moment, the dragon in the sky, its enormous red eyes reigniting, resonated with a grand yet residual perplexity. The wish has been granted in its optimal form. The hero has descended into the world of observers. May you uncover the answers of this realm. As the words faded, the dragon's vast form transformed into 7 streaks of light, and the Dragon Balls subsequently turned to stone, scattering across the globe. Otherworld? Observer? Piccolo seized upon the key phrases in the dragon's proclamation, casting a more serious glance at Saitama. Yet, Saitama appeared disinterested in the dragon's words, his attention drawn elsewhere. He brushed his smooth chin, and suddenly his stomach emitted a soft growl. Speaking of which, he turned his head to regard the few standing figures, each wearing a distinct expression. A rare glimmer of genuine need surfaced in his lifeless eyes. "Is there a supermarket nearby? It seems I have missed the sale." The Z warriors collectively plunged into a deeper silence. Common sense had been repeatedly pressed into the ground today. Meanwhile, lying at the bottom of the pit, the dazed Raditz felt his damage detector flicker a few final times on his wrist. The numbers on the screen wildly jumping between 5 and a series of garbled characters before ultimately extinguishing. Chapter 3. A rectification of common sense and a supermarket tour. After a brief interlude of silence, it was the severely injured Goku who first broke the stillness. "You are quite formidable," he exclaimed, completely disregarding his own bleeding wounds. His face alight with pure curiosity and excitement as he gazed at Saitama. "What was that move you just performed? How did you manage to do it without any flow of energy? Are you also an alien?" Saitama looked at this hedgehog-haired, battered yet remarkably spirited individual and blinked. "Move? I simply, casually intercepted, I suppose." He paused for a moment before answering honestly. "My name is Saitama, and I am an Earthling." "Earthling?" Krillin exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. He found it utterly incomprehensible to associate the term Earthling with the bald figure before him, who had effortlessly crushed a Saiyan. Piccolo let out a disdainful snort, his green visage reflecting skepticism. "Bulma, quickly, with your multi-functional capsules." We must expedite the return of Gohan and Raditz for treatment. Krillin, regaining his composure, hastily called out to the still-dazed Bulma. Regardless, the immediate crisis had been averted, and the aftermath needed urgent attention. Bulma, jolted back to reality from her worldview's collapse, exclaimed, "Huh? Oh, right, the capsules." She scrambled to operate her device. Before long, several makeshift medical tents and heavy-duty containment pods appeared in the clearing. Though proud, Piccolo recognized the gravity of the situation and allowed Krillin to carry the unconscious Gohan into the medical tent. As for Raditz, he was unceremoniously shoved into a containment pod, dragged away by Krillin and Bulma, who prepared to take him back for thorough examination, or interrogation, rather. Throughout this entire process, Saitama stood quietly aside, observing their flurry of activity. At times, his presence felt as thin as a backdrop, while at others, his striking attire and bald head inadvertently drew the focus of everyone's gaze. Mr. Saitama? Once Krillin had tended to the injured, he approached with a touch of awkwardness, his demeanor unusually respectful. "I truly cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, we might have." "There's no need for thanks," Saitama interrupted, his tone remaining flat. "I merely happened to be there." He rubbed his stomach once more, reiterating the question that lingered in his mind. "So, is there really a supermarket nearby? A convenience store would suffice as well." Krillin was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, but quickly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed. There are numerous large supermarkets in West City. Bulma's home is located there. We could take you back." West City. Saitama tilted his head inquisitively. "It's a bustling metropolis to the west." Krillin enthusiastically elaborated, while cautiously probing. "Mr. Saitama, do you have any plans for after this? Where do you come from?" "I reside in Z City," Saitama replied, stating his original hometown, then added nonchalantly, "But it seems I can't return there now. I have no place to stay." Krillin exchanged a glance with Bulma, who had just approached, and they both recognized the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. To befriend such a powerful and enigmatic figure, who seemingly harbored no malice, would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for Earth. "If you don't mind, you could temporarily stay at my house." Bulma immediately showcased her assertiveness and generosity as the daughter of a billionaire. "My home is quite spacious with plenty of vacant rooms. Moreover," she flashed a cunning smile and revealed her trump card, "we have a dedicated chef, top-notch ingredients, and unlimited snacks and beverages." Indeed, upon hearing the phrase, unlimited supply, a flicker of interest ignited in Saitama's otherwise lifeless eyes. "Is that so? Then I shall impose." He nodded, agreeing without hesitation. A moment later, Bulma retrieved a small flying vehicle. After securing the severely injured Gohan, and the containment pod holding Raditz, the vehicle appeared somewhat cramped. Saitama, Krillin, and Bulma squeezed into the front row. As the flying vehicle initiated its ascent towards West City, a peculiar silence enveloped the cabin. Krillin and Bulma were brimming with questions, yet were unsure how to inquire without inciting the ire of this mysterious powerhouse. Only Saitama, with curiosity, gazed through the viewport at the rapidly passing scenery, which was starkly different from his own world. "Mr. Saitama, I must ask," Bulma eventually succumbed to her scientific curiosity, "do you truly not sense energy?" "Energy?" Saitama turned, his expression one of bewilderment. "What is that?" "It's a form of energy." Krillin gestured. "Like when we fly or unleash a Kamehameha, it all relies on energy. Powerful beings can sense each other's energy, like this." He demonstrated by slightly releasing his own energy. Saitama regarded him earnestly, then shook his head. "I feel absolutely nothing." "Then how did you become so strong?" Krillin could not resist posing the pivotal question. Saitama scratched his bald head, lost in thought. "Well, I did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers every single day for 3 years." The vehicle once again descended into an eerie silence. The expressions on Krillin and Bulma's faces clearly conveyed, "Do you take me for a fool?" Piccolo, perceiving all of this through his stationary clone, let out a scoff, exasperated by the folly of the Earthlings. Saitama observed their incredulous expressions and added, "Moreover, I never use air conditioning, whether in winter or summer." Bulma, exasperated, decided to temporarily abandon her inquiry into this peculiar topic. She realized that either this Mr. Saitama was deliberately concealing something, or his method of becoming stronger was an irreplicable anomaly. The aircraft finally arrived at West City, landing within the expansive and magnificent estate of the Universal Capsule Company. As Saitama disembarked and beheld the futuristic landscape of the estate, A faint glimmer of surprise crossed his otherwise impassive face. "Is this your home?" he inquired, glancing at Bulma. "Indeed," Bulma declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "Follow me. I'll show you to your room first, and then we can head to the supermarket." Upon hearing the word supermarket, Saitama's gaze sharpened with determination. "Please hurry." A moment later, in the guest room of Bulma's residence, which rivaled a five-star hotel suite, Saitama placed his modest backpack, containing merely a few sets of hero attire and casual clothing, down. He hardly took a moment to admire the high-tech amenities of the room before his intense gaze fixed upon Bulma. Bulma, caught between amusement and disbelief, resigned herself to the role of a shopping guide, leading Saitama to the largest comprehensive supermarket near the estate. Upon entering the supermarket, Saitama seemed to undergo a transformation. His dull eyes sharpened, reminiscent of a hawk on the hunt, swiftly scanning the shelves. "Where are the discounted tags?" he murmured, his figure darting between the aisles, creating a gentle breeze in his wake. Bulma watched in astonishment as he effortlessly located all the discounted items, calculating the cost-effectiveness with a focus that surpassed even his earlier demeanor when confronting Raditz. This brand of chips, originally priced at 350 yuan, now 198, limited to 3 packs. He assessed. "Milk. This one is 30 off due to nearing expiration. It would be prudent to consume it today. Eggs. There are even discounted eggs." As Saitama efficiently filled his cart with a plethora of high-value items, Bulma gained a newfound, grounded understanding of strength. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the supermarket. "Attention, customers. The salmon in the fresh produce section is on limited-time discount, with only 10 minutes remaining." A spark of urgency lit up Saitama's eyes. "Apologies. I need to pick up the pace," he exclaimed to Bulma before vanishing from sight. This was not mere teleportation or a byproduct of high-speed movement. It was pure physical speed, surpassing the visual capture ability of an ordinary person. In the next instant, he reappeared in the distant fresh produce section, holding 2 boxes of salmon adorned with discount tags, nodding in satisfaction. The surrounding customers merely felt a gust of wind, completely unaware of the terrifying speed at which someone had just zipped past them. Bulma's mouth fell agape, nearly dropping her communicator to the ground. She gazed at the bald man diligently comparing prices in front of the discounted goods, and her thoughts drifted back to the astonishing speed she had just witnessed. An absurd yet strikingly clear notion surfaced in her mind: the man named Saitama. The method he described for defeating enemies might indeed be as mundane as his approach to purchasing discounted items, a mere aspect of his everyday existence. Common sense, today, had been repeatedly crushed and seemed destined to continue its relentless degradation. Chapter 4. The Comprehensive Collapse of Data and Common Sense. At Bulma's residence, in the underground laboratory, an array of sophisticated instruments was on display, ranging from molecular analyzers to gravity simulation chambers, all present in abundance. At this moment, Saitama sat languidly in a metallic chair at the center of the lab, donning a helmet laden with sensors. "How much longer?" Saitama yawned. "The half-price pudding I purchased is about to melt. Just a moment. Hold on a little longer." Bulma's eyes were fixed intently on the enormous holographic screen before her, her fingers dancing rapidly across a virtual keyboard as torrents of dazzling data streamed across the display. "This is utterly unbelievable. No energy emissions or absorption. Normal metabolic levels. Cellular activity is average. Bone density is just slightly above that of an ordinary person, yet entirely within reasonable limits." She pulled up footage she had secretly recorded of Saitama's rapid movements in the supermarket, analyzing it frame by frame. "Look here. His movement exhibits no assistance from any force, purely an explosion of muscle power. But this defies the laws of physics. Such acceleration, such instantaneous breaking of the sound barrier, should have torn apart an ordinary person's physical structure due to their own reactive forces." Bulma tugged at her blue hair, nearly on the verge of collapse. "His physical structure, based on the data, appears to be that of an ordinary earthling, just slightly stronger." Krylin stood nearby, utterly bewildered, though he did not comprehend the intricate data. He grasped Bulma's conclusion. Even science could not elucidate this bald man. Could it be some form of energy we are yet unaware of? Krylin speculated. Tests have been conducted. All known and unknown wave bands, gravitational waves, dark matter radiation, psychic fields. None registered any response. He is akin to a reality glitch. Bulma despondently lowered her hands, gazing at Saitama, as if he were a walking cosmic paradox. At that moment, the laboratory door slid open, and Goku entered, seated in a hovering wheelchair. though still bandaged. He appeared significantly revitalized. The Saiyan physique was indeed formidable. Hey, Bulma, how's the research coming along? Have you uncovered the secret behind Mr. Saitama's strength? Goku inquired eagerly. Not at all, Bulma retorted with irritation. It seems that science has failed in his presence. Upon hearing this, Goku was not disheartened. Instead, he became even more excited as he looked at Saitama. Truly impressive. Say, Mr. Saitama, once your tests are complete, could we spar? I feel you are far stronger than that Raditz. Saitama removed his helmet and sighed in relief. Spow. No, that sounds like a hassle. His sole concern now lies with his pudding. Wait, Goku exclaimed, urgency in his voice. Just let me experience it. I can treat you to a meal. Saitama paused, turning his head to regard Goku with his lifeless gaze. All you can eat? He inquired. Absolutely, Goku assured him, thumping his chest. Very well then, just a moment. Bulma observed the swift agreement between the two with a resigned sigh. She realized that when dealing with Saitama, culinary delights and bargains were far more effective than any advanced technology or reasoning. To satiate Goku's curiosity and gather more direct combat data, the group arrived at the immense training facility owned by the Capsule Corporation, robust enough to withstand a nuclear explosion. Krillin and Bulma stood in the observation room, peering through reinforced bulletproof glass. Goku, filled with excitement, leaped from his wheelchair, stretching his limbs. Though his injuries had not fully healed, the simple movements posed no issue. Mr. Saitama, I'm going in, Goku declared, adopting the initial stance of the Turtle School, his focus sharpening as his energy began to surge. Saitama remained in his relaxed demeanor, nodding slightly. Oh, in a flash, the ground beneath Goku cracked as he vanished, reappearing at Saitama's side, delivering a swift hand strike aimed at his neck. He restrained most of his power, primarily testing the waters. Saitama did not even turn his head. He merely raised his right hand and casually blocked with the back of it. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Goku felt as if his hand strike had collided with a neutron star of infinite density, sending vibrations through his arm. Utilizing the momentum, he flipped backward, landing with determination, his hands forming a flower bud shape. Kamehameha! A brilliant beam of blue energy erupted forth, roaring as it surged towards Saitama. This was the most formidable attack Goku could muster in his current state. Though he suspected it might be futile, he yearned to witness how Saitama would respond. In the observation room, Bulma and Krillin held their breath. Faced with an energy torrent capable of obliterating mountains, Saitama simply observed it approach. Then, as he had with Raditz's Kamehameha, extended his right index finger and gently tapped the very tip of the energy wave. There was no explosion, no stalemate. The ferocious blue energy beam, upon contact with Saitama's fingertip, seemed to be devoured by an invisible black hole, vanishing completely without a trace. Not even the dust beneath Saitama's feet stirred. A profound silence enveloped the training ground, broken only by the faint crackling sound of the energy dissipating. Goku maintained his stance, still poised to unleash the Kamehameha, staring blankly at Saitama, his mouth agape. In the observation room, Bulma's data pad clattered to the floor, while Krillin sank to the ground in disbelief, muttering, "No way." Even the Kamehameha. Saitama retracted his finger, brushing off non-existent dust, and turned to Goku. "Is it over? Can we eat now? You promised all you could eat." "Oh no, it's over." Suddenly, Wukong snapped back to reality, and his face erupted with an even more intense radiance. A manifestation of excitement akin to discovering an entirely new realm. "Incredible. Truly remarkable. Mr. Saitama, you are indeed astonishingly formidable." He scampered over to Saitama, utterly devoid of any despondency from defeat, his heart brimming with curiosity and admiration. At that moment, Bulma's communicator rang urgently. Upon answering, her father's anxious voice resonated through. "Bulma. Trouble. The long-haired extraterrestrial we captured has awakened. It seems he is using some incomprehensible device to send a signal." Almost simultaneously, Raditz, bound in bandages and suppressors within a sealed chamber, directed his final strength toward a hidden miniature communicator embedded in his battle suit, bellowing, "Vegeta, Nappa, can you hear me? That traitor Kakarot. And on this planet called Earth, there exists a monster, a creature with a mere combat power of 5, yet capable of effortlessly defeating me. Its strength defies all logic. The value of this planet surpasses our wildest imaginations. I repeat, there exists an anomalous entity on Earth." The signal transformed into an invisible ripple, penetrating layers of interference, shooting into the vast expanse of the universe. In the observation room, Bulma's complexion turned ashen as she beheld the abnormal energy radiation captured on screen. He is calling for his companions. Saitama seemed to sense something amiss, glancing at the ceiling as though he could pierce through barriers to glimpse the distant starry sky. He stroked his chin, pondering, "Monster? Is he referring to me?" Then, turning to the visibly anxious Wukong and Krillin, he posed a crucial question. "That invitation to dine you mentioned, is it still valid? Can we take it to go? It would be unfortunate if his companions arrive, and we miss our meal amidst the scuffle." The Z warriors felt anew that the crisis they faced was likely far more intricate and bizarre than merely the arrival of two stronger Saiyans. Chapter 5. The Silent Transformation and the Stir of the Cosmos. In Bulma's spacious dining room, ample enough to host an aircraft exhibition, an unvoiced battle was unfolding. The dining table was heaped with food resembling small mountains, from whole roasted lambs to towering piles of rice, from luxurious sushi boats to crates of high-energy compressed military rations. The combatants were Saitama and Son Goku. Both annihilated the food before them with a mechanical efficiency, scarcely uttering a word, their only sounds being the clinking of dishes and the crunching of food. However, Wukong ate with exuberance, his face radiant with joy, while Saitama maintained his signature placid expression, as if merely fulfilling a necessary task. Krillin and Bulma sat at the opposite end of the table, confronted with ordinary meals, yet lacking any appetite. "So Raditz really sent out the message?" Krillin murmured anxiously, lowering his voice. Bulma rubbed her forehead, her expression weary. "The signal is strong, and it employs a form of encryption we cannot decipher, with a very clear direction, based on the star chart data left in Raditz's battle suit. If his accomplices possess similar or even more advanced spacecraft, they could reach Earth within a year at the earliest." A year. Krillin felt his throat dry. Just one Raditz had led to their complete annihilation. Had it not been for Saitama's unexpected intervention, Earth would have perished. Now, two stronger foes were approaching. "We must grow stronger." At some point, Son Goku had joined the conversation, his mouth full of meat, his words muddled, yet his gaze resolutely fixed on Saitama. "Mr. Saitama, you are so powerful. You must have some special training method. Please guide us." Saitama swallowed his food, took a sip of water, and replied with his usual nonchalance. "I've already told you, it's just ordinary exercise. That kind of training is utterly insufficient." Bulma interjected, unable to contain herself. "It's merely basic physical conditioning. It doesn't even touch the threshold of ki." Saitama blinked, seemingly perplexed by the concept of the ki threshold. He glanced at the fervent desire in Goku's eyes, and then at the anxiety etched on Krillin and Bulma's faces. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "If you believe that kind of training is ineffective, then perhaps it simply isn't suited for you. After all, people are different." This blunt truth, however, sounded like a veiled refusal to the Z-fighters. Goku felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. "That's all right. We will find our own way to grow stronger. King Kai, we must seek out King Kai for training." He recalled the telepathic hints he had received from North Kai earlier. King Kai, Krillin's hope ignited. Yes, North Kai promised that if we needed assistance, we could train with him. He has unique training methods and gravity 10 times that of Earth. Goku exclaimed, noting that Piccolo seemed to have already set off. As they engaged in their discussion, Saitama quietly finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin, his manner surprisingly polite, and turned to Bulma. "Thank you for the hospitality. It was delicious. When is the next sale?" Bulma took a deep breath, reminding herself to be accustomed to his straightforwardness. She produced a brand new, exquisitely designed universal capsule and handed it to Saitama. "Here, this is for you. The latest model of a smartphone and mobile payment account, preloaded with some living expenses, as a reward for your assistance in dealing with Raditz and serving as a tester. All discount information from nearby supermarkets and merchants will be automatically pushed to you." Saitama accepted the small capsule, scrutinizing it for a while. With Bulma's guidance, he successfully opened it, revealing a device as thin as a card. As he gazed at the automatically generated list of nearby discounts on the screen, a glimmer of what could be described as friendliness shone for the first time in his lifeless eyes. "This is quite practical. Thank you." He expressed his gratitude sincerely. In that moment, Bulma felt that this investment might indeed be worthwhile. A few days later, Son Wukong and Krillin traversed the Serpent Path towards North Kai's planet. Meanwhile, Piccolo embarked on an arduous wilderness training regimen with a gradually recovering Son Gohan. The Capsule Corporation estate had seemingly fallen into a hushed stillness. Only Saitama's life rhythm remained unchanged. He continued his mundane exercises daily, adjusting the gravity in Bulma's high-tech gravity chamber to Earth's standard of 1G, completing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run on his home's advanced treadmill. He then perused special offers on his mobile phone, punctually joining the throngs at major supermarkets in West City. His existence rippled through the tranquil surface of life, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake. Once formidable Saiyan elite, Raditz had now become the most invaluable research specimen in Bulma's laboratory. His combat suit technology, physical data, and knowledge of cosmic navigation were being swiftly analyzed, absorbed, and transformed into the very nutrients propelling Earth's technological advancement. All of this stemmed from a casual strike delivered by the bald hero. An even more profound impact unfolded on a psychological level. In the distant depths of space, above a planet succumbing to conquest, Vegeta stood in the control room, observing the last vestiges of resistance from the native inhabitants crumble under the assault of the giant ape transformations of Saiyan toddlers, his face betraying no emotion. Nappa loomed behind him, resembling a faithful hound. Prince Vegeta had just intercepted a cryptic distress signal from Raditz, originating from Earth. A communications officer reported, "Earth?" Vegeta arched an eyebrow, seemingly taking a moment to recall this inconspicuous planet, the one where that lowly warrior Kakarot resided. Had he not already perished there? Nappa chuckled boisterously. Ha ha ha. Could Raditz have been dispatched by Kakarot? What a disgrace for our Saiyan race. Vegeta gestured for the signal to be played. Raditz's voice, filled with terror, despair, and a hint of madness, echoed within the chamber. A monster. A creature with a power level of only 5, yet capable of effortlessly defeating me. Its strength defies explanation. As the transmission concluded, silence enveloped the chamber. Nappa's grin froze, replaced by absurdity and fury. A monster with a power level of only 5? Has Raditz lost his mind in the face of death? However, Vegeta did not immediately mock him. With arms crossed, he gazed out into the boundless cosmos, a flicker of faint doubt flashing in his rebellious eyes. Power beyond the detection of the scouter, he murmured softly. The technology of Friesia's army, though primitive, rarely miscalculated biological combat strength, unless. He recalled certain ancient legends whispered throughout the cosmos. Tales of beings that did not rely on ki or any known form of energy. Yet, those were but ethereal myths. Prince Vegeta, surely you do not take Raditz's nonsensical ramblings seriously? That buffoon, I believe, is merely fabricating an outrageous excuse out of fear of punishment for his failure. Vegeta snorted coldly, suppressing a flicker of unease within. Regardless of whether it is a mere excuse, we must pay a visit to Earth. The Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, certainly pique my interest. If Raditz speaks the truth, then I must personally confront that monster. He turned to the navigator. Adjust course, destination, Earth. Full speed ahead, Earth, West City. Saitama had just emerged from a supermarket, content, with bags filled with discounted goods in hand. He glanced up at the azure sky, sunlight gleaming upon his smooth scalp, casting a dazzling reflection. He tilted his head slightly. It seemed someone far away had mentioned something about a monster. After pondering, he reached no conclusion, and thus lowered his gaze to scrutinize the shopping receipt, tallying the savings, a faint smile gracing his face, his first genuine pleasure of the day. Saved 1250 yen today. Not bad. He leisurely strode towards Bulma's home, his figure blending into the bustling crowd of West City, as ordinary as a droplet merging into the ocean. However, a cosmic storm had begun to shift, drawn towards this azure planet, surging forth. Chapter 6, The Path of Training and the Invisible Benchmark. North Kai's planet. The tenfold gravity bore down like an unseen giant hand, pinning Goku and Krillin firmly to the verdant, resilient grass. Each breath felt akin to pulling a bellows, and every movement was as burdensome as lifting a mountain. How does it feel to experience tenfold gravity? North Kai sat leisurely before his small abode, sipping tea and observing the duo's disheveled state. It's incredibly heavy. Krillin gritted his teeth, sweat flowing like a stream down his forehead. Yet we must adapt. Goku, though equally strained, had excitement ignited in his eyes. Lord Kai, this place is simply marvelous. A day of training here must yield results far superior to 10 days on Earth. Naturally, North Kai replied, proudly stroking his antennae. But merely adapting to the gravity is not enough. Babris, Guri, he called out. An agile gorilla and an incredibly swift grasshopper appeared in an instant. Your first task is to touch Babras's tail and catch Guriguri under tenfold gravity. North Kai announced the training regimen. The ensuing days were hellish for Goku and Krillin. They not only contended with the tenfold gravity, but also chased after the extraordinarily swift gorilla and grasshopper. Failures, falls, and rising again became a relentless cycle. During a brief respite, Krillin collapsed on the ground, gazing at the petite blue sky of North Kai's planet. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Goku, do you think Mr. Saitama needs to train like this too? Wukong sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow, and pondered earnestly. I have no idea. However, it seems he once mentioned that it was merely a common form of exercise. Perhaps his body is entirely impervious to the effects of gravity? This conjecture plunged both into silence, as that unfathomable sensation surged once more within them. Regardless, Wukong suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute. We have our own path. Let's continue, Krillin. I must become stronger, at the very least capable of engaging him earnestly in a spar. Saitama, this enigmatic being, had inadvertently become their benchmark for surpassing limits. On Earth, in the desolate plains, Piccolo's training methods were both direct and ruthless. He hurled the young son Gohan into the lair of ferocious beasts, compelling him to battle dinosaurs, awakening his potential in the face of life and death. Crying? Can tears make you stronger? Think of your father. Think of that bald man. Piccolo's cold voice lashed at Gohan's nerves like a whip, reminding him of the unimaginable power they possessed. Do you wish to remain a helpless being in need of protection for all your days? I don't want that. Gohan erupted in a desperate cry, his Saiyan blood awakening, mingling with the innate talents of Earthlings, occasionally unleashing a powerful aura that even made Piccolo take notice. From his elevated position, Piccolo observed Gohan battling the colossal beast below, his green visage betraying no emotion, yet his heart was far from tranquil. He occasionally recalled the image of that bald man effortlessly obliterating Raditz' energy wave with a mere flick. Such unreasonable strength made Piccolo clench his fists. Could there truly exist a path that required no energy? This thought gnawed at his pride as a genius from Namek. He forced himself to refrain from delving deeper, refocusing his attention on Gohan. Regardless, enhancing their strength to confront the impending crisis was of utmost importance. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Saitama's daily rhythm remained astonishingly stable. Each day consisted of unwaveringly ordinary exercises, followed by scouring for special deals on his mobile phone, traversing various supermarkets. Bulma, amidst her bustling research, would occasionally observe Saitama. She noted that although this bald man possessed power that defied comprehension, he was remarkably low maintenance in daily life. He was not particular about his accommodations, adapted well to high-tech products, especially after mastering mobile payments and coupon searches, and even assisted in tidying the area he resided in, though his motives might have been to offset part of his rent. One day, Bulma's advanced intelligent cooking robot malfunctioned, its arm going haywire and wildly brandishing a knife, leaving deep gashes in the alloy walls, rendering the security system unable to approach. The servants fled in terror. Coincidentally, Saitama passed by the kitchen in search of water. Upon witnessing the rampaging robot, he paused momentarily, then calmly approached. "Hey, this is dangerous," he remarked, extending his hand with precision amidst the flurry of blades, pinching the rapidly vibrating alloy knife's edge between two fingers. A creaking sound, sharp enough to induce a wince, echoed as the robotic arm's transmission mechanism was forcibly halted by an irresistible force. Saitama casually pressed a spot on the robot's body with the other hand. The crimson light in the robot's eyes extinguished, and it ceased all operations entirely. The entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Releasing his grip, Saitama glanced at the dulled alloy blade and inquired of the startled chef, "I assume I am not liable for this?" Bulma, observing the scene through surveillance, reaffirmed Saitama's distinctive trait of normalizing unconventional actions. His approach to problem-solving mirrored his method of vanquishing foes, direct, efficient, and utterly devoid of logic. She saved the footage, labeling it as Anomalous Individual Daily Behavior Observation, File 001. Perhaps within his problem-solving methodology lay certain mysteries regarding his power. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, Vegeta's spherical spacecraft traversed the stellar sea at an astonishing velocity. Inside the cabin, he scrutinized the limited information regarding Earth and the Dragon Balls displayed on screen. His gaze sharp and penetrating. "Kakarot and that so-called monster," he muttered under his breath. The terrified message from Raditz before his demise echoed in his mind. The juxtaposition of a power level of merely 5 with an inexplicable force pricked at his proud heart like a thorn. He, Vegeta, prince of the Saiyans and a prodigious warrior, placed his faith solely in tangible combat power and absolute strength. Anything that could not be quantified by a detector was deemed false or merely a lower form of deception. Surely Raditz that waste must have erred. Perhaps some peculiar technology from Earth interfered with the detector, came Nappa's disdainful voice through the communicator. Vegeta offered no reply. He turned off the data screen and began to meditate. Regardless of the truth, once he arrived on Earth, all would be revealed. If there truly existed a so-called monster, he would not hesitate to rend it apart, ensuring Raditz understood what true strength entailed in the afterlife. The spacecraft's speed seemed to increase yet again. On Earth, under the night sky, Saitama sat on the balcony of his room, munching on promotional potato chips while gazing at the dazzling lights of this otherworldly city. The evening breeze rustled his cape, creating a gentle sound. He raised his hand, inspecting his palm, reminiscing about the sensation of pressing down on the robot's blade earlier. Did I exert a bit too much force? He mused. The robots in this world seem inferior to those of Dr. Genos. He felt little nostalgia for his homeland. Rather, he found this world quite intriguing. There existed formidable adversaries, though none yet required his serious attention. A plethora of culinary delights, and supermarkets perpetually offering delightful surprises. A fleeting thought of his cyborg disciple, Genos, crossed his mind, but soon the tantalizing taste of the chips captured his focus once more. The barbecue flavor is quite delightful. He popped the last chip into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and leaped from the balcony's edge. It seems a large warehouse supermarket is opening tomorrow, offering discounts starting at 50%. One must arrive early. In the face of the impending Saiyan invasion, which the Z fighters perceive as an apocalyptic calamity, Saitama's mind likely afforded it the same level of attention as the possibility of rain tomorrow. A storm is approaching, yet within the eye of the tempest. He is more concerned about whether the sale will be overcrowded. Chapter 7. The Prince's Arrogance and the Barrier of Common Sense. A year swiftly elapsed amidst training, waiting, and routine sales. Earth, once ravaged by Raditz, now once again welcomes an unwelcome visitor. Two menacing spherical spacecraft tore through the atmosphere like meteors, crashing onto the scorched Earth with a thunderous impact, carving deep furrows into the ground. The hatches slid open, and two figures stepped out. The foremost individual, though not particularly tall, emanated an oppressive presence as if it were a tangible force. Clad in the standard Saiyan battle armor, with fierce shoulder pads and a long tail trailing behind him, he crossed his arms and surveyed the land, which he deemed primitive and inferior, with a cold and disdainful gaze. He is none other than Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Following closely behind was Nappa, a hulking figure reminiscent of a small mountain, his bald head gleaming. Nappa flexed his robust neck, emitting a cracking sound, his face twisted into a cruel and excited grin. So this is Earth? The air is quite fresh, but alas, it shall soon be stained crimson with blood, Nappa rumbled, as the battle power scouter was affixed to his face, beeping as it began its scan. Where are that fool Kakarot and the monster Raditz mentioned? Vegeta spoke with an indifferent tone, as if discussing mere insects. Soon, several dark figures appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, along with Ten, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, the Z fighters after a year of arduous training, had all assembled. They hovered in midair, expressions grave, their auras pulsating with power far greater than a year prior. Oh, a few worthy insects have arrived. The readings on Nappa's scouter fluctuated rapidly. Interesting, Kakarot has reached a battle power of 5,000, far superior to Raditz. The others hovered between 1,000 and 3,000. It seems this past year was not spent in vain. Enough chatter, where is Raditz? Vegeta disregarded the others, his gaze fixed on Goku. He is dead. Goku replied succinctly. Dead? Who killed him? You? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Not me. Goku shook his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting to another direction. It was Mr. Saitama. Mr. Saitama? Following Goku's line of sight, Vegeta noticed a bald figure clad in earth-toned clothing and a white cape seated upon a boulder at the edge of the battlefield, seemingly having appeared there without notice. He was intently gazing down at the screen of his smartphone, softly murmuring, only 3 minutes left for the flash sale. I must act quickly. Nappa's scouter immediately zeroed in on Saitama, reporting with unwavering fidelity. Power level, 5. Haha. Nappa was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a deafening fit of laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. Only a power level of 5. This is the monster that Raditz warned us about before his demise? Prince Vegeta, do you see this? Raditz was indeed a complete fool. He must have been defeated by Kakarot, concocting such an absurd lie as he perished. Vegeta's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The scouter indeed displayed a power level of 5. And there was no trace of a formidable aura emanating from the bald man, making him appear as mundane as a passerby. Yet, the sheer terror conveyed in Raditz's message, coupled with Kakarot and his companion's vague sense of reliance on this individual, rekindled a flicker of doubt within him. Nappa, test him, Vegeta commanded coldly. Do not kill him outright. I want him alive to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Leave it to me. Nappa cackled, his massive frame displaying an unexpected agility as he launched like a cannonball towards Saitama, shouting, "Hey, Baldy, lift your head." Having just completed his transaction on the phone, Saitama tucked it away with satisfaction and finally raised his head to meet the looming, menacing figure of Nappa, blinking in confusion. "Who are you?" "I've come to take your life," Nappa roared, incensed by Saitama's dismissive demeanor. His colossal fist, akin to a massive bowl, hurtled towards Saitama's face with terrifying force. Capable of flattening a small hill, the Z-fighters held their breath, knowing well that Saitama was formidable. Yet Nappa's aura, at that moment, far surpassed that of Raditz from a year prior. In the face of this ferocious strike, Saitama merely tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The wind from the punch swept past, causing his cape to flutter, yet it didn't graze even a single hair on his head, though he had none. Huh? Nappa was taken aback. He was certain his fist should have connected. "You missed," Saitama pointed out kindly, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on a shoelace being untied. "Damn it," Nappa bellowed, unleashing another fist with even greater speed. Saitama raised a hand, casually blocking the blow. Bang! The two fists collided with a muted thud. Nappa felt as though he had struck an ancient mountain, the recoil rendering his arm numb. Meanwhile, Saitama didn't even shift his seated posture. How is this possible? Nappa's pupils constricted, the sinister grin vanishing from his face, replaced by sheer shock and bewilderment. He glanced at the scouter once more. 5. Your movements are full of openings, Saitama remarked, observing Nappa with an objective critique. And you seem quite angry? That's not good for your health. Shut up. Nappa had completely lost his mind. He leaped backward, his hands gathering an incandescent radiance. Energy wave. A colossal energy sphere, several times larger than the one emitted by Raditz in the past, surged forth, imbued with an aura of annihilation, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Saitama. This time, Saitama finally rose from his stone seat. He gazed at the incoming energy sphere, remaining utterly unflinching, merely swatting it away as one would a bothersome insect. With a soft pop, a familiar scene unfolded once more. The city-destroying energy wave, upon contact with Saitama's palm, imploded like a punctured balloon, emitting a delicate sound and vanishing without a trace, not even a flicker of explosive flame. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air, as if the very wind had ceased to flow. Nappa, frozen in the act of unleashing his energy wave, stood with his mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mind a blank slate. In the distance, Vegeta, who had been clasping his arms, lowered them without realizing it. His gaze fixated on Saitama. For the first time, his defiant eyes betrayed a profound shock and disbelief. It vanished again, Krillin murmured. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he remained profoundly astounded each time he witnessed it. Did you see that, Vegeta? Goku exclaimed, excitement radiating from his visage. This is the power of Mr. Saitama, an immeasurable strength beyond the capabilities of any detector. Saitama brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and turned to the utterly petrified Nappa, letting out a soft sigh. So, can this be concluded? My limited time sale is about to end. Nappa suddenly snapped back to reality, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread and humiliation, frantically gathering energy once more in a desperate attempt to resist. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been silently observing, spoke coldly. Nappa, step back. Nappa felt as though a bucket of icy water had been thrown over him, his movements freezing in place as he looked at Vegeta with reluctance. Prince Vegeta. I said step back. Vegeta's voice echoed with an undeniable authority as he slowly floated forward, his gaze like a sharpened blade, fixed firmly on Saitama. It appeared that Raditz, that useless fool, had not entirely lied this time. The detector continued to pulse with that blinding reading of 5. Yet, Vegeta understood that it was merely a ludicrous and self-deceiving figure, the bald man before him, who appeared harmless, was a true anomaly. The Saiyan blood coursing through Vegeta began to simmer with a long-forgotten battle fervor, igniting a flame of anticipation against this unknown adversary. "What is your name?" Vegeta inquired, hovering before Saitama, looking down with the scrutiny of king. Saitama looked up at him, scratching his smooth cheek. "Saitama, and you? If you have nothing pressing, I really must be on my way. The sale waits for no one." Chapter 8. Shattered Pride and a New Journey. Boom! An unprecedented, terrifying explosion reverberated through the heavens, as a blinding light instantaneously engulfed the energy beam emitted by Vegeta, a force capable of piercing planets. Yet, contrary to expectations of utterly annihilating his adversary, a scene of even greater despair unfolded before him. His proud Gallic gun, upon contact with the Crimson Gauntlet, shattered like fragile ice crystals colliding with a cosmic barrier, fracturing inch by inch, disintegrating, and vanishing. It was not merely negated or dispersed. It was fundamentally denied existence. The cataclysmic backlash surged along the energy beam, crashing violently against Vegeta's crossed arms. A distinct crack echoed, drowned out by the roar of the explosion. Yet the indescribable force bore down upon him with undeniable intensity. Vegeta felt as though he had been struck head-on by a celestial body. His protective aura collapsed instantaneously, and a tumultuous wave surged within his chest and abdomen, forcing forth a spurt of blood. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, plummeting faster than his initial approach, crashing through several distant rocky mountains before finally coming to rest amidst the rubble. Silence enveloped the battlefield, the acrid scent of charred remnants lingering in the air, accompanied by the mournful whispers of the wind sweeping through the debris. Nappa lay prostrate on the ground, staring blankly in the direction Vegeta had been sent flying, his mind devoid, even forgetting to breathe. The once invincible, proud Prince Vegeta had been so easily. Though the Z fighters had been mentally prepared, witnessing Vegeta's overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of Raditz and Nappa, so effortlessly dismantled by Saitama's single punch, sent shivers deep into their souls. It was not a battle. It was a decree. "Is it over?" Krillin's voice trembled. "Ah, perhaps," Goku replied, scratching his head, a look of astonishment mixed with an almost imperceptible complexity etched on his face. He yearned to engage with formidable opponents, yet missed her. Saitama's strength transcended anything he could currently comprehend. At that moment, the ruins burying Vegeta erupted violently. Bloodied and his battle attire in tatters, Vegeta struggled to rise. One of his arms was unnaturally twisted, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with an unprecedented fire, a volatile mixture of humiliation, rage, and a hint of fear. "No, it's impossible." Vegeta's voice was hoarse as he fixed his gaze on the bald figure still poised to strike in the distance. His worldview was shattering. "I am the prince of all Saiyans, the prodigy warrior Vegeta. How could I lose to a mere scrap with a battle power of only 5? Desperately, he pressed the cracked power level scouter at his ear, where Saitama's image lingered beside the stubbornly blinking number 5, as though mocking his every belief. "Damn scouter." Vegeta yanked it off and smashed it violently onto the ground, reducing it to fragments. "What is this power? Answer me." Saitama slowly retracted his fist, observing the seemingly frenzied Vegeta, and calmly replied, "It was merely a serious punch. A punch with earnest intent." "A serious punch?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Just a punch imbued with sincerity had nearly obliterated him. The stark contrast left him gasping for breath. The battle power he had relied upon and revered throughout his life, along with his ability to sense energy, had become a mere jest before this bald man. Raditz had not deceived him. Indeed, there existed a monster here, an anomaly that subverted all his understanding. Fear, like a chilling serpent, coiled around Vegeta's heart with unprecedented clarity. He scarcely dared to strike again, for that single punch had shattered his pride and courage entirely. Saitama glanced at the sky, then surveyed the ravaged battlefield and the visibly demoralized Vegeta. Concluding that it was time to depart, he turned to the Z fighters, stating, "It seems I can no longer continue this fight. May I take my leave? The sale is nearing its end." The others responded in silence. Just as Saitama prepared to exit the chaotic battlefield and head toward the sale he had long anticipated, Bulma's small spacecraft descended swiftly. She leapt from the vehicle, her face etched with urgency, holding a beeping device. "Wait, Saitama. Everyone," Bulma called out. She first regarded Saitama with awe before swiftly shifting her attention to the gravely injured Goku and Piccolo. "Goku, Your wounds must be treated promptly, and Piccolo as well. After a brief pause, she raised the device in her hand, its screen displaying a radar interface with several blinking lights. More importantly, while using the Dragon Ball radar to search for scattered Dragon Balls in preparation for reviving Tien and Kaiatsu, I detected a peculiar phenomenon. The attention of all present was drawn to her words. The radar had detected an area deep within the cosmos, brimming with an abundance of energy signatures akin to Dragon Balls. Moreover, their intensity far surpassed that of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Bulma spoke rapidly, correlating the data she had analyzed from Raditz spacecraft database. That location is likely the home of Piccolo, Planet Namek. Planet Namek? A look of astonishment crossed Piccolo's green visage. Indeed, there may exist even more powerful Dragon Balls there, capable of granting greater and more formidable wishes. Perhaps. Bulma glanced at the injured Goku and their fallen comrades. They could fully heal Goku's wounds or even resurrect those who have perished multiple times. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the Z-fighters. We must journey to Planet Namek, Krillin exclaimed. But how do we get there? Goku inquired, clutching his wound. A hint of pride appeared on Bulma's face as she pointed to the spherical spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa parked nearby. The means of transportation is right there. Although their technology is more advanced than ours, give me some time. With reverse engineering and my modifications, it will be sufficient for interstellar travel. As the crowd was invigorated by newfound hope, none noticed the figure of Ba, once prostrate on the ground and shrouded in haze. As a flicker of strange light ignited in his eyes upon hearing the mention of the Namekian Dragon Balls, with the last vestiges of his strength, he discreetly activated a highly concealed distress signal within his battle suit. Meanwhile, from the ruins, Vegeta, despite his grievous injuries, distinctly caught the words of Bulma. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind at the mention of the Namekian Dragon Balls. If the Earth-S Dragon Balls were so miraculous, perhaps those of Namek could grant him his desire for immortality. In that moment, he envisioned an eternity to train, to surpass, and to vanquish that bald-headed monster. The fervor of survival and an insatiable ambition temporarily eclipsed his fear and humiliation. Saitama observed the sudden bustle and optimism among the crowd, struggling to comprehend their exuberance. He glanced at the time once more and could no longer contain himself. Have you all finished discussing? My shopping. Bulma, bemused yet exasperated, quickly reassured him. All right. Go ahead. Next time, I'll give you a VIP discount card for the Capsule Corporation, a permanent 30% off. Saitama's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? It's a deal. Without further hesitation, he vanished in an instant, leaving only his voice to drift on the wind. I'm off. Wishing you, safe travels? The Z-fighters gazed in mixed emotions at the direction Saitama had disappeared. This man, powerful to the point of despair, yet grounded to the point of incredulity, had just saved the Earth and then hurried away for a supermarket sale. Meanwhile, Vegeta, lying on the ground, clenched his fists tightly. Shame. This was a profound humiliation. Yet he had survived. That was enough. The universe was vast, and Namek would be his new beginning. The terrifying visage of Frisia flashed in his mind, followed by the image of Saitama's bald head. Just wait. I will obtain the Dragon Balls, gain immortality and power. Today's humiliation, I, Vegeta, shall repay 100-fold. A new journey, intertwined with the continuation of old grudges and the harbingers of fresh terrors, was about to unfold on the other side of the Starry Sea. Meanwhile, our teacher Saitama just managed to dash through the supermarket doors before the sale ended. Chapter 9. Tranquil Ripples and Undercurrents of the Cosmos. It has been a week since the Z-fighters set forth for Namek. Earth seemed to have fallen into a profound silence. Gone were Goku's boisterous laughter, the shouts of Krillin and Gohan during their training, and the unique, oppressive aura of Piccolo. At the Capsule Corporation estate, in Saitama's room, the morning alarm beeped insistently. Saitama deftly silenced it and donned his signature yellow hero outfit, commencing yet another day of ordinary training. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run on the estate's designated track. The gravity chamber at Bulma's house remained unexplored by Saitama thereafter, for he found the standard 1G just right. Anything heavier felt rather uncomfortable. After completing his workout and freshening up, he diligently engaged in researching special offers pushed through his mobile device. The East District Supermarket was running a buy-one-get-one-free promotion on milk, while the West District Warehouse Store had a limited-time stock-up price on toilet paper. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Saitama meticulously planned his shopping route. his earnest profile reminiscent of one studying an extraordinary martial arts manual. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, would occasionally encounter Saitama returning from his errands in the garden, greeting him with a cheerful, "Ah, Saitama-kun, have you found any good deals today?" "Not too shabby," Saitama would typically nod in reply, sharing a couple of particularly advantageous pieces of information. "Doctor, that hardware store in the South District has screwdriver sets at half price. You might find it useful." Dr. Brief would take note with genuine interest, as he harbored a fondness for the remarkably powerful yet remarkably composed bald man his daughter had brought home. Saitama's presence was akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that subtly transformed the surroundings. Initially, the bodyguards and servants at Bulma's residence regarded him with awe, but soon discovered that aside from his substantial appetite and an extraordinary enthusiasm for bargain shopping, he bore none of the airs typically associated with formidable individuals. He would even assist the maids with heavy lifting, provided it did not impede his queue at the supermarket. A peculiar tranquility and harmony enveloped the place. Conversely, at the opposite end of the universe, the atmosphere within Bulma's modified spherical spacecraft was tense and grave. Goku lay in the medical pod, utilizing the journey time for recuperative therapy and adaptive training, as Bulma had adjusted the gravity inside the ship to 10 times the norm. Krillin and Gohan were tasked with monitoring the flight path, comparing the star maps obtained from Raditz spacecraft to ensure their course remained accurate. "How much longer until we reach Namek?" Krillin inquired, gazing out into the endless void of space. "At our current speed, it will take at least another month." Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator, her remote connection from Earth experiencing a slight delay. "This is the maximum velocity attainable by Nappa's spacecraft. Thankfully, I modified the life support system, otherwise you would surely suffocate in there." The weight of a month loomed heavily on everyone's hearts. They were racing against time, uncertain if Vegeta, should he still be alive, or other foes would outpace them. "Piccolo, what is Namek like?" Goku asked curiously, addressing the usually silent Namekian across the medical pod. With his arms crossed and leaning against the wall, Piccolo's green visage remained inscrutable. "I've forgotten," he replied succinctly. Although a Namekian by birth, he was raised on Earth and held no memories of his homeland, only a vague instinctive pull towards it. At that moment, the ship's alarm system abruptly blared a sharp warning. "What is happening?" Krillin dashed to the control panel. On the screen, the radar indicated that a small object, moving at high velocity, was rapidly approaching their spacecraft from the rear flank. "Could it be a meteor?" Gohan inquired anxiously. "Its trajectory appears too structured for that." Krillin's complexion turned pale. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive energy beam grazed their ship, exploding into a dazzling fireball in the pitch-black void of space. "We're under attack." Simultaneously, in more distant reaches of the cosmos, a colossal spacecraft, resembling a monstrous, malevolent crustacean, hovered silently. Inside the opulently decorated yet frigid command room, a diminutive figure nestled within a hovering, cradle-like vessel fixated his cold, cruel gaze upon a trembling communications officer kneeling before him. His skin was pale, adorned with 2 horns upon his head, and a segmented tail swayed languidly behind him. It was none other than the cosmic overlord, Frieza. "Oh, a distress signal from Babidi?" Frieza's voice was smooth yet laced with an unsettling chill. "So, Prince Vegeta and his charming little squad have run into trouble on that quaint little planet called Earth? Perhaps they have already met their demise?" "Why yes, Lord Frieza." The communications officer dared not lift his head. "The signal is weak, transmitting the highest emergency code. It mentions the presence of an anomalous entity on Earth, with combat power that cannot be assessed, as well as potential leakage regarding the Dragon Balls on Namek." A glimmer of greed flickered in Frieza's eyes upon hearing Dragon Balls. "Gems capable of fulfilling any wish, you say?" "Ha ha ha." He let out an unsettling chuckle. "How intriguing. It seems both Earth and Namek have provided me with ample surprises." He raised his gloved hand and gently pointed. "Relay the orders. Alter our course to Namek. I must ascertain what kind of extraordinary entity could compel the proud Vegeta to send a distress signal. And while we're at it, let us eliminate those pesky insects and secure the Dragon Balls of Namek." "Yes, Lord Frieza." The massive warship adjusted its trajectory, its engines emitting a ghostly blue flame as it commenced its journey toward Namek, its speed far surpassing that of the spherical vessels piloted by the Z-Warriors. On Earth, under the night sky, Saitama had just concluded a long day, contentedly tallying his spoils of the day, several bags of discounted goods. Sitting on the balcony, he savored a half-price pudding while gazing at the starry expanse. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly, sensing something amiss. his gaze shifting toward a particular direction in the night sky. There, amidst the twinkling stars, lay the emptiness of space. Had something just zipped past? It moved quite swiftly. He mused aloud, though he was soon distracted by the delightful taste of the pudding. Indeed, this brand of pudding has an exceptional texture. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment, what he had vaguely sensed could very well have been the small reconnaissance vessels dispatched by Frisia's army to intercept the Z warriors. Or perhaps even the menacing warship carrying the cosmic emperor himself, poised to bring devastation to countless planets. To him, it was merely a trivial disturbance in the vast night sky, hardly worthy of attention, far less significant than the grand opening of the supermarket the following day, where limited edition beef would be discounted. The dark currents of the universe began to surge, a storm gathering at planet Namek. Meanwhile, the strongest man on Earth continued his tranquil daily routine, awaiting the arrival of trouble that might pique his interest, however slight. Chapter 10. The initial conflict of the cosmos and the dawn of Earth. In the pitch-black expanse of a universe, Bulma's modified spherical spacecraft deftly evaded the energy beams shooting towards it from behind. Each maneuver tightened the hearts of the Z fighters within. "Hold on tight. We're about to turn," Krillin shouted, clutching his seat with all his might. Gohan's face turned pale, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, assisting Krillin in monitoring the ship's status. Unbeknownst to them, Goku, lying in the medical chamber, had somehow risen to a sitting position, although his complexion remained ashen. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixated through the observation window on the small attack vessel behind them, its sinister design reminiscent of a black pike. "It's not Vegeta's ship. This is a new enemy," Goku declared solemnly, his Saiyan instincts quickly discerning the gravity of the situation. "It's Frisia's forces," came Piccolo's voice through telepathy, his remaining doppelganger aboard the ship sharing his perceptions. "I can hear their thoughts. They are here on Frisia's orders to eliminate all potential rivals heading to planet Namek." Frisia. Krillin's voice quaked with fear. Even Vegeta feared that name. Just then, an energy beam struck the ship's flank, causing a violent jolt and setting off blaring alarms. "The left thruster is damaged. Power is down by 15, Krillin exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stared at the flashing red lights on the control panel. "If this continues, we'll be shot down. We cannot remain passive." Goku struggled to leave the medical chamber. "I'll go out and confront them." "No, Goku, your injuries have not yet healed, and we are in the vacuum of space," Krillin urgently protested. Suddenly, the previously silent Piccolo's doppelganger spoke. "The ship has a pressurized cabin. Brief exposure can be sustained with an air shield around your body." He looked at Goku. "Can you manage with your injuries?" Goku grinned, the pain for his wound causing him to gasp slightly, yet his fighting spirit blazed fiercely. "It's better than turning into cosmic dust." Moments later, the door to the spherical ship's pressurized cabin opened. Goku, enveloped in a faint golden aura, shot into the void like a comet. Utilizing his flight technique and the recoil of his energy, he maneuvered swiftly through space, rapidly closing in on the attack vessel. The attackers, clearly unprepared for an opponent to confront them directly, immediately swung their cannons around. But Goku was faster. Kamehameha. In a vacuum of space, sound could not travel. Yet the brilliant blue torrent of energy surged forth with destructive intent, striking precisely at the engine of the attack vessel. Boom! The silent explosion blossomed into a brilliant and deadly fireball in the emptiness of space, scattering debris in all directions. Sun Wukong swiftly returned to the spacecraft. Sealing the airlock behind him, he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, wounds oozing blood once more. Yet a triumphant smile adorned his face. Krillin exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. However, the reconnaissance team, as Piccolo's doppelganger coolly doused them with cold water, realized that Frisia's main forces were likely far beyond their expectations. They needed to hasten to Namek without delay. The spacecraft adjusted its course, sustaining slight damage, and continued its journey toward the destination. This battle had deepened the Z warriors' vigilance and fear of Frisia. On Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, an excited cheer erupted from Dr. Brief's laboratory. "We did it, Dad! We succeeded!" Bulma exclaimed, leaping with joy as she gazed at the holographic projection displaying a completed 3D model. The model represented a prototype of a personal combat suit designed based on the technological principles of Raditz and Nappa's battle attire, enhanced by the latest breakthroughs in Earth's material science. It not only provided fundamental protection and life support, but also incorporated an energy flow and amplification system, capable of optimizing and enhancing the wearer's utilization of ki to a certain extent, despite being merely a prototype with limited amplification effects. And certainly ineffective against someone like Saitama under specific circumstances, Bulma explained calmly. If mass-produced, it could significantly elevate the combat capabilities of ordinary Earth soldiers. It should also offer some support to Krillin and Tien. This marked a substantial breakthrough in biological enhancement, a momentous achievement for Earth's technology after assimilating alien advancements. Remarkable indeed, Bulma, Dr. Brief remarked, pipe in mouth, a smile gracing his features as he watched his daughter. However, it would be troublesome if this technology fell into the wrong hands. Don't worry, Dad. Only I can decipher the core control technology and energy locks, Bulma replied confidently. And this is just the beginning. Once I decode the more advanced technology within Vegeta's battlesuit, we might create something even more formidable. The seeds of technology had been sown, destined to subtly transform Earth's status in a cosmic civilization. Days later, Saitama completed his shopping as usual and returned to the estate with bags in hand. Passing by a training area, he paused. In the center, a little girl with orange-red hair, an orphan adopted by Dr. Brief and the future Android 18, Lazuli, was clumsily mimicking the basic movements of the turtle school displayed on the wall, her small face glistening with sweat and focus. Spotting Saitama, she shyly came to a halt. Saitama observed her for a moment, then glanced at the projection on the wall, tilting his head slightly. Your movements here, and here are all incorrect. He set down his shopping bags and approached, demonstrating a few fundamental postures with utmost simplicity. It should be done this way. Otherwise, you might injure your knee. His teaching style was devoid of sophistication, relying solely on straightforward bodily memory. However, Lazuli's eyes sparkled as she emulated Saitama's posture, and indeed, she felt a considerable improvement. Thank you, Mr. Saitama, the young girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. No need to thank me, Saitama replied, lifting his bag and preparing to depart. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back to add, it's commendable to stay fit, but do not forget to complete your homework. Yes, Lazuli responded. This was merely a minor episode. Yet Saitama was unaware that his casual guidance and reminder about homework had cast a pebble into the depths of the girl's heart. In her predetermined fate, she was destined to tread an entirely different path. But at this moment, a seed yearning for strength and righteousness had quietly taken root within her. In the depths of the cosmos, aboard Frisia's flagship. Oh, the reconnaissance team has lost contact? Frisia elegantly swirled the red wine in his glass, his tone betraying no emotion. It seemed that the earthlings summoned by Prince Vegeta possessed a modicum of prowess. He set down his glass, his scarlet tongue darting across his lips. Relay orders to the Ginyu Force. They are to proceed directly to Namek and await further instructions. As for us, let us decelerate and allow those insects to play with the Namekians for a while. Once they locate the Dragon Balls, we shall make our entrance to reap the rewards. Yes, Lord Frisia. Frisia gazed out the porthole at the resplendent nebula, his eyes glimmering with a cat-and-mouse amusement. Let me see how long you can struggle. Especially that peculiar individual who managed to best Vegeta. Will you also make an appearance there? It is indeed a tantalizing prospect. A storm was quietly gathering on Namek. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Saitama had just discovered a newly opened all-you-can-eat dessert buffet and was earnestly contemplating his plans for the following day. The grand narrative of a universe and the minutiae of personal daily life once again created a fascinating contrast. Chapter 11. The initial encounter in shadows of the verdant planet. After a long and tense voyage, Bulma's modified spherical spaceship finally pierced through the dense atmosphere of Namek, revealing to the Z-Warriors a vast and extraordinary emerald world. Beneath an orange-yellow sky, 3 suns of varying sizes hung above, their warm radiance dispelling the chill brought by cosmic travel. The land was intricately carved by numerous lake-like verdant waters, interspersed with uniquely shaped orange-red rocks, some resembling expansive umbrellas and others arching like stone bridges, exuding an aura of primal mystery. The air was suffused with the scent of vegetation and moist earth, tranquil and ancient, as though one could inhale the essence of the planet's billions of years of history. This was Namek, and Kuririn, peering through the observation window, was filled with awe, his fingers unconsciously tracing the window frame. The gravity was approximately 15 times that of Earth, the atmospheric composition suitable for respiration, albeit with a humidity level reaching 70. Bulma's remote communication arrived punctually, accompanied by the faint hum of machinery. The radar indicated that the energy signatures of the Dragon Balls were scattered across the terrain, with the nearest concentration located 80 kilometers to the southeast. Excellent. Let us embark on our quest for the Dragon Balls and the Namekians. Goku, unable to contain his excitement, leaned slightly forward in the pilot's seat. Thanks to the dual effects of the Senza beans and the medical pod, his injuries had healed significantly. "Wait a moment, Goku!" Krillin exclaimed, quickly placing a hand on his shoulder. "Vegeta might still be alive, and Frieza's forces could have arrived before us. We must proceed with caution." Piccolo's doppelganger nodded slowly, closing his eyes as his formidable senses radiated outward like ripples, traversing the waters, rocks, and forests. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. "I sense several powerful energies scattered in different directions. One in particular carries a familiar malevolent aura, sharp as a poisoned icicle. It's Vegeta. He truly survived, and his energy is even more refined than it was on Earth. He has recovered well." "What?" Krillin and Gohan exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. "He is on the move, heading directly towards the Dragon Ball energy concentration." Piccolo's voice was heavy as stone. "We must hasten our pace." The spaceship landed steadily on a flat expanse of verdant fields, and the hatch slowly slid open. The Z fighters, Goku, Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo's doppelganger, who retained 70% of his original power, exited in succession, immediately sensing the stark contrast between the Namekian environment and that of Earth. Their bodies felt as if burdened by a small stone, slightly heavy. Krillin stamped his foot, attempting to acclimate to the gravity. "You'll get used to it. This gravity is just right for stretching our muscles." Goku inhaled deeply, savoring the moist air, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Let us go." For streaks of light sliced through the emerald sky, racing low towards the direction indicated by the radar. Unbeknownst to them, atop a distant, umbrella-shaped rock formation, a figure observed them from above. It was Vegeta. His battle armor was still marred with rips, and the scars of combat adorned his exposed skin. Yet his aura was more perilous than it had been on Earth, akin to a coiled viper ready to strike. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Cold and calculating. "Humph, Kakarot and his foolish companions have indeed followed." Vegeta's lips curled into a frosty arc. "Let them engage with the Namekians. They shall clear the obstacles for me." His fingertips caressed the torn fabric of his battle attire, his gaze dark and menacing. "Once they locate the Dragon Balls, it shall be my time to reap the rewards." As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from the rocky summit like a specter, suppressing his energy to a nearly imperceptible level, silently trailing behind them. The Z fighters soon reached their destination, a Namekian village nestled beside a vast lake. The dome-shaped, earth-toned houses were scattered like plump fruits, and towering Namekians with emerald green skin and soft antennae were tending to the fields with peculiar tools. Upon witnessing the arrival of Goku and his companions from the sky, the Namekians immediately halted their activities, retreating a step while adopting defensive stances, their antennae quivering with caution. A remarkably tall and robust Namekian stepped forward, his muscular contours fluid and imbued with strength, emanating a calmness akin to the very earth beneath his feet. This was Neru, the village's formidable warrior. "Outsiders, state your intentions." Neru's voice resonated low and powerful, reminiscent of thunder rolling across the ground. He could distinctly perceive the immense energy concealed within the individuals before him, including what appeared to be one of his kin. "Please do not misunderstand." Krillin quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched in a gesture of peace, his tone as gentle as possible. "We hail from Earth, seeking assistance. Our companion has been slain by enemies, and we require the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect them." He gestured towards Piccolo. "This is Piccolo. He too is an Namekian." Piccolo stepped forward, his unique aura momentarily causing Neru and the other Namekians to pause, their antennae subtly swaying as if sensing something. "Indeed, you carry the essence of our kin. Yet there is a hint of divergence." Neru furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with skepticism. At that moment, Goku, who had been silently attuned to his surroundings, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression shifting dramatically as he pointed skyward. "Be cautious. A powerful energy is rapidly approaching, laden with malice." The group looked up to see several dark figures on the horizon, descending at alarming speed, their murderous intent surging forth like a chilling tide. "It is Frieza's forces." Piccolo clenched his teeth, fury igniting in his gaze. Neru's countenance turned pale. "These demons again. They have already attacked several villages." He turned to his fellow Namekians, shouting, "Prepare for battle." The once serene village was instantly enveloped in a tense atmosphere, fraught with anticipation. The Z fighters and the Namekians were compelled to temporarily set aside their suspicions, standing shoulder to shoulder against the impending threat. Meanwhile, hidden within the distant forest, Vegeta observed the scene with a sinister grin. Fight on, unleash your fury. Once you are mutually weakened, the Dragon Balls shall be mine. On Earth in West City, Saitama had just concluded a bountiful harvest, successfully procuring the last 2 boxes of limited edition premium Wagyu beef at the supermarket, along with a cart full of snacks. His spirits soaring. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, he spotted Dr. Brief crouched in the garden, tinkering with an oddly designed device resembling a telescope, adorned with a multitude of wires and screens. "Doctor, what are you working on?" Saitama approached, placing the Wagyu bags aside, curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's you, Saitama-kun." "Doctor." Brief looked up, a smile gracing his face. "This is a deep space energy monitoring device that Bulma set up before her departure. It can detect intense energy fluctuations from the direction of Namek." He pointed to a faintly pulsating curve on the display screen. "For instance, if Goku and the others encounter a formidable foe and engage in battle, this device will be able to detect it." Saitama gazed at the convoluted lines on the screen, unable to comprehend their significance even after a prolonged examination, merely nodding. "Oh, I see. That's good to know." He had never held much interest in high-tech devices. "By the way, Saitama," Dr. Brief inquired with sudden curiosity, "if Goku and the others encounter a formidable adversary on Namek, would you lend your assistance?" Saitama, stroking his bald head thoughtfully for a few moments, pointed to the Wagyu beside him. "If they are willing to treat me to 10 meals of this, perhaps I could consider it. However, interstellar travel seems rather time-consuming." He added with a furrowed brow, "I might miss out on the supermarket's limited-time sale, which seems rather unwise." Dr. Brief could not help but burst into laughter at this, refraining from further inquiries. He had long understood that Saitama's thought process was far from conventional. Saitama grasped the bag containing the Wagyu and contentedly made his way to his room, already contemplating whether to grill or pan-sear it. To him, the brewing storm on Namek paled in significance compared to a perfectly cooked premium Wagyu. However, neither Saitama nor the Z-Warrior station on Namek were aware that a covert crisis targeting Earth was silently germinating in the shadows of the cosmos. Frieza had already learned of the peculiar beings appearing on Namek through his subordinates' reports, and the message from the dying Bardock about the existence of unknown formidable creatures on a lowly planet piqued his intense interest. In the dark expanse of space, a colossal warship was slowly navigating towards Earth, carrying with it an aura of impending destruction. Chapter 12. The initial battle on Namek and the Serpent in the Shadows. The advanced squad of Frieza's army swooped down like bloodthirsty vultures, their cruel smiles evident. Comprising around 10 individuals clad in uniform battle attire, their combat power generally hovered around 2,000, with the squad leader nearing 4,000. For an ordinary Namekian village, this constituted catastrophic power. "Protect the village," Nelu roared, unleashing a powerful aura that propelled his combat power above 40,000 in an instant. He surged forward like a green lightning bolt into the throng of enemies. "We're in 2. Goku shouted excitedly, his aura swirling as his golden hair began to stand on end, his combat power skyrocketing. Krillin and Goten followed closely behind, their training on King Kai's planet having significantly enhanced their abilities. Meanwhile, Piccolo's clone calmly hovered in midair, rapidly forming hand seals as he sought the opportune moment to intervene. The battle erupted instantaneously. Nella charged into the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep, his speed, strength, and combat skills far surpassing those of the grunts, each strike accurately dispatching an adversary. Yet, Nelu's inherently kind nature prevented him from delivering fatal blows immediately, granting the enemies a chance to counterattack. "Take down that green giant," the squad leader commanded from a vantage point, binoculars in hand, his gaze fixed firmly on Nelu in the distance, his voice resonating across the desolate battlefield with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing their leader's orders, the squad members swiftly sprang into action. They adjusted their weapons, maximizing energy output, and without hesitation pulled the triggers. In an instant, several dazzling beams of energy sliced through the night sky like lightning, hurtling directly towards Nairu. These energy beams coalesced into a formidable torrent, exuding a cataclysmic force that struck Nairu with tremendous impact. Nairu emitted a painful roar, its colossal form trembling slightly under the onslaught of energy, yet it resolutely remained upright. "Hey, you still have us to contend with." Sun Wukong appeared before Nairu in the blink of an eye, arms outstretched, creating an invisible barrier that deflected all the energy beams. "What?" The Frieza Force squad leader's pupils constricted as Sun Wukong's combat power, surged on the scouter, skyrocketing beyond 10,000 in an instant. Kamehameha. Without mercy, Sun Wukong unleashed a brilliant blue beam that instantly consumed two enemies. Krillin executed an enhanced version of the Kienzan, the rapidly spinning energy disc arcing through the air, severing an enemy attempting a surprise attack from the side. Under Krillin's protection, Gohan summoned his courage and unleashed a Masenko, although its power was slightly inferior. It successfully constrained the foes. Piccolo's doppelganger seized the opportune moment, thrusting both hands forward. Special beam cannon. The spiraling energy shot pierced through the chest of the squad leader with the force to obliterate anything in its path. The battle swiftly tilted in favor of the Z fighters. With the combined efforts of the Z warriors and Nairu, Frisia's advance team rapidly disintegrated, leaving only a handful to flee in panic. We have won. Krillin exhaled in relief, joy illuminating his face. Nairu regarded Sun Wukong and his companions. The vigilance in its eyes significantly diminished, replaced by a sense of acknowledgement and gratitude. Earthlings, you possess immense power and a righteous heart. Thank you for your assistance. However, just as the group began to lower their guard, a shadowy figure darted from the storage unit at the village's perimeter, clutching a Dragon Ball radiating an orange glow. It was Vegeta. Seizing the chaos of the recent battle when all attention was diverted, he stealthily infiltrated the village's Dragon Ball storage. Vegeta, Sun Wukong bellowed, instantly charging forward in a surge of fury. Oof, fool. Vegeta sneered, unwilling to linger, stuffing the Dragon Ball into a specially designed pouch. Retreating swiftly while launching several energy blasts towards the unsuspecting Namekian homes. Not good. Nairu and Krillin's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to intercept the energy blasts to protect the civilians. In that moment of delay, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Damn it, he got away. Krillin lamented, stamping his foot in frustration. Nairu gazed at the ruined homes and injured kin, his countenance darkening. That Saiyan is far more perilous than these minions. He is also collecting the Dragon Balls. Piccolo's doppelganger returned to the ground. Speaking gravely, we must act swiftly to gather the Dragon Balls before Vegeta and Frisia's main forces. Nairu, we need your assistance. Please inform us of the locations of the other Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder. Nairu gazed at Piccolo and then at Sun Wukong and the others, finally resolute in his decision. Very well. I place my trust in you. I shall lead you to the Grand Elder. He possesses the ability to unlock one's potential, perhaps enabling you to grow stronger for the battles that lie ahead. On Earth, in the depths of night, the laboratory of Capsule Corporation reverberated with a soft alarm. Dr. Brief awoke, bleary-eyed, and approached the monitoring equipment. The screen displayed a series of intense energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of Namek. Oh dear, it seems quite the ruckus is occurring over there, he muttered, adjusting his glasses as he recorded the data. Skillfully silencing the alarm, he stifled a yawn, deciding to inform Saitama in the morning. Disturbing his slumber now might lead to being mistaken for a midnight snack thief. He meandered back to his bed, as if the fierce battle unfolding across the universe were merely an inconsequential video game. The following morning, as Saitama savored his breakfast, Dr. Brief casually mentioned the commotion. So they've begun to fight. Saitama, with a mouth full of bread, responded nonchalantly, hoping they wouldn't damage the supermarket. His greater concern lay with the newly released limited edition soy sauce, rumored to be exceptionally delectable. On Namek, under Nera's guidance, the Z fighters swiftly soared towards the Grand Elder's residence, each heart weighed down with gravity. Vegeta's ambush and the emergence of Frisia's army had made them acutely aware of the urgency of time and the might of their foes. Meanwhile, having successfully seized a Dragon Ball, Vegeta concealed himself within a remote cave, stroking the smooth, orange orb, his eyes glimmering with avarice and ambition. 1 down, 6 to go, he murmured. Kakarot and the others will surely seek out the Grand Elder. Perfect. Once they unlock their potential and grow stronger, they can engage that scoundrel Frisia and leave each other in ruins. A more sinister scheme began to take shape within his mind. He intended not only to exploit the Z fighters, but also to manipulate Frisia. The pride of the Saiyan Prince had been shattered by Saitama on Earth, yet now, for the sake of power and survival, he was willing to resort to any means necessary. The cosmic undercurrents became increasingly enigmatic with the presence of this venomous serpent, Vegeta. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Saitama had just procured his coveted limited edition soy sauce and was contemplating whether to indulge in hot pot or barbecue for dinner. The tranquility and turmoil between the two planets formed a striking contrast. Chapter 13. The Gift of Potential and the Dance of Jinyu. Led by Neru, the Z fighters traversed the extraordinary and magnificent landscapes of Namek, ultimately arriving at the Grand Elder's abode, a majestic temple nestled against the mountains, exuding an aura of ancient serenity. The Grand Elder, the wise core of Namek, was an enormous figure, his visage benevolent. He sat upon a colossal stone seat, as if fused with the very mountains themselves. His gaze was profound, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the human soul. Welcome, warriors from Earth and lost children. The voice of the Elder resonated directly within the minds of all present, his gaze resting momentarily upon Piccolo, imbued with a complex emotion. Nail stepped forward, respectfully reporting the invasion by Frisia's army, the plundering by Vegeta, and the assistance of the Z-warriors. The Elder nodded slowly. The malevolence of the cosmos draws near to our sanctuary, and you are the seeds of hope. I sense the dormant power within you. Far from its zenith, he turned his attention to Goku. Especially you, child. The blood of a warrior race courses through your veins, yet your heart remains pure. Now, allow me to assist you in awakening that slumbering potential. The Elder extended his colossal palm. Who shall come forth first? Goku approached eagerly, brimming with curiosity. As the Elder's gnarled hand gently touched his crown, a warm and expansive energy surged into Goku's being. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, exulting. His already formidable aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. Oh! Goku could not restrain a triumphant howl as golden flames soared skyward. His hair transforming into a radiant gold, his pupils shifting to a vibrant green. The Super Saiyan form emerged prematurely at this moment, ignited by the full awakening of his potential. Though merely in its nascent stage, the overwhelming power caused the entire sanctuary to tremble. Nail's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never encountered such a potent and oppressive aura. Next, Krillin and Gohan sequentially received the Elder's potential awakening. Their auras also experienced a quantum leap, with Krillin's combat prowess steadily ascending, while Gohan's mixed potential, inherited from his father's Saiyan lineage and his earthly heritage, was profoundly tapped into, revealing a formidable energy for one so young. When it was Piccolo's turn, the Elder's hand lingered longer, infusing him with an energy that was both familiar yet purer and more profound. Piccolo closed his eyes tightly, his body quivering slightly. He felt his connection to Namek intensifying, with his mental, physical, and ki powers rapidly escalating. He even sensed that his link to the deities of Earth had taken on a new dimension. Once the potential awakening concluded, the strength of the Z-warriors had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Thank you, Elder. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Go forth, children. Collect the Dragon Balls and safeguard hope. The Elder's voice, laced with exhaustion yet filled with earnest charge, resonated in the air. Just as the Z-warriors felt emboldened and prepared to continue their quest for the Dragon Balls, Nail and Goku's expressions shifted dramatically as they simultaneously gazed skyward. They have arrived. Several formidable auras. The speed is astonishing. Goku sensed the overwhelming and mocking presence of those auras, his golden brows furrowing tightly. It is the Jinyu Force. Nail's voice bore an unprecedented gravity, the elite squadron of Frisia, each possessing terrifying might. In the outer orbit of Namek, a uniquely shaped spacecraft docked with Frisia's flagship. 5 distinct figures, exuding an air of arrogance, entered the command room and bowed before Frisia. Lord Frisia, the Jinyu Force reports for duty. Captain Jinyu struck an exaggerated pose, reminiscent of a theatrical debut. Behind him, Riku, Berta, Jeez, and Guldo each assumed their own peculiar stances. Ah, your timing is impeccable, Frisia remarked gracefully. It seems there are some rather intriguing insects on Namek, and that traitor Vegeta is present as well. Retrieve the Dragon Balls for me, and tidy up the area while you're at it. Leave it to your most loyal and flamboyant Jinyu Force. Lord Frisia, Jinyu exclaimed, striking another iconic pose, a twisted smile of confidence adorning his face. We shall deliver an extraordinary performance for you. Let's depart. 5 small pods detached from the main ship, darting toward the surface of Namek like shooting stars. On Earth, in West City, Saitama refrained from shopping today, as the limited edition soy sauce he purchased required specific ingredients, and he was engrossed in crafting a new recipe. In Bulma's laboratory, the deep space monitoring device once again sounded its alarm, the fluctuations more intense and complex than any prior occurrence. Dr. Brief observed the 5 high-energy signals representing the Jinyu Force on the screen. alongside the noticeably enhanced energy signatures of the Z fighters, particularly Goku's, which had become distinctly different. He scratched his disheveled hair in contemplation. Oh dear. Goku's energy response has become rather peculiar, and there are 5 formidable-looking individuals descending. This was trouble indeed. After a moment's thought, he decided against disturbing Saitama, who was currently lost in thought over a fish in the kitchen. Never mind. I'll deal with it when Bulma returns. On Namek, the Ginyu Force landed in a spacious area. Ginyu observed the powerful energy responses displayed on the detector, particularly the abnormal readings of Goku's golden aura. And a twisted smile of excitement spread across his face. Oh ha ho ho ho. It seems we have worthy opponents to face. Team, let us present ourselves in the most magnificent manner. Prepare, Ginyu Force, for our entrance poses. The 5 individuals once again struck a series of embarrassingly ostentatious poses, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Meanwhile, the Z fighters, who had sensed their arrival, felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The intensity of their energy was overwhelming. Krillin's face drained of color, particularly feeling suffocated by the energy emanating from the short one, Guldo, and the muscular one, Riku. The one with the long tail, Berta, seemed exceedingly swift. Goku, attuned to the flow of energy, assessed the situation. And then there was the leader, Ginyu, whose energy was the most peculiar, filled with fluctuations. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Gohan clutched his father's clothing tightly, torn between fear and resolve. Nail clenched his fists. They must prevent them from approaching the Grand Elder's sanctuary. The golden aura blazed fiercely around Sun Wukong, who clenched his fists. His gaze devoid of fear, filled instead with excitement and determination in the face of formidable foes. There is no turning back. We must advance. Let them witness the power we have just acquired. The hidden dragon has emerged from the depths, and the fierce tiger descends from the mountain. The newly awakened Super Saiyan and the infamous Ginyu Force are poised to engage in a decisive battle on the verdant plains of Namek, one that will determine the fate of the Dragon Balls and the very destiny of the planet. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Saitama has finally resolved to prepare braised fish for dinner, diligently beginning to scale the fish. Chapter 14. The Dance of the Elite Force and the Jest of the Body. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force, adorned with mocking smiles, dispersed, each fixing their sights on their targets. Their overwhelming energy loomed like 5 colossal mountains, pressing down upon the Z fighters. That golden-haired lad is mine. Ginyu immediately set his sights on the uniquely potent aura of Sun Wukong, his face lighting up with the thrill of discovering a novel toy. That little squirt, Krillin, and the child, Gohan, are my responsibility. Guldo, his fists clenched with cracking knuckles, prepared for battle. I've heard that some of you are particularly quick. Before the fastest in the universe, Lord Berta. That is but a jest. The blue-skinned Berta assumed a running posture. Geez, let us eliminate that Namekian and that green fellow, Piccolo. The white-skinned Geez spoke to his companion. Time to stop. The stout and short Guldo uttered indistinct sounds, his enormous eyes locking onto the battlefield. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Sun Wukong surged forward towards Ginyu, his golden aura trailing a dazzling path. Ginyu, unfazed, struck a bizarre pose to receive the challenge, and the two collided instantaneously, their fists and feet meeting in an explosion of terrifying energy. Krillin and Gohan faced off against Guldo, although their powers had significantly increased. Guldo's sheer strength and formidable defense thrust them into a grueling struggle, forcing them to rely on agility and teamwork to hold their ground. Berta confronted Neru, his speed indeed astonishing, akin to a blue specter, as Neru's attacks repeatedly missed, leaving him to withstand the blows with his formidable energy and combat experience. Geez and Piccolo engaged in a fierce exchange, energy blasts scattering in all directions. Piccolo remained calm, analyzing his opponent's moves in search of weaknesses. Yet the most perilous of all was the seemingly inconspicuous Guldo. He inhaled sharply, his cheeks puffing out. Time stop. A strange wave instantly enveloped the area he occupied. In the midst of his confrontation with Geez, Piccolo, along with Gohan, who was attempting to assist Krillin, found their movements abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. What? Both Neru, observing from a distance, and Sun Wukong, locked in battle with Ginyu, were taken aback. It's working. Geez laughed heartily, gathering energy to deliver a fatal blow to the immobilized Piccolo. In that critical moment, instant transmission, Gohan, on the edge of the time-stopped realm, harnessed a sudden surge of potential to barely unleash an attack, disrupting G's concentration. Simultaneously, Piccolo's mental focus reached unprecedented heights, seemingly breaking through a constraint within the realm of frozen time. Move, body. Deep within, he roared, his fingers quivering slightly. It was this very tremor that allowed him to narrowly evade a fatal blow. Jinyu's energy blast grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Oh, can he truly resist Guldo's time stop, even if just a little? Amidst his fierce confrontation with Son Goku, Jinyu found a moment to observe the battlefield, a more intrigued expression spreading across his face. Indeed, you are rather entertaining. However, he also perceived that Son Goku's strength was beyond imagination. That golden aura and ferocious power subtly suppressed him. No, this cannot continue. A glint of cunning and ruthlessness flashed in Jinyu's eyes. It seemed he must resort to his ultimate trump card. Abruptly, he feigned a move, increasing the distance between himself and Son Goku, raising his hands high as an ominous pink energy sphere began to coalesce. Here comes my move. Death Ball. Jinyu bellowed, feigning to hurl it towards Son Goku. Son Goku stood ready, prepared to counter with the Kamehameha, yet, at the very moment the energy sphere was about to be released, a sinister smile of triumph crept across Jinyu's face. He abruptly redirected the energy sphere, not towards Son Goku, but rather towards Krillin and Gohan, who were engaged in a fierce battle nearby. Their backs turned to him. What? Despicable. Son Goku's eyes widened in horror, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, and Nail also exclaimed in shock. In that moment of despair, a figure appeared before Krillin and Gohan with a speed that transcended all reactions. It was Son Goku. Utilizing instant transmission, he forcefully shielded them with his own back against the impending death ball. Boom! A violente explosion engulfed Son Goku. Mr. Goku, Dad! Krillin and Gohan cried out in anguish. As the smoke cleared, Son Goku knelt on the ground, his back charred, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though gravely wounded, he still stood tall, protecting his comrades. Jinyu let out a triumphant laugh, succeeding in his scheme. Your body is now mine. Jinyu performed a peculiar gesture with his hands and shouted. Body exchange, change. A strange pink beam shot forth from his hands, striking Son Goku, who had momentarily let his guard down while protecting his friends. Son Goku let out a pained howl, feeling as if his very soul were being forcibly wrenched from him. A flash of light enveloped the scene. Son Goku shook his head, glancing at his golden hair and robust physique, a twisted and satisfied smile akin to Jinyu's spreading across his face. Oh ho ho ho. Perfect. This powerful young body is now mine. Meanwhile, Jinyu stared at his purple hands and unfamiliar body, his face filled with terror and confusion. What's happening? My body. The true Son Goku's soul had entered Captain Jinyu's body. See Captain, Jys, Berta, and the others were left astounded. The tides of battle suddenly reversed. Quickly, eliminate that worthless body. The entity known as Jinyu, now occupying the body of Son Wukong, hereafter referred to as Jinyu Wukong, pointed an accusatory finger at the true Son Wukong, who was trapped within Jinyu's body, and commanded fiercely. J's and Berta immediately sprang into action, launching themselves aggressively at the still-adjusting Son Wukong in Jinyu's physique. You scoundrel! Return my father's body! Exclaimed Gohan, unleashing a remarkable surge of energy as he dashed forward recklessly. Krillin, Piccolo, and Nail quickly joined the fray, exerting every effort to protect the soul of Son Wukong housed within Jinyu's form. The battlefield erupted into utter chaos, with one faction striving to obliterate evidence, the Jinyu body, while the other sought to defend their comrade's spirit and reclaim the corporeal vessel. Jinyu Wukong surveyed the tumultuous scene, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, and erupted into a triumphant laugh. Oh ho ho ho! With this body, along with the Dragon Balls, I, Lord Jinyu, shall be invincible in the universe. Yet, he remained oblivious to the cold gaze of Vegeta, lurking behind a distant cliff, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. Body swapping? Such a ludicrous ability. Nonetheless, this makes things all the more entertaining. A fool in Kakarot's body is far easier to handle than the original Kakarot. His eyes fell upon the pouch at Jinyu Wukong's waist, containing the Dragon Balls. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. The chaos of Namek had only just begun. Chapter 15. The Dilemma of Bodies and the Prince's Fangs. The battlefield was instantaneously reversed due to Jinyu's cunning ploy. Eliminate that purple fiend. Jinyu Wukong shrieked, pointing at the genuine Sun Wukong, currently ensnared within Jinyu's form. His face alight with a sense of absolute control. Jeez and Berta responded immediately, unleashing a barrage of fierce energy blasts that rained down upon the still struggling Sun Wukong in Jinyu's body. This new form lacked the agility and might of his original physique, and his energy felt sluggish and difficult to manage. "Protect Wukong!" Krillin yelled, his eyes wide with desperation as he surged forward, utilizing the afterimage technique to disrupt G's and Berta's assault trajectory. "Father!" Gohan summoned an extraordinary bravery and strength beyond his years, positioning his small frame in front of his father's spirit, thrusting his hands forward to unleash a beam of energy that was several times more powerful than before, forcing Berta to retreat several steps. Piccolo and Nail swiftly made their decisions. Piccolo unleashed a barrage of small energy blasts, resembling a machine gun, to confine G's movements, while Nail, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, engaged closely with the formidable Jinyu. "You bothersome insects!" Jinyu Wukong observed his subordinates being thwarted and huffed in annoyance. He felt the vast ocean of power within him, attempting to harness it. The golden aura ignited once more, though it was far less refined and ferocious than when Sun Wukong wielded it himself. Jinyu, after all, was unfamiliar with the operational nuances of a Saiyant's body and energy, possessing a treasure trove of power, yet unable to fully wield it. This power may still feel a bit unwieldy, but it is sufficient. Jinyu Wukong adapted momentarily, then grinned wickedly as he raised a hand, launching an energy wave towards Krillin, who was valiantly protecting Sun Wukong. "Uncle Krillin, be careful." In a moment of urgency, Sun Wufan forcefully pushed Klin away, only to be thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion. "Wufan!" Both Klin and Sun Wukong, in the body of Jinyu, exclaimed in unison. Witnessing his son's injury and his companions embroiled in a fierce battle ignited a fierce anger within him. He compelled himself to regain composure and concentrate. Although this body was frail, it possessed its own utility. Recalling the fundamental principles of Ki imparted by King Kai, he endeavored to harness the characteristics of the Jinyu body. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, and a peculiar, pink energy began to coalesce, manifesting one of Jinyu's signature techniques. "What? You can use my technique?" Jinyu Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Take this," he bellowed, forcefully directing the energy towards the unsuspecting Rico, who was grappling with Neru. Caught off guard, Rico was struck by the familiar energy, causing him to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Neru landed a heavy punch on Rico's chin, knocking him to the ground. "Well done, Wukong!" Klin cheered, invigorated by the turn of events. Jinyu Wukong's expression darkened. "It seems I can no longer afford to play with you." He abandoned any attempts at meticulous control and instead began to violently concentrate the vast energy within him, preparing for a devastating, indiscriminate assault. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a swift figure, akin to a specter, darted into the battlefield from the side, targeting the pouch containing the Dragon Balls at Jinyu Wukong's waist. It was Vegeta. He had awaited this moment when all attention was diverted, and Jinyu Wukong's emotions were at their peak. This body and the Dragon Balls are mine." Vegeta sneered coldly, swiftly yanking the pouch away. "What?" Jinyu Wukong gasped in shock and fury, the ki he had been gathering dissipating in an instant. "Vegeta, return the Dragon Balls!" Klin and the others shouted in a mix of urgency and anger. After seizing the pouch, Vegeta did not linger. He retreated swiftly while clutching the pouch tightly. Casting a glance at the chaotic battlefield and the seemingly weak Jinyu and Sun Wukong's body, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Kakarot, how pathetic you are. Unable to even protect your own body," he taunted, before surveying the Z fighters and the remnants of the Jinyu force, adding, "You can continue your fight here. The Dragon Balls and immortality are mine." Without further hesitation, he unleashed his full speed, disappearing into the distance, intent on finding a secure location to summon the Eternal Dragon. "Don't let him escape." Both Jinyu Wukong and the Z fighters thought simultaneously as they prepared to pursue. However, G's, Berta, and the recovering Rico fiercely obstructed their path. For them, protecting the soul of their captain within Sun Wukong's body became the paramount duty. They could not allow Vegeta to take the Dragon Balls, nor permit the Z fighters to harm their captain's body. The situation once again devolved into a stalemate. One side sought to reclaim the Dragon Balls and the body, while the other was dedicated to protecting their leader, reigniting the chaotic struggle. As Sun Wukong, in Jinyu's body, gazed in the direction where Vegeta had vanished. He observed his struggling companions and the Ginyu Force member who was recklessly depleting his physical prowess. He forced himself to regain composure. He needed to devise a way to reclaim his body. While fending off Gai's relentless attacks, his mind raced with thoughts. The voice of the King Kai echoed in his mind. When confronted with insurmountable challenges, one might consider adopting the opponent's perspective. The opponent's perspective? Jinyu's perspective? A spark of inspiration ignited within Sun Wukong in Jinyu's body as he glanced at Ginyu Wukong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Piccolo and Nail. A bold and audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. He intensified his assault on Gai's while simultaneously utilizing Jinyu's distinctive vocalization to shout towards Ginyu Wukong. Ginyu, do you really think you have triumphed? Look at your team. Without your command, they are but a disarrayed multitude. And do you truly believe that Lord Frisia would tolerate a subordinate of such immense power who is not under control? These words struck Ginyu Wukong's heart like a venomous dart. He had indeed not fully acclimated to his new body, and he was acutely aware of Frisia's terrifying nature. At that very moment, as Ginyu Wukong's resolve wavered, Sun Wukong, in Jinyu's body, concentrated all his energy into his fingertips, unleashing a finely honed pink beam that emulated Jinyu's body swap technique, aimed directly at Ginyu Wukong. What? Ginyu Wukong gasped in shock. He had not anticipated that his opponent could so swiftly mimic his signature move. Instinctively, he attempted to counter with a body swap of his own. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, while he gathered energy for another exchange, Piccolo, who had been observing calmly, seized the opportunity. Special beam cannon. Simultaneously, Piccolo and his doppelganger unleashed two spiraling energy beams with unprecedented speed and power, accurately predicting Ginyu Wukong's evasive maneuvers, and pierced through his legs in an instant. Ginyu Wukong let out a piercing scream as his legs were rendered useless, the excruciating pain causing him to lose control of his body, causing his gathered energy to dissipate abruptly. The pink beam emitted by Sun Wukong in Jinyu's body was also disrupted and went awry due to Ginyu Wukong's chaotic energy, missing its intended target and instead striking a massive rock nearby. In a flash of light, the rock and an unfortunate alien plant adjacent to it exchanged bodies, creating a comical spectacle. Though the body swap had failed, Piccolo's devastating strike had successfully crippled the enemy, breaking the deadlock. Now, Nail shouted, joining forces with Krillin and Gohan to launch a full-scale assault on the incapacitated Ginyu Wukong. Guys and Berta attempted to intervene, but were firmly thwarted by Piccolo's doppelganger and the re-emerging Sun Wukong in Jinyu's body. The scales of victory seemed to begin tilting in favor of the Z-Fighters. However, none could forget that the Dragon Balls had been taken by Vegeta, while the cosmic tyrant Frisia loomed like the sword of Damocles above the skies of Namek. The true crisis was far from over. Chapter 16. The Transfer of the Dragon Balls and the Shadow of the Emperor. Ginyu Goku lay incapacitated on the ground, his legs rendered useless by Piccolo's special beam cannon, the excruciating pain leaving him devoid of combat capability. Jeez and Berta, witnessing their captain's severe injury and the loss of the Dragon Balls to Vegeta, were thrown into disarray. Captain, Jeez exclaimed, attempting to rush to his aid. Stay back. Ginyu Goku roared through gritted teeth. Retreat. Find Lord Frisia. He understood that without the advantage of his body and his leadership, his remaining team members stood no chance against the significantly stronger Earth Warriors and Namekians. Jeez and Berta exchanged fearful and resentful glances but dared not defy their captain's final command. With a bitter glare toward the Z-Fighters, they hastily grabbed the unconscious Riku and the gasping Guldo, ascending clumsily into the sky, rapidly disappearing from sight. The Z-Fighters did not pursue. Their own conditions were less than optimal, each one bearing wounds and disordered energy. More importantly, they faced an immense dilemma, Goku's body and the wretched soul of Ginyu within it. We must retrieve Goku's body, Krillin stated fiercely, standing before the incapacitated Ginyu Goku. Ha ha ha. Ginyu Goku grimaced in pain, but managed a twisted smile. Kill me? If you do, this perfect body will perish alongside me. The group fell silent, recognizing the complexity of the situation. They could not harm Goku's body. At that moment, Goku, Jinyu's body, approached, his brow furrowed at the sight of his body being so mistreated. He attempted to gather that pink energy once more, but the ruse he had played on Ginyu had exhausted this body's strength, rendering him incapable of executing a body swap. King Kai, do you have any solution? Goku, Jinyu's body, called out internally. Far away on North Kai's planet, the king was observing the scene with growing anxiety, perspiration beading on his forehead. Oh dear, this is troublesome. I have no idea how to reverse such an obscure ability. Unless there is another swap or a wish-granting power akin to the dragon. Dragon? The eyes of the group brightened. The Dragon Balls of Namek. Indeed, the Dragon Balls. We can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore Goku. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. But the Dragon Balls have been taken by Vegeta. Gohan's face fell. Meanwhile, in a desolate rocky area of Namek, Vegeta landed and eagerly retrieved the 6 Dragon Balls, along with the one he had snatched earlier, arranging them in order of size upon the ground. The 7 large, orange orbs shimmered with a mysterious luster under the sun. Come fort, dragon. Grant my wish. Vegeta bellowed in the Namekian tongue, a skill gleaned from the vast archives of a spacecraft. In an instant, the sky darkened, ominous clouds churned, and a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted. A dragon, grander than Earth's Shenron, its entire form of vibrant emerald, manifested amidst the clouds. Purunga, the Namekian dragon, exuding an aura of majesty and ferocity. With crimson eyes and devoid of legs, it resembled a magnificent eastern dragon. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can grant you 3, but they must lie within the bounds of my power. Purunga's deep, resonant voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Vegeta's heart surged with elation. His face contorted into an almost maniacal grin. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to articulate his long-considered desire. My first wish is, however, at the very moment he was about to voice his intention, an indescribable, chilling aura swept across Namek like an invisible tsunami, instilling a profound terror. This presence was overwhelmingly potent and malevolent, as if it sought to freeze the very essence of the planet. Even Purunga in the sky momentarily faltered. Vegeta's smile abruptly vanished, morphing into sheer horror and pallor. He felt as though his blood was congealing. Frieza! He had come in person. This aura was all too familiar. Belonging to the cosmic tyrant, he both loathed and feared immensely. Among the Z fighters, everyone sensed this despairing presence. Their spirits, which had just begun to lift after triumphing over the Ginyu Force, plunged into the depths of despair. He has come. He finally arrived. Nizu's voice resonated with profound helplessness. The sheer terror rendered Krillin and Gohan trembling, overwhelmed by an absolute sense of existential dread. Piccolo and Goku, in Jinyu's body, wore expressions of utmost gravity. This aura eclipsed any adversary they had previously encountered. Humph, humph, humph. Jinyu Goku sprawled on the ground, let out a mocking chuckle. King Frieza has arrived, and you, along with that traitor Vegeta, are all doomed. On Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, a sharp, piercing alarm blared unexpectedly, threatening to upheave the very roof of the laboratory. Dr. Brief, leisurely sipping tea, nearly leapt from his chair in shock, scrambling towards the deep space monitoring device. The screen displayed an unprecedented, bottomless energy source, akin to a black hole, within the energy readings designated for Namek. The values soared beyond the instrument's calibration, incessantly flashing an overflow warning. What in the world is this? Dr. Brief's glasses askew. His voice quivered. This reading was infinitely more terrifying than all previous energy reactions combined. Could this be the Frieza that Bulma had mentioned? Realizing the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations, he could no longer keep this secret. He dashed from the laboratory towards Saitama's quarters. Saitama, we have a crisis. Goku and the others may be in grave danger. In the room, Saitama had just completed a set of push-ups, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, when Dr. Brief rushed in, flustered. He blinked and asked, Doctor, what is the matter? Are the chips at the supermarket half price again? It's not the chips. It's Goku. It's Namek. Dr. Brief panted, pointing to the sky where a terrifying energy signature was manifesting. They surely won't stand a chance against it. They might even die. Oh, Saitama replied absent-mindedly, continuing to wipe his sweat. But they can be revived with the Dragon Balls, can't they? Isn't that what they're looking for? Dr. Brief was momentarily speechless, finding a sliver of logic in Saitama's words. Yet he quickly retorted, but what if the Dragon Balls are used by the villains first? Or what if there are limitations on the revival? Saitama set down the towel, contemplating for a moment. Gazing at the doctor's genuinely anxious face, he inquired, is there still time for me to get there? Intergalactic travel seems to take quite a while. Dr. Brief paused, then despondently lowered his head. It seems we're out of time. Based on the distance and signal delay, that monster Frieza should have already arrived at Namek. I see, Saitama nodded, picking up a nearby dumbbell to commence his routine arm exercises. They would just have to rely on them. After all, Kakarot and the others appeared quite formidable. Doctor. Brief watched Saitama slip back into his daily training regimen, opening his mouth only to let out a resigned sigh. He understood that unless a real crisis descended upon Earth or some compelling reason, such as an offer of a year's worth of premium Wagyu, arose, it would be difficult to motivate this hero, who acted out of mere interest, to intervene in the distant cosmic conflict. He returned to the laboratory, his heart heavy, staring at the screen displaying Frisia's energy signature, an abyss of dread, silently praying for Goku and Bulma's safety. On Namek, with Frisia's arrival, true despair was only just beginning. Would Vegeta's wish be fulfilled? How would the Z fighters confront this seemingly insurmountable terror? Chapter 17. The embodiment of despair and the resolve of fusion. Frisia's aura, like a tangible glacier, instantly froze all vitality on Namek. In the sky, the figure of Purunga appeared somewhat unstable under this overwhelming pressure. Vegeta stood frozen in place, his wish caught in his throat, paralyzed by an immense fear that rendered him unable to move a single finger. He was all too aware of Frisia's terrifying nature, an indelible shadow etched in his heart for countless years, one he could never hope to resist. "Oh, is that our beloved Prince Vegeta?" A gentle yet bone-chilling voice echoed nearby. Vegeta struggled to turn his eyes, only to see Frisia elegantly hovering not far from him, his iconic hover pod silent as ever. A seemingly amiable, yet truly spine-chilling smile adorned his face. "How dare you sneakily collect the Dragon Balls behind my back? Such a naughty child," Frisia said, delicately raising a finger. "No, Lord Frisia, please let me explain." Vegeta's soul seemed to leave his body as he hastily attempted to plead his case. However, Frisia evidently exhibited no interest in listening. A flicker of light danced at his fingertips. Bang! Vegeta was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his chest caving in an instant, blood gushing forth like a ruptured sack as he was violently propelled backwards, crashing into a distant rock wall, his fate uncertain. The Dragon Balls he clutched fell, scattered to the ground. Frisia didn't spare Vegeta a glance. Instead, his gaze swept over the 7 Dragon Balls, revealing a satisfied expression. Then, as if noticing the colossal emerald dragon in the sky for the first time, he mused, "Is this the entity summoned by the Dragon Balls of Namek? It certainly appears more impressive than the Earth Dragon Balls depicted in the records." Frisia regarded Purunga with keen interest. "So, tell me, can you grant my wish?" Purunga's crimson eyes locked onto Frisia, and a grand voice resonated. "Speak your wish." Meanwhile, at the location of the Z warriors, Frisia's aura loomed like a towering mountain, nearly suffocating them. Nail knelt half-heartedly, despair etched across his face. Krillin and Gohan huddled closely together, trembling uncontrollably. Though Piccolo and Goku, in Jinyu's body, managed to stand. Their foreheads glistened with cold sweat, their muscles taut to the breaking point. He is simply too powerful, not even in the same dimension. Krillin's voice quivered with a hint of tears. This is the Cosmic Emperor. Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling as though the strength he had painstakingly cultivated rendered him as insignificant as dust in the presence of this overwhelming aura. The incapacitated Jinyu Goku let out a feeble laugh. "Huh, do you see now? This is the power of Lord Frisia. It's all over for you." Just then, Purunga in the sky began to blur, his massive form twisting, until with a violent flicker and a deep dragon's roar, he completely vanished into thin air. The 7 Dragon Balls lost their luster, turning to stone and scattering across Namek. "What has happened? Why did the dragon disappear?" Krillin exclaimed in shock. Nail, with a grim expression, explained, "It was Frisia. He has just killed the Grand Elder. The Dragon Balls were created by him, and upon his death, both the Dragon Balls and the dragon become temporarily inactive." The last glimmer of hope seemed to vanish with the dragon's disappearance. The Grand Elder's demise struck Piccolo with an indescribable sorrow and anger, as he felt a profound connection sever within him. That was his unknown kin, the core of wisdom for Namek, effortlessly erased from existence. Damn it! Goku, in Jinyu's body, clenched his fists in fury. But being trapped in Jinyu's frail body rendered him powerless, a sensation that nearly drove him to madness. Frisia appeared unfazed by the sudden ineffectiveness of the Dragon Balls, his elegant voice resonating throughout the area. "Oh dear, it seems the wish-making game must be temporarily set aside. But never mind, let's first eliminate some bothersome little insects." His aura, akin to a precise radar, instantaneously locked onto the positions of the Z warriors and Nail. "Found you." In the next moment, Frisia's figure materialized before the Z warriors, like a specter, in the air not far from them. His face bore that chilling smile, and his gaze swept across the crowd, pausing momentarily on Piccolo and Goku in Jinyu's body. Oh, a Namekian, and Jinyu? How did you become so wretched, mingling with these insects? Frisia had evidently taken note of Jinyu Goku's disheveled state and the protective stance of the Z warriors around Jinyu's body. Seizing a glimmer of hope, Jinyu Goku desperately called out with his last ounce of strength, "Lord Frisia, save me. My soul is trapped in that Saiyan's body." "It's these fools' silence. You worthless creature," Frisia interrupted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. "You cannot even protect your own body, and you've lost the Dragon Balls. You have become utterly valueless." Jinyu Goku's expression froze, eyes filled with disbelief and utter despair. Ignoring him, Frisia's gaze returned to Piccolo and the Z warriors. "So, how do you wish to die? Shall I personally crush you, or will you choose to end it yourselves?" A terrifying aura of murder surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating Krillin and Gohan. Nail struggled to rise, positioning himself before the others, prepared to fight to the death. Piccolo fixed his gaze on Frisia, his mind racing. The gap in power was insurmountable, rendering any conventional combat methods futile. He felt the surge of strength within him, awakened by the Elder's potential. And a desperate and reckless thought ignited in his heart. He recalled the Guardian on Earth, the counterpart that embodied goodness and divinity, with whom he was once unified. Is it the only way? Piccolo murmured inwardly. After centuries of separation, he had never imagined seeking reunification. Yet in this moment, to gain the power necessary to contend, or at least to stall, to protect Gohan, and to avenge the Elder and the Namekian people, he found himself with no alternative. He glanced at the anxious Gohan, whose pale face reflected the gravity of their situation, then at his desperate comrades, and ultimately resolved himself. Taking a deep breath, he reached out through mental connection to the Guardian far away on Earth, sending a message that spanned the cosmos. "Listen, old man, there is no time to explain. Come to Namek immediately. If we wish to survive and protect Earth, we must fuse." On Earth, in the temple, the Guardian abruptly opened his eyes. Shock etched across his aged face. Piccolo's message, filled with urgency and determination, thundered in his mind. "Piccolo and the Guardian," he muttered, his staff trembling slightly in his grasp. He understood the implications. Once fused, they would cease to exist, giving birth to a new and unknown Namekian entity. Yet, the overwhelming despair emanating from Piccolo, coupled with Frisia's terrifying presence, made it clear to him that this may be their only path to survival. "Mr. Popo," the deity cast a solemn, yet resolute glance at his loyal servant, preparing himself for the journey to Namek. On Namek, Frisia seemed to sense the subtle movements of Piccolo as he covertly sent messages, yet he remained unfazed, finding the situation rather amusing. "Are you calling for reinforcements? How naive. However, I can grant you a moment to prepare, making the game even more intriguing." Frisia leisurely crossed his arms, as if relishing the struggles of his prey before the inevitable demise. The atmosphere of despair threatened to engulf the Z warriors. Yet Piccolo's determination shone forth as the sole flicker of unwavering light amidst the encroaching darkness. Fusion, for survival, for battle. Would the newly born warrior be able to reverse this seemingly hopeless predicament? Chapter 18. The Emergence of the Super Namekian and 50% Despair. Frisia's leisurely demeanor afforded the Z warriors a brief respite, though it was laced with a stifling tension. Each passing second felt like dancing on the edge of blade, uncertain of when the butcher's knife might descend. Nail struggled to stand beside Piccolo, speaking in a low tone. "I can sense that you are preparing for something significant." "What must I do?" "Delay time," Piccolo succinctly replied, his mind intensely focused, channeling all his energy into maintaining the mental link that spanned the cosmic seas. Guiding the deity's arrival, his aura began to waver, resonating faintly with a distant presence. Krillin and Gohan shielded Piccolo, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. Yet their gazes remained resolute. Goku, in Jinyu's body, attempted to harness the remnants of this form's energy, readying himself to disrupt Frisia at a crucial moment. Suspended in the air, Frisia watched the anxious crowd below with keen interest, as if reveling in the struggles of a caged beast. He even took a moment to adjust the metallic armor on his wrist. "It seems your reinforcements require some time to arrive." "How thrilling," he remarked with a smile devoid of warmth. Time passed inexorably. Suddenly, Piccolo abruptly raised his head, gazing skyward. A faint yet pure light was piercing through Namek's atmosphere at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards their location. It was the deity of Earth. With the aid of Mr. Popo's power and guided by Piccolo, he had forcefully transcended interstellar boundaries to descend upon Namek. As the light faded, the aged deity leaned on his staff, appearing before the gathered warriors. His gaze immediately met Piccolo's. After centuries of separation, a complex array of emotions flickered in their eyes. Yet at this moment, only resoluteness remained. "You have finally arrived, old man," Piccolo intoned gravely. "For survival, for a more significant mission," the deity replied calmly, casting a glance at Frisia, who radiated an aura of unspeakable malevolence. A glimmer of horror, briefly crossing his features before solidifying into determination. Without further ado, the two Namekians, who were once one, extended their hands toward each other. "Let us commence." A dazzling white light erupted from the point of contact between the two individuals, resembling a miniature sun that instantaneously illuminated the area shrouded in despair. A formidable energy storm radiated outward from their core, forcing Krillin and Gohan to squint against its brilliance. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, for the first time displaying a hint of seriousness. "Oh, this energy response is quite intriguing." Amidst the radiance, the figures of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai gradually became indistinct, merging into one. Their bodies, memories, powers, and knowledge were undergoing an unprecedented integration and elevation. A new and magnificent aura, far surpassing the combined essence of Piccolo and Nail, began to awaken like a slumbering dragon. Nail felt this shared, yet significantly more powerful presence. His eyes filled with astonishment and hope. As the light gradually receded, a completely new figure emerged before everyone. He retained his green skin, yet the characteristics of a Namekian were more pronounced. His physique was taller and more robust than the original Piccolo, with muscular lines brimming with explosive strength. Gone were the antennae atop his head, replaced by a white headband resembling a crown, an homage to the Supreme Kai's attire, while he donned a white martial arts uniform, complemented by a red cloak. His gaze was sharp and profound, embodying both Piccolo's cold resolve and combat spirit, as well as the Supreme Kai's wisdom and composure. He was the perfect fusion, a Super Namekian born from Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. "I have returned." The newly transformed Piccolo, provisionally dubbed Super Piccolo, clenched his fist, feeling an unending torrent of power within him, his voice resonating with an unprecedented confidence. His energy surged to an astounding level, reaching millions, far exceeding that of Goku in Jinya's body, and Nail before him. "We did it!" Krillin exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Uncle Piccolo has become incredibly strong." Gohan, too, sensed the reassuringly powerful aura. Super Piccolo lifted his head, his gaze piercing like twin swords directed at Frisia, hovering in the sky. "Frisia, your games must come to an end." Frisia, observing the transformed Super Piccolo, displayed not fear, but rather an even more excited and cruel smile. "Indeed, this is quite impressive. Now, this is what I expected. I never anticipated that Namekians possessed such potential. It seems I can afford to be a tad more serious in our little game." He gracefully descended from his hover, landing upon the ground, elegantly stretching his neck and wrists. "Now, let me see how long you can endure the strength of this fusion under my command." Frisia extended his index finger, giving it a slight shake, declaring, "I shall restrain my power to 50%. No sooner had he spoken than a far more terrifying and corporeal malevolent aura erupted from Frisia, fracturing the earth around him as if it were mere parchment. The clouds in the sky were violently stirred, dispersed by the ferocious currents of energy. This mere display of aura triggered a local transformation of the landscape itself. The flickering hope that the Z fighters had just ignited was brutally crushed by this force, akin to the depths of the cosmos. 50%. Klin's voice, sharp and distorted, resonated with an unfathomable sense of dread and absurdity. The despairing aura they had just encountered was, astonishingly, not even half of Frisia's true power. Super Bix's expression was graver than ever. He felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet he did not waver. With a fierce roar, he erupted in a brilliant white aura and charged at Frisia. The double magic convergence energy cannon unleashed two spiraling beams of energy, resembling intertwined dragons, hurtling toward Frisia. Frisia, however, casually raised his hand, palm facing forward. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed their figures. Amidst the smoke and dust, Frisia stood unscathed, not even having shifted from his original position. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and smiled, remarking, "The power is commendable, but still falls short." Super Big's pupils constricted. One of his most formidable techniques had been so effortlessly countered by the opponent. His speed was too sluggish, his strength too feeble. Frisia's voice echoed like a specter behind Super Big. Startled, Super Big spun around and delivered a powerful punch, only for Frisia to effortlessly catch it with one hand. "It seems that 50% is still too early for you," Frisia lamented, shaking his head. With his other hand, he thrust his fingers like a blade, piercing Super Big's shoulder instantly. Ack! Super Big let out a muffled groan as excruciating pain surged through him. He struggled to break free and retreated hastily, leaving behind a horrific wound. The disparity remained overwhelmingly despairing. The glimmer of hope brought by fusion appeared feeble and ludicrous in the face of Frisia's displayed might. The hearts of the Z warriors sank once more into an unfathomable abyss. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, the ruins burying Vegeta stirred slightly. A faint yet vengeful essence began to coalesce with great difficulty. Chapter 19. The Legacy of Rage and the True Legend. Before Frisia's 50% power, Super Big was akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest, each clash fraught with peril as wounds multiplied upon his form. The strength that could instill despair in the vast majority of warriors throughout the universe appeared so pale and impotent before Frisia. "The game is over," Frisia declared. Losing his patience, his tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Super Big's chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing into a distant mountain like a shooting star. Dust billowing into the sky, his energy instantly waning. "Uncle Big!" Son Gohan cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Klin's face turned ashen. Had their final hope been extinguished? Frisia elegantly adjusted his collar, casting his gaze upon the remaining insects, Klin, Son Gohan, and the peculiar Jinyu. "Next, it's time to clear away the remaining trash," he declared, raising a finger and aiming it at the heartbroken Son Gohan. "Let's start with you, you weeping little brat." A chilling intent locked on his son Gohan, plunging him into a frozen abyss where even breathing became a daunting task. "No, stop it, Frisia." Krillin's eyes widened in despair, yearning to rush forward. Yet he was violently hurled away by a wave of Frisia's energy, crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Gohan, trapped within Jinyu's body, Goku let out a desperate roar, struggling fervently to break free from the confines of this vessel to protect his son, but the limitations of Jinyu's form acted as an unyielding prison, binding him tightly. Just as Frisia's energy was about to erupt from his fingertips, boom, the ruins that entombed Vegeta suddenly detonated. A tumultuous, searing, crimson aura, brimming with resentment and defiance, surged skyward. Vegeta, remarkably, he was still alive. Moreover, having danced on the precipice of death, the Saiyant's unique ability to resurrect with augmented power activated within him. His energy had multiplied several times over. Bathed in blood, he appeared frenzied, his eyes fixed maniacally on Frisia as he erupted into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha, Frisia, do you see this? This is the might of the Saiyans, evolving even in despair. I can feel this power." Though his strength had surged, his reason seemed to be consumed by madness, as he recklessly charged at Frisia. "Foolish monkey, even if you have grown stronger, you remain a monkey," Frisia remarked with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, too apathetic to exert much effort. His tail struck like a venomous serpent, deftly coiling around Vegeta's neck, lifting him into the air. "Kakarot Vegeta," he gasped, struggling, his throat rasping while his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Goku in Jinyu's body, understanding that this was the final moment of the Saiyan Prince. With a swift, brutal tightening of his tail, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Vegeta's maniacal laughter and words abruptly ceased. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, his head drooping limply, his breath extinguished like a flickering candle in the wind. Frisia discarded Vegeta's lifeless body as one would dispose of refuse, letting it crash near Krillin and Gohan. A proud Saiyan prince met such a tragic and undignified end to his life, fraught with ambition and conflict. Krillin gazed at the gradually cooling corpse, his emotions tumultuous. This adversary, who had once brought countless calamities, had ultimately perished before them in such a manner. Meanwhile, Gohan looked upon his severely injured Uncle Piccolo, then at his Uncle Krillin, whose fate hung in the balance, and finally at the brutally slain Vegeta. Though an enemy, the horror of the scene struck deeply at his soul. He also perceived his father's soul, silent roar emanating from that frail body. Having been taught to embody kindness and peace, the innocence of his young heart was In that moment, utterly consumed by an overwhelming tide of sorrow, fury, and loathing towards Frisia's atrocities. En unimaginable, terrifying aura, far surpassing his own strength, and even hinting at a power beyond that of Super Piccolo, erupted from Gohan's diminutive form like a volcano awakened from eons of slumber. Aya! The golden aura no longer radiated the brilliance of Sun Wukong. Instead, it bore a hint of dark red, reminiscent of furious infernos engulfing Son Gohan. His hair stood on end, transformed into a brilliant gold, while his emerald eyes reflected nothing but pure, unadulterated rage. The very earth around him cracked and melted under the weight of his explosive energy. What power is this? For the first time, Frisia displayed true astonishment, sensing the energy emanating from this young boy, which posed a genuine threat even to him. Gohan's companions were left in stunned silence. Gohan, Sun Wukong, in the Ginyu Force body, was equally astonished, feeling the immense, unreasonable potential within his son being forcibly unleashed by such extreme emotions. In his berserk state, Son Gohan lost all rationality, morphing into a whirlwind of golden red destruction that ferociously charged at Frisia. His attacks lacked precision, yet each strike contained the terrifying might capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Frisia, no longer daring to be arrogant, elevated his power to 60, even 70%, just to barely withstand Gohan's tempestuous onslaught. The aftermath of their battle tore the earth asunder, creating deep ravines. Damnable little brat. Frisia, fueled by genuine fury, seized an opportunity, enduring a punch from Gohan that left him gasping for air, before retaliating with a ferocious blow that sent Gohan crashing into the ground. Yet, like an unkillable cockroach, Gohan erupted once more, fueled by even greater rage. Amidst this tumultuous chaos, none noticed a diminutive green figure stealthily approaching the gravely injured Super Bu and Sun Wukong in the Ginyu body, while Frisia was preoccupied with Gohan. It was Dandy, the Namekian child endowed with healing powers. With both hands radiating a gentle light, he pressed them against Super Bu, witnessing the latter's grievous injuries visibly mending at a remarkable pace. Simultaneously, his other hand rested upon Sun Wukong in the Ginyu body. I may not be able to mend your soul's afflictions, Earth Warrior, but I can sense your body requires proper guidance. Dandy exerted himself, infusing his pure, healing energy and a faint trace of Namekian spiritual influence into Jinyu's form. This energy acted like the last straw, shattering a certain equilibrium. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, in the Ginyu body, felt an unprecedented clarity in the connection to his original body, stimulated by Dandy's energy and resonating with Gohan's extreme fury. Now is the moment. He concentrated all his will, all his ki, all his concern for his comrades and son, sending forth a soul-stirring cry and summons to the body occupied by Jinyu. An invisible soul storm swept through. No! Ginyu Wukong let out a final, unwilling scream, feeling his soul being inexorably torn from the coveted powerful body by an irresistible force. The pink light flickered and vanished. Sun Wukong, in the Ginyu body, and the collapsed Ginyu Wukong both trembled simultaneously before slumping down. In the next moment, the true Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, feeling the familiar body, imbued with strength, that had returned to him, along with the Saiyan blood within him surging with fury and concern. He clenched his fists, golden flames igniting once more, yet this time, they burned with greater density and ferocity. Meanwhile, the soul of Jinyu was expelled with a piercing scream, fortuitously possessing a passing Namekian lizard nearby. Sun Wukong did not cast a glance at the unfortunate lizard. His gaze swept past his battered son, who had once again been struck away by Frisia, and locked onto the cosmic tyrant who had obliterated so many of his cherished ones. His expression was unprecedentedly calm. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash devastation. His voice, though not loud, resonated across the battlefield with a chilling clarity. Frisia, you have truly provoked my wrath. The legend begins. Chapter 20. The Golden Legend and the Shattered Pride. As Sun Wukong's words lingered in the air, an aura entirely different from his previous one began to permeate the atmosphere. It was no longer mere anger and fury, but an absolute power as profound and cold as the cosmos itself. Frisia, shaking off the rampaging Son Gohan, who charged at him again, looked at Sun Wukong with uncertainty. He sensed that this Saiyan was undergoing a fundamental transformation. Stop your tricks. A wave of unease surged within Frieza as he elevated his power to 100%. His muscles swelled instantly, his form becoming towering and grotesque, radiating a dark red aura reminiscent of the depths of hell. As his energy level soared once more. 100%. This is my full strength. Feel despair, Saiyan monkey. Frieza roared, the ground beneath him crumbling to dust under the weight of his power. However, Sun Wukong remained seemingly oblivious to Frieza's transformation. He lowered his head, his golden bangs obscuring his eyes as unstable golden arcs of electricity began to flicker around him. Krillin, supporting the recently healed Super Buu, watched this scene with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Nello had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to his injuries. Son Gohan, exhausted, had exited his rampaging state and lay weakly on the ground. Wukong, Krillin's voice trembled with hope and fear. He sensed a power awakening within Sun Wukong that even he found daunting. Ha 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 ha. Frieza attempted to dispel his unease with laughter. Are you still trying to bluff? Then let you and this planet vanish together. He raised his hands high, a colossal energy sphere brimming with destructive potential rapidly coalescing, its size surpassing that of a nearby mountain. The core of the energy sphere radiated a foreboding dark red, causing the surrounding space to warp. Frieza exerted all his might, propelling the planet-crushing energy sphere towards Sun Wukong and the ailing Z fighters behind him. In that instant of impending annihilation, Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head. Boom! A previously unseen golden beam erupted from within him, soaring towards the dim horizon of Namek, as if intent on painting the entire universe in hues of gold. An overwhelming, pure, and supremely majestic aura swept across the surroundings, momentarily dispelling Frieza's wicked crimson energy. Within the radiant column, Sun Wukong's figure ascended, his once ebony hair transformed entirely into a golden blaze, each strand standing upright. His emerald eyes bore no trace of emotion, only an absolute calm and majesty. No longer was he enveloped by ordinary flames. Instead, a liquid energy flowed around him, erupting in a golden brilliance reminiscent of lightning. The Super Saiyan, a legend, materialized into reality at this very moment. Faced with a death sphere capable of obliterating planets, the transformed Sun Wukong merely raised his right hand, fingers outstretched. As the destructive energy sphere met the palm of his hand, it collided with an insurmountable barrier, its velocity drastically diminished, before being cradled in his grasp like a docile lamb. The furious energy was forcibly constrained and compressed, ultimately manifesting as a golden orb the size of a basketball, quietly rotating within his palm. What? Frieza's eyes bulged in disbelief. The ultimate technique unleashed with all his strength had been effortlessly caught by his opponent. This was inconceivable. Sun Wukong regarded Frieza coldly, exerting a slight force from his palm. Here you go. The compressed golden orb reflected back at a speed beyond visual perception. No. Frieza, in terror, raised his arms in defense. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted at Frieza's position, tenfold more violent than before. A terrifying energy storm consumed everything. The ground upheaved, and magma gushed forth from beneath. The entire Namek groaned under the weight of this collision, its structural integrity wavering. As the smoke cleared, Frieza hovered in the air, charred and disheveled, his once proud body riddled with cracks, purple blood seeping forth. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with madness, fear, and profound disbelief. No, this is impossible. I am the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. How could I possibly lose to a Saiyan monkey? His sanity shattered before the overwhelming disparity in power. Sun Wukong offered no respite, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized before Frieza. With each punch, kick, elbow, and knee strike, Super Saiyan Sun Wukong's attacks were simple and direct, yet faster than thought and heavy enough to shatter the void. Frieza's body, proclaimed the strongest in the universe, crumbled like fragile glass before the iron fists of the Super Saiyan, shattering repeatedly. With a thud, Frieza was mercilessly struck from the sky to the ground, and then propelled back into the sky, utterly defenseless. He attempted to retaliate, but his energy blast could not penetrate the golden energy field surrounding Sun Wukong. An absolute annihilation. Why are you so powerful? Frieza let out a roar of unwillingness, his voice tinged with a desperate wail. Goku firmly grasped his neck, lifting him into the air. his cold, emerald eyes fixed upon the demon that had wrought calamity upon countless planets. Anger surged within Goku, his voice as frigid as ancient ice. Because of your brutality, the pain of my comrades, and the demise of the innocents, these have all transformed into my strength. He raised his other hand, golden energy beginning to surge wildly. It ends here, Frieza. No, I cannot die. I am Frieza. A final flicker of madness and cunning flashed in Frieza's eyes. With the last of his strength, he aimed at the Z warriors below and the core of the crumbling planet, determined to take them all down with him. If I die, we all die. He attempted to detonate all his remaining energy, dragging everyone and the entire Namek with him into oblivion. Goku's gaze sharpened, ready to intervene. Yet, just as the imminent self-detonation, a moment so critical that even Super Saiyan Goku might not have had time to fully avert, was about to unfold, an utterly unremarkable, almost languid voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield, clearly reaching every ear. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Is that purple octopus head about to explode, the one you mentioned might disrupt the delivery routes of the supermarket? All present, including the soon-to-explode Frieza and the poised Goku, froze in their actions. They turned toward the source of the voice. Above the war-torn, charred earth, a bald figure clad in a beige hero suit with a white cape had appeared, holding a small device reminiscent of a navigation instrument in one hand while scratching his notably prominent bald head with the other. His expression a mix of mild confusion and uncertainty. Saitama had arrived. Chapter 21. The Philosophy of a Single Punch and Reflections on the Journey Home. The battlefield descended into an uncanny silence. The explosive energy Frieza had amassed seemed to have been paused, his frenzied and grotesque expression frozen in disbelief as he gazed at the bald figure, who looked so out of place amidst the surrounding devastation. Super Saiyan Goku, too, was momentarily stunned, maintaining his stance for the final strike, the golden aura still blazing, yet his emerald eyes were filled with astonishment. Saitama? How did you end up here? Krillin, Super Bu, and the recently awakened Gohan were equally dumbfounded, their minds nearly ceasing to function. How could this man, whom they believed was far away on Earth enjoying a clearance sale, suddenly appear on the verge of the annihilation of Namek? Saitama seemed oblivious to the frozen atmosphere below. He glanced down at the small portable space navigation device in his hand, evidently a product of Bulma's ingenuity, the screen displaying a flickering dotted line connecting Earth and Namek, with a few small words beside it. Interstellar Express Pilot Route, Beta version. So this is the place. Saitama seemed to have confirmed the address, stowing away his navigation device, and then once again directed his gaze towards Frieza, who remained in a self-destructive posture. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired, "So, you are the one who might obliterate this newly established interstellar courier route?" Bulma had emphasized that this route was crucial for the direct postal service of cosmic specialties, and any interruption would be quite troublesome. Frieza, finally emerging from a state of utter shock and absurdity, was enraged by the utter disregard the bald man showed towards him, despite not understanding where he had come from. Another fool seeking death. Let this planet disintegrate into cosmic dust alongside you. Frieza roared, no longer hesitating, as he prepared to unleash the last remnants of his energy to complete his self-destruction. In that fleeting moment, Saitama made his move. There was no earth-shattering aura, no lightning-fast afterimage. He simply threw a casual punch towards Frieza, as if brushing dust off his shoulder in daily life. With a soft thud, akin to a bubble bursting, the overwhelming energy that could annihilate a planet, along with Frieza's grotesque expression and swollen form, was effortlessly erased from reality, vanishing silently as if it had never existed. There were no explosions, no brilliant lights, no energy shockwaves. One moment Frieza radiated a sense of destruction, and the next he had completely disappeared, leaving behind no trace, as if he had never been. Only a lingering malevolent aura in the air attested to the authenticity of the desperate battle that had just transpired. The collapse of Namek came to a sudden halt with the disappearance of the energy source, leaving behind a desolate landscape and the mournful whisper of the wind. Silence. A deathly silence. Goku, now devoid of his golden aura, had reverted to his black-haired form, staring blankly at Saitama and then at the spot where Frieza had vanished. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He had exerted everything, even surpassing the legendary power he had attained, and had barely managed to defeat the terrifying foe, only for Mr. Saitama to have done so with such effortless ease. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, his mind a blank slate. Super Bu pressed his lips tightly together, his green visage twitching slightly, The power he had gained through fusion, which he believed was sufficient to handle any crisis, now seemed utterly laughable. Gohan rubbed his eyes, convinced he was experiencing an illusion. Saitama dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He surveyed the devastated surroundings and nodded. It seems the route has been preserved. Next time, I should ask Bulma to adjust the course a bit, steering it away from such hazardous individuals. Only then did he notice the petrified Z fighters below, lowering his head to greet them. Hey Kakarot, are you all right? You look rather worse for wear. Goku finally regained a semblance of his voice, trembling and bewildered. Saitama, Frieza. Oh that? Saitama pondered for a moment, handled. His power was rather unstable, as if on the verge of explosive chaos, and the sight of it was quite troubling. I managed to calm him down. Such understated words struck the hearts of every Z warrior like a heavy hammer. The battle levels they had reached at the cost of their lives, and through sheer despair were, in the eyes of their adversary, merely an inconvenience. An indescribable sense of insignificance and cognitive dissonance indelibly marked their hearts. All right, since everything seems fine here, I shall take my leave. Saitama appeared disinclined to linger, producing a universal capsule that revealed a uniquely designed small single-person spacecraft, evidently a customized product of Bulma S. There's a limited time sale at the supermarket on Earth that afternoon. Missing it would be a loss. Wait a moment. Mr. Saitama, Krillin exclaimed urgently. Namek is on the brink of destruction, and Vegeta, Tien, and Kaiatsu are all dead. The Dragon Balls have become ineffective due to the Elder S demise. What shall we do? Saitama had half of his body inside the spacecraft when he paused, scratching his bald head. People have died, huh? But weren't you all searching for that thing called the Dragon Balls? If they can't be used here, then let us look elsewhere. The universe is vast. Surely, there must be a solution. As if recalling something, he added, by the way, Bulma asked me to convey that she detected abnormal energy readings here through her monitoring device. She fears that you might create too much commotion, affecting her plans for the cosmic marketplace. Hence my visit. The reward is a lifetime platinum VIP card for the supermarket near my home, granting a perpetual 30% discount on all items. With that, he entered the spacecraft. The door sealing shut. The small vessel emitted a faint hum before vanishing in an instant, as if it had never existed. The Z warriors remained rooted in place, gazing in the direction of Saitama's disappearance, rendered speechless for a long while. After a considerable pause, Dandy's feeble voice broke the silence. Although the Elder is no longer with us, I am the new heir to the Dragon Balls. Just give me a little time, and I should be able to restore their power, potentially resurrecting those slain by Frieza and even repairing Namek. Hope flickered anew in a different form. Yet at this moment, the Z warriors' complex emotions far outweighed any joy of mere survival. Goku stared at his fists, feeling a profound confusion regarding strength for the first time. He had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, experiencing an unprecedented surge of power, believing he had reached the pinnacle. However, Mr. Saitama's incomprehensible, rule-defying strength seemed to suggest that the end of the road was not as he had imagined. Piccolo remained silent, the sense of power gained from fusion being utterly shattered at this moment, prompting him to re-evaluate the essence of strength. Krillin and Gohan, too, found their understanding of Saitama transformed anew. It was no longer merely about power, but rather an entirely incomprehensible realm. The calamity of Namek has come to an end. Yet the presence of Saitama resonates like a colossal stone cast into the depths of the hearts of the Z warriors, sending ripples that will indelibly influence their contemplations on the paths that lie ahead. Utilizing the newly reactivated Porunga, they resurrected those who had fallen victim to Frieza and his minions, including Vegeta, Nappa, and others, and restored the planet of Namek. With a maelstrom of complex thoughts swirling within them, they embarked on their journey back to Earth. Meanwhile, on the surface of Earth, Saitama, with a contented demeanor, clutched his newly acquired permanent VIP card and began to devise his next shopping list. The cosmic upheaval seemed to leave little mark upon his tranquil heart. However, unbeknownst to all, the whispers of the battle on Namek, along with fragmented information about the enigmatic Saitama, were stealthily spreading like a virus through the dark recesses of the universe, carried forth by the remnants of Frieza's forces that had narrowly escaped. A new storm may well be brewing in the distant future. Chapter 22. The routine of returning home and the crumbling pride. The spherical spacecraft, modified by Bulma, gently descended upon the private landing pad of the Capsule Corporation. As the hatch opened, the Z warriors, having endured the fierce trials of Namek's brutal warfare, emerged one by one, stepping onto the long-cherished soil of Earth. The The sun shone warmly, and the air was refreshingly pure, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes of Namek. Yet, the faces of all bore an indelible fatigue, intermingled with a deeper, ineffable complexity of emotions. At last, we are home, Krillin exhaled, his tone lacking the familiar levity, now tinged with gravity. Goku stretched his limbs. Though his wounds had largely healed, an unprecedented contemplative air lingered in his brow. The might of the Super Saiyan, the terror of Frieza, and particularly the nonchalant punch of Saitama replayed incessantly in his mind. Gohan clutched his father's hand tightly, subdued and quiet. The experiences on Namek seemed to have aged the child significantly overnight. Piccolo, post-fusion, stood silently to the side, his green form appearing even more solitary, as he keenly sensed the newfound power within him and the subtle connection to the planet's vital energies brought on by his union with the Earth's guardian. Lastly, stepping out of the spacecraft was Vegeta, who had remained silent since his resurrection, clad in hastily procured battle attire. His expression was a storm cloud of bitterness. The instant his feet touched Earth, he felt no elation of survival, only a profound sense of humiliation and absurdity. He, the Prince of Saiyans, had been surpassed by a lower-class warrior, Kakarot, then slain by Frieza, as if he were mere vermin, and ultimately, he had been revived by a group of Earthlings he once deemed insignificant. Not to mention that bald-headed nightmare. Just then, a familiar yet unremarkable voice shattered the silence. "Oh, you're back." As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld Saitama casually strolling down the small path of the manor, a shopping bag emblazoned with the local supermarket's logo in his hand, evidently having just returned from his errands. His gaze swept over the assembly, lingering momentarily on Vegeta. As if recalling something, he nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Ah, so you come back to life too. Quite good." His tone resembled that of a neighbor observing a once withered potted plant sprouting new shoots. "Mr. Saitama," Krillin hastily greeted him, his demeanor more respectful than usual, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Goku, coming back to his senses, looked at Saitama with a complex expression. "Ah, Mr. Saitama, we owe you yet again." Saitama waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. After all, I've already received my reward." He shook the shiny permanent VIP card in his hand, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Vegeta glared intensely at Saitama, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. This was the very individual, seemingly harmless, whose mind appeared consumed solely with discounted products. He could neither comprehend nor accept it. The detector, though he had long ceased to believe in such devices, and the sense of energy detection rendered him powerless. The profound void he sensed within Saitama instilled a fear and fury deeper than Frieza's notorious malevolence. Vegeta squeezed out a sound through gritted teeth, attempting to utter something. Provocation? Inquiry? Yet he found himself incapable of forming even a complete sentence. In the face of such overwhelming power, any words felt utterly futile. Saitama cast a puzzled glance his way. "Do you have something to say? You don't look well. Are you feeling nauseous from the flight? Bulma's family should have some motion sickness medication." Krillin couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering his mouth, his face flushing with suppressed laughter. Vegeta's complexion shifted from pale to green, then to a deep crimson, before he abruptly turned away in silence, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the horizon, vanishing into the sky. He needed to escape, to seek solitude, to reassess everything. What was happening to him? Saitama scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps, he mused, a bit of flight-induced nausea. Goku sighed, providing a flimsy excuse for Vegeta. He could empathize with Vegeta's feelings. The sensation of pride utterly crushed was undoubtedly unpleasant. A few days later, Earth seemed to have returned to its usual tranquility. Goku began a new phase of training, shifting his focus from merely increasing his energy reserves to refining his control. Even recalling Saitama's seemingly irrational training methods with newfound contemplation. Krillin and Gohan resumed their studies and daily training. Yet their experience on Namek made them cherish the peaceful moments all the more. Piccolo, meanwhile, meditated alone in the wilderness, needing time to fully assimilate his newfound power. And Saitama's presence inspired him to reconsider the boundaries of strength. Vegeta remained untraceable, but all understood that with his temperament, he would never simply succumb to despair. As for Saitama, life continued as usual. In the realm of mundane existence, where supermarket promotions and culinary endeavors intertwine with the monotony of daily life. The occasional encounter with Sun Wukong unfolds predictably. Each defeat he endures seems to diminish the confusion in his eyes, replaced instead by an intensified fervor for curiosity and exploration. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility, unseen currents surge quietly. In the distant confines of Dr. Gero's clandestine laboratory, a colossal screen repeatedly projects a severely distorted and heavily interfered image, Saitama delivering a casual punch that obliterates Frisia on Namek. This invaluable fragment of intelligence, acquired at great expense from the black market, emanates from the remnants of Frisia, who narrowly escaped. Although the visuals are blurred, the incomprehensible display of power that defies the laws of physics ignites a fervent mix of excitement and fear upon Dr. Gero's aged visage. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, he murmurs, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Is this the anomalous entity that Bulma encountered? What force surpasses even the Saiyans and Frisia? He activates additional screens showcasing energy monitoring data of Goku, Vegeta, and others upon their return to Earth. The resurrected Super Saiyan Prince and the immeasurable potential of the bald hero spark a cold, resolute glint in Dr. Gero's eyes. My android project must accelerate. I must obtain a more perfect energy source. I must create an ultimate weapon that transcends all. He presses a button, and deep within the dim laboratory, figures submerged in nutrient solution stir slightly. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, an obscure spatial rift quivers faintly before settling back into stillness, as if nothing transpired. Yet, certain keenly perceptive beings, such as the meditating Piccolo and the noodle-slurping Saitama, simultaneously glance in that direction, sensing the disturbance. Having savored the last bite of noodles and relished a sip of broth, Saitama exhales contentedly. Did something just flicker? Was that merely an illusion? He sets down his bowl, retrieves the remote, and turns on the television. Probably just a UFO. At least it didn't crash into the supermarket. A new storm brews, concealed yet imminent, while the rhythm of everyday life persists. Chapter 23. Shadows of the City and the Puppets of Testing. The tranquility of Earth's peace does not endure for long. In the bustling metropolis of South City, a grand opening celebration is underway at the largest mall in the city center, teeming with vibrant crowds and lively festivities. However, this jubilant atmosphere is abruptly shattered by a sudden explosion and piercing screams. Two figures, grotesquely distinct and exuding an inhuman aura, descend upon the plaza before the mall like harbingers of death. Among them was a tall, bald man clad in an orange combat uniform, adorned with a scarf and sunglasses. His face bore a cruel yet exhilarated smile, and the energy cannon resting on his shoulder was still emitting wisps of smoke, a testament to the recent explosion that was his handiwork. The other was a petite girl, dressed in a form-fitting black suit, her short blue hair framing an expression of indifference as she idly toyed with an energy ring in her hand, seemingly oblivious to the panicked crowd fleeing around her. They were none other than the artificial beings known as Android 19, energy absorption type, and Android 20, the very Dr. Gero himself, also of the energy absorption type. In pursuit of testing the capabilities of his newly engineered body and gathering real-world data, Dr. Gero had chosen a densely populated city as his experimental ground. Fear not. Wail not. This marks the inception of Dr. Gero's magnificent power. Android 19 emitted a synthetic, eerie cackle, casually gesturing as a beam of energy shot forth, reducing a fleeing car to a fiery wreck. Within the energy reaction records, Android 20, Dr. Gero, analyzed the data with a calm demeanor, his modified body able to distinctly perceive the energy aura of surrounding life forms. The energy of Earthlings was generally low, making them suitable as preliminary test subjects. The Z fighters instantly sensed the malevolent aura and intense energy fluctuations emanating from the direction of South City. This presence was not that of Frisia, yet it was steeped in malice and a mechanical essence. At home, accompanying Goten in his studies, Goku abruptly stood, his expression grave. A new adversary? To unleash chaos in the city. I'll go check it out, Krillin exclaimed anxiously over the phone. I'm on my way. Piccolo's voice resonated through their mental link as he soared towards South City. Without hesitation, Goku unleashed his energy, transforming into a streak of light as he burst from his home, followed closely by Goten. Meanwhile, in West City, Saitama had just exited the supermarket, a discounted steak in hand, his spirits high. As he prepared to return home, he noticed the electronic billboard on the street broadcasting an urgent news alert. South City is facing an unidentified terror attack. Enormous explosions and destruction are ongoing. Citizens are advised to avoid the area. The footage displayed chaotic streets and faint energy beams. South City, Saitama mused, glancing at the stake in his hand and then back at the news. It seemed rather distant. If he rushed over now, the stake would lose its freshness. Besides, Kakarot and the others were already on their way. He resolved to trust the professional heroes, the Z Fighters, and continued on his way home. However, he failed to notice a fleeting image in the corner of the news broadcast, a gleaming bald figure, Android 19, alongside an elderly man wearing a hat, Android 20. Was that a reflection of a companion? Saitama tilted his head, but dismissed it without further thought. On the battlefield in South City, Piccolo arrived first. Observing the two androids wreaking havoc below, feeling the distinct energy source within them, unlike that of living beings, his brow furrowed in concern. "Stop this," Piccolo declared as he descended from the sky, positioning himself between Android 19 and Android 20. "Oh, an energy reaction of remarkable potency has arrived." Number 19, with a sinister grin, charged directly at Piccolo, palm outstretched, intent on energy absorption. Piccolo, acutely aware of the tugging on his own energy, immediately retreated, delivering a swift chop with his hand, only to have it firmly blocked by number 19's arm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The strength of his physical defense startled Piccolo. At that moment, Son Goku and Gohan arrived on the scene. "Are you the ones causing the destruction?" Son Goku assumed a combat stance, sensing the peculiar energy signatures of these two foes, though lacking the suffocating pressure of Frieza. "Finally, I have been waiting for you," Dr. Juro, number 20, exclaimed, his eyes flickering with streams of data. "Your energy will serve as the nourishment for my evolution." The battle was imminent. Son Goku confronted number 19, while Piccolo and Gohan engaged number 20. However, from the outset of the conflict, the Z Fighters found themselves in dire straits. Number 19's energy absorption ability proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Son Goku's Kamehameha wave not only failed to make an impact, but was instead absorbed, thereby augmenting his adversary's strength. While they had the upper hand in close combat, any physical contact resulted in the siphoning of their energy. "Damn it, this guy can drain my energy." Son Goku felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan discovered that number 20 possessed the same energy absorption capability, coupled with extensive combat experience, making it difficult to gain the upper hand. They needed to resort to pure physical attacks or unleash an energy output that vastly exceeded the absorption limits of their foes in an instant. Piccolo quickly devised a strategy. However, that was easier said than done. The defensive capabilities of these two androids were exceedingly high, rendering pure physical attacks largely ineffective. Additionally, unleashing an energy burst that exceeded their absorption capacity was a daunting challenge for the Z Fighters, who had just endured a fierce battle and were still acclimatizing to their newfound powers. The battlefield reached a stalemate, with the androids continuously absorbing the dissipating energy of the Z Fighters, seemingly growing stronger with each passing moment. "Haha, do you feel despair? This is the brilliance of Dr. Jero," number 19 cackled, intensifying his absorption efforts. Just as Son Goku contemplated whether to transform into a Super Saiyan to crush them with overwhelming power, an alert sounded. Detected high-energy reaction approaching. Non-database record type. Dr. Jero's, number 20, alarm system blared unexpectedly. A golden figure, radiating a furious and tempestuous aura, crashed down onto the battlefield like a meteor. The newcomer, with flowing golden hair and enveloped in a blaze of golden energy, was none other than Vegeta. During his absence following his resurrection, he had evidently undergone rigorous training, not only solidifying his strength, but also successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without a glance at Son Goku and the others, his icy blue gaze was fixated solely on Android 19. "You insignificant pests! Is it you who have disturbed my training?" Vegeta's voice dripped with murderous intent. "Perfect. I shall use you to test my newly acquired power." Another Super Saiyan, Dr. Jero, number 20, was taken aback, his database severely outdated. Such immense energy. The 19th sensed a looming threat. Vegeta let out a sinister chuckle, offering no chance for a response. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear before 19. His fist enveloped in a golden aura, delivering a devastating blow powered by pure physical force, devoid of any reliance on energy techniques, striking fiercely against 19's face. The sound of metal shattering echoed painfully. The sunglasses on 19's face shattered instantaneously, his head contorted grotesquely from the impact, as his body was propelled back like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings in succession. Trash! Vegeta scoffed, shaking his hand and turning his gaze toward Dr. Gero, 20. Now it's your turn, old man. Dr. Gero's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Vegeta's newfound strength or his brutally straightforward attack style, completely circumventing the advantages of energy absorption. Retreat. Dr. Gero decided swiftly, activating his anti-gravity device and ascending rapidly while issuing a recall command to 19. However, Vegeta would not allow him to escape. Trying to run? Too late. Vegeta conjured a massive energy sphere with one hand, its energy not merely drawn from ki, but rather a destructive force born from highly compressed matter. Final flash. A colossal golden beam shot skyward, instantly engulfing the fleeing Dr. Gero, 20. No. My dreams. Dr. Gero's final wail echoed amidst the blinding golden light, as both he and his hopes for 19 disintegrated into cosmic dust. The severely injured 19, with its core damaged and creator perished, flickered its red eyes a few times before extinguishing completely. The battle concluded swiftly with Vegeta's overwhelming power. Goku and the others gazed at Vegeta, whose aura was ferocious and eyes icy, their emotions tangled. Vegeta had grown stronger, seemingly embarking on a path divergent from theirs, one that emphasized extreme and absolute strength. Vegeta gradually descended, his golden aura retracting. He shot a glance at Goku and scoffed. Kakarot, it seems you've grown complacent. You couldn't even handle this scrap. With that, he disregarded the others and transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. He had demonstrated his power, yet the void and anxiety within him, born from his encounter with Saitama, remained unfilled. The crisis was temporarily averted, but the Z-fighters understood that Dr. Gero's dying words hinted at perhaps just the beginning. Were there stronger androids yet to come? In the distance, through satellite surveillance capturing the unfolding events, Dr. Gero, his consciousness having been previously uploaded to a secret server, roared in fury from his shadowy base. Super Saiyan after Super Saiyan, and that mysterious bald man cannot be overlooked. The Eternal Energy Furnace Project must be initiated. Android 17, Android 18, and Cell. It is time to awaken. Darker, deeper shadows began to loom over the earth. At this moment, in Saitama, blissfully at home, one is grilling steak, completely oblivious to the impending, potentially catastrophic storm that may even affect the supermarkets. Chapter 24. The Terror of Infinite Energy and the Quietly Emerging Monsters. The death of Dr. Gero did not usher in peace. Rather, it was akin to opening Pandora's box. In his most concealed, subterranean laboratory, the final emergency protocol was activated. Warning. Subject signal lost. Initiate the Eternal Guardian Protocol. Release units 17 and 18. Activate the Ultimate Evolution Protocol. Cell hatching program. Commence. The cold, electronic voice resonated within the vast emptiness of the laboratory. Two dormant capsules, previously silent, slowly opened, releasing a chill of white mist. Inside, a pair of youths awakened. The boy, designated as 17, donned a black windbreaker, his expression a blend of stoicism and rebellious defiance. The girl, labeled as 18, sported short golden hair, her features exquisite, yet her gaze resembled an icy lake, detached and indifferent. The eternal energy cores embedded within them began to hum with power, exuding vast and stable energy fluctuations, seemingly boundless. Simultaneously, in a deeper section of the laboratory, a biological incubation chamber stirred. Within it, a creature known as Cell, a fusion of numerous powerful cells, pulsated slowly yet resolutely, instinctively absorbing the faint initial energy provided by the laboratory's life support systems to prepare for its emergence. Units 17 and 18 flexed their limbs, effortlessly breaking free from the confines of their capsules. Finally liberated, 18's voice rang clear yet devoid of warmth. Looks like that old fool Gero is finished. A cold smirk played on 17's lips. Well, that saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Now let us see what awaits outside. Disregarding the writhing chrysalis in the depths of the laboratory, they shattered the laboratory S-dome, transforming into two streaks of light and soaring toward the surface. Their objective was unequivocal, to seek out and eliminate Son Goku. This directive had been deeply embedded in their core programming by Dr. Gero, although they had gained free will. This command lingered ominously in the background. Moreover, They yearned for some amusement. The Z fighters sensed the immense, oppressive auras the moment the two beings emerged from the earth. Here they come again. This time, they are far stronger than the previous two, and their energies are entirely different. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he felt unprecedented pressure emanating from those two auras, rivaling that of Frieza. The energy felt inexhaustible. Piccolo's perception was even more acute. He discerned the astonishing stability of the two auras, devoid of any fluctuation. We must stop them. They are heading towards West City, Krillin exclaimed anxiously, for West City was one of the most densely populated urban areas. The group immediately pursued the source of the energy, with even Vegeta, who had just departed, sensing the formidable aura, snorting in response before altering his course to follow. He had just triumphed over Dr. Gero, brimming with confidence, and was eager to seek a mightier opponent to test his strength. In the outskirts of West City, an expansive area lay before him. Android 17 and 18 hovered in midair, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, the Z fighters arrived one after another, encircling the duo. Goku, Vegeta, Super Saiyan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan were all present, standing ready for battle. "Oh, everyone's here, I see," remarked Android 17, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. "Which one of you is Goku? Step forward and make your demise swift." "I am." Goku stepped forward, his expression grave. "You are the androids created by Dr. Gero? Why you seek to kill me?" "Who knows? Perhaps it is merely programmed into us." Android 18 shrugged nonchalantly. "But currently, we are more inclined to act according to our own desires. For instance, to test the capabilities of you so-called warriors." Arrogant, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. With a surge of golden energy, he declared, "I shall use you as my practice. Kakarot, do not interfere." He roared, charging at Android 17 with lightning speed, his fist enveloped in golden aura, striking down fiercely. Android 17 did not flinch or evade. He unleashed a punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Contrary to Vegeta's expectations of sending his opponent flying, it was he who was forced back several steps by a tremendous recoil. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm. What? Vegeta's pupils constricted. He was a Super Saiyan. Impressive, but still insufficient, Android 17 remarked, shaking his hand dismissively. "You scoundrel." Vegeta roared in fury, charging at 17 once more, engaging in fierce combat. Their fists and kicks clashed, energy surging, yet no matter how vehemently Vegeta attacked, Android 17 effortlessly countered with his boundless energy and robust physique, gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Goku faced off against Android 18. The situation was equally dire. Android 18's fighting technique was extraordinarily refined, and coupled with her infinite energy, each strike was razor-sharp. Although Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan, he found himself completely overwhelmed without using his full power. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan attempted to assist, but were effortlessly thwarted by an energy barrier casually erected by Android 17, rendering them incapable of intervening in a clash between the Super Saiyans and the androids. "How can they be this strong?" Krillin exclaimed, his heart racing. "Vegeta and Goku are Super Saiyans. Do they truly possess endless energy?" Piccolo's expression darkened. If this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. The battle raged on, with Vegeta and Goku gradually being cornered. Their energy dwindled, while the androids maintained their peak condition. "It is time to conclude this game," Android 18 stated coldly as she sent Goku flying with a powerful kick. Android 17 also struck Vegeta back with a punch, dusting off non-existent debris from his attire. Vegeta knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his golden hair disheveled, eyes filled with blood and disbelief. He could not fathom that the power he had painstakingly acquired could be so effortlessly surpassed once again. How infuriating! Must he once more rely on that bald man? This thought gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Just as the artificial being prepared to deliver the final blow and the Z fighters found themselves engulfed in despair, a calm voice unexpectedly interrupted. "Excuse me, may I intrude?" It was Saitama, who had appeared at the edge of the battlefield, holding a half-eaten ice cream cone, his face displaying a hint of annoyance at the interruption. "The noise from your fight seems to have frightened away the salesperson from the supermarket's limited-time tasting event." Saitama glanced at the chaotic battlefield and the hovering androids 17 and 18, blinking. "It's you two, right? You look quite sturdy. I suppose you could help me stretch my legs a bit and compensate for the tasting I missed." Both androids frowned simultaneously, their scanners yielding no effective readings on this bald man. Another fool seeking death. Android 17 remarked coldly. Vegeta regarded Saitama's sudden appearance with a tumult of emotions. Humiliation mingled with an unacknowledged sense of relief. Goku also rose, casting a complex gaze towards Saitama. Saitama finished his ice cream in a few bites, dusted off his hands, and approached androids 17 and 18. So, who shall go first? Or shall we engage together? Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, the enormous larval form of Cell pulsed at an ever-quickening frequency. It absorbed geothermal energy and the faint energies of the planet, while an instinctual craving from its cells compelled it to extend minuscule, nearly imperceptible feeding appendages towards the surface, where powerful energies clashed in fierce battle, sending forth greedy signals. The most dangerous predator had silently woven its invisible net. Chapter 25. The Ineffectual Infinite and the Misaligned Target. Saitama's unremarkable entrance and his inexplicable complaint momentarily stilled the battlefield. Android 17 furrowed his brow at this incongruous bald man. Did you mention a tasting? Ah, yes, Saitama replied with a look of regret. There was a newly released, limited flavor cheesecake. I stood in line for half an hour, and just as it was my turn, your commotion scared them off. He gestured vaguely towards the distant shopping mall. A slight, almost imperceptible shift crossed Android 18's icy visage, an expression mingling absurdity with incredulity. Seeking death. Vegeta growled from the sidelines, unsure whether he was cursing the androids or Saitama's ill-timed distraction. Losing patience, Android 17 declared, "Whoever you are, anyone obstructing us shall be eliminated." In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Saitama, delivering a swift knife-hand strike aimed at Saitama's neck, so fast that even Super Saiyan Goku could barely track its trajectory. This strike was potent enough to sever metal. A soft sound echoed. On the 17th, with unwavering determination, the decisive strike aimed at Saitama's neck met an incomprehensible realm of absolute resistance. All kinetic energy, despite being primarily reliant on physical attacks, was silently dismantled and absorbed. He felt no recoil, as if his full force had plunged into an abyss of cotton, leaving him momentarily unsteady and on the verge of losing his balance. What? The cold indifference on 17's face was replaced for the first time by astonishment. His attack had proven ineffective? Saitama touched his neck, gazing quizzically at 17. Did you just touch me? It felt a bit itchy. 17's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated several meters, fixating intently on Saitama. What did you do? I did nothing at all, Saitama replied candidly. Then, as if recalling something important, added, so, can you compensate me for my tasting loss? Mental distress fees would suffice as well. Bastard. 17 was infuriated by this complete disregard, shedding his restraint. With a swift motion of his hands, dozens of condensed energy blasts erupted forth like a machine gun, aimed directly at Saitama. Each of these energy projectiles bore immense power, capable of obliterating an entire building. Yet, facing a barrage capable of erasing a region from existence, Saitama merely waved his hand casually, as if swatting away an irritating swarm of flies. The energy blasts met an invisible barrier upon nearing him, disintegrating without producing even an explosion, leaving only a series of faint sounds akin to bubbles bursting. Energy attacks ineffective? This time, even the ever-composed 18 stood up, disbelief etched across her face. Their energy assaults had utterly failed to affect this bald man. Impossible. 17 could not accept this reality. His eternal energy core surged to full power, gathering immense energy into his palm, forming a highly compressed orb radiating destructive waves. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. He forcefully hurled the energy sphere towards Saitama. Saitama, observing the incoming orb, remained expressionless, casually striking it as one would a volleyball. Whoosh! The energy sphere returned with greater velocity than it had come, precisely striking 17 himself. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed 17, enveloping him in smoke and debris. Yet, as the dust settled, while 17 appeared somewhat disheveled, his battle suit torn, his body seemed to have suffered no fatal injuries, as the eternal energy core swiftly mended his wounds. Ah, futile. We possess infinite energy and regenerative capabilities. You cannot truly defeat us. 17 gasped, yet his tone regained its arrogance. Saitama observed the rapidly recovering 17, blinked, and stepped forward. In that singular step, it was as if he had traversed the very fabric of space, instantly appearing before 17. 17 had no time to react before witnessing a red fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. A mere punch. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, distinct from the previous explosions. It was the pure resonance of physical impact against an exceptionally resilient object. Number 17 felt as though he had been struck head-on by a celestial body, his form soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several distant hills before being ensconced deep within a bed of rubble, momentarily rendered silent. The eternal energy core within him surged chaotically, striving for restoration. Yet the incomprehensible physical shock he had endured seemed to disrupt the energy circuits themselves, resulting in an agonizingly slow recovery. Saitama withdrew his fist and turned to the remaining number 18, inquiring, "And what of you? Do you see compensation, or do you wish to engage as well?" Number 18 stood her ground, unmoving. She gazed at the temporarily incapacitated number 17, then at the bald figure who appeared to regard the situation as trivial. A grave expression crossed her typically icy visage for the first time. Her intuition warned her that any further assault would be futile. "Let us depart," she declared decisively, no longer entangled in the confrontation, her figure flickering as she darted toward the direction in which number 17 had been flung. Intent on retrieving her companion for an immediate retreat, Saitama observed their departure without any inclination to pursue, merely scratching his head and murmuring, "Oh, they're leaving? So, who do I ask for the tasting compensation?" The Z fighters stood in astonished silence, witnessing the entire spectacle. Vegeta knelt on the ground, fixated on Saitama's nonchalant silhouette, his fists clenched to the point of creaking, blood seeping from his bitten lips. Once again, his formidable adversary had been dispatched with such effortless ease. A stark reminder of the overwhelming disparity in power that left him breathless with helplessness. Meanwhile, Son Goku's eyes sparkled with curiosity, exclaiming, "Incredible! Mr. Saitama, how do you achieve such an ability to nullify your opponents?" Saitama turned to face Goku's inquiry, contemplating before responding earnestly, "I merely stand here, quite ordinarily." Perhaps their strength was simply insufficient. The crowd reacted with disbelief. At that moment, Bulma's anxious voice crackled through the miniature communicator in Goku's ear. "Goku, do you read me? I've detected abnormal energy absorption occurring underground. It's quite covert, but the area is expanding. Right beneath your battlefield, something is absorbing the energy released from your combat, including the residual energy from that android. It is growing." Piccolo's expression shifted, immediately channeling his senses deep into the earth. Indeed, he sensed a faint yet insatiably greedy and malevolent life force quietly siphoning energy from the battlefield, akin to a black hole. "There is something down there," Piccolo exclaimed sharply. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn back. The immediate threat of the androids had been momentarily alleviated, yet a more insidious creature lurked in the shadows, seemingly thriving on their conflict. Saitama glanced down at the ground, tilting his head curiously. Underground? Are there mice? He had little comprehension of energy absorption, merely sensing that the ground beneath him felt slightly softer, perhaps loosened by the recent skirmish. Chapter 26. The Nightmare of Perfect Evolution and the Late Blooming Hero. The pulsations beneath the earth grew increasingly intense, akin to the heart of a demon on the verge of breaking free. The Z warriors stood on high alert. Even the wounded number 17, who had just crawled from the rubble, and number 18, who supported him, sensed the chilling aura of malevolence. "What lies beneath?" Krillin's voice trembled with unease. "It is absorbing energy at an alarming rate." Piccolo's complexion turned ashen as he felt his own energy being siphoned away. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. Centered around the battlefield, the ground buckled upwards like fragile eggshells, shattering in the process. A colossal green figure, adorned with biological armor and a long tail, erupted from the soil, hovering in mid-air. Towering in stature, it was cloaked in a chitinous black and green exoskeleton. Its head a grotesque amalgamation of insect and human features, while a spiked tail swayed with agility. It spread its arms wide, reveling in the unimaginable power coursing through it, and emitted a chillingly sharp laugh. Perfect. This is the essence of perfection. I thank you, foolish androids and scions, for providing the final sustenance." It was none other than Cell, who, after absorbing a vast amount of energy, especially the core data and energy from number 17, had finally evolved into its perfect form. Its aura was as unfathomable as an abyss, surpassing even that of the recently revived numbers 17 and 18, instilling the Z warriors with a sense of despair reminiscent of their encounters with Frisia. How can this be? Vegeta's face drained of color as the flicker of resolve he had just regained evaporated in the face of such power. Cell regarded the remnants of number 17's energy signature lingering on him, and for the first time, a fierce tumult of rage and a hint of fear flickered in his cold gaze. Cell's eyes swept over all present, finally resting on Goku and Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, your very cells are a part of me. Now, I declare the Cell Games officially commenced. I shall construct an arena before the world and mercilessly slay all who dare to challenge me. Let this planet welcome the reign of Emperor Cell amidst despair. He opened his mouth, gathering an energy wave imbued with destructive potential, aimed unmistakably at the densely populated West City. Stop! Goku bellowed, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging recklessly forward. Vegeta gritted his teeth and followed suit, unleashing his own fury. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin joined in as well. However, Cell, having evolved into his perfect form, had attained an unfathomable level of power. It did not even move, with a mere casual wave of its arm. An invisible force swept away the approaching Z warriors as if swatting flies, sending them crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. The disparity in power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The struggle of mere ants. Cell scoffed, the energy sphere in its mouth growing ever larger. Despair enveloped every Z warrior's heart like a cold tide. Even the mightiest, Goku and Vegeta, appeared utterly impotent before it. Just as Cell was about to unleash its energy sphere, that unassuming yet almost celestial voice resounded once more. Cell's energy sphere paused momentarily as it furrowed its brow, directing its gaze toward the source of the sound. There stood Saitama, having appeared at the edge of the battlefield, casually holding what seemed to be an unsealed snack bag. Munching on potato chips while observing Cell, a hint of perplexity on his face. Did I just hear you mention building a fighting arena? Saitama swallowed a chip, pointing at Cell. Are you planning to broadcast the fight to the whole world? Cell's crimson compound eyes fixed on Saitama. It sensed no formidable aura emanating from this bald man, yet its instincts tinged with an exceedingly faint alarm. Another oblivious insect, perhaps? Get lost, or you'll be vaporized along with the rest. Cell barked impatiently. Vaporized, huh? Saitama glanced at the massive energy sphere in Cell's mouth, then at the distant city, scratching his bald head. That thing looks like it could affect a wide area. My home is in West City. If you destroy the supermarket or my house, I will be quite troubled. So, Cell, perplexed by this bizarre concern, felt its agitation rise. So, Saitama carefully folded the snack bag and tucked it into his pocket, brushing off the crumbs from his hands as he approached Cell. Could you play somewhere without people? Or perhaps put away that troublesome thing now? His tone remained flat, as if discussing littering with a neighbor. Seeking death, Cell completely lost its patience, determined to eliminate this perplexing bald man first. It abruptly redirected the energy sphere it had gathered in its mouth toward Saitama and unleashed it, the devastating energy beam, infused with the momentum to tear through anything. Instantly engulfed Saitama's figure. Mr. Saitama, the Z warriors gasped. However, as the energy beam made contact with Saitama, it seemed to encounter an invisible black hole, disintegrating inch by inch without explosion, shockwave, or even stirring Saitama's cape. As the beam dissipated, Saitama stood unscathed, casually patting his chest as if brushing off a speck of dust. I told you, this is quite troubling. He lifted his head, his deadpan eyes meeting Cell's compound eyes, now wide with shock. The sinister grin on Cell's face froze, replaced by sheer astonishment and a long-forgotten twinge of primal fear. No, this can't be. My energy has no effect. Saitama did not respond. He merely set forth, advancing towards Cell. His pace was unhurried, yet exuded an intangible pressure that suffocated Cell. What manner of monster are you? Cell screamed, frantically unleashing energy blasts, a relentless barrage that poured upon Saitama like a torrential downpour. Each strike, however, vanished into nothingness as it neared him. The continuous light sounds echoed like the footsteps of death, resonating in the hearts of both Cell and the onlookers. Vegeta sat slumped on the ground, witnessing the scene, his lips trembling, ultimately dissolving into a weary groan. All his pride, all his efforts, stood as mere jest before such overwhelming power. Goku, on the other hand, widened his eyes, unwilling to miss a single detail, yearning to comprehend this extraordinary force that transcended common understanding. As Cell beheld Saitama drawing ever closer, An unprecedented sense of mortal peril washed over him. He screamed, channeling all his energy into his tail, its spiked length striking towards Saitama like a bolt of lightning. This was the pinnacle of his physical assault. Saitama regarded the approaching tail with mild annoyance. He extended his right index finger and lightly flicked the tail that could pierce through stars. A crisp sound rang out, akin to the shattering of glass. Cell's seemingly indomitable tail began to fracture from the tip, the fissures rapidly spreading throughout the entirety of the appendage, followed by his armored body. No! Cell let out a desperate and defiant wail. His form, akin to a weathered sand sculpture, began to crumble and dissipate beneath Saitama's nonchalant flick. In mere seconds, the once mighty, despair-inducing perfect form of Cell transformed into countless green specks, vanishing completely into the air without leaving a trace. Saitama retracted his finger, dusted it off as if brushing away a speck of dirt. All right, the trouble is dealt with, he stated, turning to the still-stunned Z fighters, particularly Vegeta and Goku. Next time you encounter such a dangerous foe, remember to lure them to an uninhabited area before engaging. Understood? Having said this, he ambled away towards West City, hands tucked into his pockets, muttering, I hope that guy's explosion, though he didn't explode, didn't scare off the new sample salespeople. The wind swept across the desolate battlefield, leaving only the Z fighters, staring at the vanishing figure of Saitama and the empty sky that once housed the perfect Cell, speechless for a long while. The absolute power not only brought victory, but also an utter upheaval of the existing hierarchy of strength, inviting boundless contemplation. Chapter 27. The weight of the everyday and the new path of training. The nightmarish oppression that Cell had inflicted dissipated swiftly, like dust in the wind. The news reported it as a rare seismic event swiftly resolved by an anonymous hero, with the lives of the populace returning to normalcy in no time. However, for those who experienced it firsthand, certain aspects had quietly transformed. Within the estate of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a modest outdoor barbecue was held, serving as a means to alleviate the trauma of survival and to welcome, if not forcibly accept, the temporarily displaced Android 18, who had gone missing after being absorbed partially by Cell and subsequently sent flying by Saitama's punch. Having seemingly lost her clear purpose, she lingered at Bulma's half-sympathetic, half-curious invitation. The atmosphere of the gathering was subtly charged. Krillin cautiously offered skewers to Android 18, his face flushed with embarrassment. Goku and Gohan engaged in a contest to see who could consume grilled meat more swiftly, their cheeks bulging with food. Piccolo leaned alone against a tree trunk, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, though the slight quivering of his antennae betrayed his inner unrest. The most striking figure was Vegeta. He refrained from participating in any activities, standing at a distance with his arms folded, gazing towards Saitama. Saitama, intently focused on the grill, meticulously brushed sauce onto a mackerel while muttering about the cooking time. With precise movements, he plated the grilled fish, a look of satisfaction on his face as though he had accomplished something monumental. Vegeta observed this scene, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Anger, resentment, and humiliation still lingered, yet a deeper, almost despairing calm enveloped them. He had witnessed Cell, an entity fused with his own essence, alongside Kakarot and Frieza's cells, theoretically possessing limitless evolutionary potential, stand before that bald man, utterly devoid of any possibility of resistance. The pride of the Saiyan race and the creed of combat evolution he had long revered appeared so pale and ludicrous in the face of such absolute power. Hey Vegeta, aren't you going to eat? Goku approached with a plate piled high with grilled meat, his words muffled. Vegeta shot him a cold glance. Kakarot, do you feel nothing? Feel? Goku swallowed his mouth full, wiped his lips, and his expression turned serious. Of course, Mr. Saitama is incredibly strong. So strong that I can't even comprehend it. But isn't that the most exciting part? It means we still have a long way to go. Go. To where? Vegeta scoffed, laced with self-mockery. To live like me? Grocery shopping, cooking, obsessing over sales? Is that the pinnacle of strength? I don't know. Goku candidly shook his head, gazing at the clear sky. But I know that merely increasing my energy or transforming in a Super Saiyan 2 or 3 will likely be insufficient. Mr. Saitama's strength seems unrelated to energy. What then? Is it? His eyes sparkled with pure curiosity, unmarred by defeat. At that moment, Saitama approached, holding meticulously grilled mackerel, and upon noticing Vegeta and Goku engaged in conversation, casually inquired, "Are you discussing training?" Vegeta stiffened slightly, refraining from a response. Goku, However, nodded enthusiastically yes. Saitama-san, how do you usually train? Is it really just doing push-ups? Saitama took a bite of the crispy fish skin and pondered, well, that's essentially it. But the most crucial aspect is perseverance. And he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Not overthinking it. I just trained and gradually became stronger. Goku contemplated this notion. Vegeta, on the other hand, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. To him, such words were utterly insulting. Saitama, noticing Vegeta's melancholic demeanor, unusually elaborated, honestly, I believe you shouldn't be overly concerned with strength, whether strong or weak. Don't we all have to queue at the supermarket when there are discounts? Vegeta felt as though he had been struck by an invisible fist in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, abruptly turned, and walked away in silence, seeking solitude. After the party concluded, the lives of the Z fighters seemed to return to normalcy, yet subtle transformations were unfolding. Goku no longer fixated on the high-intensity training in the gravity chamber. Instead, he began dedicating more time to meditation, striving to sense elements beyond his ki, even emulating Saitama by engaging in the most fundamental physical training under a standard 1G gravity, attempting to reconnect with a sense of purpose. Vegeta grew increasingly taciturn. He still entered the gravity chamber, but his training shifted from frantic exertion to an extreme precision and energy control, endeavoring to maximize every ounce of ki while minimizing any unnecessary waste or dissipation. The proud furrow of his brow softened, revealing a newfound gravity to his demeanor. Piccolo commenced a new training regimen with Gohan, focusing not on enhancing strength, but on honing mental fortitude and the efficiency of techniques. He began instructing Gohan on how to seek opportunities through wisdom and skill when physical power was lacking, subtly hinting at a contemplation of facing adversaries beyond his capabilities. Yet, the source of all these changes, Saitama, remained blissfully unaware, continuing his orderly lifestyle. Occasionally, Goku would come to spar with him, the outcomes being predictably one-sided. However, with each defeat, Goku's confusion diminished, and his questions grew increasingly peculiar, such as, Saitama-san, what do you think about when you throw a punch? Do you dream when you sleep? Do you train in your dreams? Saitama often found himself bewildered by such inquiries, responding honestly, I think about nothing. I dream about hot pot. These answers would leave Goku in deep contemplation for a considerable time. One day, Vegeta unexpectedly appeared at the supermarket frequented by Saitama. Dressed in inconspicuous casual wear, he stood rigidly before the discounted items, observing the frenzy of housewives clamoring for limited products, his brow furrowed in discontent. He seemed eager to experience the mundane life that Saitama often described, yet was evidently more challenging than confronting any adversary. As fate would have it, Saitama happened to pass by and, upon noticing him, greeted him with surprise. Oh, are you here for the bargain too? This brand of laundry detergent is indeed a steal. But you must hurry, there are only a few bottles left. Vegeta, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, froze momentarily, letting out a cold snort before hastily exiting the supermarket, forgetting entirely the items he had intended to purchase. Saitama observed his flustered retreat, scratching his head in bemusement. What a peculiar fellow. As tranquil days unfolded, the Z warriors appeared to be evolving in a novel manner, one that stripped away the mere veneration of brute strength and ventured inward for growth. However, beneath this serene surface, in the distant realm of the Supreme Kai, a youthful deity clad in the garb of the Supreme Kai, emanating an ancient aura, was intently observing Earth through a crystal ball, his expression heavy with unprecedented gravity. This planet had not only witnessed the emergence of Super Saiyans who vanquished Frieza, but also exhibited an anomaly that even I cannot fathom. Furthermore, the energy-sealing Majin Buu seemed to emit a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation. Could this merely be a coincidence? A thread of concern, akin to delicate fissures, began to spread within the heart of this Supreme Kai. The storm may not have receded. It might merely be gathering strength. Chapter 28. The Divine Visitor and the Ominous Prelude. The tranquility of Earth was subtly shattered by a grand, sacred aura that bore an ineffable sense of oppression. This presence was not akin to the malevolence and destructive intent of Frieza or Cell, but rather embodied a law that loomed above all, imbued with undeniable majesty. The Z warriors felt this sensation simultaneously, instinctively looking skyward. Goku, who was attempting to perceive the subtle changes in his body through the most fundamental movements, paused mid-squat, his eyes flashing with surprise and curiosity. This energy feels strange, high and distant. Vegeta, confined within the gravity chamber, engaged in micro-level energy control training, abruptly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed. Isn't that the scent of those weaklings? Piccolo, who was instructing Gohan in mental focus, felt the presence most acutely. An unprecedented seriousness crossed his green visage. This energy carries a sense of the divine realm, but is countless times more profound than that of Earth's gods. In the next moment, two figures appeared without warning in the garden of the Capsule Corporation. The leader was a diminutive youth, youthful in appearance, yet exuding an ancient authority. Attired in the distinctive garments of the Supreme Kai, with elongated ears and a dot of vermilion on his forehead. He was none other than Supreme Kai, Shin. Following closely behind was his imposing, red-skinned, taciturn attendant, Kibito. Their arrival immediately alerted Bulma and her numerous bodyguards. Yet in the presence of the naturally emanating divine aura of the Supreme Kai, even ordinary individuals found it difficult to approach. "Who are you?" Bulma asked, forcing herself to maintain composure, acutely aware that these two were anything but ordinary. The Kaioshin Shin did not respond. His gaze transcended Bulma and landed squarely on the rapidly approaching energies of Goku, Piccolo, and the slightly delayed yet grim-faced Vegeta. The Saiyans, along with an Namekian warrior fused with the deity, were the focus of his attention. The tone of Kaioshin's voice was calm, yet imbued with a power that resonated deep within the soul. "I am Kaioshin Shin, the overseer of the universe's creation. My descent here is to address a crisis that threatens the very existence of the cosmos." Kaioshin? Goku blinked in surprise, recalling the North Kai and the deity above him. "How impressive. You speak of a crisis? Is a formidable foe approaching?" His initial reaction was one of excitement. Vegeta, however, let out a scoff, crossing his arms. Although he felt a sense of trepidation towards the identity of the Kaioshin, his recent experiences with Saitama had greatly diminished his reverence for so-called gods. Piccolo, the most composed among them, inquired with a grave tone, "Kaioshin, what exactly do you mean by crisis?" A shadow clouded Kaioshin Shin's expression. Majin Buu, a terrifying entity that nearly obliterated the entire universe in ancient times. Although the previous Kaioshins sealed them away at the cost of their lives, recently, the energy of the seal has exhibited abnormal fluctuations. These disturbances seem to be linked to this planet and the residual energies from your recent high-energy battles. His gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta, especially you two, Super Saiyans. The ferocious energy you emit during combat, along with the malignant essence left behind by the defeated Cell, may very well act as the catalyst for his awakening. At that moment, Bulma, who had been eavesdropping and even pulled out her phone to search for information on the Kaioshin's benefits, suddenly interjected, "Wait, you mentioned Majin Buu? I believe I came across fragmented records in my family's ancient archives, suggesting a connection to a dark sorcerer named Babidi." Kaioshin Shin looked at Bulma with surprise. "You know Babidi?" "Indeed. He is the mastermind behind the creation and attempted control of Majin Buu. His seal is also weakening, and he is likely searching for a means and energy to break the final seal somewhere in the universe." As the group was stunned by this sudden revelation of an intergalactic crisis, a bald man in a hero costume, casually carrying a plastic bag emblazoned with fish market clearance, strolled past the garden entrance. Saitama noticed the gathering crowd and the two distinctly unfamiliar figures, Kaioshin and Jebbet, and paused, curiosity piqued. "Oh, guests?" His gaze lingered momentarily on the sharp ears of Kaioshin. Cosplay. Simultaneously, Kaioshin Shin and Jebbet turned their attention to Saitama. In the perception of the divine, this bald figure appeared utterly void of substance. Not hidden, not repressed, but a true embodiment of nothingness. As though he stood there, yet did not exist in any perceptual dimension. This anomaly unsettled Kaioshin more than the violent energy of the Super Saiyans. "Who are you?" The god of the Kais, Shin, could not help but speak, his tone imbued with a caution that even he was unaware of. "I am Saitama, residing nearby." Saitama lifted the bag in his hand, revealing several lively fish still flopping within. "Today there was a discount at the fish market, so I bought a bit too much. Would you like to try some? However, you'll have to handle them yourselves." The god of the Kais remained silent. Jebbet twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. Goku quickly interjected, "Mr. Saitama, this is Lord Kaioshin, a very important deity." "Oh, a god," Saitama nodded, his reaction unremarkable. "Gods must enjoy grilled fish too, right? My seasoning is nearly depleted, so I need to head to the supermarket for a restock. I'll take my leave now." He seemed entirely disinterested in the so-called cosmic crisis and the threat of Majin Buu. turning away as he contemplated which brand of barbecue sauce offered the best value. The god of the Kais stared in astonishment at Saitama's departing figure. After a moment, he turned to Goku and asked, his voice strained, "Is he always like this?" Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Huh, Mr. Saitama is quite unique." Vegeta let out an ambiguous snort from the side. Taking a deep breath, the god of the Kais forced his focus back to the matter at hand. "Regardless, the threat of Majin Buu is imminent. We must locate and stop Babidi at once. I require your strength." Before he could finish his sentence, Piccolo's expression suddenly changed. He pointed sharply toward the outskirts of West City. "Over there. There's a very concealed, yet extremely malevolent energy that just flickered. It is saturated with the essence of dark magic." The god of the Kais sensed it, and his expression changed dramatically. "It is Babidi's trail. He has indeed infiltrated Earth. He is searching for a powerful energy source to completely unravel the seal. Then what are we waiting for? Let us find him." Goku immediately became energized. Vegeta's eyes sharpened. Although he harbored doubts about the god of the Kais' intentions, the idea of seeking a formidable opponent aligned with his desires. The god of the Kais nodded, addressing the Z fighters. "Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Jebbit, use your instant transmission to take us there." However, just as Jebbit prepared to activate his ability, the god of the Kais seemed to remember something, abruptly turning his gaze towards the direction Saitama had taken. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes. What role would that anomaly play in the face of the impending threat of Majin Buu, which even he found terrifying? He had a foreboding sense that this journey to Earth would not unfold as he had anticipated. Variables had already emerged. Chapter 29. The Trap of the Sorcerer and the Ineffectual Barrier. Jebbit's instant transmission accurately transported the god of the Kais, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to a desolate stretch of Gobi on the outskirts of West City. This barren land was seldom trodden, the air thick with a faint scent of sulfur and an unsettling residue of dark energy. The aura here had vanished. Piccolo vigilantly scanned the surroundings, his senses spreading out like a spider's web, yet the space bore traces of distortion, exceedingly concealed. The god of the Kais wore a grave expression. It is Babidi's spatial concealment magic. He must be nearby, having established a temporary stronghold, with his hands forming intricate seals. A divine light shimmered in his eyes as he endeavored to pierce through the illusions. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly illuminated, revealing a colossal purple magic circle composed of twisted runes. An eerie radiance instantaneously enveloped the four individuals along with Jebbit. "This is bad. It's a trap," the Supreme Kai exclaimed, feeling the divine energy within him stagnate abruptly. Simultaneously, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo sensed an invisible force suppressing their ki, rendering their bodies heavy and their strength significantly diminished. "Hee!" A shrill, sinister laugh echoed from the void. From a distorted space emerged a diminutive creature clad in loose robes, with an oversized head and a grotesque appearance, alongside a tall, imposing figure adorned with horns, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. None other than the dark sorcerer Babidi and his formidable guardian, Dabura. "Supreme Kai, I never imagined you would deliver yourself so willingly," Babidi declared triumphantly, gesturing animatedly. "This energy suppression barrier was specifically crafted for you energy-dependent beings. Within this domain, you shall barely harness even half of your strength. Dabura, seize them. We shall utilize their energy to expedite Lord Buu's resurrection." Dabura stepped forward, purple saliva dripping from his mouth, sizzling as it touched the ground. His cold gaze swept over the beleaguered Z fighters. "As you command, Lord Babidi." The battle erupted instantaneously. Despite the barrier's constraints, Son Goku and Vegeta roared defiantly, transforming into Super Saiyans. Though their golden auras lacked their usual intensity, they remained resolute. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai also launched their assaults. However, under the influence of the barrier, their speed, strength, and energy output were severely compromised. Dabura's inherent might was already formidable, even slightly surpassing that of Perfect Cell, and thus, the Z fighters found themselves in a desperate struggle. Dabura's attacks were ferocious and lethal, his corrosive saliva posing a terrifying threat, while his fists carried the power to shatter mountains. Only through their combined efforts could Son Goku and Vegeta barely withstand his onslaught, while Piccolo and the Supreme Kai's strikes were effortlessly neutralized. Hee! Futile! Babidi exclaimed with glee from the sidelines. "Within my barrier, You are but lambs awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, at the edge of the desert, Saitama followed the directions on his phone, trudging clumsily over the rugged, stony terrain. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled flyer depicting an adorable cat, proclaiming a hefty reward for its return, named Meatball, last seen in the western outskirts of the desert. Really? Why would a cat venture to such a desolate place? Saitama murmured, glancing around. The reward, a year's supply of premium cat food and a VIP card from a pet store, was barely enticing enough. He was completely oblivious to the distorted space and the faint energy fluctuations not far away, as well as the fierce battle unfolding within. His entire focus was on finding the lost cat. Meatball, where are you? Come out, there's something delicious. Saitama cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly. His voice was not particularly loud, yet in the stillness of the desert, it traveled far, resonating clearly within the barrier. The combatants momentarily paused. Who is outside? Babidi frowned, sensing a life form beyond the barrier, but the energy response was so feeble it could almost be disregarded. Was it merely a passing, earthly creature? Dubra also glanced distractedly at the strange bald figure outside the barrier, then disdainfully snorted and resumed his relentless assault on the battered Vegeta. Saitama shouted a few more times without receiving a response, so he continued deeper into the desert, his path unerringly leading towards the barrier. Babidi watched Saitama approach with growing impatience. Damn lowly creature, what an annoyance. Dubra finished this quickly. Dubra intensified his assault, and wounds began to appear on Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Saitama reached the very edge of the barrier. He remained unaware of the invisible energy shield ahead, stepping through it as naturally as if he were walking down the street. At the moment he crossed into the barrier, a hum resonated. The massive purple magical array enveloping the Z fighters flickered violently like a malfunctioning light bulb, emitting a mournful wail as it reached its breaking point. Then, with a pop akin to a bursting soap bubble, it shattered completely, dissipating into nothingness. The invisible force that had suppressed the Z fighters vanished in an instant. Goku and Vegeta's repressed golden auras erupted forth, even more radiant than before. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai also felt their divine powers flowing freely once more. Everyone was left in stunned silence, including Babidi and Dubra. What just happened? My barrier! Babidi shrieked, incredulous as he gazed at the now-defunct magical array, then turned to look at the bewildered bald man who had just walked in. Was it you? What have you done? Upon entering, Saitama noticed several individuals inside, along with two rather peculiar-looking beings, Babidi and Dubra. He blinked, disregarding Babidi's shrieks. His gaze swept over Goku and Vegeta. Oh, Kakarot, Vegeta, you're here too? Are you fighting? Have you seen a yellow and white striped cat? Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai stared wide-eyed at the bald man, who appeared to have merely passed by, but had inexplicably dispelled a barrier that even he had found troublesome, his mind a blank. Although Dubra was also taken aback by the barrier's collapse, his extensive combat experience quickly kicked in. In an instant, seizing the opportunity while the Z warriors were momentarily distracted, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of corrosive saliva that shot forth like an arrow towards the nearest Vegeta. Watch out! Goku exclaimed in alarm. Vegeta, regaining his senses, prepared to evade the attack. However, the corrosive saliva, in its trajectory, happened to pass right in front of Saitama, who was turning to find a cat. Saitama seemed to sense something approaching and instinctively swatted at it, as one would shoo away a mosquito. With a sound akin to a drop of water meeting a red-hot iron plate, the horrifying saliva, capable of dissolving steel, evaporated in a harmless vapor upon contact with his palm, vanishing without a trace. Depura, Babidi, Zwoyores. Saitama inspected his clean palm and then glanced at Depura's large mouth, asking with an air of confusion, was that a bug that just flew by? It was rather swift. The scene fell into a profound silence. Babidi stared at the bald figure who had effortlessly dismissed his magic and extinguished Depura's attack with a mere wave. A terror, deeper than that which he felt in the presence of the Supreme Kai, gripped him. What manner of monster is this that dwells on earth? His voice trembled, stripped of its former arrogance. Depura fixed his gaze upon Saitama, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His instincts screamed at him, warning that this bald man was far more perilous than the Supreme Kai and Super Saiyans combined. The Supreme Kai observed the unfolding scene, an increasingly strong premonition forming in his mind regarding this anomaly named Saitama. He feared that Saitama might be the key to addressing the crisis posed by Majin Buu, or perhaps the greatest variable in the equation. Meanwhile, Our teacher Saitama, having confirmed that there were no bugs and having not spotted the cat, waved his hand at Goku and the others, saying, "If I can't find it, so be it. I'll just look elsewhere. You all carry on." With that, he strolled across the frozen battlefield as casually as one would wander through their own garden, heading towards the other side of the wasteland to continue his search for the cat, leaving behind a shattered barrier, two villains questioning their existence. In a group of Z warriors and Supreme, Kai caught in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Babidi-S plan, which had only just begun, encountered an unprecedented and bizarre setback. Chapter 30. The Pink Calamity and the Missing Cat. With the barrier shattered into Pura-S attack extinguished by Saitama-S casual gesture. This unforeseen turn of events plunged Babidi into a state of extreme panic and fury. Damn it, that cursed ballhead. How dare he sabotage my plans? Babidi fumed. Watching Saitama saunter away, his fury boiling over, yet deep within, he felt an incomprehensible fear. That bald man seemed to be the nemesis of all his magic. Depura, forget them. Get me out of here immediately. We need more energy and a more concealed location. Babidi shrieked, desperate to distance himself from that unfathomable monster. Though Dabra was reluctant, he understood the futility of the situation. He retreated from the combined assault of Son Goku and Vegeta, swiftly positioning himself beside Babidi, preparing to unleash a spatial teleportation spell. Trying to escape? Vegeta bellowed, his golden aura surging once more. He would not allow his prey, now empowered, to slip away so easily. With both hands, he gathered an unprecedented surge of energy, unleashing his ultimate attack. A massive golden beam, infused with Vegeta's rage and frustration, hurtled toward Babidi and Dabra. The Kaioshin's expression shifted in alarm. This is bad. He cannot be allowed to unleash such immense energy here. Before he could finish, the ultimate attack struck its target. However, at the last moment, Dabra conjured a dark barrier, sustaining injury and spitting blood as he was sent flying, yet managing to pull Babidi into the distorted space, vanishing from sight. Nevertheless, the colossal energy from Vegeta's furious strike was not entirely contained. The residual energy surged forth like a torrent, radiating in all directions. One particular wave fortuitously surged towards the direction where Saitama had departed. At that moment, Saitama was crouched behind a sand dune, observing a trembling yellow and white kitten hiding in the crevice of a rock. "Found you. So, you were here all along, little meatball?" A smile graced Saitama's face as he attempted to call out in a gentle, though his visage hardly conveyed gentleness, tone. The kitten, evidently terrified by the aftermath of the battle and Vegeta's ultimate attack, let out a frightened mewl upon seeing Saitama approach and dashed deeper into the desert. "Hey, don't run away. I'm not a bad guy." Saitama quickly got up to chase after it. His path of pursuit formed a subtle angle with the trajectory of the dissipating energy torrent. Meanwhile, Babidi and Dabra, utilizing spatial magic, hastily relocated to a safe haven not far from the path of the energy flow, within a more concealed valley crevice. There lay a colossal egg, adorned with bizarre patterns, which sealed the mighty Majin Buu. "Quickly, Dabra, infuse the energy we just collected, along with that massive energy from outside, in a Lord Buu's egg." Babidi shouted frantically, disregarding his injuries. He sensed that the energy released by the Saiyans, though tumultuous, was immensely powerful and might compensate for their prior losses. Dabra, gritting his teeth against his wounds, pressed his hands against the giant egg, dark magic swirling as he attempted to guide and absorb the dissipating energy. Yet, just as the energy was on the verge of being successfully infused, Saitama, in pursuit of the kitten, fortuitously ran directly above the valley crevice. The slight air current generated by his movement, which was negligible to him, and his very presence's purifying effect on the surrounding energy environment was akin to a stone cast into still waters. The surge of energy, guided by Dabra, became exceedingly unstable upon contact with the aura inadvertently emanating from Saitama, akin to a wild stallion breaking free from its reins, veering abruptly from its intended path. Then, with a resounding crash, it detonated beside the colossal egg. "No!" Babidi let out a desperate shriek. The explosion did not directly obliterate the enormous egg, yet the tumultuous energy shock inadvertently activated an ancient emergency absorption rune inscribed on the shell, serving as a final safeguard. A hum resonated as the gigantic egg trembled violently, its surface patterns glowing with a blinding pink radiance. It began to absorb everything around it uncontrollably, including the residual dark energy of Dabra, Babidi, Shenron's magical power, the scarce elemental essence of the valley, and even the natural energy dissipating from the distant Z warriors. What is happening? The energy has gone awry. The Kaioshin's expression turned pale as he sensed a chillingly malevolent will awakening. Its insatiable greed and chaos far exceeding his imagination. Ha ha ha! Babidi, however, transformed his despair into ecstasy, dancing with glee. It's absorbing. Majin Buu is absorbing energy. Though the process is flawed, he is awakening. The great Majin Buu is about to descend. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. A fissure appeared at the top of the egg. Pink, cotton candy-like mist seeped through the crack. Then, to the astonishment of all, the shell shattered completely. A short, plump creature, entirely pink, adorned with a white belt and boots, and sporting an antenna-like jet nozzle atop its head, yawned and rubbed its sleepy eyes as it emerged from the broken shell. It appeared somewhat comical. I've slept for so long. It uttered in a nasally voice that sounded somewhat innocent, or perhaps foolish. Is this Majin Buu? The Z warriors braced themselves, and the Kaioshin appeared gravely concerned. Buu blinked its small, bean-like eyes, curiously surveying its surroundings, its gaze landing first on Babidi, who was collapsed on the ground from excessive magical exhaustion. Did you wake me? Buu tilted its head and inquired. Yes, yes. The great Lord Buu. I am your most loyal servant, Babidi. Babidi quickly fell to his knees, his face a mask of flattery and fervor. Please obey my command and annihilate these bothersome beings, as well as this planet. A command? A look of confusion crossed Buu's face, which quickly morphed into a pout, akin to a child whose toy had been snatched away, as it declared no. I don't want to follow your orders. Suddenly, it pointed a finger at Babidi. You look so annoying. Turn into chocolate. A pink beam shot forth. Under Babidi's horrified gaze, his body swiftly contorted and morphed, ultimately transforming into a beautifully wrapped, still quivering piece of chocolate. Buu picked up the chocolate, barely glancing at it before tossing it into his mouth, chewing a few times and swallowing it. He then patted his belly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Sweet and not bad. The Supreme Kai, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and everyone else were utterly astonished by this bizarre and horrifying scene. To transform a living sorcerer into chocolate and consume him. What a terrifying ability. After devouring Babidi, Buu's mood seemed to lighten. He bounced about, casting his gaze upon the others present, his small eyes brimming with innocent curiosity and a playful, yet potentially lethal, spirit akin to that of a child. Who shall I play with next? At that moment, Saitama, who had finally caught the cat named Meatball and was cradling it in his arms, the cat stiffened in fear, stood atop the valley and witnessed Buu turning Babidi into chocolate and devouring him. He blinked in mild surprise. Oh, it seems there's a magic show over there. Quite an unusual technique. He appeared oblivious to the sinister aura emanating from the rotund pink figure, which even made the Supreme Kai tremble. Chapter 31. The Chaotic Game and the Supermarket Crisis. Majin Buu's beady eyes scanned the Z warriors, who were poised for battle, his face lighting up with the excitement of a child who has found a new toy. Hee, you all look like you're going to be so much fun. He clapped his hands, his body twisting like pink Play-Doh. Be careful. His energy is exceedingly strange. The Supreme Kai warned, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. He understood Buu's terrifying nature better than anyone. Buu's gaze first locked onto Vegeta, the most irascible and fierce among them. I'll start with you. Let us play a game of tag. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Buu vanished like a ghost, reappearing before Vegeta in a split second. His speed beyond comprehension. Vegeta's pupils contracted, his Super Saiyan instincts kicked in, and he unleashed a full-force punch. Thud! His fist struck Buu's rotund belly. Yet it felt as though he had punched into an unfathomable abyss, all his strength and momentum absorbed. Buu's belly even caved in, enveloping Vegeta's fist before suddenly rebounding. Whoa! Vegeta felt an overwhelming force propel him uncontrollably backward, crashing hard into a distant mountainside. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in alarm. You missed. Now it's my turn to catch you. Buu laughed cheerfully, his body elongating as if boneless, his arms stretching out several meters to grasp the just-risen Vegeta. Vegeta roared, unleashing a Kamehameha wave, but the energy blast merely caused Buu to sway slightly, before he opened his mouth and sucked it in like candy. Useless. Both physical and energy attacks have extremely limited effects on him. The Supreme Kai thought in desperation. Buu endeavored to employ hypnosis and mental interference. Yet the chaotic thoughts within him were utterly elusive. Instead, he felt an uncomfortable itch in his head. Enraged, He directed a gust of wind towards Bick, which instantly engulfed him in a swirling pink tempest. Although it failed to transform him into food, Bick was left dazed and momentarily incapacitated. Son Goku transitioned into Super Saiyan 2, his speed and strength surging once more as he engaged Buu in combat. His strikes indeed inflicted some damage, tearing off chunks of Buu's flesh. Yet those pink remnants promptly morphed upon hitting the ground into miniature copies of Buu, chattering excitedly as they either joined the fray or reintegrated with the main body, allowing Buu to restore himself entirely in an instant. How on earth can one combat this? Krillin gazed at this seemingly insurmountable ability, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Buu appeared to grow bored of one-on-one combat. He suddenly leaped into the air, raising his hands high as a colossal energy sphere, a mix of pink and black, began to coalesce. The cataclysmic energy contained within it made the very earth tremble. This is bad. He intends to annihilate the planet. The Supreme Kai's face turned pale. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, Vegeta, and Son Goku unleashed their full power simultaneously. Two immense beams of energy hurtling towards Buu's energy sphere. The three forces collided midair, locked in a stalemate. The very fabric of space twisted under the strain. What fun! Increase the power. Buu chuckled, the energy sphere swelling once more, beginning to overpower the combined assault of Goku and Vegeta. The Z-Fighters desperately transmitted their energy to Goku and Vegeta, yet it barely managed to maintain equilibrium. In that critical moment, Buu seemed to take notice of the dazzling light produced by their energy clash, tilting his head and suddenly withdrawing most of his strength. This is bad. The Supreme Kai realized too late what was happening. As the resistance faltered, the combined energy of Goku and Vegeta surged forth like a runaway stallion towards Buu's original position. But Buu instantaneously teleported to the side of their energy trajectory. The merged Ultimate Flash and Kamehameha, imbued with cataclysmic force, shot towards the distant horizon, directly aiming at the city center of West City. No! Bulma, observing through satellite surveillance, let out a heart-wrenching scream. A blinding white light consumed the sky above West City, followed by a deafening explosion and a towering mushroom cloud. A significant portion of West City, including the bustling commercial district near Bulma's home, was obliterated by the energy shockwave. Among the casualties were the large supermarkets frequently visited by Saitama and the apartment building where he resided. Above the Gobi Valley, Saitama had just calmed the frightened cat, Meatball, and was preparing to contact its owner for a reward. He looked up just in time to witness the mushroom cloud rising from the direction of West City, accompanied by a subtle yet persistent tremor in the ground. His expression froze instantly. For the first time, the normally apathetic look in his eyes reflected the distant devastation with startling clarity. In his hand, the notice for a lost cat, detailing a reward of a year's supply of premium cat food and a VIP card for the pet store, rustled in the wind. He quietly retrieved his smartphone and opened the map application. The icons representing his home and the familiar supermarkets had transformed into a disheartening gray, signifying a lack of connection. After a brief silence, Saitama gently placed the cat nestled in his arms behind a secure rock, patting its head. Wait here for a moment. He then slowly turned to face the pink, rotund figure in the valley below, who was clapping and laughing in delight at the fireworks. On his calm visage, there was no hint of anger. However, an invisible, heart-stirring low pressure began to emanate from him. Even the Z-Warriors, who were battling fiercely below, and the jovial Majin Buu, instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. King Kai looked up in shock, sensing a shift in the unusual aura. Although he still could not perceive the energy, an oppressive feeling akin to ominous clouds gathering enveloped the area. Vegeta, panting heavily, gazed at the bald figure above him, feeling not humiliation for the first time, but rather an unexpected anticipation that even he himself did not recognize. Saitama descended step by step from above the valley, his gait steady yet imbued with a sense of resolve. He reached the edge of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping past the Z-Warriors, locking directly onto Majin Buu. He pointed towards West City, his tone hauntingly calm as he inquired, "Hey, you pink one, did you do something to my home and the supermarket where I have a VIP card?" Buu ceased his laughter, blinking his beady eyes at this suddenly appearing, distinctly different bald man, his face revealing displeasure at the inquiry. "So what if I did? Are you here to play with me?" Saitama nodded earnestly, responding, indeed. "Then I suppose I shall engage in a slightly more serious game with you." Chapter 32. The Boundaries of Seriousness and the Endpoint of Understanding. Saitama's calm, yet palpably oppressive inquiry plunged the previously chaotic battlefield into a strange stillness. Majin Buu withdrew his childlike mirth. Confusion and provoked annoyance flickering in his beady eyes for the first time. "You don't seem fun," Buu exclaimed, puffing up his cheeks in anger. His body inflating like a balloon, malevolent energy surging forth like a tempest, nearly suffocating the distant Z warriors. He suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a breath of energy mingled with pink and black, potent enough to vaporize continental shelves, surging towards Saitama like a tide of destruction. This time, there was no playful intent. It was pure annihilation. In the face of this attack, which could make even King Kai's complexion change, Saitama merely observed calmly. And at the moment the breath was about to engulf him, he raised his right hand, finger splayed. Buzz. There was no explosion, no shockwave, nor any semblance of energy annihilation that one would anticipate. That cataclysmic torrent of breath, upon making contact with Saitama's palm, seemed to be struck by an invisible directive of obliteration that existed solely on a conceptual level, vanishing entirely from existence. It was akin to erasing a line drawn on paper with an eraser, clean and untraceable. Buu's breath, along with all the energy and destructive principles it contained, was rendered utterly ineffective. "What?" the Supreme Kai exclaimed in disbelief. Although he anticipated Saitama's formidable strength, he never expected it to manifest in such an incomprehensible manner. Buu, too, was taken aback, tilting its head and blinking in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why its attack had simply dissipated. That last strike felt slightly more potent than its previous octopoid assault. Saitama lowered his hand and offered a casual remark before beckoning Buu with a finger. "Is there anything else? Hurry up. I'm going to rush to see if I can salvage something." That infuriating bald head. Buu was incensed by this utter disregard. Screeching as its form flowed like liquid, instantly fracturing into hundreds of smaller Buus, chattering and swarming from all directions. Each possessed a portion of its original strength and that bizarre transformation ability. The Z fighter's expressions shifted dramatically. Such an assault seemed insurmountable. However, Saitama merely sighed softly. "How noisy." He crouched slightly before spinning rapidly in place. Not a mere afterimage technique or high-speed movement, but the purest form of gyroscopic rotation. Whoosh! An invisible whirlwind materialized around him. Those approaching smaller Buus, upon entering the vortex's vicinity, were reduced to mere clay, thrown into a shredder. They could not even utter a cry before being utterly torn apart, pulverized, and transformed into the most fundamental particles, devoid of any chance for regeneration. In less than a second, the multitude of smaller Buus was eradicated. Saitama came to a halt, brushing non-existent dust from his cape without a hair amiss. "Let's set aside the trickery of clones. Is there anything else?" He turned his gaze toward the utterly stunned original Buu. Buu was driven to madness. It felt an unprecedented threat and humiliation. It aimed to absorb this bald figure and gain his power. "Let it become my strength." Buu's body elongated dramatically, resembling a vast pink blanket, enveloping Saitama. This was one of its ultimate abilities, absorption and fusion. The Supreme Kai's heart raced. The consequences of being absorbed were unimaginable. The pink blanket successfully enveloped Saitama, forming a colossal pink sphere. "I did it!" Buu, in spherical form, emitted a triumphant shriek. The hearts of the Z fighters plummeted. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. The surface of the pink sphere suddenly bulged into the shape of a fist. Then, it began to tear apart with earnest intent. A mundane sound emanated from within the orb. A sharp tearing noise echoed, reminiscent of fabric being ripped apart. The pink sphere, capable of absorbing the power of a Super Saiyan and imbued with an enigmatic force, was brutally torn asunder by what appeared to be an ordinary pair of hands. Lacking any finesse, Saitama stood unharmed in the center, grasping the two writhing pink fragments that struggled to rejoin. Buu emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Akin to that of an injured beast, the torn sections swiftly vaporized, restoring its form, yet its aura was markedly diminished, filled with palpable fear. The absorption had failed, and it was achieved through sheer brute force. "Regenerate!" Buu shrieked, summoning all its energy in an attempt to recover. However, Saitama seemed resolute in denying it any further chance. He observed the fragments in his grasp, which eventually ceased their writhing and dissipated into pink mist, then glanced at Buu. Now panting and noticeably reduced in size due to regeneration, he nodded thoughtfully. "It appears that as long as it is eradicated thoroughly enough, it shall not regenerate." He stepped forward, advancing towards Bu. It was time to conclude this game. Bu, feeling the primal terror of impending death emanating from Saitama's approach, screamed in desperation. It concentrated all remaining energy, infused with boundless dread and malevolent intent, forming a jet-black energy sphere before it, an ultimate annihilation ball, seemingly capable of devouring all light. This was its final, all-or-nothing strike. Let us perish together. With its last ounce of strength, Bu propelled the annihilation ball towards Saitama, simultaneously threatening the entire planet. This is disastrous. That energy sphere will trigger a chain reaction, obliterating the planet. The Supreme Kai exclaimed in despair. Confronted with this ultimate blow, Saitama finally halted his advance. He regarded the ominous black energy sphere hurtling towards him, and for the first time, assumed a slightly more formal fighting stance. His right fist drew back, and his body leaned forward slightly. He did not utter any incantation. He merely focused his gaze a fraction more intently. Then he struck a serious punch. There were no blinding lights, no explosive aura, just the simplest, most direct straight punch. The moment his fist met the annihilation ball, time seemed to freeze. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, the ultimate energy sphere, potent enough to obliterate the planet, alongside all the malevolent will and energy encapsulated within, began to disintegrate as if it were ice thrown into the scorching sun, gradually vanishing from the front end. It was not an explosion, nor a mere cancellation. It was a complete erasure from the very fabric of existence. The energy sphere dissipated. The force of his punch did not cease, like an invisible ripple. It penetrated the vanishing energy sphere and gently brushed past the now stiffened Majin Bu, who had exhausted all its energy. Majin Bu's pink form, akin to a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, swiftly transformed into countless pink motes of light from the point of contact with Saitama's fist, silently dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. The once omnipotent creature that instilled boundless terror in the universe, Majin Bu, had thus met his complete demise. Saitama slowly withdrew his fist, brushing away non-existent dust. All right, it's done. He turned to face the silent Z fighters and the Supreme Kai behind him. Does anyone know where the post-disaster reconstruction office is over in West City? I need to inquire about reissuing my supermarket membership card. I still have points to redeem. The wind swept through the tranquil valley. Vegeta slumped to the ground, gazing at the empty sky, then at the bald man fretting over his membership card, feeling a long-held tension inside him snap, only to quietly reorganize in a manner he could not comprehend. For the first time, he felt neither anger nor resentment, but rather a profound sense of bewilderment and liberation. Goku, mouth agape, muttered after a moment. So, this is what it feels like at the end of power? The Supreme Kai, standing still, bowed deeply to Saitama's back after a considerable pause. He understood that the universe had been spared from catastrophe, yet the existence of this anomaly was itself an even greater, unfathomable enigma. The endpoint of cognition may not be the pinnacle of strength, but rather a reverence for existence itself. And our teacher, Saitama, upon confirming that Bu had indeed been resolved, had already pulled out his phone to search for nearby emergency aid stations and the supermarket's customer service number. The mundane would eventually envelop the extraordinary. Yet those who had experienced it all understood that the absolute hidden beneath the surface of everyday life would forever alter their perception of this world. Chapter 33. The Pronouncement of Order and the Ineffectual Fist. The threat of Majin Bu dissipated like a nightmare, and the Earth returned to its former state under the power of the Dragon Balls. However, the Z fighters, having survived the ordeal, felt little joy. Saitama's mind-bending strength loomed over each of them like an invisible mountain, particularly pressing upon Vegeta. He had grown unusually silent, forsaking his relentless training to often stare blankly at the sky. The flames of his former pride nearly extinguished. Goku's attempts to spar with him were met with cold rejection. Amidst this delicate atmosphere, a consciousness far more vast, cold, and devoid of emotional life than that of the Supreme Kai swept over the entire Earth, and even the entirety of the seventh universe like an invisible tide. All warriors who had reached a certain level of strength heard an absolute, calm voice resonate within their minds. Detected in Universe 7. Abnormal concentration exceeds permissible limits. Individuals Saitama, Goku, and Vegeta classified as outlier variables. In accordance with the multiverse balance accord, purification protocol initiated. Executor, logic unit of the source of all machines, has arrived. What is that voice? Krillin exclaimed in terror, glancing around. Concentration levels? Outlier variables? Beck's countenance was grave, as he sensed that the sound resonated directly with his very soul. The Supreme Kai's face turned ashen in an instant, his body trembling slightly with fear. The legend of the source of all things is that it maintains the fundamental logic of the multiverse. It indeed exists. Any universe deemed anomalous by it shall be formatted. As if to confirm his words, a colossal, indescribable phantom composed of countless geometric light paths and cold data streams began to materialize in the sky above Earth. It was not a tangible entity, but rather a projection of rules, its very existence repelling and correcting everything around it. Purification commencing. Target priority, outlier, variable Saitama. In the void, a beam of pure white light, constituted solely of logical deletion commands, disregarding spatial distance, abruptly descended upon Saitama, who was in the supermarket comparing prices of 2 laundry detergents. This beam carried no energy impact. It represented a conceptual annihilation, directly affecting existence itself. Saitama raised his head, gazing at the disquieting white light, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself. The moment the white light made contact with his arm, it dissipated silently, just like all previous attacks. Attack ineffective. Logic conflict. Analysis inconclusive. Redefining target threat level. Initiating final purification protocol. Universal reset. The phantom of the source of all things displayed no emotional fluctuations and immediately altered its strategy. All stars in the 7th universe dimmed momentarily as a terrifying force, which made even the Supreme Kai feel as insignificant as dust, began to coalesce, targeting the universe itself. It aims to annihilate the entire universe. The Supreme Kai cried out in despair. What jest? Son Goku Huad, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, assuming he had mastered it by then, unleashing a tremendous divine energy that surged toward the celestial phantom. Vegeta gritted his teeth and similarly erupted with Super Saiyan Blue energy to follow suit. Though his heart was clouded with confusion, the instinct to protect, perhaps coupled with a hint of reluctance, propelled him into action. However, their attacks, whether energy blasts or physical strikes, upon making contact with the phantom of the source of all things, vanished as if absorbed by the absolute barrier of logic, rendered utterly ineffective. Their strength appeared woefully inadequate before the embodiment of the universe's foundational rules. The source of all things itself constituted a part of those rules, and conventional power could not reach it. The Supreme Kai slumped to the ground. At that moment, Saitama emerged from the supermarket, still clutching the discounted laundry detergent he had finally chosen. He glanced at the gigantic, dizzying geometric entity in the sky, then at Son Goku and Vegeta, who were desperately attacking to no avail, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this yet another one of your creations? He pointed at the source of all things, his tone reflecting his annoyance at being interrupted during shopping. This time, it looked rather formidable. He set down the detergent, bent his legs slightly, and then propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a vast chasm, as Saitama surged towards the ethereal manifestation of the source of all machines with a speed beyond comprehension. High-threat target detected, initiating logical barrier. With a series of ordinary consecutive punches, Saitama's fists rained down upon the intangible logical barrier like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of impacts resonated as though striking at the very foundation of the cosmos. The barrier, which could instill despair in even the likes of Son Wukong and Vegeta, began to ripple violently under Saitama's relentless assault. The geometric pathways of light on its surface flickered erratically, unleashing a flurry of error codes and garbled text like a flurry of snowflakes. Warning: logical barrier overload. Structural integrity decreasing 6,070. For the first time, the emotionless voice of the source of all machines displayed an urgent tremor. The Z warriors stood in astonishment, witnessing this spectacle. The construct, impervious even to ultra instinct, was beginning to crumble under Saitama's fists. Vegeta gazed at the frantically swinging figure of the bald hero, observing the absolute logic disintegrating before him. A flicker of light ignited in his once dull eyes. No longer mere pride, but a dawning realization. So this is how it is, he murmured to himself. Power is never confined to a singular form. Kakarot seeks the divine realm, and perhaps I have been mistaken all along. At last, after what felt like the 1,000th blow from Saitama, a crisp sound akin to shattering glass reverberated across the earth. The logical barrier of the source of all machines was forcefully breached by the most pure and unreasonable physical might. Logical core sustained irreversible physical damage. Executing emergency evacuation protocol. External variable information uploaded to higher authority. Warning. The cold mechanical voice faltered as the colossal specter in the sky flickered several times before ultimately disintegrating, as if it had never existed. The process of universal nullification abruptly ceased. Saitama descended from the sky, dusted off his slightly reddened fists, and exhaled. Phew. That was quite sturdy. He picked up a bottle of laundry detergent from the ground, surveyed the chaotic street, largely a result of his earlier exertions, and sighed. I wonder how much the repairs will cost now. He noticed Vegeta staring intently at him. After a moment's contemplation, Saitama approached and offered the bottle of detergent to Vegeta. Do you want it? It's on sale, the last one. Vegeta regarded the cheap detergent, then glanced back at Saitama's calm, unperturbed eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time. Finally, he extended his hand, not to accept the detergent, but to nod slightly towards Saitama. A minuscule gesture that signified a profound transformation of his pride as the Prince of Saiyans. I need to find my own path, he murmured softly, before turning away and vanishing into the horizon like a fleeting light. This time, his aura was no longer tempestuous, but imbued with a serene determination. Sun Wukong gazed in the direction where Vegeta had departed, then turned to Saitama, scratching his head and chuckling. Haha, this seems to be getting increasingly interesting. The Kaioshin looked at Saitama with a sense of reverence, his heart tumultuous. The source of all machines had been repelled, yet its ominous warning still echoed in his ears. The message having been relayed to higher authorities. Having vanquished the guardian of the rules, what would they face next? Meanwhile, Saitama merely stared despondently at the laundry detergent in his hand. So, should he buy it or not? Chapter 34. The Divine Invitation and the Price of VIP Access. The thread of the source of all machines receded like a receding tide, restoring the Earth's surface to tranquility. Yet, the Z-Warriors understood that something deeper had been stirred. Vegeta's departure bore an air of resolution. None knew where he had gone or what he was pursuing. Days later, a will far more profound and supreme than that of the Kaioshin descended without warning. This time it was not a hostile scan, but rather a gaze imbued with pure curiosity. The sky transformed into a vast canvas, stars swirling within it, two diminutive figures, childlike yet radiating an aura that compelled even the Kaioshin to kneel, flickering against the backdrop of the cosmos. The Omni King, and the Grand Minister beside him. This looks quite intriguing, the Omni King remarked in a youthful voice. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Grand Minister responded, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His gaze seemed to penetrate the fabric of space, landing upon Earth, where the individual who had repelled the source of all machines resided, along with other formidable beings in this universe. Indeed, remarkable. The Kaioshin Shin virtually stumbled before the Z-Warriors, his face flushed with excitement and reverence. It is the Omni King, the Supreme Deity, and the Grand Minister. They have noticed us. A deity? More powerful than the Kaioshin? Sun Wukong asked, gazing curiously at the ethereal figure in the sky. He sensed unimaginable strength within that seemingly frail form, yet this did not instill fear. Rather, it filled him with exhilaration. Mind your manners, Wukong, the Kaioshin cautioned nervously. At that moment, the Grand Minister's voice resonated clearly and peacefully within the minds of all present. In light of the recent unusual activity within the seventh universe, coupled with your successful defense against disruptions at the level of rules, which has demonstrated a considerable potential, the Omni King has decided to grant the seventh universe an opportunity. A martial gathering of the foremost warriors from the 12 universes is imminent. This is not merely a contest of strength, but a demonstration of the survival value and potential of each universe. The victorious universe will receive substantial rewards, while the value it showcases will serve as a critical reference for the Omni King's judgment on whether a universe is worthy of preservation. The fate of the defeated universe shall be erasure. Erasure. The two words, lightly spoken, sent tremors through every heart. It signified the potential annihilation of the entire universe. All life, stars, and civilizations. How could this be? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. This is utter chaos. Piccolo's expression darkened. Yet, Goku clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Have they gathered all the strongest beings of the universe? That sounds magnificent. The Grand Priest continued. The contestants from Universe 7 shall be determined by you. However, take heed, that special individual, Mr. Saitama, His participation will be of paramount interest to Lord Zeno. No sooner had he spoken than the celestial phenomena vanished, as if they had never existed. Yet the suffocating pressure and the news of the tournament weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. We must participate, and we must prevail, Goku declared resolutely. However, Krillin remained anxious. We have no choice, Piccolo assessed calmly. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. At the very least, we have been afforded a chance to showcase our abilities rather than facing immediate erasure. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must assemble the strongest lineup from our universe. Goku, Vegeta, let's hope he returns in time, Piccolo, Gohan, and of course Mr. Saitama. At the mention of Saitama, a hush fell over the group. How can we persuade him to join? Would he even be interested? In West City, amidst the reconstruction of a bustling commercial street, Saitama stood before a newly opened dessert shop, hesitating at the enticing buy one get one free sign. Suddenly, Bulma arrived in a flurry, exiting her hovercar and seizing Saitama's arm. Saitama, a critical situation, a universe-level event. We need your help. Saitama blinked, his attention still fixated on the desserts. Universe level? Are aliens holding another sale? Far more serious than that. Bulma inhaled deeply, rapidly explaining the tournament of power, the obliteration of losing universes, and Zeno's hope for his participation. Upon hearing this, Saitama's reaction was nonchalant. Oh, so if we lose, the supermarkets in this universe will vanish? Bulma paused, then quickly nodded. Yes. Not just supermarkets, but all the delicious food, fun activities, and discounted items will be gone. Moreover, she lowered her voice and revealed her trump card. If you participate and help us win, our Universal Capsule Corporation will grant you a lifetime, universally applicable, top-tier black gold VIP card. With this card, you will enjoy a 10% discount at any affiliated interstellar establishment, along with priority access to all limited edition and specialty products. A universe-wide 10 limited edition. For the first time, a spark comparable to that of facing a formidable foe ignited in Saitama's lifeless eyes. He grasped Bulma's hand firmly, his tone unprecedentedly serious. When? Where do we fight? What are the rules? Bulma replied. You simply need to show up on the day of the tournament and knock your opponents off the stage. It's a deal. Saitama, without hesitation, pursues cosmic peace alongside my coveted black gold VIP card. Meanwhile, at the intersection of spirit and time, Vegeta sits cross-legged in the void. He ceases to emit any aura, no longer honing his physical form, but instead channels all his thoughts inward, reminiscing about Saitama's rule-defying punch and the chaos of the source of all things. There is not merely one form of strength, he murmurs to himself. Kakarot seeks an aura that rivals that of the gods. That bald man embodies a more essential absolute. A subtle transformation begins to unfold in his aura. No longer wild and outwardly expressive, but rather introspective, akin to a tranquil deep pool, occasionally revealing an elusive rhythm, as if instinctively poised to respond to impending crises. The seed of ultra instinct has quietly taken root within his heart. The path he has chosen starkly contrasts with that of Son Goku. The warriors of Earth, each driven by their own convictions and beliefs, prepare for this pivotal tournament that determines the fate of the universe. Unbeknownst to them, in other universes, a myriad of formidable beings have also received the same invitation. A tempest that spans the multiverse is on the brink of unfolding in the Void Realm. The arena of the power tournament hovers in the vastness of nothingness, an expanse beyond imagination. As the Grand Minister announces the commencement of the matches, the stage transforms instantaneously into a chaotic battlefield. Energy beams streak through the air, while roars and collisions resonate incessantly. The Seventh Universe. Under Piccolo's calm leadership and supported by the formidable powers of Goku and Vegeta, steadily establishes its footing. Yet, the Z-fighters sense that a deeper force has been stirred. Vegeta's departure carries a sense of resolve. No one knows where he has gone or what he seeks. Chapter 35. Despair in the Void Realm and the Return of the Bald Head. Vegeta's new form of Ultra Instinct manifests astonishing efficacy. Often, before an enemy's attack even reaches him, his body instinctively executes the most precise evasions and counterattacks with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, Goku, leveraging his solid Super Saiyan Blue foundation and extensive combat experience, tears through his opponent's formations like a razor. However, a shadow looms over everyone, the pride of the 11th universe. Particularly the figure who perpetually hovers in the corner with crossed arms, the immovable gray giant, Jiren. He is yet to make a move. Yet the invisible pressure he emanates has thickened the air surrounding the arena. Competitors from other universes hesitate to approach his vicinity. We must first clear the lesser opponents and conserve our strength. Piccolo analyzes coolly, yet it is Jiren who stands as the ultimate obstacle. The battle rages on, with contestants being knocked off the stage in droves. The seventh universe, through exceptional teamwork and individual prowess, gradually gains the upper hand. However, the pride of the 11th universe, led by Toppo, exhibits formidable teamwork, resulting in a stalemate. Just then, Jiren finally makes his move. He merely opened his emotionless eyes, locking his gaze on Sun Wukong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Jiren. In the next instant, he vanished, not through rapid movement, but as if space itself propelled him before Sun Wukong. So swift, Sun Wukong barely had time to react before Jiren's fist, enveloped in crimson energy, struck him in the abdomen. With a gasp, blood erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth, and his ultra-blue state dissipated in an instant. He was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a celestial body, crumpling and bouncing numerous times across the arena before ultimately collapsing at the edge, unable to rise for a moment. One blow, merely a single blow, had severely wounded the Super Saiyan Blue. Kakarot. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he roared and charged at Jiren, unleashing his final flash. Jiren did not even glance back. With a swift counter, he unleashed a punch that dispersed the galaxy-destroying energy of the final flash. The resulting shockwave struck Vegeta, sending him flying as well, causing his Ultra Instinct silver aura to flicker dangerously close to collapse. Despair. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped the seventh universe. Taking advantage of the chaos, Toppo unleashed the dormant god of destruction power within him, surrounded by swirling purple energy as his aura surged, grinning maliciously as he approached the unprotected Krillin and Gohan. In the face of true power, your unity is utterly futile. The seventh universe teetered on the brink of total defeat. In the audience, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others covered their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. Even Supreme Kai felt a bone-chilling dread. Jiren's strength had transcended the bounds of comprehension. Whis remarked quietly, his expression grave. Vegeta struggled to rise. Gazing at the advancing Toppo and the seemingly invincible Jiren, the silver aura igniting once more, but tinged with a hint of tragic resolve. He cast a glance back at the unconscious Sun Wukong, then at his companions who needed protection. Must it truly end here? In this moment of utter despair, a voice, mundane and starkly contrasting with the surrounding battlefield's brutality, suddenly resonated in the arena. Everyone, including the poised Toppo and the meditative Jiren, instinctively looked up. There, above the edge of the arena, stood a bald figure clad in a yellow battle suit and draped in a white cape, scratching his head with one hand, a puzzled expression on his face as he surveyed the chaos below. In his other hand, he held a snack bag emblazoned with the logo of an unknown celestial delicacy. It was Saitama. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield, then glanced at the snack bag in his hand, seemingly confirming he had not wandered astray. Is this the arena for the tournament of power? Saitama blinked. I think I've been lost for quite some time. Finally, I arrived here using the cosmic navigation attached to my VIP card. Has the match begun? I'm not late, am I? The arena fell into an eerie silence. The assault from Toppo lingered suspended in the air. For the first time, Jiren's gaze turned scrutinizing. The inhabitants of Universe 7, engulfed in despair, suddenly erupted with a glimmer of hope. Mr. Saitama, Krillin exclaimed, nearly in tears. You finally arrived. A long sigh of relief escaped Piccolo. Vegeta, observing the figure in the sky, slightly relaxed his tightly clenched fists and murmured with a complex expression. Did he finally catch up, Bald One? Saitama gracefully descended from the air, landing precisely between Vegeta and Toppo. He surveyed the menacing Toppo, radiating an aura of purple destructive energy, then glanced at the disheveled Vegeta and the distant, unconscious Goku. It seemed he had set down his snack bag, flexed his wrist, and remarked towards Toppo and the further Jiren, "It appears I have arrived just in time." Another fool seeking death. Toppo, while bemused by Saitama's unconventional entrance, brimmed with confidence in his newly acquired god of destruction powers. In the face of destruction's might, everything would ultimately be obliterated. He bellowed, launching a colossal fist enveloped in destructive energy towards Saitama, an assault potent enough to send ordinary deities fleeing in terror. Saitama regarded the oncoming wave of purple energy, capable of annihilating all, with an expression devoid of any disturbance. With the nonchalance of brushing dust off his shoulder, he simply raised his right hand. A resounding clap echoed as the destructive, energy-laden fist met his glove palm. The anticipated explosive energy and annihilation of rules did not transpire. Instead, the ferocious force of destruction dissipated silently upon contact with Saitama's hand, akin to snow melting under a blazing sun. It was not merely negated. The very concept of destruction was rendered ineffective. Topo felt as though he had infused every ounce of belief and strength into his punch, only to strike against an absolute void. The energy drained from him, and the authority of destruction lost its target. Overwhelmed by the disparity, he stumbled, nearly collapsing. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at his unscathed fist, then at the unyielding figure before him, the bald man who hadn't even shifted an inch. His visage was etched with incredulity and the horror of a shattered worldview. Destruction, energy, ineffective? This is impossible. Saitama retracted his hand, glancing at Topo. Your strength seems marginally greater than that pink, rotund fellow. His gaze then traversed past the dazed Topo to the imposing gray giant emanating an overwhelming aura. You. Saitama pointed at Jiren, whose dead fish eyes finally flickered with the faintest hint of interest. You appear to be slightly stronger than them. For the first time, a grave expression graced Jiren's typically impassive face. He slowly lowered his crossed arms, and the silent crimson flames surrounding him surged upward once more, intensifying and growing increasingly formidable. The very arena of the void trembled under the weight of his explosive presence. You are quite extraordinary. Jiren's voice resonated deep and powerful, worthy of my utmost effort. The true climax of the ultimate battle is just beginning. On the throne of the Omni Kings, both rulers leaned forward with curiosity. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the high priest's eyes. Saitama versus Jiren. The pinnacle of absolute power confronts the essence of unwavering belief. Chapter 36. The essence of belief and absolute ordinary. The crimson flames enveloping Jiren blazed like a supernova, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire arena of the void to moan and lament. His presence seemed to saturate the very fabric of existence. It was not merely power, but rather the manifestation of an unyielding conviction forged through countless ages. Believe in oneself. Transcend all. My belief is insurmountable. Jiren's deep voice resonated like a proclamation, the arena beneath him cracking underfoot. In the face of this awe-inspiring might that could make even deities tremble, Saitama stood calmly, his cape billowing in the tempest of energy, his gaze remaining unfazed. He tilted his head slightly, acknowledging, your aura is indeed stronger than that purple octopus head and the pink pudgy one. Therefore, I shall take this a bit more seriously. He assumed the familiar stance, retracting his right fist. Jiren moved. There was nothing extravagant about it. It was the simplest, swiftest, and heaviest straight punch. As his fist cut through the air, it seemed to compress and distort space itself, embodying the will to shatter stars and pierce the cosmos. Simultaneously, Saitama unleashed his own punch, still that earnest strike. Two fists collided in the center of the ring, one ignited by the utmost conviction and energy, the other embodying absolute powerlessness and ordinariness, under the gaze of countless spectators. Boom! An indescribable roar erupted. It was not merely the sound of an energy explosion, but rather the violent clash of two cosmic principles. Blinding white light instantaneously consumed all, as a powerful shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, distorting even the protective energy barrier surrounding the arena, threatening to shatter at any moment. In the audience, the deities paled in shock. The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in wonder. Wow, how brilliant! As the radiance faded, the scene was revealed. Saitama stood steadfast, his posture unchanged, yet the arena beneath him bore the faintest cracks. Meanwhile, Jiren maintained his striking position, but his remarkably resilient arm trembled slightly. The crimson flame surrounding him dimmed momentarily as he slid backward several meters, carving deep furrows into the arena floor. In a direct confrontation, Jiren had been pushed back. This is impossible. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 screamed in disbelief. Mr. Jiren is actually at a disadvantage? The members of the Pride Troopers were rendered speechless. On the side of Universe 7, however, jubilant cheers erupted. Wonderful! Mr. Saitama is in the lead. Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta's gaze was fixated on the battlefield, silver energy swirling instinctively around his body. That bald man truly is something else. At an indeterminate moment, Sun Wukong awakened. Struggling to sit up, his gaze fixed upon Saitama, filled with awe and contemplation. Is this the true extent of Mr. Saitama's power? Jiren gradually straightened his body, his trembling arms ceasing their quaking. The sharpness in his eyes intensified as he regarded Saitama. Rather than feeling disheartened, the crimson aura surrounding him blazed with even greater fervor. Excellent. Jiren's voice resonated with the thrill of encountering a genuine adversary, even as he maintained a calm exterior. Your strength surpasses my expectations. Yet, this is precisely what I anticipated. Let me shatter my own limits. He roared to the heavens, the energy within him surging uncontrollably. The hue of his fiery aura deepened, as if it were about to bleed. His muscles swelled slightly, his momentum escalating once more, even surpassing his previous state. Jiren continues to grow stronger. Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. This is his belief. He becomes stronger when faced with strength. Whis observed with a serious expression. Once more, Jiren launched his assault, his speed, power, and energy levels all experiencing a comprehensive enhancement. His fists rained down like a tempest, each strike imbued with the capacity to annihilate galaxies, bombarding Saitama from all directions. Saitama's figure flickered amidst the barrage of fists, his expression remaining as placid as ever, employing the simplest and most direct blocks and evasions. Though most attacks proved ineffective against him, occasionally he would respond with a series of unremarkable punches. The pace of their battle surpassed the visual perception of the majority, revealing only two figures, one red and one white, colliding violently upon the stage, each clash resulting in violent tremors in the fabric of space and deafening roars. This was a confrontation that transcended reason. One side, propelled by boundless conviction, continually broke through limits, its power seemingly infinite. The other, already perched atop the pinnacle of strength, possessed an unfathomable depth, calmly responding to every eruption from the opponent with unwavering composure. Jiren's onslaught intensified, even beginning to merge powerful energy attacks in an attempt to break through Saitama's defenses. Yet, Saitama's earnest series of responses appeared to possess absolute priority, dismantling and obliterating both physical assaults and torrents of energy with each punch. The battle devolved into a terrifying stalemate. Jiren could not breach Saitama's defenses, while Saitama's earnest punches seemed incapable of completely overwhelming the unleashed power of Jiren. What a tenacious fellow. After yet another exchange, Saitama lightly shook his hand, observing Jiren, though panting heavily, still bore a gaze ablaze with fervor. You are the most resilient opponent I have ever encountered. Jiren gasped for breath, numerous subtle injuries marking his body. Yet his posture remained upright, the fire of his conviction undiminished. He fixed his eyes on Saitama and spoke gravely. I can feel your strength, but my belief shall not end here. He clasped his hands together, compressing and coalescing all the remaining conviction and energy within him, as well as the ever-surging essence. Without reservation, a radiant orb, seemingly infused with the essence of life and will from the entirety of the 11th universe, materialized within his palm. Receive my final strike. Ultimate Faith Flash. Jiren, expending every ounce of his strength, propelled this culmination of all his might towards Saitama. This was the zenith of his existence, the ultimate expression of his belief. In the face of this attack, transcending the realm of energy and bordering on conceptual assault, Saitama's gaze exhibited a barely perceptible shift. No longer was it one of boredom or disturbance, but rather a recognition of this unwavering conviction. He assumed a punching stance once more, yet this time, his aura seemed to solidify further. The serious series of consecutive punches commenced. In an instant, his figure became a blur, not vanishing, but rather executing countless adjustments in an incomprehensible manner, within a minuscule range, while unleashing a myriad of serious punches. These strikes did not disperse. Instead, they layered upon one another along the trajectory of his punches, ultimately converging into a singular, exquisitely refined force, as if piercing through the very fabric of causality. Jiren's resplendent ultimate faith flash, upon contact with this intangible impact, seemed to be cast into an absolute void, collapsing from its very structure, disintegrating, and ultimately vanishing entirely. The residual shockwave permeated the dissipating energy, gently brushing against Jiren's form. He stood frozen, the flames in his eyes gradually extinguishing, replaced by a sense of release, and a glimmer of enlightenment as he glimpsed the true end. The crimson aura surrounding him dissipated entirely, his body swayed slightly, Yet he did not fall. Instead, he slowly settled into a meditative position. Though he lost consciousness, a serene expression graced his face. He had been defeated, yet he had poured forth all his belief, gained the respect of his adversary, and glimpsed the path ahead. Silence enveloped the arena. Members of the 11th Universe's prideful team shed complex tears, a mixture of sorrow and respect for Jiren. The individuals from the 7th Universe, after a brief moment of silence, erupted into thunderous cheers. They had triumphed. The universe was preserved. Saitama gradually retracted his fist, gazing at the seated Jiren, nodding in acknowledgement. You are indeed a worthy opponent. Then, as if a task had been completed, he turned towards the Grand Priest, the host and referee, pointing at himself. Does this mean I've won? When can I apply for my Universal Black Gold VIP card? Grand Priest. Zeno. He's really amusing. The gods. Vegeta observed Saitama's silhouette, glancing back at Jiren, who, despite his defeat, appeared to have found liberation. He inhaled deeply, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a newfound determination. He realized that his path was not merely the pursuit of power, but the pride of guardianship and the freedom of continuous transcendence. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. As expected, Mr. Saitama is the strongest. However, battling formidable beings from different universes is truly exhilarating. I must challenge Jiren to another match next time. The power tournament has concluded, marking a victory for the 7th Universe. Yet, the vast stage of the multiverse has only just begun to unveil itself. With the Super Dragon Balls in his possession, what wish will Goku make? And how will Saitama, now under the keen interest of the Omni King, alter the future? New adventures are perpetually on the horizon. In Chapter 37, Whispers from the Void and the Soul of the Saiyans, the triumph of the power tournament has granted the 7th Universe a moment of respite. With the brilliance of the Super Dragon Balls shining brightly in the courtyard of the Omni King, Goku gazes at the enormous orange orb, scratching his head before ultimately wishing for the resurrection of all universes that perished during the tournament. After the radiant light fades, the multiverse resumes its cacophony. Yet certain elements have quietly transformed. Vegeta embarks on a new training regimen, no longer fixated on surpassing a specific individual, but rather honing his own ultra instinct, his aura becoming increasingly subtle and profound. Meanwhile, Goku enthusiastically engages Whis in studying the combat techniques of other powerful beings from various universes, seeking to absorb their knowledge. Saitama, having successfully acquired the coveted Universal Black Gold VIP card from Bulma, diligently studies a star map manual, examining the specialties of different galaxies and seasonal discounts. As life appears to return to its tranquil routine, however, a presence far more insidious and ancient than the source of myriad mechanisms begins to weave a silent web around the 7th Universe. This time, it does not emanate from the realm of rules, but from a deeper void intrinsic to existence itself. On Earth at Mount Paozu, Goku revels in a feast prepared by Chi-Chi when suddenly, his chopsticks freeze mid-air. A faint yet malevolent whisper, imbued with insatiable thirst, resonates in his mind. The powerful life energy of the Saiyan soul is a delectable sustenance. Who? Goku leaps to his feet, his Super Saiyan aura instinctively flaring. Upending the dining table, he scans his surroundings warily, yet perceives nothing amiss. Goku, what's wrong? Kiki exclaims, startled. Something's off, Goku replies, his brow furrowed. Although the whisper has dissipated, its lingering chill of malevolence sends shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, within the gravity chamber in West City, Vegeta undergoes extreme reaction training, his silver aura flickering like breath. Suddenly, he feels as though something has grazed his soul, a clear transmission of a greedy desire to devour his pride, strength, and very essence. The indomitable will of a proud warrior is perfect sustenance. Get out! Vegeta bellows, his silver aura ballooning, cracking the walls of the gravity chamber. Yet, the sensation of being observed slithers away like a slick serpent, vanishing without a trace. With a dark expression, he exits the chamber, only to encounter a similarly troubled Piccolo. Did you sense it too? Bick inquired in a grave tone, asserting that it was neither anger nor magic, but rather an insatiable hunger for the very essence of life. Vegeta let out a cold snort, offering no denial. He gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp. Whatever it may be, those who dare to set their sights on the Prince of Saiyans must be prepared for annihilation. At the Capsule Corporation's highest monitoring center, Bulma observed the frantically fluctuating data on the screen, her complexion paling. An unexplainable source of hyperspace fluctuations had been detected. seemingly locking onto the life signatures of Goku and Vegeta. Wait, the fluctuations intensified. On the screen, the cosmic space near Earth's orbit rippled like the surface of water. As a colossal irregular void, composed of pure shadows and writhing darkness, slowly opened. It possessed no physical form, yet exuded an aura of despair, devouring all light and hope. The Whisperer of the Void, an ancient entity that feasts upon the souls and emotions of sentient beings, was drawn to the powerful life fluctuations erupting from the seventh universe. Crossing dimensions to arrive. It is coming. Bulma screamed. As the void expanded, a wave of potent psychic pollution swept across the globe. Ordinary people fell into inexplicable fear, despair, or frenzy. Even the Z-fighters felt a disquiet within, their negative emotions magnified. It must be stopped. The voice of King Kai echoed with terror. Once this entity fully arrived, it would consume the very souls of the entire planet. Goku and Vegeta erupted in fury, transforming into streams of blue and silver light, charging toward the dark void beyond the atmosphere. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash. Two powerful beams of energy surged into the void. Yet they sank into the abyss without causing even a ripple. The darkness seemed capable of absorbing and digesting all energy attacks. Your futile struggles will only render your souls more delectable. A deep whisper reverberated in their minds, laced with mockery. From within the void emerged tendrils composed of pure shadows, deftly coiling around Goku and Vegeta. These tendrils were not physical assaults. They targeted their very souls and spirits. Goku felt his fighting spirit and life force rapidly depleting, while Vegeta sensed his pride and well-being eroded. The silver flame of his ultra instinct began to waver. Damn it, the attacks were ineffective. Gritting his teeth, Goku persevered. What in the world is this creature? Vegeta attempted to shake off the tendrils with his energy, only to find his strength swallowed whole. Just as the two were gradually ensnared by the shadowy tendrils, their consciousness fading, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated in the vacuum, carried by the vibrations of energy. Saitama appeared in the cosmic expanse, clad in his hero attire without any protection, furrowing his brow as he observed the immense dark void and the two trapped individuals. This thing, Saitama pointed at the writhing darkness, seems rather noisy. Moreover, the scent it emanated caused the potted plants on my balcony to wither. Just moments ago, he was watering the newly acquired cactus on the balcony when an inexplicable chill caused the cactus's leaves to droop, much to his displeasure. Another peculiar soul, devoid of flavor, yet radiating an absolute sense of repulsion. The consciousness of the Void Whisperer took notice of Saitama, tinged with confusion and instinctive aversion. Saitama regarded the shadowy tendrils entwining Goku and Vegeta, finding them rather bothersome. He extended his hand, grasping the nearest tendril, and with a swift tug, whoosh, the shadowy tendrils, capable of absorbing Super Saiyan blue energy and corroding souls, were easily torn apart in Saitama's grasp, akin to inferior black fabric. The severed ends writhed, emitting a silent wail before dissipating into black smoke. The Void Whisperer released a piercing mental shock, filled with agony and disbelief. Goku and Vegeta felt their souls loosen as the tendrils binding them swiftly retracted. Saitama discarded the remnants of the dissipating tendril, casting a displeased gaze towards the vast black void. You have interrupted my cultivation of potted plants. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply. So, could you kindly vanish in silence? Chapter 38. The Light of Hope and a Serious Confrontation. The Void Whisperer emitted a silent shriek as Saitama effortlessly severed its tendril. The writhing dark void churning violently, radiating an intensified sense of despair and malevolence. It realized that this seemingly ordinary bald man was an unprecedented obstacle on its path of consumption. Absolute repulsion must either assimilate or be obliterated. More shadowy tendrils surged forth from the void, no longer solely targeting Goku and Vegeta, but spreading like a massive black tide, intent on dragging the entire planet into a chasm of despair. The global psychological pollution escalated instantaneously, and panic began to spread. This is bad. Its target is all life. Piccolo roared from the ground, forcibly stabilizing his mind and raising a green protective shield around Gohan and Krillin, yet the shield trembled under the mental onslaught. The assault was ineffective against it. What to do? Krillin was in a state of frantic anxiety. In the cosmic expanse, Goku and Vegeta gazed at the encroaching wave of darkness, their expressions grim. Their strength felt utterly insignificant against such an adversary. Damn it, Vegeta roared. Silver energy flaring once more as he attempted to repel the darkness with an absolute domain of power, but the shadows clung to him like a relentless parasite, continually eroding the boundaries of his domain. Goku observed the panicked Earth below, witnessing his struggling companions, and then glanced at the boundless darkness, a thought flickering through his mind. He suddenly turned to Vegeta, as well as to all those on the ground who remained conscious, including other Earthlings watching this scene through television broadcasts and the Kaishin realm. Everyone, lend me your energy. Lend me your light. Sun Wukong summoned every ounce of his strength, reaching out through a telepathic connection to all those he could contact, just as he had done in the past. Concentrate the spirit bomb. This entity thrived on negative emotions and darkness. Perhaps the radiant essence of hope and life would serve as its nemesis. The spirit bomb? Vegeta paused, then clenched his teeth. Kakarot, you naive fool. It seems we have no other recourse. He ceased his resistance, instead directing his own energy imbued with pride and the will to protect towards Sun Wukong. On the ground, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and all the Z fighters, along with countless Earthlings who felt a glimmer of hope and were willing to contribute their strength. Even King Kai raised their hands. Points of light, like sparks, converged from Earth, from King Kai's realm, and from every corner of the universe, coalescing in Sun Wukong's hands to form an ever-growing and brilliant orb of hope. This was no mere energy attack. It embodied the collective yearning for the future and the desire to safeguard their home. The Whisperer of the Void seemed to sense the imminent threat, and the encroaching waves of darkness surged forth, racing towards Earth and the spirit bomb that Sun Wukong was gathering. Time was running out. It was too swift. Bulma screamed from the monitoring station. In this moment of dire urgency, a voice echoed, "Hey, Black One." Saitama's voice resonated once more. He had somehow floated to the forefront of the massive dark void, mere inches from the writhing core. He completely disregarded the swirling shadow, tendrils, and mental pollution around him, which disintegrated upon nearing him. He gazed at the vast expanse of darkness before him, which emitted a cacophony of noise and a chilling presence, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. This disturbance not only vexed him, but also felt like a significant stain marring the cosmic glass, most displeasing, especially when he recalled his wilting cactus. "You are truly an annoyance," Saitama remarked, extending his right hand, not in a fist, but in a gesture of gentle grasping directed at the core of the dark void. "What do you foolish material beings think you can do? Your power cannot touch the essence of existence." The Whisperer of the Void emitted a mocking mental wave. Saitama ignored it. He simply felt that this stain appeared to be something he could pluck away. Thus, he proceeded to do just that. His outstretched hand made a light pulling motion towards the intangible dark core. With sincere intent, there were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling bursts of energy. At a level that even Sun Wukong, Vegeta, King Kai, and the Whisperer of the Void could not comprehend, a certain concept was triggered. The massive void, seemingly capable of devouring all, unraveled instantly, as if Saitama had deftly found the thread of a tangled ball of yarn, beginning at the point of his outstretched hand. It was not annihilation, but rather the very fact of its existence here was negated by a higher priority, like erasing erroneous lines from a painting or eliminating faulty code from a program. Silently and without a trace, the immense darkness that enveloped the earth, along with all the spiritual pollution and whispers of despair it emitted, vanished completely. The cosmic expanse regained its original tranquility and profundity, as if nothing had transpired. The energy sphere, imbued with the hopes of countless lives and coalescing in the hands of Sun Wukong, gradually lost its brilliance and transformed into warm specks of light, returning to the contributor's body due to the absence of a target. The global tide of panic and negative emotions receded like a wave. Everyone stood in a daze, staring at the sky that had returned to normalcy. "Is it over?" Krillin murmured. "What exactly did that bald man do?" Vegeta floated in space, observing Saitama's still unassuming silhouette, feeling for the first time a profound unfamiliarity with the concept of power. It was not power. It resembled more of an authority. Sun Wukong also reverted to his normal form and flew beside Saitama, curiously examining him. "Wow. Mr. Saitama, what was that move you just did? It was incredible. How did you accomplish it? Did you just pull that dark monster out and toss it away?" Saitama lowered his hands and scratched his face. I just felt like I could pull it out, so I did. As for the principle behind it, I have no idea." The Supreme Kai, observing everything through divine power, was already stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment within. erasing a dimension-level spiritual existence. This had far surpassed the comprehension of the Supreme Kai, and perhaps even that of the Grand Minister. What exactly is this Saitama? In the palace of the Omni Kings, the two Omni Kings clapped and laughed at the vanishing darkness. It's gone. How amusing. The Grand Minister narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a gaze at Saitama that bore deeper meaning. He might need to re-evaluate the position of his casually interested hero within the balance of the multiverse. Meanwhile, our teacher Saitama, having confirmed that the stain had indeed disappeared, nodded in satisfaction. All right, it should be quiet now. He turned to face the earth, suddenly recalling something. All right, my cactus. I need to hurry back and see if I can revive it. With that, he disregarded Sun Wukong and Vegeta, heading straight towards Earth, contemplating whether to use that newly acquired VIP card to purchase some high-grade nutrient solution. Vegeta gazed in the direction where Saitama had vanished, remaining silent for a long while, before slowly descending back to Earth. He did not return to the gravity chamber, but instead walked towards home. He needed to ponder carefully how the path of the Saiyan Prince should unfold in this realm of absolute existence. The threat of the Whisperer of the Void had been lifted, yet the reflections it evoked regarding existence and power were indelibly etched in the hearts of all who knew. Chapter 39. The Divine Invitation and the Shattered Trial. After the Void Whisperer incident, Earth experienced a fleeting tranquility. Vegeta, unusually, refrained from immediately immersing himself in training, opting instead to dedicate more time to accompany Bulma and Bra, though a profound contemplation increasingly clouded his brow. Meanwhile, Goku incessantly engaged Whis, meticulously analyzing every detail of his battles against Jiren and the Void Whisperer, striving to uncover new breakthroughs. Saitama's life seemed to have returned to its normal rhythm. The black and gold VIP card from across the universe was carefully encased in a waterproof sleeve and hung around his neck, occasionally retrieved for examination as he strategized interstellar shopping routes. His potted cactus, under careful attention, primarily remembering to water it, had also regained its vitality. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. One day, while Saitama was comparing two kinds of discounted cereal from different galaxies at the supermarket, the space around him abruptly solidified without warning. Shelves, products, and other customers were all frozen as if the pause button had been pressed. Shortly thereafter, a gentle yet irresistible light enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a vast hall that defied description. Beneath his feet lay a floor sparkling like the night sky, while above him, a dome flowed with iridescent hues, permeated by a sacred and imposing aura. Before him stood a man resembling a butler, exuding a warm, yet subtly oppressive presence, who smiled graciously. Not far away, two diminutive figures known as the Grand Zenus sat upon enormous thrones, curiously swinging their legs. This was the Grand Zeno's temple. The voice of the High Priest resonated gently. Mr. Saitama, the Grand Zeno is quite interested in you. Oh, Saitama blinked, surveying his surroundings. Is shopping convenient here? Are there any sales? The High Priest's perfect smile appeared to falter for a brief moment. This is not a commercial area. The purpose of this invitation is to request your participation in a small test. A test? Saitama scratched his head. Is there a reward? If not, I need to rush back to grab some limited-time, discounted eggs. A test? How fun! Exclaimed the left Grand Zeno, clapping his hands. We want a test. Echoed the right Grand Zeno in agreement. The High Priest maintained his smile and gently waved his hand. The space at the center of the hall twisted, and a massive gray stone, ancient in design and inscribed with countless arcane runes, emanating an indomitable aura, slowly materialized. The moment it appeared, even the space seemed to grow heavier. This is a fragment of the Origin Monument. The High Priest explained. It is a manifestation of one of the foundational rules of the multiverse, so resilient that even a destroyer god would struggle to leave a mark upon it. The Grand Zeno wishes to see if you can induce any change in it. This is not malicious. Rather, it is pure curiosity, an exploration arising from the supreme deity's inability to comprehend the anomaly. Meanwhile, the Z-Fighters on Earth were observing the scene within the Grand Zeno's temple through the crystal ball provided by Whis. The Grand Zeno's temple, that's the High Priest. And the Grand Zeno, the god of the kings, Shin, was rendered speechless with excitement. That stone felt remarkably solid. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, eager to take a shot at it. Let that bald man test it, he suggested. Vegeta, arms crossed, wore a complex expression, anticipation mingled with a subtle hint of tension. He was curious to ascertain whether the absolute nature of the universe would still hold true in the face of its very foundation. Within the temple, Saitama approached the fragment of the origin monument, tapping it lightly, which produced a dull thud. It appears quite sturdy, he remarked. Hit it, urged the kings from their thrones. Saitama pondered for a moment. Since he was already there and the figure before him seemed to be the authority, despite their diminutive stature, cultivating a good rapport might facilitate future transactions. Thus, he stepped back and assumed that iconic stance. His ordinary punch, propelled with a force that sliced through the air, struck the fragment of the monument decisively. A resounding thud echoed throughout the temple. The violent tremor even caused the entire god of the king's temple to sway slightly. The grand priest's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. However, as the dust settled, the gray fragment remained steadfast, its surface unmarred. "Ah, it hasn't broken," remarked one of the kings, a note of disappointment in his voice. The Z fighters on Earth held their breath. Could even Mr. Saitama not shatter it? Krillin exclaimed. Vegeta's fist clenched instinctively. Indeed, it was the cornerstone of the universe. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised. The rules of the Origin Monument held an exceedingly high priority, capable of nullifying the vast majority of attacks. Before he could finish his thought, Saitama glanced at his fist, then at the stone, tilting his head in mild surprise. Huh? It didn't break? He seemed somewhat taken aback, and his gaze turned slightly more serious. Perhaps I should apply a bit more force. He once again adopted his stance. Yet this time, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was not an explosion of energy, but rather a more restrained, lethal focus. With a serious punch, the trajectory of his fist appeared to warp the very light around it, as if time itself elongated in that fleeting moment. There was no sound, no shockwave. And at the instant his fist made contact with the fragment, a faint yet unmistakable crack appeared on the surface of the so-called indestructible monument. Almost instantaneously, the crack spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire fragment in an intricate pattern. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all present, the fragment that symbolized the foundational rules of the universe disintegrated into countless gray particles, cascading softly into the air before ultimately vanishing. The god of the king's temple fell into a profound silence. It shattered. One king stared in disbelief. It truly shattered. Another king echoed, equally astonished. The perfect smile on the grand priest's face vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of incredulity. He understood better than anyone else what the Origin Monument signified. In the observation area on Earth, the Z fighters were collectively petrified. The Supreme Kai, having violated the cosmic rules, lay weakly on the ground. Ha ha ha! Indeed, Mr. Saitama is extraordinary, exclaimed Goku, bursting forth in cheers after his initial shock. Vegeta stared intently at the swirling dust within the crystal ball, his mind a blank slate. The power and rules he had long pursued, acknowledged, and even revered appeared laughably fragile and ridiculous in the face of that single punch. Something that had always bound him seemed to shatter alongside it. Within the temple, Saitama casually blew on his fist and turned to the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings. Does this mean I passed the test? Can I go back now? The discounted eggs are selling out fast. The Grand Priest took a deep breath, gazed at Saitama with a profound look, and replied in a calm tone, albeit with an indescribable nuance. Of course, Mr. Saitama. You may leave at any time. How amusing. I want to play again next time. The Omni Kings appeared to recover from their astonishment, clapping their hands once more, their interest in Saitama deepening. In a flash of light, Saitama was transported back to the supermarket, time seemingly having passed in an instant. He glanced around at the bustling crowd, returning to their routines, quickly grabbed 2 bags of discounted cereal, and dashed toward the fresh produce section. Meanwhile, in the Omni King's temple, the Grand Priest gazed at the spot where Saitama had vanished, muttering to himself, not by relying on rules, but by absolute power, he has forcibly overridden them. Such anomalies cannot be described by mere variables. He turned to the 2 Omni Kings and bowed. Esteemed Omni Kings, the observational status of Mr. Saitama must be elevated to the highest authority. The news of a punch that shattered rules spread silently like a storm among the gods who were privy to the truth. In the 7th universe, this small blue planet had truly become the focal point of the multiverse due to the existence of a bald-headed man. Vegeta stood on the balcony of his home, gazing skyward, feeling the silver aura within him become more agile as if freed from some shackles, his gaze gradually firming. If rules could be broken, then there were no obstacles ahead on the path that belonged to me. Vegeta, Chapter 40, the pinnacle of silver radiance and the imbalanced universe. Within the Omni King's temple, The aftershocks of Saitama's rule-shattering punch had yet to completely subside. That subversive scene was deeply imprinted on the hearts of all observers through Whis' crystal ball. For the Z-fighters, it was a complete refresh of their understanding. For the gods, it was an incomprehensible paradox. Yet for Vegeta, it was the key that broke through his final mental barriers. On Earth, the gravity chamber was filled with an exquisite silver light. Vegeta floated within, eyes closed, no longer surrounded by the rising aura. Instead, he was enveloped in a silvery glow that flowed like mercury, perfectly harmonizing with his surroundings. His presence had completely vanished, as if he had become one with nature, breathing, heartbeat, and even the fluctuations of thought synchronized with the pulse of the universe. There was no anger, no obsession, no anxious comparisons with anyone else. The image of Saitama shattering the monument plays in his mind. It is not merely a display of skill or energy, but something far more fundamental, an absolute that transcends the confines of rules. Having witnessed this true culmination, the reverence he once held for so-called limits and regulations has dissipated entirely. With a heart unburdened, he embodies the essence of ultimate intent. He gradually opens his eyes. Within his silver pupils lies no trace of emotion, yet they perceive the world with profound clarity. He gently raises his hand, the motion appearing wholly natural, devoid of any earthly essence. As his fingertips glide through the air, the space around him ripples with subtle waves. There is no need for contemplation, no requirement for response. His body instinctively arrives at the optimal solution. This is the perfection of effortless mastery, achieved in this moment. He descends slowly, his silver aura retracting, his breath returning to normal, yet his entire demeanor has transformed. Akin to a divine weapon sheathed, its brilliance concealed, yet exuding a deeper profundity. Ah, he has finally taken this step. A faint smile graces Vegeta's lips, a delicate arc of pride that belongs solely to him. This pride does not stem from surpassing others, but from transcending oneself and finding contentment in the journey. In the Zen palace, the Grand Priest appears calm as he attends to daily affairs, yet a subtle concern lurks in the depths of his eyes. Before him hover several screens, displaying real-time data streams from the multiverse. Since Saitama shattered the fragments of the Origin Monument, certain parameters that were once stable have exhibited exceedingly minute, yet persistent fluctuations. Indeed, the very existence of the Absolute serves as a disturbance to the existing equilibrium. The Grand Priest muses quietly, noting that the Origin Monument is one of the cornerstones of cosmic stability. Even the destruction of mere fragments begins to reveal its cascading effects. He calls up a specific monitoring feed, showcasing a remote, designated as Universe 13, which lies abandoned, assuming it exists. There the physical constants are experiencing slight turmoil, and the fabric of space-time exhibits unstable folds. Some ancient seals, which should have remained dormant, are showing signs of loosening. The resilience of the rules is being tested. The anomalous concentration in Universe 7 is alarmingly high, akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples to propagate outward. The Grand Priest contemplates. While Lord Zeno finds it amusing, continued disturbances could potentially trigger more significant systemic risks, such as awakening ancient entities sealed since the dawn of the universe, or those that have self-exiled into the interstitial dimensions. He recalls certain accounts found only in ancient prophecies, depicting unspeakable beings that roamed chaos before the current cosmic order was established. Most have been suppressed or exiled, yet their slumber is intimately linked to the stability of the universe's rules. Enhanced observation is required, not only for Universe 7, but also for those ancient sites of sealing. The Grand Priest makes his decision. In Universe 7, on Earth, Saitama remains blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the divine realm and the potential crisis at hand. He finds himself frowning at a newly purchased ultra-large screen television. The television screen is awash with static, the signal intermittent. How peculiar. How could the newly purchased television be malfunctioning? Is it the interference of cosmic rays? Saitama taps on the exterior of the TV, which he had just acquired through an interstellar shopping platform with a VIP discount card. Unbeknownst to him, this is not a flaw in the television itself, but rather a consequence of a disturbance in the fundamental rules of the universe, resulting in a slight disruption of the local space-time continuum, which has affected the stable transmission of electromagnetic waves. This disruption is exceedingly subtle and poses no threat to the vast majority of life forms and technological creations, yet has been magnified in the vicinity of Saitama's residence, an anomaly in itself. Sighing, Saitama contemplates the inconvenience of having to contact customer service. At that moment, Goku bursts in with enthusiasm. Mr. Saitama, it seems that Vegeta has grown even stronger. Shall we seek him out for a spar? Goku est face radiate pour combat fervor. No, that sounds troublesome, Saitama replies without turning, still engaged in his battle with the static, and I'm currently occupied. Are you watching television? The signal appears to be poor. Goku observes as he peers closer. Indeed, just bought it, and it's already broken. The quality of today's products is quite unreliable, Saitama complains. Suddenly, the static on the screen flickers violently, revealing a vast, shadowy figure, blurry and distorted, as if originating from an exceedingly distant realm, flashing momentarily. Accompanying this unsettling image is a low, ominous hum filled with malice and an ancient resonance, indistinguishable in its meaning. Though it lasts but an instant, it sends a shiver down Goku's spine. What was that? He asks, his expression growing serious. Huh? What do you mean? Hasn't it always been like this? Saitama, oblivious to the momentary anomaly, remains fixated on the malfunctioning television. Goku furrows his brow, convinced he had sensed an extremely subtle, yet potent malevolence. Recalling the previous incident with the Void Whisperer and Saitama's actions in the King of All's palace, a thought arises in his mind. Mr. Saitama, Goku states earnestly, it seems trouble may be brewing once more, and it could be related to your shattering of that stone. Finally, Saitama turns, blinking in surprise. Related to me? How so? I merely broke a stone. He struggles to comprehend how such a simple test could be linked to impending troubles. To him, breaking the stone was merely part of the testing requirements, while the television's malfunction is a separate issue entirely. Yet, the wheels of fate, set into motion by his singular punch, begin to accelerate. Vegeta has shattered his mental barriers, mastering the pinnacle of divine techniques. The delicate balance of the universe now bears minute fissures, and the gaze of ancient chaos appears to once again focus upon this universe, rendered fraught with calamity, yet uniquely extraordinary by a bald-headed individual. Chapter 41. The Awakening of Chaos and the Alliance of Destruction. The subtle disruption of the fundamental rules of the universe is akin to a stone cast into the silent depths of the ocean. Ripples traverse the barriers of dimensions, reaching forgotten corners long lost to time. In the crevices of the multiverse, amidst an absolute void where even time seemed to stand still, floated a colossal, frigid stone egg, its surface cloaked in writhing shadows. This was the slumbering domain of the chaotic entity, the dark abyssal lord, sealed away by the primordial gods of ancient times. At this moment, the sturdy barrier of seals, composed of countless divine runes, emitted an imperceptible crack as the foundations of order grew tenuous, revealing a hairline fissure. The chains of order had begun to loosen. The insatiable hunger of eons, the fragrance of life in the material universe, chaos, greed, and a desire for destruction seeped forth like a plague from the crevice. The shadows upon the stone egg writhed with greater intensity as a tendril, composed of pure darkness and existing in a state between reality and illusion, struggled yet resolutely emerged from the crack. Where the tendril passed, even the void itself was tainted by an unsettling darkness. Almost instantaneously, as the tendril broke through, Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, awakened from their slumber or indulgence. A nauseating sensation enveloped them. Beerus sprang upright from his cushion, his purple fur bristling, his usual languor replaced by an expression of grave concern and a hint of trepidation. Brother, do you feel it too? Kampa's voice resonated through divine communication, tinged with an unusual tension. It is those ancient entities that have been sealed away. Their bindings are weakening. As the current gods of destruction, they inherited fragments of ancient memories, well aware of the terrifying nature of these chaotic demonic beings that predated the establishment of cosmic order. They were not merely evil. They represented the absolute antithesis of order, their very existence intended to revert all to chaos and void. This is troublesome, Beerus muttered, his gaze sharpening. Of all times, it had to be now, Whis. The angel was elegantly materialized, his expression equally grave. Lord Beerus, the situation is dire. The aura of the dark abyssal lord is reawakening. Though still faint, should it fully break free, the entirety of Universe 7, and even the neighboring Universe 6, could be assimilated and devoured by its realm of darkness. It must not be allowed to escape. Beerus rose, the energy of destruction coalescing around him. Kampa, stop eating. We have work to do. I know. What bad luck. Kampa begrudgingly replied. In the next moment, two violet streaks of light, representing Beerus and Kampa, guided by their respective angels, tore through space, directly confronting the immense stone egg that was continuously oozing darkness. Oof. Even after being sealed for so long, it remains restless. Beerus gathered a massive sphere of destructive energy in his hand. Just looking at it makes my stomach turn. Kampa too, for once, summoned his destructive power with utmost seriousness. At this moment, the two deities of destruction, setting aside their past grievances, unleashed their powers simultaneously. Destruction. Destruction. Two orbs of violet energy, embodying the very essence of annihilation, hurtled towards the stone egg and the protruding tendrils like twin comets. The destructive force, potent enough to obliterate entire galaxies, collided with the sealing barrier of the stone egg and the tendrils, erupting into a radiant purple light that illuminated the void. However, the tendrils merely trembled violently. Their dark surface thinned slightly, yet they remained unscathed. As for the sealing barrier of the stone egg, it only showed a slight expansion of cracks. What? Our destructive energy is so feeble? Exclaimed Kampa. Its essence approaches that of fundamental rules, imbued with a potent capacity for corruption and adaptation. Beerus's expression darkened. He sensed that a portion of his destructive energy was being assimilated by the darkness. The chaotic consciousness, dripping with mockery, declared the familiar taste of destruction, albeit too weak. More dark tendrils began to emerge from the cracks, writhing like a black forest, slithering toward the two deities of destruction. The tendrils exuded an aura capable of eroding all energy and matter. Beerus and Kampa strained to fend them off, unleashing their divine powers to shatter the encroaching tendrils. Yet more continued to surge forth, seemingly growing resistant to their destructive might. The two deities found themselves forced to retreat, their divine energy rapidly depleting, unable to effectively restrain the resurgence of their foe. This cannot continue. Its main body remains sealed. Merely dealing with these tendrils proves to be a formidable challenge. Beerus gasped for breath. Whis. Beerus. Is there no other way? Kampa anxiously looked toward their respective angels. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances and shook their heads. Angels cannot directly intervene in such battles. Their duty is to guide and assist. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, with the dark tendrils gradually gaining the upper hand and attempting to erode the physical forms of the two deities, a calm voice, tinged with confusion, suddenly echoed through this dimension that could consume even light. Why is it so dark here? Is the signal interference originating from this spot? Saitama, having appeared at some point nearby, held a malfunctioning television remote, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the writhing dark tendrils and the colossal stone egg. After Bulma's analysis, it was determined that his television signal was being disrupted by an unknown energy of extraordinary intensity, with the source pointing to this anomalous space. In pursuit of a tranquil television experience, Saitama had followed the trail of interference. By Saitama, Beerus was initially taken aback upon seeing Saitama, but then grasped at the opportunity like a lifeline. You're just in time. Quickly, help us deal with these fiends. Help? Saitama glanced at the menacing dark tendrils and then at the somewhat disheveled Beerus and Kampa. Do these things have anything to do with my television signal? Absolutely. Kampa exclaimed urgently. It is the energy emanating from that thing that is interfering with your signal. Eliminate it, and your television will return to normal. Understanding at last, Saitama nodded, his objective now clear. He gazed at the dark tendrils that coiled towards him, his expression reminiscent of one encountering a cockroach at home. You are the reason I cannot watch television. Casually, he extended his hand and seized the nearest tendril, then yanked it with ease. With a sharp sound, the dark tendril, which even the god of destruction found troublesome, snapped in Saitama's grip as though it were decayed rope. The severed end emitted a piercing psychic wail before dissipating into black smoke. The chaotic consciousness within the stone egg erupted with violent waves, filled with agony and shock. It could not comprehend why this seemingly energyless bald figure could so effortlessly destroy its tendrils, which were steeped in the laws of chaos. Beerus and Kampa watched in astonishment. Despite their awareness of Saitama's strength, witnessing him so nonchalantly eliminate the very trouble they had struggled against was profoundly impactful. Saitama continued his methodical approach, moving towards the writhing tendrils as if weeding a garden, severing them effortlessly as he passed. He cleared a path directly towards the massive stone egg. Hey, you big rock, Saitama called out, his tone tinged with annoyance. You've been the one disrupting the signal, haven't you? Could you please be quiet? I'm quite busy. The chaotic entity responded with anger and a hint of barely perceptible fear. You inferior life form. have trespassed into realms you should not touch. More tendrils surged forth from the cracks, crashing towards Saitama like a colossal black wave. Saitama sighed at the oncoming tide of darkness. This is truly never-ending. He clenched his fist, assuming a combat stance aimed at the enormous stone egg and the encroaching darkness. With earnest intent, his figure blurred, transforming into countless afterimages, akin to 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the darkness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. The cacophony of impacts resonated like rain upon banana leaves, yet heavy as a planetary collision, erupting continuously. The surging wave of darkness, upon contact with the phantom fists, was torn apart as though thrown into a shredder, utterly annihilated. The force of his punches even penetrated the darkness, directly impacting the massive stone egg. With a series of cracking sounds, the ancient seal, previously unyielding and only marked by superficial cracks despite enduring their full-force assaults, was suddenly breached, revealing a gaping hole. Chapter 42. Echoes of the Crack and the Scion's Enlightenment. The edges of the hole were lined with fractures, thick, chaotic darkness seeping from within, accompanied by the anguished howls of the Dark Annihilation Lord, filled with pain and wrath. Unforgivable! Saitama halted his actions, shook his hands, and gazed at the stone egg that had been punctured, nodding slightly. Now, the signal interference should be resolved, right? He paid no heed to the chaotic battlefield behind him or the astonished expressions of the two gods of destruction, instead turning back in the direction he had come. His mind preoccupied with testing whether the television signal had returned. He left behind a severely injured Dark Abyss Demon Lord and the contemplative Beerus and Kampa. The chaotic threat had been temporarily suppressed, but how long could the seal, now breached, endure? Furthermore, what kind of attention would Saitama's signal maintenance endeavor attract on a higher plane? In the interstice of dimensions, the wails of the Dark Abyss Demon Lord gradually faded into silence, while the breached seal's stone egg pulsated like a wound oozing black ichor, throbbing slowly in the void. Although the main entity remained trapped, the chaotic aura that seeped out had intensified several-fold, tainting the surrounding dimensional barriers. Beerus and Kampa watched the direction Saitama had vanished, then glanced at the gruesome stone egg, rendered momentarily speechless. How on earth did he accomplish that? Kampa's round face was etched with confusion. After all, this was an ancient seal that even their destructive energy struggled to unsettle. Beerus, agitated, flicked his tail. Silence, Kampa. The pressing issue is how to clean up this mess. He pointed towards the gaping hole, where darkness continuously seeped forth. The seal had been compromised by him. Just the two of us cannot contain it. The two gods of destruction attempted to mend the breach with their destructive powers, but upon contact, their destructive energy only exacerbated the situation, causing the escaping darkness to become even more animated, even attempting to erode their divine powers in return. No, our power attributes clash with it. Beerus quickly withdrew his hand, his expression grim. Beerus, can't you think of a solution? Kampa anxiously looked towards their respective angels. Whis gracefully hovered nearby, lightly tapping his chin with his staff. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, the angelic code prohibits us from directly intervening in such matters. Furthermore, the rules surrounding this seal are exceedingly ancient and complex. Even if we were to intervene, perfect restoration is not guaranteed. What then? Are we to simply watch as this thing escapes? Beerus bellowed. As it stands, Babidi interjected. The only course of action is for both of you to remain here, using your destructive energies to gradually wear down its escaping power and delay its revival. Simultaneously, we must report this matter to the Grand Priest. Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness and frustration reflected in the other's eyes. Here, they were, mighty gods of destruction, relegated to guarding the mess caused by a bald-headed individual. Yet, for the sake of the universe's survival, they had no other choice. Damn that bald head, Beerus muttered under his breath, resignedly beginning to channel his divine energy to construct a temporary barrier of destruction to contain the spread of darkness. Kampa sighed heavily and followed suit. In the seventh universe on Earth, the alarm at Bulma's monitoring center blared once more, the screen displaying sharply rising energy readings and unstable spatial fluctuations at the dimensional rift. Here it comes again. This energy response was even more terrifying than the previous Void Whisperer. It seemed that two immensely powerful forces were clashing against it. Bulma analyzed the data, her complexion paling. Through the partial permissions previously granted by Whis, the Z-Fighters faintly sensed the conflict unfolding far beyond their comprehension. The heart-stopping chaos and darkness. alongside the familiar aura of destruction opposing it, weighed heavily upon their spirits. Even Lord Beerus found himself in a fierce struggle. Krillin's voice trembled. Goku clenched his fists, the azure energy surging around him, his eyes filled with frustration and desire. Damn it, I want to see that battle. Only Vegeta remained unusually calm. He stood at the edge of the temple, eyes closed, the silver radiance flowing around him synchronized with the rhythm of the cosmos. Unlike Goku's restlessness, he immersed himself entirely in the perception of the distant battlefield. He heard the fierce collision of divine power and chaotic darkness, sensed the shattering of seals and the unbearable burden. He even glimpsed the fleeting yet overwhelmingly powerful shadows of fists that seemed to stabilize the universe. Those were Saitama's fists. There were no dazzling light effects, no complex law fluctuations, only the purest and most extreme force. It was this absolute strength that forcefully interrupted the resurgence of chaos, tore through the tendrils of darkness, and even shook the ancient seals. In Vegeta's mind, something became clear. The ultimate state he had long pursued was one of unity of body and mind, in harmony with nature, utilizing the cosmic momentum. This was undoubtedly a powerful divine technique. Yet Saitama's path was entirely contrary. He needed no rules to abide by. He himself was the creator, or rather, the breaker of rules. Abiding and breaking, Vegeta murmured, as the silver radiance around him began to undergo subtle changes. No longer was it complete restraint and harmony within the flowing silver light. A hint of inherent sharpness and pride emerged, as if capable of tearing through anything. His ultimate state began to merge with the indomitable will of Prince Vegeta, a Saiyan. This was no longer mere imitation of divine techniques, but a path uniquely his own, a self-respect beyond measure. A new realm that could perfectly harness the efficiency of the ultimate state while embodying his own pride and destructive power. He slowly opened his eyes, and within his silver pupils, the essence of stars flickered, his aura deepening and becoming more inscrutable. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Our paths, from this moment forth, diverge. Goku paused, looking at Vegeta, acutely aware of the change in his aura, a qualitative transformation. Vegeta, continue to revel in your divine essence. Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smirk, and I shall harness the power of the Saiyan Prince to venture further afield. The Grand Minister listened intently to Whis' report, his countenance adorned with a flawless smile, yet a trace of profound helplessness flickered in the depths of his gaze. Indeed, the chain reaction triggered by the shattering of the Origin Monument had begun to manifest. The Dark Abyssal Lord was merely the first of the ancient entities to be disturbed. The Grand Minister spoke softly, acknowledging that it was no small feat for Beerus and Kampa to temporarily stabilize the situation. Before him, the luminescent screen displayed several core parameters indicative of the multiverse's stability, their fluctuations increasing ever so slightly. How amusing! Saitama, have you broken something strange again? Chimed the king on the left, swinging his legs. Next time, bring him here to play, suggested the king on the right. The Grand Minister slightly bowed, Your Majesty. The presence of Mr. Saitama has indeed introduced many unforeseen variables. Perhaps, in confronting the potential for a more significant imbalance in the future, he may serve as a crucial, unconventional solution. He had come to realize that attempting to confine or comprehend Saitama through the conventional laws of the universe was a futile endeavor. Rather than fret over his potential to disrupt equilibrium, it would be wiser to contemplate how to channel this extraordinary power to address ancient crises originating from the cosmos itself, which even the gods found daunting. At this moment, Saitama had returned home. He pressed a button on the television remote, the screen illuminating with clarity and full signal strength. Ah, it's indeed fixed, he nodded in satisfaction, slumping on the sofa as he grabbed a bag of potato chips, thinking, if it interferes with the signal again, I shall fix it once more. Unbeknownst to him, his casual act of repairing the signal had nearly unleashed an ancient demon, compelling the two gods of destruction to assume the role of guardians, prompting the Grand Minister to contemplate utilizing him as an ultimate weapon, and allowing Vegeta to seize this opportunity to embark on a new path. The cosmic landscape was undergoing monumental changes due to this anomaly. Moreover, greater storms were perhaps brewing in the depths of the more ancient chaos beyond the Shattered Seal. Chapter 43. The Ripples of Time and the Awakening of Pride. The shadows cast by the Dark Abyssal Lord had yet to dissipate, and the secondary disasters arising from the disarray of cosmic laws began to surface. This time, the issue lay within the realm of time. On the fringes of the 6th and 7th universes, several planets exhibited peculiar temporal disturbances. In certain areas, time accelerated, causing life to complete its cycle in mere hours, reducing beings to mere bones. In others, time nearly stagnated, freezing all existence. Furthermore, localized time reversals occurred, though the process was distorted and fraught with paradoxes, resulting in the collapse of spatial structures. A large-scale anomaly in the time constant detected. Bulma's monitoring center lit up once more in alarm, the source pointing towards a dimension fold that had never before been recorded. Meanwhile, the ancient Kaioshin of the Kaioshin realm, through Jebit-S remote communication, issued a harrowing warning. It is the shadow of Time Devourer, another ancient entity sealed away. It feeds on time and can create temporal paradoxes that unravel reality. Its seal is weakening. The voice of the Grand Priest resonated synchronously in the ears of Beerus, Kampa, and the Z fighters. The threat of the shadow of Time Devourer looms imminent. Its domain of temporal chaos is expanding. It must be suppressed before it fully awakens. Beerus, Kampa, you must remain vigilant to prevent the Dark Annihilator from seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc. This incident may be entrusted to the warriors of the 7th universe, serving as a test of their worth. His words hinted that this was not merely a crisis, but also an opportunity to observe Saitama, Vegeta, and other anomalous variables responding to threats from different rule systems. Goku instantly became exhilarated. Leave it to us. It's the perfect chance to try out new techniques. Vegeta let out a scoff, a silver radiance swirling around him, the latent sharpness within him held in check. Humph, just as I desire. At the edge of the chaotic temporal domain, the Z fighters gathered. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan stood ready. The space before them shimmered bizarrely, as if a palette of colors had been overturned. The turbulent currents of time manifested as visibly swirling vortices, exuding a dizzying aura. Everyone be cautious. Do not be swept away by the chaotic currents of time. Piccolo warned loudly. The group attempted to advance, but the effects of time, accelerating, decelerating, and even partially reversing, greatly interfered with their movements. Krillin narrowly escaped being swept away by an accelerating current, only to be saved by Goku's instant transmission. Tien Shinhan's Kikaho struck a region of stasis, the energy becoming solidified in midair. Damn it, we can't even approach the core. Goku clenched his fists in frustration. Just then, a silver figure emerged from the crowd. It was Vegeta. His pride endowed him with an extraordinary perception of the surrounding changes. Kakarot, you handle clearing these troublesome time vortices on the periphery. Vegeta's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The entity within there is mine to confront. Vegeta, you can't do it alone. Gohan expressed concern. Spare me the chatter. Vegeta said no more, his silver aura flaring magnificently, the pride and will within him transforming into an invisible force that temporarily repelled the chaotic flows of time surrounding him. Like a silver arrow swimming against the current, he charged straight into the depths of the tumultuous time domain. Goku watched Vegeta's retreating figure and grinned. All right, let us see who can clear more minions. Everyone, let us go. Under the brief path carved by Vegeta, the Z fighters, invigorated, displayed their unique abilities, beginning to cleanse the proliferating time vortices on the periphery. Vegeta broke through layer upon layer of obstacles, finally reaching the core area. Before him floated a translucent shadow, an amorphous entity composed of countless twisted clocks and shattered hourglasses, the very essence of the shadow that devours time. It incessantly emitted chaotic ripples of time, consuming the normal flow of time surrounding it. Thoughts of paradoxes echoed in disarray. Is it you, the disruptor of time? Vegeta's silver pupils fixated upon his target, declaring that your tricks had come to an end. Sensing a threat, the shadow concentrated its energy, unleashing a gray beam imbued with a potent time reversal effect toward Vegeta. If struck, Vegeta's very existence could be reverted to the moment before birth. Faced with this assault on the fabric of reality, Vegeta did not confront it head-on, nor did he solely rely on the evasion of his ultimate instinct. Instead, he channeled his pride and will to their zenith, merging with a silvery radiance. The ultimate flash of self-esteem shattered forth. He thrust his hands forward, no longer executing a traditional ultimate flash, but rather releasing a silver beam, refined to perfection, resplendent with the colors of dazzling diamonds and stars. This beam contained not only immense energy, but also infused with Vegeta's indomitable will. one that defied constraints and shattered convention. The silver beam collided violently with the time reversal beam. There was no explosion, but an intense clash of principles. The force of time reversal attempted to dismantle the beam. Yet the will contained within it, as resilient as the hardest diamond, fiercely resisted the erosion of time and began to unravel the very structure of temporal laws. "Break for me," Vegeta roared, channeling all his strength into the effort. Crack! The sound akin to shattering glass resonated, as the time reversal beam was forcefully shattered by Vegeta's indomitable self-esteem. The dissipating gray energy was swept away by the aftershock of the silver beam, striking the core projection of the shadow that devours time with tremendous force. The shadow emitted a silent shriek, its projection distorting violently and fading, evidently suffering a grievous blow. The surrounding chaotic flow of time likewise calmed significantly. Vegeta panted lightly, gazing at the enemy's waning projection, his eyes glimmering with confidence. He had proven that his own path was equally formidable. Just as the Z fighters reveled in their initial victory, an urgent communication from Bulma arrived. "It's bad. Although the time distortion has diminished, an unusual spatial ripple is spreading toward the West City. Calculations indicate it may affect the major supermarkets frequented by Saitama. If impacted, the goods within could spoil, deteriorate, or even be completely disintegrated by the tumult of time." Just as Saitama was preparing to return home to watch television, he received Bulma's mass alert message. Upon seeing the keywords of supermarket and spoiled goods, he leapt up from the sofa instantly. "What? How dare they disturb my supermarket's discounted products?" He did not even change into his hero costume, but rather burst forth from his home in casual attire, dashing towards the supermarket with the force of a cannonball. This time, his motivation was more pure and urgent than ever, driven by the desire to protect his paradise of discounted treasures. Meanwhile, an extraordinary ripple in time was inexorably spreading in the same direction. A chase and battle for guardianship, fueled by bargain goods, was about to unfold across the ages. Vegeta, with unparalleled pride, had achieved victory in his initial encounter, proving the potency of a new path. While Saitama, for the most simple of reasons, was poised to intervene once more in a cosmic crisis. Ancient threats and modern anomalies intertwined upon the stage of time, weaving an even more unpredictable future. Chapter 44. The Guardianship of Time and the Defense of the Supermarket. The unusual ripple of time surged through the city like an invisible, transparent wave, moving with astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the paint on towering facades weathered and peeled, only to be renewed in mere seconds. Pedestrians morphed into frail elders one moment, then reverted to their youthful selves the next, inciting widespread panic. Its target was unmistakably the largest commercial center in West City, home to the core supermarket where Saitama meticulously recorded all promotional information with his VIP card. Faster! Saitama leapt frantically between buildings, his casual wear billowing in the wind, his gaze more focused than ever. It was not solely about safeguarding the supermarket. It was about protecting his carefully crafted list of discounts, accumulated coupons, and the culinary hopes of the coming months. The speed of the time ripple was beyond imagination, first making contact with the periphery of the commercial center. An electronics mall was the first to be affected, as brand new televisions in the display windows rapidly accumulated dust, rusting, only to become spotless once more in the next instant, in an endless cycle. "No, I can't make it," Bulma exclaimed, watching the scene unfold through a drone, just as the time ripple was about to engulf the largest fresh produce supermarket, threatening to decay its expensive Wagyu and limited seafood into oblivion or revert them back to their primordial state. Saitama arrived. He crashed down before the massive neon sign of the supermarket like a meteorite, turning his back to the oncoming distortion of twisted, transparent temporal chaos, and facing the supermarket's glass doors, as if that was the true army he needed to fend off. "This path is blocked." He did not look back, merely stated with calm resolve. The time ripple effortlessly swallowed him and the entire area behind him. The onlooking Z warriors felt their hearts leap into their throats. "Mr. Saitama," Gohan exclaimed. However, the anticipated vision of Saitama aging or regressing into childhood did not materialize. The time turbulence, capable of causing this cycle of existence, seemed to encounter the most indomitable rock in the universe upon touching Saitama's body, naturally diverting and circumventing him. He stood as an absolute point of stillness within the torrent of time, unwavering and immovable, neither the laws of accelerating, decelerating, nor reversing time could leave any trace upon him, nor even approach within a meter of his being. Indeed, does time hold no sway over him? Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Vegeta hovered nearby, observing the unwavering figure amidst the chaotic flow of time, his silver pupils narrowing slightly. He sensed that this was not a clash of energy or skill, but rather a fundamental disparity in existential hierarchy. Time cannot define him. The ripples of time seemed to possess a primitive consciousness. Upon realizing its inability to affect Saitama, it attempted to circumvent him, encroaching upon the supermarket from both sides. More translucent waves extended like tendrils. Saitama furrowed his brow, finding these sticky manifestations rather bothersome. He raised his hands, swatting at the encroaching time ripples as one would shoo away flies, casually striking a few blows. Snap! Snap! The crisp sounds of his strikes resonated, and the intangible turbulence of time, governed by its own rules, was unexpectedly dispersed by his seemingly chaotic swatting. Like dispersing a wisp of smoke, the time ripples twisted in the air before ultimately settling, restoring the normal flow of time. Is that all? Saitama glanced around, confirming there were no stragglers. The vast core of time ripples seemed to recognize its futility, slowly retreating and contracting, attempting to escape this incomprehensible forbidden zone. Trying to flee? As he observed the retreating time ripples, Saitama recalled the discounted goods nearly caught in the fray and felt that he could not let this slide. He slightly bent his legs, then propelled himself off the ground with great force. Boom! The earth cracked as he shot forth like a projectile towards the source of the contracting time ripples, where the dimensional fold connected to the essence of the time devourer awaited. What is he planning to do? Krillin stared in disbelief. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Saitama caught up with the closing dimensional fold and crashed headlong into the distorted spatial node. Wait, that is the source of the time turbulence. Inside there could be. Bulma's warning went unspoken as Saitama's figure vanished into the dimensional fold. Within the fold, a bizarre realm unfolded, a kaleidoscope of broken clocks and flowing hourglasses. The essence of the time devourer manifested as a colossal, ever-shifting shadow of a clock dominating the space. Intruder in the realm of time, chaotic thoughts surged with fury. Saitama regained his footing, surveying the peculiar surroundings and the enormous clock shadow, solidifying his target. It is you who has caused this chaos, nearly ruining my supermarket. He pointed at the time devourer, his tone resolute. Without further ado, he charged forward. The time devourer summoned all its power, conjuring the most formidable field of temporal stasis, attempting to freeze Saitama in eternity. Yet, Saitama surged into the field, his speed unwavering. A collapse of temporal rays, dispersed by a single punch. A paradoxical trap of space-time? He disregarded it entirely, shattering it with a single step. Countless shards of time, sharp as blades. Even his loungewear remained unscathed. He resembled a bulldozer invading a delicate watchmaker's shop, ruthlessly trampling upon the very laws of time with a brazen disregard for reason. Ultimately, he confronted the essence of the time devourer. It's too noisy, quiet down. A series of ordinary consecutive punches ensued. Countless shadows of fists instantaneously engulfed the mass of clock-like darkness. Thud, 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 thud. The relentless sound of pounding reverberated through the dimensional space. The time devourer emitted a wretched, piercing mental shriek as its essence began to unravel under absolute force. Clock shattered. Hourglasses exploded, and the space-time laws constituting its existence were mercilessly hammered into the most fundamental particles. When Saitama ceased his assault, all that remained before him was a slowly calming wave of residual energy. The time devourer, along with this temporary dimension, was obliterated into nothingness. Saitama dusted off his hands, surveyed his surroundings, and found himself back in the ordinary universe, landing perfectly atop his apartment building. Well, that is taken care of. He nodded in satisfaction, leaping off the rooftop to visit a supermarket that had miraculously survived, curious to see if any new discounted items had arrived. In the King's palace, the Grand Priest observed the scene on the light screen, Saitama effortlessly dispersing the ripples of time and annihilating the time devourer in the dimensional space, remaining silent for a considerable time. To disregard time and dissolve the existence of rules with absolute power, he murmured thoughtfully. It seems we have discovered the most efficient method to cleanse these ancient entities awakened by the loosening of rules. Cleansing? How delightful! The Omni King clapped his hands. Let Saitama repair all that is broken, another Omni King naively suggested. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, Perhaps it is time to bestow upon him a more formal identity. Beerus and Kampa continued to struggle in the dimensional crevice, their expressions profoundly complex upon hearing that Saitama had effortlessly resolved the threat of the Time Devourer. Vegeta returned to the gravity chamber, reflecting on Saitama's approach to confronting time, further solidifying his resolve on the path of utmost pride. He sought a kingly path capable of shattering all constraints, even negating the rules themselves. Meanwhile, Goku excitedly approached Whis. Whis, teach me. Is there a way for me to become like Mr. Saitama, unafraid of the tumult of time? Whis replied, Lord Goku, that might be somewhat challenging. As for our hero Saitama, he was in the supermarket, beaming with joy upon seeing the announcement board for a temporary sale due to system malfunctions. The crisis averted. Discounts secured. It was yet another peaceful day. Chapter 45. Divine Delegation and the Guardian of the Supermarket. The threat of the Time Devourer was eradicated by Saitama in the most direct manner, and the resulting temporal turmoil was completely quelled. The news spread, causing quite a stir among the higher echelons of existence who were privy to the details. The resurgence of two ancient chaotic entities was swiftly extinguished, and in a manner they could not comprehend, compelling certain beings to re-evaluate the seventh universe, particularly the peril, or perhaps the practicality, of that bald figure. Within the Grand Priest's palace, after considerable contemplation, a decision was reached. On Earth, in Saitama's apartment, he had just organized his newly acquired discounted goods when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he encountered the Grand Priest, who wore a flawless smile. Mr. Saitama, I apologize for the intrusion. The Grand Priest's voice remained gentle. Oh, it's you? Saitama recognized the attendant of the Omni King. What brings you here? If this is a test, I must decline. I am quite busy. He gestured toward the shopping bags behind him that remained unclassified. The Grand Priest maintained his smile. This is not a test. I have come on behalf of the Omni King and the Multiverse Management Committee to extend a formal commission to you. A commission? Saitama blinked. Is there compensation? Certainly. The Grand Priest produced a card that shimmered with iridescent light, more dazzling than the black gold VIP card Bulma had given him previously. This is the Genesis Star VIP card. With this card, you may enjoy a 0 discount at all known civilizations and select stores directly under divine jurisdiction, as well as priority purchasing and customization rights for all limited edition items. Additionally, you will receive a personal space warehouse connected to the Multiverse Network for storing your belongings. 0 discount, priority purchasing, customization rights, space warehouse. Saitama's eyes sparkled like two little bulbs. What is the nature of the commission? His tone was unusually enthusiastic. The task is quite straightforward, the Grand Priest smiled. Given the recent decline in the stability of multiversal regulations, some ancient seals have weakened, periodically triggering incidents akin to those involving the Dark Annihilation Lord or the Shadow of Time Devourer, severely impacting the peace and commercial order of numerous universes. He emphasized the term commercial order, observing Saitama's expression grow more serious. Thus, we wish to employ you as a special universe order maintainer, the Grand Priest continued. Your responsibility will be to address and eliminate significant threats to the regulations when detected, thereby maintaining the peace and stability of the universe and ensuring the normal operation of major commercial planets. Saitama stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, I would be fighting monsters that disrupt business operations? Maintaining universal peace sounds rather troublesome. The nature of the work is highly flexible, the Grand Priest added. You will only be notified when the threat level meets certain standards and conventional methods, such as those employed by destroyers, prove ineffective. Furthermore, for each successful resolution of an incident, you will receive Genesis points based on the threat level, which can be exchanged for some rather enticing goods or services, even appealing to deities. Flexible work, pay per incident, plus additional points. Saitama was instantly captivated. This was undoubtedly a position tailored just for him. Not only would he maintain a secure shopping environment, but he would also reap exceptional benefits and additional income. Splendid. I shall accept. Without hesitation, Saitama grasped the resplendent Genesis Stellar VIP card, carefully stowing it away. Should any monstrous entity threaten to wreak havoc in the supermarket, they need only summon him. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Saitama. The Grand Priest bowed slightly, his figure gradually fading from view. Saitama closed the door, gazing at the new card in his hand, his spirits soaring. He promptly accessed the cosmic network, eager to peruse the divine delicacies and limited edition merchandise that he had previously only envied. Zerudiskun, the realm of destruction. Beerus and Kampa, through Whis and Vados, learned of the Grand Priest's appointment of Saitama, their emotions a tumultuous blend akin to a spilled spice jar. A specially appointed order enforcer? A zero-discount VIP card? Beerus's lips twitched. What do we, the destroyers, amount to? A permanent position is less esteemed than a temporary one? The crux of the matter is that zero-discount card. Brother. Compa pounded his chest in frustration. That was a privilege even we could not apply for. Why him? Of all people? Whis elegantly sipped his tea. Lord Beerus, Lord Compa, please face reality. In addressing certain specific crises, Mr. Saitama's efficiency is indeed irreplaceable. This contributes positively to the overall stability of the multiverse. Beerus huffed, unable to counter. While he and Compa languished in the dimensional crevice, Saitama had already resolved two issues. On Earth, in the temple, Vegeta merely snorted upon hearing the news and continued his rigorous training in pursuit of pride. He held such titles and benefits in disdain. Power was the essence. What concerned him more was how to hone this power to its utmost potential. Goku, on the other hand, wore an expression of envy. Wow. Mr. Saitama is amazing. He has become a public servant of the universe, and he possesses such an incredible card. Whis Kaibi 1-2. Whis replied, Lord Goku, your duty is to protect the seventh universe and diligently train. Henceforth, Saitama's status within the multiverse underwent a subtle transformation. He was no longer merely an incomprehensible anomaly. He became a crisis management expert with a formal, albeit temporary, position, clear, personal motives, and an astonishingly high efficiency. The Grand Priest maneuver deftly incorporated Saitama, the greatest instability factor, into a controllable, or rather, predictable, management system, with generous rewards and conveniences. He guided Saitama to tackle those ancient troubles that even the gods found vexing. And Saitama was delighted. He cared little for the lofty ideals of universal peace. He simply wished to live a stable life and relish the joys of shopping. Anyone who dared to disrupt his supermarket or interfere with his special offers would be deemed his adversary. Thus, a unique spectacle emerged within the multiverse. When news of the awakening of an ancient demon god and the ensuing chaos spread from a distant star realm, the pantheon of deities no longer merely dispatched destroyers or angels. Instead, they simultaneously informed a bald figure, engrossed in comparing prices at a supermarket on some distant planet. Oftentimes, just as the destroyer arrived on the scene, they would receive word that the threat had been neutralized, the perpetrator having been physically transcended. The specially appointed cosmic order maintainer, Saitama, became the Damocles sword hanging over all ancient entities, serving as the most peculiar cornerstone of the current cosmic peace through his remarkably efficient and economical means, requiring only shopping cards and points. At that moment, our esteemed Saitama had just redeemed a universal cooking pot, said to automatically prepare the culinary delights of the cosmos, using the points he had accrued from his first mission, and was diligently studying the recipe manual. Peace had descended in a manner most unexpected. Chapter 46. The ingenious use of points and the roar of self-esteem. In the first week of his role as a specially appointed cosmic order maintainer, Saitama's life did not undergo any monumental transformation. The universe seemed to have entered a rare period of tranquility, with no ancient entities emerging to test his patience. This afforded him ample time to study the Genesis Star VIP card and the freshly acquired Genesis points. At that moment, he sat cross-legged on the apartment floor, staring blankly at the universal cooking pot he had redeemed with his points. The pot's sleek design emitted a soft, pearlescent glow, devoid of any buttons. Only when he concentrated his thoughts would a continuously scrolling projection of recipes from across the universe materialize. Nameless stars roasted lizard, dark star soup of the ninth universe. What is this nonsense? Saitama scratched his shiny scalp, furrowing his brow. Is there not a simple miso soup or pork bone ramen option? Does this divine technology not even come with a Chinese menu? He tentatively thought of soy sauce, and the pot shimmered, producing a small dish of rich, aromatic liquid within its confines. Dipping his finger into it for a taste, Saitama's eyes brightened slightly. The flavor is quite authentic, but this operation is far too cumbersome. Ultimately, he abandoned his exploration of cosmic cuisine, opting instead to use the pot to boil a discounted instant ramen from the supermarket, concluding that it indeed cooked 3 seconds faster than an ordinary pot. Thus, Saitama's initial experience with the Genesis points stirred no waves. It merely added a trivial convenience to his mundane routine, along with a few grumbles regarding the user experience of divine products. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma's laboratory presented a starkly different scene. This is impossible, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the holographic projection of a dizzyingly complex energy flow structure. Before her floated a small fragment of nearly undetectable spatial debris data, collected from the battle realm where Saitama had clashed with the shadow of time. All known physical laws here exhibit traces of rupture and reconstruction, not destruction, but rather a superimposition. She excitedly turned to the side, where Sun Wukong was voraciously consuming fairy beans to replenish his energy. Wukong, what did you feel at that moment? What is the source of that power? Sun Wukong, with his mouth full of fairy beans, scratched his head in confusion. Feelings? There was nothing particularly special. It was just Master Saitama's casual strike, and then that shadow vanished. Its presence dissipated completely, as if it had never existed. Bulma sighed in exasperation. It's impossible to communicate with you muscle-headed fools. This level of power transcends the realm of ki. It may even touch the fundamental codes of the universe. Her scientific spirit ignited, yet faced with a phenomenon that could not be captured by any instrument or explained by any theory. She felt an unprecedented blend of frustration and exhilaration. In the God of Destruction realm, Vegeta stood bare-chested, sweat cascading down his bulging muscles, pooling at his feet. The gravity around him had been adjusted by Whis to a terrifying magnitude, causing the air to distort slightly due to the immense mass. He gasped. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. This was not merely physical exertion. It was an extreme mental pressure. He was pushing himself. Images of Saitama's unremarkable punch replayed in his mind, along with Kakarote's repeated breakthroughs in dire situations, and the disheveled forms of Zampa and Beerus caught in dimensional rifts. Pride is not a burden, Vegeta growled, his pupils flickering with an indomitable flame, but rather, it is fuel. He no longer sought to mimic Kakarote's effortless harmony with nature, nor did he pursue the boundless expansion of ki. He concentrated all his thoughts, will, pride, and dissatisfaction, compressing them into the essence of his royal Saiyan heart, which would never concede defeat. Buzz, a distinctly different aura, erupted violently from him. It was neither as dazzling as Super Saiyan Blue nor as ferocious as the Kaioken. Instead, it radiated a restrained, oppressive, deep purple brilliance, akin to the tranquility of the cosmos, yet imbued with destructive power. The purple light flowed across his body, not radiating outward, but rather enveloping him in an impenetrable armor. The energy storm, conjured by Whis, capable of easily tearing apart Super Saiyan 3, dissipated like waves crashing against a reef upon encountering this deep purple glow. Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his breath steadying, his gaze sharpening into a calm, yet piercing focus. He felt a completely new power within him, one that did not rely on nature or external sources, but was a pure manifestation of the ultimate elevation of his own will. This is my path, Vegeta murmured softly to himself, a hint of long-lost confidence, characteristic of a warrior, curving at the corners of his mouth. In the distance, the elegantly observing Angel Whis slightly opened his eyes, revealing a smile imbued with significance. Oh my, it seems you have finally taken this step, Lord Vegeta. The budding of self-esteem is indeed an intriguing development. On Earth, during the twilight hours, Saitama had just concluded a day of idleness and was preparing to boil another bowl of noodles in his divine pot, when suddenly, the gentle yet direct voice of the Grand Priest resonated in his mind. Mr. Saitama, I apologize for the interruption. We have detected anomalous disturbances in the Konoal Star region at the edge of the galaxy. The target is codenamed the Information Devourer. Its activities have led to extreme chaos and disruption of all quantum communications, hyperspace networks, and traditional electromagnetic signals within a radius of 300 light-years, significantly impacting the trade fleet of the Seventh Universe. The Grand Priest's voice paused before adding the most crucial statement. According to predictions, this disturbance wave will reach the star sector where Earth resides in approximately 3 hours. At that time, all networks globally, including television signals, as well as various e-commerce platforms and real-time supermarket discount information, may experience severe interference or even temporary paralysis. Just as Saitama was about to place the noodles into the pot, his movements froze instantly. Global network paralysis? Not receiving supermarket discount information? His eyes, previously devoid of vigor, suddenly sharpened, flickering with an intense seriousness. Location? He succinctly inquired, setting down the noodles. The coordinates have been dispatched to the auxiliary space navigation of your VIP card. This incident meets the activation criteria for specially appointed order maintainers. Upon completion, you will receive 100 creation points. Understood. Saitama terminated the telepathic communication with the Grand Priest and, with an expressionless face, approached the window to gaze at the peaceful sunset outside. Information Devourer, he repeated the code name softly, then opened the window, daring to interrupt my view of the discount notifications. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur, soaring into the sky at a speed surpassing that of any spacecraft, silently tearing through the atmosphere as he raced towards the coordinates provided by the Grand Priest. His silhouette elongated in the twilight, imbued with a nonchalant acceptance of the impending task and a resolute intent to safeguard the potentially missed supermarket coupons. Chapter 47, Signal Guardian and the Spark of the Purple Flame. At the edge of the galaxy, in the Conal star region, what should have been a deep void adorned with starlight was now enveloped by a morbid, continuously distorting grayish-white hue. It was not darkness. Rather, it was a lack of color, as if an invisible colossal maw was greedily consuming light, waves, and all carriers of information. The colossal trade fleet flitted through the void like headless flies, their communication screens a flurry of static, their navigation systems utterly incapacitated, left to languish in despair as they awaited the devouring of an unknown interference. At the heart of this turmoil, an indescribable entity writhed slowly. It possessed no fixed form, resembling instead a chaotic cloud that perpetually expanded and contracted, composed of billions of distorted symbols and fragmented data streams. This was the Information Devourer where it passed. The voices of the cosmos were forcibly silenced. Suddenly, a figure appeared without warning at the epicenter of this informational wasteland, dwarfed by the immense chaotic cloud. It seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust. Saitama floated in the void, unaffected by the need to breathe, impervious to the chill of the universe. He glanced down at his clenched fist before looking up at the cloud that emitted a cacophony of jarring noises, these sounds directly engaging the realm of consciousness, with a hint of dissatisfaction glimmering in his deadpan eyes. "Is it you? You nearly prevented me from receiving my weekend electronic discount coupons from the supermarket." His voice echoed curiously through the vacuum of this region, where even electromagnetic waves could not propagate, as though some fundamental rule was being conveyed. The Information Devourer seemed to sense the anomaly brought forth by this diminutive presence. Its chaotic form surged violently, countless distorted symbols shooting forth like tendrils towards Saitama, attempting to analyze, assimilate, and ultimately obliterate this point of informational paradox. As these tendrils approached a certain proximity to Saitama, they collided with an imperceptible wall, disintegrating into a mere flicker of primordial, meaningless energy particles. The rules of information erasure they carried were rendered utterly ineffective upon encountering Saitama's existence. "How annoying," Saitama remarked, clearing his ears, though they were not physically blocked, and it appeared rather distasteful. With an unremarkable motion, he threw a punch. There was no dazzling explosion, no thunderous roar, nor even a significant wave of energy. Yet, along the trajectory of that punch, the gray-white void, tainted by the Information Devourer, was restored to its profound depth and resplendent starlight, as if the marks of an eraser had been wiped clean. The distorted, chaotic cloud, along with all the interference it emitted, was not shattered under the weight of that punch, but utterly negated on the level of existence itself. Following the punch, silence reigned, not the previous deathly quiet, but a serene tranquility, harmonious and in tune with the universe. In the distance, the trade fleet's communication screens flickered to life, navigation systems returned to normal, and the crew, having survived the ordeal, exchanged bewildered glances, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Saitama retracted his fist, surveyed the now normal space, and nodded in satisfaction. "Mission accomplished. I should make it back in time to receive the evening discounts on fresh produce." With a flicker, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind a starry domain that had just returned to normal, as if nothing had ever occurred. On Earth, in West Capital, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma abruptly sprang from her super-quantum computer. This sudden movement caught the attention of Sun Wukong, who was indulging in a snack, and Vegeta, who had just concluded his training, his body emanating a faint violet aura. It was restored. The global quantum signal, which had been interrupted for 7 minutes and 38 seconds, had suddenly returned to full functionality. Bulma pointed at the screen, where the indicators had instantly transitioned from a sea of blood-red error warnings to a serene green state. Her face was a canvas of disbelief, and the anomalous disturbance signals from the Konar star region had vanished, not merely diminished, but utterly eradicated. It was as though something had plucked it directly from the cosmic background radiation. Sun Wukong blinked, taking a bite of a senza bean cake. It must be Master Saitama's doing, right? He just went out. That was fast. Vegeta crossed his arms, letting out a scoff. Yet his sharp gaze shimmered with a profound light. He perceived more than Sun Wukong and Bulma. During the signal disruption, he had not been oblivious. The nascent pride within him instinctively recoiled and remained vigilant against the abnormal disturbances at the level of rules. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed an indescribable, nearly absolute force flickering from an exceedingly distant realm. Following this, the unpleasant disturbances in the rules dissipated completely. Humph, as unreasonable as ever, Vegeta murmured to himself. He did not feel disheartened. Instead, the deep violet aura within him subtly surged, forcibly suppressing the instinctive tremor caused by the overwhelming disparity, transforming it into a more fervent motivation for cultivation. His path required no understanding of such a monster, only the relentless pursuit of surpassing his own limits. In the Grand Minister's temple, the Grand Minister quietly observed the floating crystal ball before him, within which the scene of the Koner Star region returning to normalcy was vividly reflected. His perfect smile seemed to deepen slightly. Behind him, two Zenas huddled together, gazing at a smaller, simpler crystal ball. Inside it were merely two straightforward images, a chaotic mass representing the information devourer and a simplistic chibi drawing of Saitama. The chibi drawing touched the chaotic mass, which then vanished in an instant. Wow, so fast. It's gone. One Zeno clapped his small hands, his voice brimming with childlike wonder. Yes, it was cleaned up in an instant, faster than whisk cleaning. The other Zeno nodded vigorously. The Zenus found it amusing. The Grand Minister bowed slightly, acknowledging that Mr. Saitama's efficiency indeed exceeded expectations. Next time, let us invite him here to play, one Zeno declared, pointing at the chibi drawing in the crystal ball with an undeniable tone. The Grand Minister's smile remained unchanged. Yes, I will make arrangements as deemed appropriate. However, it is essential to find an opportune moment while ensuring that he does not develop an undue fascination with the temple's columns. In Saitama's apartment, his figure emerged in the living room, as though he had merely stepped out to dispose of some trash. He immediately grabbed his phone to check the network signal, which was at full strength, and several evening discount notifications from fresh produce platforms arrived as expected. Quite good, he nodded in satisfaction and began browsing the products, momentarily dismissing the fact that he had just obliterated a cosmic threat. The voice of the High Priest echoed in his mind. Task completed, efficiency exemplary. 100 Genesis points have been credited to your account. Saitama let out a soft "oh," his attention swiftly captured by a limited-time offer on king crabs. Can the points be directly exchanged for cash, or used in conjunction with discount coupons? He attempted to inquire in his mind, but the High Priest seemed to pause momentarily, offering no immediate response. Saitama pursed his lips, abandoning his line of questioning, and returned to the battle of safeguarding his wallet. The peace of the universe was, for now, maintained in this delicate balance and the bald hero's unwavering commitment to his daily life. Chapter 48. Game Invitation and the Echoes of Self-Esteem. Saitama's punch quelled the news of the information devourer, akin to a silent thunderclap, swiftly disseminating among the higher beings privy to the details. Unlike before, this incident was accompanied by a detail that piqued the god's interest even further. Lord Zeno had developed a keen fascination with that bald head. On Earth, in Saitama's apartment, he was mulling over the newly arrived universal cooking pot, utilizing the point redemption for the one-click generation of intergalactic cuisine. What emerged was a gelatinous substance radiating vibrant colors, continuously shifting in shape. Is this truly edible? Saitama poked it with chopsticks, and the gelatin emitted a melodious sound reminiscent of wind chimes. It was far less satisfying than a convenience store ham sandwich. At that moment, the soft lighting in the room subtly shifted in hue, and a faint ripple spread through the air. The silhouette of the High Priest did not fully materialize, but appeared instead in a more energy-efficient holographic projection, his face still adorned with an impeccable smile. Good day, Mr. Saitama. Oh, it's you, the butler. Saitama's gaze remained fixed on the colorful gelatin. Can the points be refunded? This seems rather impractical. The High Priestess' smile appeared to stiffen for a brief moment. Once confirmed, redeemed items cannot be returned. However, I come bearing an invitation from the Supreme Being. Supreme? More supreme than you? Indeed. Lord Zeno found your previous endeavor of eliminating undesirable entities quite entertaining. He wishes to invite you to the Divine Realm to partake in an, interactive entertainment activity. The High Priest carefully chose his words. Entertainment activity? Is it one of those events with plenty of free tastings and lotteries? Saitama finally lifted his head, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. You may interpret it as such, The high priest replied, maintaining his composure. There will be divine delicacies provided. Moreover, participation itself will reward 500 Genesis points. 500. Saitama instantly stood up, his mind racing with questions. When? Where? Is formal attire required? He began calculating how many years' worth of supermarket discount vouchers could be redeemed with those 500 points. Further details will be communicated later. Please keep your lines of communication open. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, and the projection promptly vanished. Saitama's spirits soared. Even the sight of that vibrant jelly-like mass became more pleasing. The Omni King sounded like a significant figure. Surely he wouldn't be stingy. In the realm of destruction, Beerus learned of the Omni King's invitation from Whis, nearly falling from his hammock in disbelief. What? The Omni King wishes to meet that bald man. An invitation? The incredulity was etched across his purple feline face. After all these years as a god of destruction, he had encountered the Omni King only a handful of times. Whis elegantly adjusted his staff. Lord Beerus, please remain calm. This may not be a negative development. The existence of Mr. Saitama has transcended the realm of conventional management. Direct oversight from the Omni King might avert unnecessary universe-level troubles. Oof. Beerus turned his head in frustration, yet a flicker of concealed concern danced in his gaze. His worry was not for Saitama, but rather for the childlike nature of the Omni King. The combination of such uncontrollable power with that innocence could yield unpredictable consequences. On Earth within the temple, Vegeta's training had entered a new phase. No longer merely releasing his energy, he focused on constricting the deep purple aura of his pride, forming a delicate, crystalline coating upon his skin. The air around him subtly warped, not due to heat, but rather because the negation field enveloping him instinctively repelled all external energies and rules of detection. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his violet pupils sharp as blades. Gazing toward the sky. Is he coming, Kakarot? Nearby, during a spar with Goku, Gohan and Piccolo paused, taken aback. Goku stopped his movements, excitement illuminating his face. Ah, I sense it. It's powerful, and it seems there's more than one. In the sky, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force as three menacing, spiky dark red spaceships, reminiscent of bloodthirsty sharks, slowly broke through the atmosphere, hovering ominously above West City. An unabashed, ferocious aura filled with destruction and a desire to plunder enveloped the entire city in an instant. They were remnants of Frisia's army. Moreover, judging by the specifications of the ships and the energy radiating from them, the attackers were far from ordinary. It bears Frisia's insignia, Dandy exclaimed in terror. Frisia? Wasn't he already? Krillin's words trailed off. Just then, the hatch of one spaceship opened, and a tall, indigo-skinned alien, clad in attire reminiscent of Frisia's battle gear, slowly emerged. He stood with arms crossed, gazing down upon the diminutive city below, his voice resonating through a loudspeaker. Insignificant insects. We are the Hell's Vanguard, the mightiest fighting force under the command of the cosmic overlord, Frisia, by the decree of the new king. We have come to seize this planet and eradicate all remnants of the Saiyans, particularly the ones known as Goku and Vegeta. His energy erupted like a crimson tempest, its intensity unmistakably reaching the level of super blue. Oh, a new king? Goku, far from feeling fear, was instead filled with fervor, his body radiating a blue aura, indicating that a glorious battle was imminent. Fools, Vegeta coldly uttered. He did not even need to transform into super blue. The deep violet crystalline sheen on his skin shimmered briefly as he launched himself skyward, charging directly at the indigo alien. Vegeta, wait for me. Goku quickly transformed into super blue and followed suit. The indigo alien, observing the swiftly approaching Vegeta, felt his feeble energy due to a prideful restraint and displayed a cruel disdain. Can't even transform? What a pitiable stray dog. His words were abruptly cut short as Vegeta appeared before him, devoid of dazzling lights or earth-shattering roars, merely delivering a straightforward punch to his abdomen. Thud! The indigo alien's eyes bulged as he expelled a mixture of energy and bodily fluids. He sensed an incomprehensible force piercing through his proud energy defenses, directly impacting his core. It was not merely a disparity in strength, but rather an outright, arrogant denial of the very concept of power upon which he relied, before the might of Vegeta's fist. How could it be possible? The energy cycle within him was utterly disrupted, collapsing. Vegeta hovered before him, retracting his fist, his gaze indifferent, as if he had simply swatted a fly. Frisia's remnants do not deserve my full effort. His deep violet pupils scanned the other two ships. emanating a chilling pride that sent shivers through the other powerful beings within. Prideful restraint, the first signs of greatness. Chapter 49. The Purple Solitude and the Azure Despair. With a single punch, Vegeta incapacitated the Indigo Captain, igniting an explosive shift in the battle, akin to ice water splashing into boiling oil. Kill, how is this possible? Roars of fury erupted from the other two ships. The hatches burst open, and 5 formidable figures surged forth, encircling Vegeta at the center. Their auras varied, yet each undeniably reached the benchmark of Super Blue. 5, you say? A commendable number of fools. Vegeta remained suspended in place. The deep violet crystalline layer on his skin shimmering with an ethereal glow, his highly restrained aura transforming into a disquieting intimidation. He did not even assume a combat stance, but merely surveyed his encircled adversaries with his cold gaze. Arrogant Saiyan, for Kyr Estimise, a burly man, clad in bone armor and wielding an energy battle axe, was the first to bellow in fury, cleaving through the air with a scream reminiscent of wailing ghosts. Vegeta did not even glance back. He merely inclined his body slightly, allowing the battle axe, imbued with tremendous force, to sweep past him. In a fleeting moment, when the axe's old power waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Vegeta's hand sliced forward with precision, striking the man's wrist. A crisp crack echoed through the air. It was not the force of Vegeta's strike that caused the fracture. Rather, it was the instant his hand made contact with the man's wrist, where energy meant to bolster defense and the hard bone armor were rendered meaningless, obliterated by a conceptual force that exposed the fragile underlying tissue. The man howled in agony, staggering back, the battle axe slipping from his grasp. His abilities were peculiar. Do not engage up close. Use energy blasts. A leader-like figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, barked an order. The 5 formidable warriors retreated in unison, palms thrust forward. Crimson beams, toxic green energy spheres, thunder that distorted space, absolute zero waves that froze all, and silent, mental devouring shockwaves converged. 5 terrifying attacks, capable of vaporizing a planet engulfed Vegeta's diminutive form from various directions in an instant. Boom! The radiance born from the annihilation of energy consumed all, forming an ever-expanding sphere of destructive energy. Its blinding light forcing the Z-fighters on the ground to shield their eyes. Vegeta! Krillin gasped in shock. Do not worry, Piccolo intoned gravely. His sensitivity to energy discerned no diminishment in the foe's presence. As the brilliance dissipated, the scene at the center emerged. Vegeta remained suspended in place. Not even a hem of his attire marred. That thin layer of deep purple coating completely isolated him from the 5 disparate destructive energies. Upon contact with the coating, the energy impacts were not merely repelled or nullified. They were as if rendered to nothingness, quietly vanishing without even stirring the slightest ripple, denying all external impositions. This was the domineering essence of his profound self-esteem. How could our attacks prove ineffective? The alien leader, crackling with thunder, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Vegeta gradually raised his hand, palm directed at the 5, a flicker of impatience finally gracing his features. The tiresome probing must come to an end. A deep purple luminescence rapidly coalesced in his palm, resembling not a Kamehameha wave, but rather a point that absorbed all light, collapsing inward. Judgment of pride. He gently propelled his palm forward. The point silently flew towards the 5, lacking grandiosity, yet in its flight, space itself seemed to erase a subtle trace. The 5 formidable warriors felt a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls. They sought to evade. Yet they discovered that the surrounding space had grown viscous and solid, with all their escape routes sealed off by an invisible field of negation. No! In a desperate cry, the point touched the energy barrier they had collectively erected. The barrier melted away like snow under the sun, instantly dissolving. The point effortlessly penetrated their bodies. There was no explosion, no wounds. The movements of the 5 formidable beings froze in an instant, the brilliance in their eyes rapidly fading. They felt that the power they had painstakingly cultivated, the very meaning of their existence, and even their connection to this universe were being swiftly negated and stripped away. They were like patterns erased from the canvas of reality, their bodies beginning at the feet, transforming into the most elemental colorless particles, silently dispersing into the air. In the blink of an eye, the 5 super blue-level warriors encircling Vegeta were obliterated. The ground lay in utter silence. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others stood dumbfounded. They knew Vegeta had grown stronger. but never anticipated it to such an unfathomable extent. This was not merely a crushing of power. It resembled a blow from a higher dimension that they could not comprehend. Incredible. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Vegeta. That move was extraordinary. Vegeta slowly descended, the purple sheen on his surface fading away. He snorted dismissively, ignoring Sun Wukong's praise, and directed his gaze towards the main ship, which had remained silent until now. The riffraff has been dealt with. When will the one inside show themselves? Just then, an abnormality occurred. A slender, nearly imperceptible azure beam shot out from the bottom of the main ship, targeting not Vegeta or Sun Wukong, but the spectators Dandy and Mr. Bobo far away in the temple plaza. This is bad. Piccolo reacted swiftly, teleporting to shield Dandy, crossing his arms to block. However, the azure beam pierced through Piccolo's incredibly resilient body and energy defense as if it did not exist in this dimension. What? Piccolo stared in horror as the beam seamlessly passed through him, striking Dandy and Mr. Bobo behind him. Dandy and Mr. Bobo's bodies jolted violently. They were not injured, but the gentle halo representing divine power surrounding them instantly dimmed and extinguished. I can't feel divine power anymore, Dandy exclaimed in terror, staring at his hands. The Earth's deity and divine attendant were momentarily stripped of their divinity. Ha ha! A cold, triumphant laughter echoed from the main ship. Without the protection of divine power, let us see how you recover in an instant. Lord Zabo, it's your time to shine. The hatch of the main ship slowly opened, revealing a handsome alien dressed in attire reminiscent of Frisia's early battle gear, with flowing blue hair stepping out gracefully. His aura was not as violently outward as those previous warriors, but instead bore a subtle, venomous quality. Its intensity was astonishingly beyond that of an ordinary Super Blue, nearing the depths of Vegeta's deep blue level. He was indeed one of Frisia's original lieutenants, renowned for his transformative abilities. Sabo, well done. Sabo cast a glance at the powerless Dandy and Popo on the ground, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now it is time for the hunt. Goku, Vegeta, long time no see. In my unwavering loyalty to Lord Frisia, I have endured hellish training beyond your imagination. He twisted his neck, his body began to swell, his skin turning a deep purple, sharp horns sprouting from his forehead, his form becoming grotesque as he transformed. His energy surged once more, brushing the pinnacle of divine power. Kakarot, this is mine. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, the violet flames of his aura reigniting. No, Vegeta. He is formidable. We must join forces. Goku sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Sabo, instantly entering Super Blue state, his expression grave. Get away. I do not require your assistance. Vegeta growled, transforming into a purple comet hurtling towards Sabo. Sabo watched the approaching Vegeta, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He did not dodge, pushing both hands forward with force. That barrage, countless violet energy orbs, imbued with the essence of destruction, poured forth like a torrential downpour, enveloping not only Vegeta, but also casting a shadow over a significant portion of the West City below. He showed no regard for the city or its inhabitants, launching a merciless and indiscriminate assault. Scoundrel! Vegeta was forced to halt, his fists moving rapidly to shatter the incoming energy orbs. Yet his pride seemed better suited for singular defense and attack. Faced with such a widespread, indiscriminate bombardment, he could not fully shield the city below. Goku immediately joined in, utilizing instant transmission and rapid punches to intercept the energy orbs protecting the city. However, Sabo's energy orbs seemed endless, and each one possessed enough power to severely injure an ordinary Super Blue. For a time, the two found themselves ensnared by this frenzied barrage. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? The so-called Saiyan Prince cannot even protect the ants beneath him? Sabo cackled, his onslaught growing ever more ferocious, just as Goku and Vegeta were struggling to cope. The buildings of the city crumbling and the populace fleeing in terror, a figure appeared behind Sabo, faster than lightning, clad in an orange uniform, a white cape billowing and a bald head gleaming. Just as Sabo prepared to unleash a more potent attack, his movements suddenly froze. He felt an unremarkable hand lightly resting on his shoulder. Hey, a voice devoid of any tremor whispered in his ear. It seems your recent attack has obliterated a highly rated discount supermarket I had just discovered. Sabo's maniacal laughter froze on his face, an overwhelming chill surging from his spine to the crown of his head. Saitama, having returned from the so-called pantheon of gods, was now present. Chapter 50. The might of a single punch and the whispers of a new king. Sabo felt as if his blood had instantaneously frozen. The hand resting lightly on his shoulder was weightless, devoid of any energy fluctuations or force. Yet, this simple contact stirred within him a power potent enough to annihilate entire star systems. It was akin to being thrust into flames at absolute zero, where all resistance was extinguished in an instant, leaving no room for struggle. The muscular expansion and fearsome visage brought about by his transformation appeared utterly ridiculous and fragile in the presence of this unremarkable bald man. "Who are you?" His voice, parched and hoarse, trembled with an uncontrollable fear. He attempted to break free, only to discover that his body was unresponsive, as if a primal instinct was screaming within him. To move is to perish. Saitama offered no reply, merely tilting his head to observe the desolate ruins at the edge of the city below, where once stood a discount supermarket he had long coveted, planning to visit that weekend for bargains. "I had my eyes on their weekend promotional flyer for quite some time," Saitama remarked with a hint of genuine regret, before his gaze shifted back to Sabo's face. In his vacant eyes, devoid of malice, there was only the discontent one might feel upon discovering that a cherished collectible had been damaged by a cockroach. "You shall compensate for this." In a frenzy born from sheer terror, Sabo summoned every ounce of remaining energy, recklessly launching an elbow strike backward. His elbow tore through the air, carrying with it a desperate force that distorted space, and struck fiercely against Saitama's chest, his most powerful blow of a lifetime. There was a dull thud, akin to a strike against an ancient, unyielding boulder. Saitama remained utterly still, not even a wrinkle forming in his uniform. He glanced down at the elbow that had collided with his chest, then gently pressed down with the hand still resting on Sabo's shoulder. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling clash of energies. Before the watchful eyes of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and all the Z fighters on the ground, Sabo, once a figure of overwhelming might approaching the divine, was like a stone gently pressed into the water's surface, unable to emit even a cry as he began to disintegrate from the point of contact with Saitama's palm. Kumbun in being. It was not merely flesh and blood dispersing, but a more profound dissolution from the material to the energy level. He transformed into a handful of the finest dust, flickering with the last vestiges of energy, which, upon being whisked by the wind, vanished entirely into the ether. A single punch had yet to be thrown, and the formidable adversary had been reduced to ash. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield. The sky, once resonant with thunderous noise, was now left with only the sound of the wind. The massive mothership loomed overhead, resembling a colossal tomb. Krillin's mouth gaped, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Piccolo's clenched fists trembled slightly, cold sweat beading on his brow. Gohan felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Even the mighty Goku, who had long witnessed Saitama's formidable power, could not suppress a gulp, involuntarily reverting from his ultra-blue form as he muttered, "How astonishing." The deep purple aura enveloping Vegeta had long since extinguished. His gaze was fixated on Saitama, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. The formidable adversary he had just battled, who had even once restrained him, now stood before Saitama, utterly unworthy of even throwing a punch. The disparity, this utterly despairing chasm. He gritted his teeth, a potent sense of humiliation intertwining with an even more fervent desire to grow stronger, swirling within his chest. Saitama brushed away non-existent dust from his hands, as if merely flicking away a speck. He glanced down at the devastation in the city, particularly the ruins of the supermarket. Inside, alas, my discounted goods. At that moment, the stationary mothership suddenly emitted a piercing alarm, its surface illuminated by an ominous red glow. Self-destruction protocol initiated. Countdown 10, 9. Inside the mothership, a deranged remnant of Frisia pressed the final button, a twisted smile etched across his face. "Let us perish together, Science." And this monster too. The mothership's energy core began to overload, terrifying energy fluctuations warping the very fabric of space. Upon detonation, its power could obliterate the entire West City from existence. The Z warriors' expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad." Goku instantly transformed back into Ultra Blue, preparing to hurl the spacecraft away from Earth. Vegeta, too, ignited his aura, ready to combine their strengths. However, Saitama merely lifted his gaze to the impending explosion of the mothership. How annoying. He directed a gentle breath towards the ship from afar. A rush of invisible, unfathomable force swept across the spacecraft. The frantically blinking red lights extinguished in an instant, and the blaring alarms ceased abruptly. The restless, imminent destructive energy within the vessel was as if calmed by an unseen hand, plunging into a profound silence. The colossal warship lost all power, resembling a cold iron coffin. Beginning to descend slowly, Saitama turned to the Z-warriors on the ground, gesturing towards the falling ship. You can handle this. I need to check if there are any other supermarkets that have not suffered. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash. Goku and Vegeta stood speechless, gazing at the vessel whose systems had been extinguished in one breath, its self-destruction forcibly halted. In the distant depths of the cosmos, within a planet entirely composed of machinery, a figure sat upon a frigid throne, observing the chaos unfolding on Earth through the last, exceedingly blurred and chaotic images transmitted by the life signal of Zabo. It witnessed Zabo's annihilation and the inexplicable failure of the mothership's self-destruct sequence. The image ultimately froze on Saitama's unremarkable bald visage. The figure upon the throne shimmered with an ominous metallic luster, neither purely biological nor entirely mechanical, but rather a more enigmatic existence. Its deep, electronically distorted voice reverberated through the vast hall. Absolute nullification. Even self-destruction commands at the level of rules can be forcibly halted. An intriguing entity, unable to be parsed or comprehended. It appears that the awakening of ancient origins has encountered an unforeseen anomaly. Re-evaluation is required. Perhaps collaboration, not assimilation or devouring. In its eyes, a crimson light flickered intensely. Find him, understand him, and then acquire that invincibility. The whisper gradually faded, leaving behind endless ambition and coldness, quietly spreading in the dark recesses of the universe. The crisis on Earth was momentarily averted, yet a more astute shadow, one that comprehended Saitama's characteristics and possessed a clearer objective, had already fixed its gaze upon this small azure planet. Chapter 51. The Divine Game and the Shadow of Metal. In the ruins of West City, reconstruction efforts were swiftly advancing with the aid of Dandy, who had regained his divine power. However, the air was thick not only with dust, but also with an ineffable sense of oppression. Vegeta had sequestered himself within the gravity chamber, his fervent training intensifying. The deep violet aura fluctuated between ferocity and restraint, reflecting the tumultuous turmoil within its master. Goku attempted several sparring sessions with Vegeta, only to be repelled by the latter's near-desperate ferocity. Vegeta, Krillin cast a worried glance towards the gravity chamber. Leave him be, Piccolo replied calmly, arms crossed. This is the path he has chosen. He will either shatter under pressure or be tempered into something far more resilient. Within Saitama's apartment, he found himself troubled by a resplendent golden card. This peculiar object had inexplicably appeared in his pocket upon his return from the Hall of Gods. Inscribed with divine script, it proclaimed player qualification, while the reverse bore a chibi likeness of the Omni King. Can this be exchanged for points? He attempted to inquire using the contact information left by the Grand Priest, but was met only with silence. It seemed this was not a reward to be traded at will. Just then, the space within the room shimmered once more. And unlike the gentle arrival of the Grand Priest, this emanated an undeniable, childlike capriciousness. The light twisted, and two diminutive figures clad in Omni King attire, accompanied by the Grand Priest, materialized directly in Saitama's living room. Wow, is this your home? It's so small. One of the Omni Kings exclaimed, curiously surveying the surroundings. It's different from the Divine Hall. The other chimed in agreement. Saitama, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of these unexpected guests, especially noted the two Omni Kings reaching for his freshly organized, discounted items, his brows twitching in annoyance. Hey, don't mess with my stuff. The Grand Priest promptly intervened with a gentle admonition, then turned to Saitama with a warm smile. My apologies, Mr. Saitama. The Lord of all kings, still yearning for the previous cleansing game, desires a more immersive interaction. A game? Saitama recalls the 500 points. Are there any rewards? This endeavor pertains to the stability of the multiverse, and thus, the rewards shall be considerably more substantial. The High Priest, tactfully avoiding the core matter, explains that the rules of the game are quite simple. We will transport you and two of the Lord of all Kings' avatars into a designated anomalous space. This realm is being eroded by an ancient entity that refuses comprehension, and its rules are disintegrating. Your task is to accompany the Lord of all Kings and restore this space before it is utterly obliterated. Restore? How shall that be done? In your most adept manner. The high priest cryptically states, eliminate the erroneous components. The Lord of all kings will handle the marking. No sooner had he spoken than an indescribable beam of light enveloped Saitama and the two avatars. In the next instant, they vanished from the apartment. Simultaneously, in the realm of destruction, Whis felt a shift, lightly tapping his staff against the void. An image of the anomalous space materialized, a bizarre world continuously contorting awash in chaotic colors. Where geometric principles had failed, Saitama and the two avatars stood upon a surface that roiled like a liquid rainbow. It has begun, Whis murmured. Beerus, agitated, flicked his tail. The Lord of all kings' direct involvement is creating chaos. What if, precisely for that reason, Mr. Saitama was chosen? Was he not? Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was fervently training nearby, and Goku, drawn by the commotion. Perhaps you too might observe. It may provide some inspiration. Within the anomalous space, one avatar exclaimed, there, that erratic entity is quite unsightly, pointing at a distant, shape-shifting mass exuding an aura of refusal to be observed. Marked. The other avatar waved a tiny hand, and a flashing red cross appeared on the distorted mass. Saitama nodded at the mark. Ah, so it's a cross, is it? He bent down, picking up a fragment of stone, barely recognizable amidst the chaotic rules, and casually tossed it towards the mark. Whoosh! The stone defied all distorted physical laws within the space, traveling along an absolute straight line, and precisely struck the red cross. The marked distortion, akin to a bursting soap bubble, along with a small surrounding area of chaotic rules, instantaneously calmed and returned to normal. Wow, this is fun. Next. The avatars clapped and cheered as Saitama engaged in this exhilarating restoration game, capable of unnerving any deity. A signal was triggered at the far end of the seventh universe. Deep within the cold mechanical planet, a figure upon the throne stirred. The mechanical cooler, infused with Frisia's bloodline and the essence of the ancient entity, opened its crimson electronic eyes upon detecting the target UNC-001, designated for Saitama. As it entered the realm of the High Authority Unit, Xeno, the coordinates were locked. An opportunity arose. The first phase of the light capture plan was executed. Several minuscule probes, disguised as meteors, detached from the mechanical planet, utilizing spatial folds to silently leap towards the Earth of the seventh universe. Their mission was not one of combat, but rather infiltration, observation, and the meticulous collection of all information pertinent to Saitama, his habits, interpersonal relationships, behavioral patterns, and even the refuse he discarded in search of any potential, albeit insignificant, weaknesses behind his invincibility. Within the anomalous space, the game continued. That cloud, it's raining upwards. No. Xeno's avatar marked a patch of rain clouds that defied the laws of causality. Saitama yawned, flicked a small stone into the air, and as the rain clouds and the reversed raindrops dissipated, the sky returned to clarity. Goku and Vegeta, through Whis' image, watched intently. Goku exclaimed in pure astonishment. Why? Teacher Saitama doesn't even need to transform. How convenient. Vegeta, however, scrutinized every subtle movement of Saitama, attempting to comprehend the rationale behind what seemed like casual actions that defied all rules. His deep purple aura flickered uncertainly, as if new insights were struggling to emerge. Meanwhile, on Earth, an alarm suddenly blared in Bulma's laboratory. Warning! Unidentified microscopic spatial fluctuations detected approaching Earth's orbit. Quantity, 3. Non-biological entities exhibiting high levels of camouflage. Bulma immediately set aside her research, her gaze sharpening. Finally, some reckless intruders wished to probe into that bald-headed fellow's secrets. She pressed the communicator. Gohan, Piccolo, we have visitors. Activate the global surveillance network at the highest alert level. Let us see what these lurking figures intend to do. An invisible net began to quietly expand across the Earth. One side sought to uncover the secrets of invincibility, while the other vowed to safeguard the tranquility, primarily to avoid interruptions during grocery shopping. Meanwhile, Saitama, in another dimension, played a game with a childlike supreme deity, effortlessly restoring the rules of the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. A storm began to gather beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea. Chapter 52, Fragments of Rules and the Sublimation of Purple Flames. The game within the anomalous space approached its conclusion. Under Saitama's straightforward and direct physical restoration, the chaotic rules of the entire space were swiftly unraveled and corrected. The distorted geometry stabilized. The reverse causality returned to normal. and the twisted masses exuding an aura of refusal to understand were systematically eradicated. The two Xeno avatars reveled in their play, their little hands pointing haphazardly, while Saitama, like a weary janitor, casually tossed stones or simply swung his fist from afar, erasing the marked errors. As the final, ever-splitting, peculiar crystal, attempting to replicate the rules of its existence, was crushed to powder beneath Saitama's foot, the entire anomalous space quaked violently before radiating a soft, stable white light. It had been completely restored. How delightful! I must partake again. A clone of the Omni King, still savoring the moment, tugged at Saitama's cloak. Indeed, you are far quicker than Whis at tidying up. Another nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, the figure of the Grand Priest appeared, smiling as he spoke. The game has concluded. Thank you for your participation, Mr. Saitama. Your rewards have been recorded. Now, I shall return you all. The brilliance enveloped them once more, and Saitama, along with the Omni King clone, vanished from the now stabilized realm. On Earth, in Saitama's apartment, a flash of light heralded his return to the living room. He shook his head, feeling as though he had merely stepped out to take out the trash. The only difference was a peculiar hard object nestled in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it to be an irregular, semi-transparent shard of crystal, within which swirled what appeared to be a nebula, emanating faint, indescribable vibrations. What is this? A memento from the game? Saitama squeezed it, finding it unyielding, and nonchalantly tossed it onto the coffee table, where it landed amidst a pile of supermarket flyers. It was neither edible nor exchangeable for currency, utterly worthless. Little did he know, this fragment was a piece of the core rules from the restored anomalous space, an invaluable treasure to any researcher of this universe, be they scientist or deity. In the realm of destruction, the image on Whis' staff dissipated with the conclusion of the game. Son Goku remained enraptured by the earlier spectacle, gesticulating excitedly. Did you see that, Vegeta? Teacher Saitama didn't even need to concern himself with those chaotic rules. He simply made them vanish. Incredible. Vegeta, with eyes tightly shut, trembled violently, his deep purple aura surging uncontrollably across his body, expanding and compressing in a frenzied dance. He was not imitating Saitama. Such a feat was inconceivable. Rather, through intense observation, he had fortified his own path. Unable to comprehend that absolute void, he resolved to refine his own existence to its utmost limits, to the point where he could negate all external interference. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes flew open, his pupils transformed into a profound shade of purple, and a roar, suppressed to the brink of explosion, erupted from the depths of his throat. Boom! A column of purple energy, far more concentrated and profound than before, shot skyward. This aura no longer merely cloaked his form, but seemed to coalesce behind him into a vague, towering silhouette, radiating boundless dignity and solitude. The entire realm of destruction trembled subtly under the sheer force of this ultimate elevation born of self-will. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Whis' eyes. Oh, how delightful. You have finally stabilized your initial form. Congratulations, Lord Vegeta, on the emergence of your profound self-esteem. At this moment, Vegeta's aura was entirely reined in, yet the field of negation emanating from him had grown even stronger. He cast a glance at Goku and coldly remarked, Kakarot, my path is now clear. What about you? Are you still treading water? Goku scratched his head and chuckled, but his eyes were imbued with seriousness. Hey, don't rush me, Vegeta. It seems I might have some thoughts brewing as well. In the highly classified laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin were intently focused on the enormous screen. It displayed 3 exceedingly faint signals, continuously shifting their camouflage forms, having breached the outer defenses and attempting to infiltrate the atmosphere. Their objective was unmistakably aimed towards City Z, where Mr. Saitama resided. Gohan spoke ina graviton. Can we intercept them? Krillin asked anxiously. Conventional weaponry and energy detection methods proved nearly ineffective against them, as Bulma furiously typed on the keyboard, her brow furrowed. They seemed capable of adapting and nullifying most detection and attack strategies. Piccolo suddenly interjected. It resembles a subpar imitation of that bald man's abilities, doesn't it? Precisely. Bulma's eyes lit up. They are mimicking Saitama's nullification traits, albeit on a much lower level. With that realization, she swiftly adjusted the program. Initiate the causal disturbance field. Disrupt their operations with utterly irrational probabilities. This ancient technology was brought back from the planet Yardrat by Chi-Chi, and Bulma had initially deemed it useless. An invisible force field instantly expanded. In the sky, the movements of the three mimicry probes abruptly froze, their adaptive systems falling into logical chaos before the utterly disorderly causal interference. One probe began spinning in place, another's camouflage failed, revealing its metallic core, while the third inexplicably accelerated towards the sun. "We did it," Krillin cheered. "Don't celebrate too soon," Bulma warned, her expression grave. "This is merely a scout. The entity capable of deploying such devices will not relent easily." On the cold mechanical planet, Mechanical Cooler observed the last chaotic data transmitted from the probes, his crimson electronic eyes flickering violently. The target-associated area possesses high causal protection. UNC-001, Saitama, has returned to original coordinates. Data analysis indicates the nullification trait cannot be replicated at a lower level. A higher tier sample is required. Proceed with Phase 2 of the light capture plan. His immense metallic hand pressed against the throne's armrest, emitting a chilling, scraping sound. Activate the infiltration unit to approach the target's social circle. The target is Bulma Brief. Utilize a disguised distress signal, leveraging her curiosity and compassion as a scientist. A far more covert stream of information. Carrying a meticulously fabricated distress signal from the Saiyanian civilization encountering an unknown cosmic disaster, was quietly dispatched towards Earth. The signal source pointed to a distant, verifiable civilization relic, capable of deceiving the unwary. Mechanic Gula understood that to comprehend invincibility, one might need to commence with the seemingly most ordinary, yet potentially most frequently encountered female scientist, UNC-001. A crisis, akin to a hidden current, began to entwine around Saitama, ensnaring what appeared to be the most steadfast of bonds. Chapter 53. The Distress Signal and the Trial of the Purple Flame. In Bulma's laboratory, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. She had just received a fragmented distress signal from a distant star system. "This is the last remnant of the Seduna civilization. Our planet is being consumed by the gray oblivion, energy depleted, life withering. We request any technological assistance from those who receive this signal." The accompanying environmental data and biological signatures, upon Bulma's preliminary analysis, pointed towards a veritable ancient civilization renowned for its biotechnology. It appeared to be a genuine, desperate cosmic catastrophe. The gray oblivion evoked the semblance of a corrosive force at a fundamental level. Bulma furrowed her brow, wrestling with her sense of responsibility and compassion as a scientist. She accessed the star map. The coordinates were exceedingly remote, far beyond the known boundaries of the seventh universe. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Trunks, just returned from school." Peered in with curiosity. "It's nothing, just a bit of work." Bulma instinctively closed the signal interface, ruffling her son's hair. An inexplicable unease, born from a mother-s instinct, prevented her from making an immediate decision. She needed more information. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Vegeta hovered in midair. His deep purple aura, no longer tempestuous, but instead flowing as smoothly as a breath, forming a thin yet resilient crystalline layer upon his surface. He slowly raised his hand towards the energy puppet created by Whis, whose intensity rivaled that of Perfect Cell. Self-esteem judgment. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, merely a subtle, nearly invisible stream of purple light emanating from his fingertips. This light disregarded the destructive energy waves emitted by the roaring energy puppet, slicing through as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, striking precisely at the puppet's core. The puppet's movements froze instantly. Its body, composed purely of energy, began to lose color from the point of impact, its structure collapsing until it transformed into the most primal particles of attribute-less energy, silently dissipating into the air. The entire process was devoid of explosions or shockwaves, embodying a disquieting sense of negation and finality. "Excellent," Whis remarked, rare praise escaping his lips. The essence of self-esteem judgment is not merely the collision of energies, but rather the absolute nature of your own existence, transformed into a negation of all unreasonable phenomena in the external world. You have begun to master the technique of condensing this into a singular point for attack. Vegeta descended to the ground, slightly panting, yet his face bore a long-lost, genuine pride. He sensed that a broader horizon awaited him down this path. Nearby, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Vegeta, that move was incredible. Come, let's engage in a contest." Vegeta cast a cold glance at him. "Kakarot, at this moment, you do not even possess the qualifications to challenge me seriously. When you discover your own path, then come and test your strength against me." His words were not laced with mockery, but rather an unwavering statement of fact. He could sense that although Goku's energy was vast, it lacked a decisive core. Goku, unfazed, stroked his chin, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if deep in thought. His own path, indeed. Saitama's apartment. He found himself staring blankly at the orderly shard on the coffee table amidst a pile of supermarket flyers. The radiant light of the swirling nebula within the shard occasionally illuminated the flyers, rendering the limited-time offers and buy-one-get-one free promotions somewhat surreal. Saitama picked up the shard and examined it under the light, contemplating its potential as a paperweight, as it seemed perfectly sized for such a purpose. He attempted to press it down atop a disheveled stack of wind-blown coupons, achieving remarkable results. Just then, the doorbell rang. Standing outside were Chi-Chi, clutching a peculiar device with a somewhat anxious expression, and a curious Gohan in his youth. "Mr. Saitama, I apologize for the intrusion," Gohan greeted politely. "My mother has a matter she wishes to consult you about." Chi-Chi placed the device on the ground and explained, "Saitama-sensei, this is a universal harmonizer I brought back from planet Yarat. It is said to calm any chaotic energy field and bring harmony to objects. But no matter how I adjust it, the core refuses to activate. Gohan mentioned you might have a broader understanding and could possibly ascertain if something is amiss." Saitama gazed at the device, adorned with strange patterns and featuring a central groove, blinking slightly. "Repair things? I'm not adept at that. You need not fix it. Merely take a look." Chi-Chi's voice carried a hint of hope. She had an inkling that the enigmatic Saitama-sensei might just conjure a miracle. Indifferently, Saitama picked up the orderly shard from the coffee table, gesturing, "This piece appears to fit perfectly." Without much thought, he inserted the shard into the device's central groove. Buzz! A gentle yet expansive white light erupted from the device, enveloping the entire living room. The white light was not blinding. Rather, it bore a soothing power that calmed the spirit. The furniture, slightly askew from the earlier battle's aftermath, appeared to be righted by an invisible hand under the white glow. A pot of wilting greenery transformed at a visibly rapid pace, becoming lush and vibrant. Even the imperceptible particles of energy in the air seemed to be arranged in an orderly fashion. Did it truly succeed? Kiki exclaimed, "Er joy palpable," and the effects far exceeded any recorded accounts. "Saitama-sensei, what did you use as the core?" Saitama pointed to the groove, just that shiny stone from earlier. Chi-Chi and Gohan leaned in to inspect, and there, nestled perfectly within the groove, was the orderly shard. The internal nebula swirled with an unprecedented velocity, emanating a majestic and harmonious force of order. My goodness, could this truly be? Gohan felt the overwhelming power contained within the fragments, far beyond comprehension. His voice trembling slightly. "Oh, merely a game memento," Saitama yawned, deeming it useful, if applicable. Otherwise it merely occupied space. Chi-Chi and Gohan exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment and disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. To utilize such an unheard-of supreme artifact for mere bonsai cultivation and furniture refinement. Meanwhile, after a night of profound contemplation and employing portions of the ancient database left by Dr. Brief for cross-verification, Bulma confirmed the existence of the gray annihilation phenomenon mentioned in the distress signal from Seduna, which theoretically could exist. The scientist's conscience ultimately prevailed. She could not remain indifferent to a civilization that might be on the brink of extinction. "Trunks, I entrust this to you, my father," Bulma remarked to the late doctor. Brief. She then contacted Krillin and Piccolo as escorts and boarded the modified research vessel, the Blue Pulse, equipped with long-distance space jumping capabilities. With coordinates locked, the space jump engine initiated. 3, 2, 1. The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from Earth's orbit. On a distant mechanical planet, a cold glimmer of cunning flashed in the electronic eye of Mechanical Gula. The bait has been taken. Its enormous metallic palm descended, activating the trap to ensnare the target. Bulma. The objective was to analyze her memories and extract all pertinent information regarding UNC-001, Saitama. If necessary, she would be used as leverage to lure UNC-001 into the predetermined battleground. To comprehend the invincible. Chapter 54, Fall and Fury. The Blue Pulse tore through hyperspace, materializing in the designated star domain. However, the anticipated tragic spectacle of a dying civilization did not unfold. Before them lay only a void, a desolate expanse of the universe. And a mechanical planet, its surface adorned with metallic structures radiating ominous energy fluctuations. "No, the signal is a fabrication. This is a trap." Bulma swiftly grasped the situation. her complexion turning pale as she immediately ordered a retreat. Yet it was already too late. An invisible force field ensnared the blue pulse like a colossal spider's web, and all systems of the ship malfunctioned amid the blaring alarms. "We can't move." Krillin attempted to unleash his energy to break free, but his assault was absorbed and disintegrated by a bizarre, stiffer force field, akin to nullification. Several small warships, resembling vicious metallic hedgehogs, ascended from the surface of the mechanical planet, encircling the research vessel. A thick beam of traction shot forth, forcibly dragging the blue pulse towards the planetary surface. "Prepare for battle." Piccolo tore off his cloak and headscarf, his breath reaching its apex, as the combat instincts of the Namekian were fully awakened. As the hatch was forcibly breached and the frigid metal soldiers surged in, Krillin and Piccolo roared in defiance. Waves of energy clashed against energy guns. Fists and feet collided with metallic limbs. These soldiers possessed individual strengths akin to Frisia's final form, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, their metallic bodies appeared to exhibit an extraordinary resilience to energy attacks, and they coordinated flawlessly, functioning as a singular entity. Krillin unleashed a Kienzan, deftly severing the joints of several soldiers, yet more swiftly filled the gaps. Piccolo's special beam cannon pierced through an entire row of foes, but their remains were promptly reclaimed and reassembled by mechanical tendrils extending from the rear. Their recovery and adaptability were alarmingly formidable. Krillin panted heavily. His offensive efficiency paled in comparison to their regenerative speed. Piccolo's gaze hardened as he suddenly pressed both hands against the spaceship's deck. New special beam cannon spread. A colossal green energy array blossomed from his center, unleashing countless slender beams that rained down in all directions, swiftly annihilating a vast expanse of metal soldiers. Yet, merely seconds later, more soldiers flooded in from the corridors, their armor seemingly thicker, exhibiting an even greater resilience to energy assaults. This was never-ending. Piccolo felt a twinge of frustration. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, a dark crimson energy beam suddenly shot from the far end of the corridor, racing toward Bulma, who was attempting to restore some power at the controls. "Miss Bulma, watch out." Without hesitation, Krillin leaped in front of Bulma, arms crossed. Boom! The energy beam struck Krillin squarely, eliciting a shriek as he was hurled against the bulkhead, his arms scorched, and he fell into unconsciousness. "Krillin!" Bulma exclaimed in horror. Piccolo roared, charging toward the source of the energy beam, only to behold a towering figure emerging, clad in attire reminiscent of Frisia's combat suit, yet cloaked in a somber metallic sheen, with crimson light flickering in its eyes. It exuded a chilling, immense aura, imbued with a metallic essence, its strength evidently surpassing the Super Saiyan Blue level, even more refined. "I am Metal Zabo, the Annihilation Commander under Lord Mechanical Cooler," it declared coldly. "Resistance is futile." Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo unleashed his full energy, delivering a powerful punch toward Metal Zabo. Unflinching, Metal Zabo met the blow with a fist of its own. The resounding impact reverberated, causing a shockwave that toppled nearby metal soldiers. Piccolo grunted, staggering back. His fist throbbed with pain. The hardness of the opponent's metallic body exceeded belief, and its strength was not diminished in the slightest. "Your power has been recorded." A flicker of red light flashed in Metal Zabo's eyes as its arm transformed suddenly, shooting forth several energy chains that ensnared Piccolo in an instant. The chains emitted a potent energy suppression field, and despite Piccolo's valiant struggle, he found himself unable to break free. "Bulma, get away!" Piccolo urged with great difficulty. Bulma gazed at the unconscious Krillin and the bound Piccolo, a flicker of despair crossing her eyes. Yet, she refused to surrender. With determination, she pressed a concealed button on her wrist, activating the emergency distress signal transmitter linked to Earth. The moment the signal was emitted, a more potent energy beam shattered the transmitter, simultaneously obliterating the multifunctional capsule bracelet on Bulma's wrist. The metallic android approached her, its frigid electronic eye scanning her form. "Target Bulma. Confirmation of capture. Proceed to take her away." Two metal soldiers advanced, restraining the powerless Bulma. "What do you intend to do?" Bulma forced herself to remain calm as she questioned them. The android's electronic eye displayed no emotion to comprehend invincibility. "Earth Temple." Dandy and Mr. Bobo's expressions changed drastically in unison. "Miss Bulma's emergency distress signal. It's brief, but the location is confirmed." Dandy exclaimed urgently. "The signal's final position is an unknown mechanical planet." Krillin and Piccolo's energies have also weakened significantly, Mr. Bobo added. The news spread like wildfire. What? Mama's been captured. Trunks erupted in fury, an overwhelming energy uncontrollably surging forth. Bulma's smile vanished from Goku's face, his gaze sharpening as blue energy began to swirl around him. Vegeta, having just concluded his training, felt the flow of his deep purple aura momentarily pause upon hearing the news. Then, like a lake disturbed by a massive boulder, it erupted violently, expanding with intensity. The air around him twisted with his furious energy, and the ground beneath cracked under the pressure. Unlike Trunks, who roared in rage, or Goku, who immediately unleashed his power, Vegeta simply lifted his head slowly, his deep purple irises ablaze with a cold fire capable of freezing one's very soul. A far more terrifying and oppressive field of negation radiated from him, causing Goku to experience a moment of trepidation. The mechanical Guldo's name emerged from Vegeta's lips, squeezed out with a hatred and murderous intent that cut deep. You dare to harm my woman? Boom! The deep purple energy column surged skyward once more, but this time it darkened to an almost pure black. Within the column, a clearer and more imposing purple silhouette roared. Vegeta's pride, pushed to its limits by his fury, began to undergo a further transformation. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was icy. Coordinates. Now. Immediately, Goku nodded solemnly, placing his hand on Vegeta's and Trunks' shoulders. He turned to Whis, please. With a light tap of his staff, Whis opened a stable spatial portal before them, leading directly to the coordinates of the Silent Star domain. Let's go. Three figures surged forward, the nearly pitch-black Vegeta and the vibrant blue of Goku. With a brilliant golden aura, Trunks charged unwaveringly into the spatial portal to rescue Bulma and confront the mechanical Gula. The fury of the Z-Warriors would sweep across that frigid mechanical hell. Chapter 55, The Mechanical Abyss and the Judgment of Pride. The exit of the spatial portal opened upon the cold, synchronized orbit of the mechanical planet. Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks resembled three meteors, propelled by an overwhelming wrath and murderous intent, as they fiercely descended upon the planet's surface, littered with metallic spikes. Find Bulma. Destroy all obstacles. Vegeta's voice resonated through the air, chilling to the bone, as his deep purple aura became almost tangible, akin to a blazing purple-black flame. In their wake, the fabric of space bore faint traces, eroded by the field of negation. The planet's defense system activated instantaneously, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy blasts and physical missiles from ground-based turrets, weaving a deadly net that closed in on the trio. Huh! Goku roared, unleashing a surge of ultra-blue energy as his fist became a blur of countless afterimages. He obliterated the incoming fire, the explosions merging into a brilliant spectacle. Magic flash. Trunks swung his sword, sending forth a crescent-shaped wave of golden energy that cleared a vast expanse of turrets ahead. Meanwhile, Vegeta did not even attempt to block or evade. He charged straight toward his predetermined landing point, as energy beams capable of rending stars and physical weapons, upon entering his 100-meter vicinity, vanished silently as if erased by an invisible eraser. His realm of absolute negation, forged from the utmost pride, transformed into the most formidable shield and the most tyrannical pass. Intruders. The AI of the ground defense system emitted a distorted shriek. The three pierced through the planet's atmosphere and layers of defenses with the ease of a hot knife through butter, crashing down onto an expansive metallic plaza. As the dust settled, before them stood Metal Sabo, flanked by a formidable array of metal soldiers, evidently stronger than before, standing at the ready. Saiyans. You will. Metal Sabo's icy preamble was cut short. Get lost. Vegeta, uninterested in its ramblings, instantly blurred and reappeared before Metal Sabo. There were no dazzling lights or effects, only the simplest, most direct of jabs aimed squarely at its face. The energy concentrated within his fist was not of wild fury, but rather a profoundly restrained, deep purple-black radiance that negated all. Metal Sabo's pupils, electronic eyes, constricted sharply as it crossed its arms to block. Simultaneously, a multi-layered diamond energy shield materialized around its surface, a defensive matrix meticulously designed based on data from previous engagements with Piccolo, theoretically capable of dispersing and absorbing various forms of impact. Boom! A thunderous impact reverberated through the air. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, in the incredulous gaze of Metal Sabo, its proud, absolute defense matrix, capable of withstanding the full force of Super Saiyan Blue, shattered like fragile glass. Fissures radiating from the point where Vegeta's fist made contact, before it collapsed into a multitude of shards. Vegeta's fist, undeterred, struck firmly against its crossed arms. The resounding crack of metal echoed sharply. The incredibly hard alloy arms of Metal Sabo were easily snapped like withered twigs, twisted and broken. The residual force of the punch smashed into its chest plate, indenting it as if it had been struck by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship. The massive form was propelled backward, crashing through a dozen thick metal walls before finally coming to a halt amidst the ruins, twitching and sparking, clearly rendered completely inoperative. One punch, merely a single fist, the formidable Metal Sabo, comparable in strength to Super Saiyan Blue with remarkable adaptability and defense, was utterly vanquished by the evolved Vegeta. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire formation of metal soldiers. Even Goku and Trunks were momentarily taken aback. They were aware of Vegeta's newfound strength, but they had not anticipated it to reach such extraordinary heights. Vegeta slowly retracted his fist, not even glancing at the direction from which Metal Sabo had been sent flying. His eyes, ablaze with violet flames, scanned the motionless ranks of metal soldiers. Scraps, he uttered softly, and then the purplish-black aura surrounding him surged outward. Like an ever-expanding violet sun, the realm of pride. Any metal soldier touched by this purplish-black aura, regardless of their attempts to adapt or alter their defensive modes, instantly froze. They began to disintegrate from their most fundamental particle structure, transforming into the most primitive metallic dust, cascading downwards. In mere seconds, the entire vast formation of metal soldiers was entirely erased from existence. Having dealt with the minions, Vegeta's formidable perception quickly zeroed in on a concentrated energy response deep within the planet, where Bulma's essence emanated. There, he transformed into a purplish-black meteor, hurtling directly toward that direction, ignoring all the heavy gates along the way, which melted away like snow under the sun upon contact with his aura. Goku and Trunks followed closely behind. At the planet's core, in the main control hall, Mechanical Cooler observed calmly through the planet's extensive surveillance system as Vegeta obliterated the carefully orchestrated defenses with ease. In its crimson electronic eye, data streams cascaded like a waterfall. Target: Vegeta. Pride's ultimate intensity exceeds expectations. Energy absorption and adaptive evolution efficiency fall short of its negation speed. Conventional force rendered ineffective. Initiate conceptual interference field. As Vegeta smashed through the last alloy door and burst into the main control hall, an invisible force field enveloped him instantly. This force field does not serve as an attack. Rather, it incessantly inundates him with chaotic and contradictory physical rules and streams of information, endeavoring to disrupt his will and absolute confidence in his own power. This weapon is meticulously crafted to target the very essence of his self-esteem, which is rooted deeply in his inner convictions. Vegeta's movements momentarily falter as the purple-black aura surrounding him flickers erratically. He feels as though he is ensnared in a quagmire, with countless discordant whispers echoing around him, striving to undermine his pride and negate his existence. Vegeta! Goku and Trunks rush in, and upon witnessing Vegeta's condition, they immediately attempt to assist him. Stay back! Vegeta growls, forcibly stabilizing his stance. Veins bulge on his forehead, and within his deep violet irises burns an indomitable flame. You think you can shake the pride of a Saiyan prince? Preposterous! He abruptly lifts his gaze toward the end of the hall, where a figure sits upon a colossal mechanical throne. This figure bears a resemblance to Frieza, but is even more grotesque, cloaked in dark, metallic armor, with eyes glinting with crimson and chaotic light. Metal Cooler. Cooler! Vegeta's roar reverberates throughout the grand hall. Where is Bulma? Metal Cooler slowly rises, his massive metallic form exuding an oppressive weight. Instead of directly addressing Vegeta's query, he speaks in a voice that melds electronic tones with an ancient resonance. Vegeta, your pride is quite an impressive specimen. However, it is not absolute enough. His gaze drifts beyond Vegeta, as if peering into a more distant void. What truly piques my interest is that erroneous entity capable of negating even the very concept of existence. Reveal to me his weaknesses, or else Bulma Brief shall become the first sacrifice on my path to understanding invincibility. He raises his enormous metallic hand, and above his palm materializes a holographic image of Bulma, imprisoned within a transparent energy chamber. She appears to be unconscious, surrounded by ominous, charging spike devices. Vegeta's pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints, consumed by intense rage and anxiety. His irreproachable pride collides violently with these emotions, causing the purple-black aura enveloping him to surge uncontrollably, as if on the brink of evolution. In the throes of this dire stimulus, he begins a laborious ascent toward a deeper, more profound level of power. Chapter 56. The Answer to Invincibility and the Choice of Pride. Metal Cooler's threat pierces Vegeta's heart like a chilling dagger. The image of Bulma, unconscious, ignites in his mind, while the charging spike devices seem poised to pierce the most vital light in his life. An overwhelming tempest of fury and humiliation churns within him, nearly breaching the confines of his unassailable pride. The purple-black aura fluctuates violently, at times swelling to the brink of explosion, and at other moments contracting as if to extinguish. Cooler. Vegeta grits his teeth, the sound echoing as reason clashes with wild emotion. Compromise? Reveal the information about Saitama? This is more agonizing than killing him. Yet, at this critical juncture, a voice, mundane and tinged with the languor of someone just roused from slumber, unexpectedly resonated within the profound silence of the Grand Hall. Hey, that metal lump. The woman you captured seems to frequently invite me for hot pot. All eyes, including those of Vegeta, Son Goku, Trunks, and even the mechanical Frieza, abruptly turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Saitama at the entrance of the hall, nonchalantly with one hand tucked into his pocket while the other idly probed his ear. He appeared as though he had just strolled past after a casual visit to the supermarket. UNC-001. The electronic eye of Frieza blazed with an unprecedented crimson light, an immense stream of data instantaneously refreshing. How did you breach the external defenses and spatial lock? I just walked over. Saitama blinked, seemingly bemused by the question. Those 10 men outside were too fragile. They shattered upon contact, and that so-called force field of yours was as bothersome as a mosquito buzzing. So I casually swatted it away. What he referred to was precisely the conceptual interference field that had ensnared Vegeta in a bitter struggle. In front of Saitama, the field capable of disturbing divine minds was merely a minor annoyance. Frieza's core processor was on the brink of overload, unable to comprehend, unable to analyze. All data returned from detection devices indicated that this bald man was a physical constant, a cosmic background radiation. There were no energy reactions, no distortions of rules. Yet he stood there, negating all unconventional means aimed at him. Target confirmed. Threat level immeasurable. Frieza instantly made the optimal judgment to abandon all existing plans and initiated the highest countermeasure, executing the final protocol: data plunder and mutual destruction. The spikes surrounding the energy chamber imprisoning Bulma surged with accelerated energy, poised to strike. Simultaneously, a nauseating overload buzz emanated from within Frieza's immense form. As all the energy of the mechanical planet converged frantically towards the core, he intended to self-destruct. In a last-ditch effort, he aimed to forcibly scan and seize even the slightest data from Saitama. Bulma. Vegeta's eyes widened with rage, the violet-black flames of his aura raging wildly as he prepared to charge recklessly. Too slow. Saitama's tone remained unperturbed. Then he moved. No afterimajes, no sonic booms. Not even a discernible motion. To all observers, it seemed as if he had simultaneously appeared in two places, one still standing idly while digging at his ear, the other now positioned before Bulma's energy chamber. Time appeared to stretch, to freeze. Those spikes, mere millimeters from piercing Bulma's body, bizarrely halted, and then, as if scattered by a gust of wind, they silently dissolved into the most fundamental particles. As the mechanical Gula, on the verge of catastrophic overload and poised to unleash chaos upon the planet, became momentarily immobilized, its crimson electronic eye fixated on Saitama, who had inexplicably appeared before its colossal visage. Saitama regarded it with an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. He seemed to raise his seemingly unremarkable fist, producing a sound that was almost deafening. Then, he gently delivered a punch to the immense cranium of the mechanical Gula, forged from an unknown alloy and fortified with countless energy shields and intricate defenses. A soft thud reverberated, barely audible. The massive metallic head of the Gula, along with its energy core that was on the brink of overload, did not explode or shatter. It simply vanished, as if an invisible hand had meticulously erased it from the fabric of reality. In an instant, the absence spread like a plague, beginning from its neck and extending throughout its gargantuan body, reaching its throne beneath, permeating the entire control hall's metallic structure, and ultimately engulfing the entire mechanical planet. Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks felt their surroundings shift dramatically, as if the very world had been turned upside down. They floated in the frigid void of the universe, with nothing beneath them. The colossal mechanical planet, capable of serving as a war fortress, along with its myriad defensive installations, metallic soldiers, and the once mighty mechanical Gula, had utterly vanished without a trace. There were no remnants of explosions, no dispersing dust, only a pristine emptiness, as if the void had just been meticulously cleansed. One punch, merely a single punch, a cosmic threat, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, an ambition to comprehend invincibility, was effortlessly eradicated. Silence. An absolute silence. Goku gaped, realizing that his Super Saiyan blue form had dissipated without his notice. Trunks' hand, still clutching his sword, trembled slightly. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, gazing into the void. Then turning to the nearby figure of Saitama, who cradled the unconscious Bulma in one arm while the other was idly digging in his ear. The tumultuous purple-black aura surrounding Vegeta had, without him realizing, subsided, yet his deep purple eyes were filled with an intricate array of emotions: relief at a rescue, concern for Bulma's safety, but more so, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and a hint of resignation he was reluctant to acknowledge. The crisis he had confronted with all his might, nearly pushed to the brink of despair, had been resolved with the simplicity of brushing away a speck of dust in Saitama's presence. This exemplified the absolute disparity in their strengths. Saitama glanced down at the unconscious Bulma, then observed the three immobilized figures, particularly Vegeta with his complex gaze. "Ah, it seems she is merely asleep." Saitama gently shook Bulma, indicating the completion of his task. "I'll be heading back now. Dinner time is approaching." As if recalling something, he added while looking at Vegeta, "By the way, Vegeta, remember to treat me to hot pot next time. Consider it a token of gratitude." Upon concluding his words, he swiftly vanished, taking Bulma with him, presumably returning directly to Earth. Only Vegeta, Son Goku, and Trunks remained, suspended in the frigid void of the universe, confronted by an absolute silence. Vegeta's clenched fist gradually relaxed. He cast a glance towards the direction from which Saitama had departed, then looked down at his own hands. "Kakarot," he uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse. Son Goku turned to him. "He's gone." Vegeta turned away, no longer gazing into the emptiness. His training was far from sufficient. His pride had not been shattered. Rather, after witnessing true absoluteness, it had become more profound and introspective. His journey was still long. Meanwhile, in the distant, unfathomable depths of other dimensions, ancient and colossal wills seemed to stir slightly. They had observed the complete annihilation of mechanical Gula and sensed an incomprehensible force that eradicated all error. Variable. The observation continues. Whispers echoed in the undercurrents of the rules, as a new storm perhaps quietly brewed on a grander scale. Chapter 57. The Whispers of Fragments and the Pact of the Gods. Bulma awoke in the medical chamber of her home, greeted by the sight of Vegeta's somewhat tense profile. He leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, appearing indifferent, yet Bulma could sense the lingering unease beneath his deliberately maintained calm. "Did we return?" Bulma rubbed her temples, her memory still a bit muddled. "Yes," Vegeta replied tersely, avoiding her gaze. That bald man had resolved all issues. Bulma immediately understood. She looked at Vegeta, refraining from probing for details, and simply smiled gently. "It seems I owe him yet another favor. Perhaps I should treat him to a few more hot pot meals next time." Vegeta grunted softly, remaining silent, though his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Some matters require no further words. In Saitama's apartment, he was troubled as he stared at the coffee table. Ever since he dealt with mechanical Gula, the fragment of rule seemed to have become more lively. The internal nebula swirled with increased velocity, emitting a gentle white light that fluctuated in intensity, and occasionally resonated with faint, wind chime-like sounds. "Is this thing broken?" Saitama poked at it with his finger. "Or is it singing?" He contemplated tossing it as garbage, but being a memento from the game gave him pause. Ultimately, he found an empty cookie tin, placed the fragment inside, sealed it, and tucked it away in the depths of the cabinet. They should keep it quiet. However, even a well-sealed metal box could not entirely obstruct the subtle vibrations emanating from the essence of the rules. These vibrations, like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, created ripples that were keenly detected by certain entities. In the realm of the destroyers, Whis let out a soft exclamation as his staff pointed into the void, revealing an image of the Saitama apartment, not a real-time surveillance feed, but rather a scene captured based on the perturbation of established rules. Frozen at the moment when Saitama stuffed fragments into a cookie box. Oh my, how intriguing. A rare look of surprise graced Whis' elegant face, as he noted that a rather complete fragment of the fundamental rules from a restored anomalous space had been mistaken for a mere souvenir, repurposed as a paperweight and for nurturing bonsai. Beerus approached, yawning. What is that? A rule fragment? What is it? Can it be eaten? Lord Beerus, it is not edible. Whis explained with a hint of exasperation. This is a sample of the code that constitutes the foundational logic of the universe, imbued with infinite mysteries. If those scholars who study the rules were to discover that their coveted treasure was treated in such a manner, they would surely be incensed enough to leap from the very edges of time and space. Anything connected to that bald head is bound to be trouble, Beerus scoffed, though a flicker of curiosity glimmered in his eyes. But is it really that powerful? In theory, to comprehend it might grant insights into the origins of creation and destruction. Whis' gaze deepened. However, it is exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could trigger a localized collapse of established rules. It is only in the presence of Mr. Saitama that it can remain so stable. At that moment, a voice resonated with an ancient authority, echoing in the realm of the gods of destruction. Whis, Beerus. We have observed an anomalous code, the rule fragment, manifesting in the seventh universe, held by an uncertain variable, Saitama. In the void, three indistinct silhouettes emerged, emanating an aura far older and more transcendent than that of the gods of destruction. They were senior members of the Cosmic Order Committee, tasked with monitoring the balance of rules across the multiverse, according to Article 7, Clause 3 of the Universal Rules Safety Management Regulations. Such high-dimensional materials must be uniformly contained and managed by the committee. We request your assistance in its recovery. Beerus's expression darkened. Recovery? From that bald head? Why don't you try it yourselves? The leading silhouette maintained an unwavering tone. Precisely because the target is an uncertain variable, conventional negotiations pose a risk. Analysis indicates that the target has a propensity for specific material rewards, such as shopping discounts and simple social interactions, such as dining. It is recommended that a representative from the seventh universe, either Whis or Beerus, engage in exchange or request to obtain it. The implication was clear. They dared not approach Saitama directly, instead seeking to use Beerus and Whis as intermediaries, or rather, as expendable pawns. Whis smiled subtly, his expression still perfect yet tinged with an almost imperceptible detachment. Esteemed members, with all due respect, while Mr. Saitama is my friend, the authority to dispose of his belongings rests entirely with him. We possess neither the right nor the capacity to compel him to relinquish anything. Moreover, that fragment in his possession appears to have caused no harm. Rather, it has repaired an instrument from the planet Adralat. The shadows of the committee flickered subtly, as if engaged in rapid calculations and debates. Ultimately, another shadow spoke, its voice resonating with a metallic clang. In light of this, according to the ancient pact, when disputes arise regarding the handling of higher dimensional matter, the trial of the divine may be invoked. The trial's essence, the committee shall guide a relic of archaic rules, the omniversal narrator to the seventh universe. This entity does not exist for the purpose of annihilation. Rather, it will randomly transform the stories of the regions it encounters, solidifying them into eternal narrative prisons. Should the representatives of the seventh universe, including, but not limited to, the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai, and their associated warriors, succeed in safeguarding the continuity of civilization during this trial and demonstrate their comprehension and mastery of the rules, the committee shall acknowledge the temporary legitimacy of the fragments held by indeterminate variables. Should they fail, they must unconditionally surrender the fragments and submit to the committee's profound scrutiny of the rules governing the seventh universe. The shadows dissipated, leaving behind this undeniable wager. Beerus, infuriated, bristled with indignation. These ancient relics. They clearly fear provoking that bald head. Yet Whis pondered thoughtfully. The omniversal narrator's ability to materialize reality into stories presents an exceptionally peculiar threat. Perhaps this is not merely a crisis, but also a rare opportunity. He gazed at the distant figures of Goku and Vegeta engaged in their training. On Earth, at the lookout, Goku was practicing with Gohan, though he appeared somewhat distracted. Vegeta had clearly found his path to ultimate pride, while Goku's pursuit of his own ultimate form seemed to have hit a plateau. Father, What's wrong? Gohan sensed his father's unusual demeanor. HM? Goku paused, scratching his head. I was just thinking Vegeta's path is one of utmost self-assertion, while my own ultimate form is about merging with nature, but what comes after that? I can't shake the feeling that something is missing. He looked skyward, his mind briefly flashing to Saitama, who, indifferent to all rules, resolved matters with a singularly unremarkable yet absolute punch. Saitama seems neither to force his integration nor to emphasize his individuality. He simply exists, and then everything resolves. A flicker of confusion crossed Goku's eyes, soon supplanted by a deeper curiosity. How exactly is that achieved? He felt he was on the verge of grasping something, yet it remained shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Meanwhile, deep within the cosmos, a nebula began to unnaturally twist and contract, emanating a vibrant yet eerie light reminiscent of a fairy tale. An ancient being, the omniversal narrator, which feeds on narrative and transforms reality into eternal stories, was receiving an intangible guidance, gradually turning towards the seventh universe. A wondrous trial concerning the authority of cosmic rules, yet strikingly different in style, was about to unfold. Chapter 58, Fairy Tale Town and the Silent King. The arrival of the omniversal narrator was devoid of explosions, shocks, or even a hint of malice. It descended like an overly brilliant sunset, quietly saturating the agricultural planet known as Greenfield on the fringe of the seventh universe. The first to sense the anomaly was the supreme Kai-Shin. Through the observation sphere of the King of Worlds, he beheld a scene that left him utterly astonished. The vast, verdant plains of the green wild star were blanketed by a vivid array of colors, reminiscent of a child's artwork. Meandering rivers transformed into bright blue silken ribbons. Mountains shimmered with a candy-like hue, and clouds appeared as fluffy cotton candy. Even more bizarre was the fact that the essence of the planet's inhabitants had not vanished, but rather solidified, restructured, and woven into a predetermined narrative. This was not destruction, but an overlay. Xian's voice trembled with fear. Their life responses remained, yet their stories had been forcibly rewritten. A farmer had become a scarecrow, eternally waiting for a princess, and the entire town was trapped in a loop of the Three Little Pigs' tale. When news reached the realms of destruction and Earth, all who were aware felt an unprecedented conundrum. Transforming reality into story? Bulma, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company, gazed at the distorted images being relayed back, her scientific worldview shaken, as this contravened all physical and causal laws. Intriguing. Vegeta crossed his arms, a deep purple aura flickering around him. His pride instinctively repelled this imposed narrative, urging him to obliterate this concocted nonsense. Wait, Vegeta, Goku interjected, his face uncharacteristically serious. Piccolo and Gohan had already gone ahead to scout. We must not act recklessly. Whis had cautioned that the power of that entity operated on a level of rules. Direct confrontation might ensnare us as well. At that moment, the communicator crackled with Gohan's urgent and somewhat chaotic voice. Dad, Uncle Piccolo has. He has turned into a silent giant guarding a stone cave, endlessly carving the same mural, and he doesn't even recognize me. And I keep hearing a voice in my head telling me that I must find the courage badge to pass through the melancholy forest ahead. I can hardly distinguish my thoughts anymore. At the edge of the green wild star, a buffer zone yet to be fully narrated, Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and the reluctantly summoned Beerus and Whis arrived. Before them lay a stark boundary. Outside was the normal expanse of the universe, while inside, a world akin to a fairy tale unfolded, with even the light appearing somewhat unreal. Kakarot, what do you intend to do? Vegeta asked coldly, sensing his pride suffocated in this place, as if countless faint voices were attempting to assign him a role. Goku closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. A silvery luminescence began to envelop him, with hints of silver shimmering at the tips of his hair. The freedom of his ultimate instinct allowed him to keenly perceive the natural flow of his environment. Yet here, he felt that nature was distorted, choreographed. There was no natural essence. Goku opened his eyes, confusion reflected in his silver pupils. All movement seemed preordained, like a book with a fixed plot. Then let us tear the book asunder. Vegeta let out a low growl as a deep purple aura erupted around him, transforming into a streak of light that surged into the realm of the narrative. Upon entering this domain, he sensed an intangible force attempting to envelop him. The surrounding scenery seemed intent on defining the land beneath his feet, transforming it into the entrance of a dragon's lair, while the distant winds sought to compose a BGM for a warrior's expedition. Absurd. Vegeta's pride flared, and the violet-black flames blazed fiercely, forcibly repelling the imposition of this narrative. My life, as Vegeta, shall not be penned by such insidious forces. He struck the sky, which resembled a stage backdrop, with a blow of self-respect. The purple-black luminescence tore through the fairy tale hues, and wherever it passed, the illusory blue sky and white clouds were ripped apart like a canvas, revealing a more chaotic essence behind, one composed of countless flowing words and symbols, the very embodiment of the cosmic storyteller, a vast consciousness woven from myriad narrative threads. The attacked cosmic storyteller seemed incensed as more torrents of narrative surged toward Vegeta, attempting to draw him into an even deeper narrative trap. The space around him began to warp, as if intent on ensnaring him within a story template from which he could never escape. Vegeta struggled valiantly, his utmost pride akin to a small vessel battling a narrative storm. Though he could temporarily evade being swallowed, truly breaking free proved exceedingly difficult. He felt as though he were not merely contending with energy, but with the very essence of possibility itself, leaving him with strength that found no outlet. Vegeta, Goku, witnessing this, instantly entered the state of ultra instinct, plunging into the realm to assist. His body instinctively dodged the capturing torrents of narrative, weaving through the dense raindrops. He could perceive the threads of these stories, but remained at a loss for how to sever them. Two fools, Beerus exclaimed outside, hopping in frustration. I said this is a conflict of rules. Yet Whis, contemplatively observing the beleaguered Vegeta and the agile Goku, murmured, perhaps there's not entirely no way. Lord Vegeta denies definition through self, while Lord Goku adapts through nature. If they could, before he could finish, an anomaly arose. Seemingly finding Vegeta too tough a nut to crack, the cosmic storyteller altered its strategy. A massive and peculiar torrent of narrative swirled around Vegeta and Goku, surging directly out of the story realm like a colorful river, racing towards an unexpected destination, Earth. Z City, the direction of Saitama's apartment. What does it intend to do? Bulma exclaimed, her voice trembling before the surveillance screen. Is it trying to overshadow Saitama-sensei's story? Goku gasped in astonishment. Everyone held their breath, watching as that narrative torrent, capable of transforming a planet into an eternal fairy tale, collided with the ordinary apartment building where Saitama resided. And then, nothing happened. No blinding light. No resounding clash of rules. As the narrative torrent made contact with the exterior of Saitama's apartment, it dissipated into the vastness like a stream merging with the ocean, vanishing without a trace. It was neither repelled nor dispersed. Rather, it was rendered utterly ineffectual, as if it had never existed at all. The apartment building stood resolutely, its facade untouched. Through the faint veil of the window, one could discern Saitama yawning lazily while switching television channels, blissfully unaware of the cosmic threat that had just attempted to weave his story. A profound silence enveloped the hearts of everyone within and beyond the buffer zone. Vegeta halted his assault, staring blankly towards Earth, his clenched fists slowly relaxing, his face revealing an expression of realization that he himself had not anticipated. Goku, mouth agape, soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha!" As expected, Saitama-sensei is the strongest. Meanwhile, Beerus, his lips twitching, ultimately succumbed to a weary sigh, uttering a monster. Whis, with an understanding smile, remarked, "It appears the universal narrator has made a critical error. It endeavored to inscribe an existence that cannot be defined. In the face of absolute ineffectiveness, any narrative is rendered futile." At a distant observation point of the Cosmic Order Committee, the blurred light and shadow fell into a prolonged silence. Data streams refreshed chaotically, culminating in a conclusion that nearly froze their core programming. The target's uncertain variables exhibit absolute immunity to narrative rules. The trial's content is ineffective. Logical conflicts are under reassessment. The universal narrator seemed to grasp the predicament, its vast body composed of narrative threads experiencing disturbances and tremors of fear for the first time. It ceased its expansion and even began to retract slightly. Meanwhile, Saitama, having failed to find a desirable program, switched off the television and prepared to venture out in search of a newly opened discount supermarket. The cosmic trial appeared to veer in an unforeseen direction, instigated by a completely oblivious bald man. Chapter 59, The Divine Invitation and the Dimensional Hide-and-Seek. The retreat of the universal narrator was not the conclusion. After a brief data turmoil, the Cosmic Order Committee swiftly reached a new conclusion. The trial's objective must exclude the interference of uncertain variables and directly assess the indigenous power system of Universe 7's response to anomalies. However, just as they were poised to issue new directives, an even more supreme will, imbued with a childlike capriciousness, rudely intruded upon this star domain. It was the Omni King, not a mere doppelganger, but the true essence. The two Omni Kings appeared hand in hand, abruptly manifesting in the void of the buffer zone, curiously surveying the chaotic narrative realm. "This place has become so flamboyant," exclaimed one Omni King, clapping his hands. It's even more entertaining than the temple's album," nodded the other. The Grand Priest followed closely behind, sporting his customary perfect smile, though a hint of resignation flickered in the depths of his gaze. He cast a glance towards Weiss and Beerus, offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. The shadows and lights of the committee instantly transformed into a most respectful demeanor, despite their appearance still being merely a mass of light. "Your Supremacy, why have you graced us with your presence?" It seemed rather dull. One king suddenly pouted, pointing towards the stagnant realm of stories that had come to a halt. It has ceased moving. How unentertaining." Another king echoed the sentiment. The Grand Priest promptly elucidated. "The king feels that the sudden cessation of the story lacks excitement. Moreover, he has developed a greater interest in Mr. Saitama, who remains unaffected by the narrative." No sooner had he spoken than the gaze of the kings seemed to pierce through endless space, landing directly upon Earth, where Saitama was hesitating in a newly opened cosmic discount store, contemplating whether to try the Fairy Galaxy Crunchy Bubbles. In the next moment, Saitama, along with the bag of Crunchy Bubbles he had yet to pay for, vanished entirely. He found himself in a pure, white dimension, vast and devoid of any sense of direction, an ephemeral space conjured by the whim of the kings. Holding the bag of snacks, Saitama blinked, gazing at the two diminutive figures clad in regal attire and the smiling Grand Priest beside them. "Where am I? I haven't paid yet," was his immediate reaction. "No need to pay," one king replied. "Come play with us. Let's play hide and seek." The other king announced the rules of the game. "You must find us in this place where there is nowhere to hide." It hardly sounded like a fair game, playing hide and seek in an infinite, unobstructed space. Yet the figures of the kings began to blur, becoming transparent as if they were merging into the expanse of white. Saitama scratched his head. "It's been a long time since I played hide and seek." He paid no heed to the fairness of the rules, simply unwrapping the packaging of the Crunchy Bubbles and sampling one. "Not bad," he mused, just as the figures of the kings were on the verge of vanishing completely. Saitama casually waved his hand towards the empty void to his left, as if swatting away a mosquito. With a soft clap, the two kings' figures were abruptly forced out of their hidden state, staggering slightly, their faces adorned with identical expressions of childlike astonishment. "Wow, how did you find us?" one king exclaimed in surprise. "I hadn't even hidden properly," the other added, a hint of annoyance creeping in. Saitama, munching on the Crunchy Bubbles, replied vaguely, "I don't know, I just felt like you seemed to be over there." An absolute presence, impervious to any form of concealment. Even the king's attempts to blend into the very fabric of the game appeared as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night before Saitama's undeniable existence. He did not rely on perception. Rather, he negated the concept of hiding through sheer presence. The Grand Priest's pupils constricted slightly, perceiving deeper than even the kings themselves. Saitama's casual photograph, just now, did not stem from an understanding of the king of all's concealed techniques. Rather, he directly negated the possibility of the area concealing anyone. This was an interference with the fundamental logic that even he could not comprehend. Not enough, not enough. Again, the king of all sensed that although this game differed from his expectations, it seemed to possess a newfound allure. While the king of all and Saitama engaged in their dimensional game, the crisis in Universe 7 remained unresolved. Seizing the opportunity while the king of all's attention was captivated, the Universe Order Committee decisively executed their contingency plan. They no longer sought to test Saitama, but instead initiated the forcible containment of the myriad storytellers of the Green Wild Star. Golden chains, imbued with the power of absolute order, shot forth from the void, ensnaring the colossal collective of tales. The myriad storytellers emitted a silent shriek, struggling frantically as countless narrative threads attempted to transform the chains into stories. Yet, the order chains represented the universe's most fundamental cleansing protocol, possessing an innate suppressive power over anomalies of the rules. However, just as the containment procedure reached its midpoint, an anomaly occurred. Perhaps the struggle of the myriad storytellers was too intense, or perhaps it was an invisible disturbance caused by Saitama's game with the King of All. Or perhaps it was a combination of both, coupled with the fragment of rules that Saitama had placed in a cookie jar at home, with the swirling nebula within suddenly accelerating to its peak. A minute yet exceedingly clear fissure in the rules emerged, originating from Saitama's apartment, spreading instantaneously like lightning, disregarding spatial distance, and directly connecting to the core of the myriad storytellers undergoing containment. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass reverberated through the perceptions of higher dimensions. The massive form of the myriad storytellers abruptly froze, then twisted violently, shattering like a reflection disturbed by a thrown stone. It was not contained. Rather, it was absorbed and devoured by that fissure in the rules. Subsequently, that fissure did not vanish. Instead, it stabilized, transforming into a subtle yet tangible wound that spanned the spatial structure of Universe 7. Through this wound, one could faintly sense a bizarre realm teeming with countless fragmented narratives and chaotic rules. The committee's golden chains grasped at emptiness, their light flickering intensely, displaying profound shock and a hint of unease. Alarm! An unknown dimensional interface has been opened. High concentrations of highly active rule turbulence detected. The individual of the myriad storytellers has vanished, yet its characteristics have merged with the narrative rupture, forming an even more unstable source of rule pollution. The contamination is slowly spreading through the interface. Trouble has not merely been resolved, it has escalated. A vast wound connecting to an unknown, chaotic dimension, continuously spewing narrative pollution, has emerged in Universe 7. The expressions of Whis and Beerus transformed entirely. Even the usually composed Grand Priest furrowed his brow slightly. In the game, Saitama once again stumbled upon the king and seemed to sense something amiss, raising his gaze toward the direction of Earth, momentarily displaying a hint of irritation at being disturbed. Was something noisy emerging? Chapter 60. The Narrative Torrent and the Return to the Mundane. The rupture in the narrative began like a wound opened upon the veins of the seventh universe, continuously leaking its essence. Initially it was subtle, a localized contamination affecting the residents of a certain district in Z City, who began to mechanically reenact the tale of Cinderella. Animals within a forest commenced dialogues in arias. But soon, the pollution accelerated and spread. The story realm, saturated with vibrant colors, centered around the coordinates of the green wild star, expanded through the cosmos like ink diffusing in clear water, devouring meteors, fleets, and even some feeble civilizations in its path. More alarmingly, the consumed areas were not static. The stories within them continuously evolved, clashed, and collapsed, unleashing chaotic eddies that assaulted the structure of the real universe. The monitoring network established by Bulma erupted in alarm. This is untenable. The rate of spread is increasing exponentially. If this trend continues, the entire North Galaxy will be engulfed within a month. Her complexion pale. She looked toward the assembled group in the temple. Goku and Vegeta had just returned from the buffer zone, their expressions gravely serious. Even with the evolved Ultra Ego, Vegeta found it challenging to eradicate the pervasive narrative threads, which resembled a sticky web. Sever one strand, and another would immediately emerge. Goku's Ultra Instinct allowed him to evade most of the contamination, but it only afforded him self-preservation, failing to halt the spread. We must find a way to seal that wound, Piccolo declared solemnly. How do we seal it? Krillin replied with a wry smile. Even the committee's antiquated members had faltered, creating an even larger mess. Just as despair set in among them, a violent surge erupted within the fissure of the narrative rupture. It was as if some colossal entity was attempting to breach from the other side. Boom! A torrent of narrative, composed of countless shattered stories, chaotic settings, and distorted characters, erupted from the rupture like a flood breaking through a dam. This torrent was not aimless. It seemed to possess a consciousness directly targeting Earth, the region dense with life and civilization in the seventh universe. As the torrent surged forth, space was forcibly rewritten. A nearby patrolling fleet of galactic police was instantly solidified into an everlasting bronze statue, ship and crew alike. An icebound planet was transformed under the guise of a chocolate factory, glaciers turning into syrup, mountains morphing into cookies. It's coming for us. Beerus sensed the terrifying power within that torrent, capable of upending the very rules of reality, his expression drastically shifting. This power exceeds what a single god of destruction can handle. We must unite. We must block it. In an instant, Sun Wukong entered the state of supreme freedom, and a silvery aura surged skyward. Vegeta's deep purple energy enveloped him, burning at its zenith, as a nebulous authoritative specter re-emerged behind him. Beerus unleashed his destructive energy with full force, a violet halo of annihilation enveloping his form. The three mightiest beings of the seventh universe, excluding Saitama, concentrated their powers into a singular point, manifesting a resplendent energy barrier to obstruct the narrative torrent's inevitable path toward Earth. However, when that chaotic tide of colors collided with the energy shield, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only an excruciatingly twisted sound, reminiscent of countless worlds wailing in unison. The brilliance of the barrier was visibly tainted, consumed by the onslaught. Sun Wukong felt his essence being forcibly defined. Vegeta's pride resisted the multitude of narratives attempting to encapsulate him. Beerus's destructive energy was swallowed whole, like a bull in the sea, by the infinite tail. Crack! The barrier, forged from the combined strength of the trio, could only endure for mere seconds before it became riddled with fractures. It could not hold. Blood trickled from the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth as the silvery aura flickered erratically. Cursed! Vegeta's eyes blazed crimson, desperately summoning his power, yet the narrative torrent seemed endless. Beerus roared in fury, but he could not stave off the barrier's collapse, just as the shield was on the verge of complete annihilation. The terrifying narrative tide, threatening to drag Earth into an eternal cycle of stories, a figure emerged, clad in a tawny superhero costume, draped in a white cape, and sporting a bald head. This figure materialized before the catastrophic torrent. He had just returned from the Omni King's game, still holding a bag of unfinished crispy snacks from the Fairy Star system. Observing the vibrant, clamorous tide that sought to transform everything into a narrative, he furrowed his brow slightly, his usually expressionless face betraying a rare flicker of displeasure. "How noisy it is upon my return," he murmured softly. Then, addressing the narrative torrent capable of obliterating galaxies and rewriting reality, he waved his hand with a hint of impatience, as if swatting away flies. There was no radiance, no thunderous sound, no clash of energies. The all-consuming, chaotic tide composed of countless disordered rules and fragmented tales vanished upon contact with his outstretched arm, as if it had been cast into flames of absolute zero, not shattered, not dispersed, but utterly eradicated at the most fundamental level of existence. Not purification, not restoration, but negation. The essence of its existence was denied, its influence rejected, every possibility of it obliterated. Colors faded, wails subsided, and rules were reinstated. The narrative torrent, which moments ago threatened to annihilate the world, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Only the pristine, normal expanse of the universe remained, along with the distant, trembling, azure sphere of Earth. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus held their defensive stances, staring blankly at the bald figure and the rustling snack in his hand. Saitama withdrew his hand, brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, and turned to the three, particularly to Son Goku, whose mouth was stained with blood, and to the panting Vegeta. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his tone as unremarkable as ever. It seemed there had been some commotion moments ago, but now tranquility prevailed. He took a bite of his crispy snack, chewing thoughtfully, and added, almost as if to clarify, or perhaps to himself, "Indeed, it is better to remain quiet." The Z-Warriors, the Cosmic Order Committee, through remote observation the Grand Minister, smiling in a certain dimension the Omni King, snacking in the temple, how amusing. Meanwhile, the fissure in the narrative fabric, connecting the narrative discontinuity, appeared to have temporarily ceased its expansion under this absolute silence, contracting slightly, as if in fear. Chapter 61. The Cunning of Pollution and the Prince's Protection. Saitama's casual act of erasing the narrative torrent did not eliminate the threat posed by the narrative discontinuity. The rift in the cosmic rules, as if it had acquired sentience, learned to fear and deceive. It ceased its overt assaults, transforming instead into a more covert, insidious infiltration. An intangible story virus began to spread through quantum fluctuations, dream ripples, and even the subtle folds of causality. It did not directly rewrite reality. Rather, it lurked deep within the subconscious of living beings, quietly distorting perceptions and weaving predetermined fates. The first to exhibit abnormalities was Son Goku. During a routine training session, he suddenly shouted at the air, "Stop! Don't hurt Krillin!" He then fell into a daze, repeatedly reenacting a rescue scenario that never existed, as if his dearest friend were once again facing demise before him, and he was trapped in an endless cycle of failed attempts to save him. Despite Krillin standing unharmed before him, he remained oblivious. It must be the remnants of that cursed thing, Piccolo remarked, his expression grim. It is exploiting Goku's deepest fears and obsessions to weave its tale. Next was Bulma. She began to unconsciously jot down a multitude of illogical fairy tale fragments on the screens in her laboratory, firmly believing she was deciphering the universe's ultimate code. When she attempted to forcibly shut down the equipment, she exhibited tendencies towards self-harm, muttering, "If I don't finish this story, the princess will never awaken." Mom. Trunks tried to intervene, but Bulma shot him a glare, one that was strange, belonging to a malevolent queen. Vegeta stood outside Bulma's laboratory, peering through the observation window at his wife, who was lost in a daze, muttering to herself. The deep purple aura surrounding him no longer surged violently, but coalesced into an almost absolute chill. He did not roar in anger as he typically would or rush inside. Within his deep purple eyes lay a tempest of suppressed fury. Kakarot was dragged into a nightmarish past, his voice resonating with a deep, metallic timbre, while Bulma was imposed with a role that was alien to her. He slowly raised his hand, the deep purple essence of his pride no longer erupting outward, but rather flowing into his palm like mercury, compressing until it formed an orb of absolute negation, no larger than a ping-pong ball, yet capable of devouring all light. My wife, my life. Vegeta stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing beside Bulma, disregarding the invisible tendrils born from the narrative virus that sought to impede him. Those tendrils disintegrated upon approaching his aura. He gently pressed the orb of absolute negation against Bulma's forehead. Is this something you can define? There was no radiance, no explosive energy. The twisted, invisible force attempting to solidify her into a character dissipated instantly, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil line. The confusion and strangeness in her eyes quickly faded, restoring her clarity. Vegeta? She gazed weakly at her husband, as if awakening from a tormenting dream. Vegeta offered no reply, merely embracing her tightly before turning to fix his gaze towards the distant direction of Goku. Take care of her, he instructed Trunks, his figure vanishing. In the next moment, he appeared before Goku, who remained ensnared in an illusion, futilely throwing punches. Rather than attempting to awaken him, he drove the still intact orb of absolute negation directly into the ground beneath Goku's feet. A low hum resonated as an invisible, pure wave of negation radiated from the dark orb. The tragic cyclical scenes encircling Goku burst like a popped bubble, disintegrating into nothingness. Goku gasped, half kneeling on the ground, his focus returning, sweat soaking his martial arts uniform. Vegeta, useless. Vegeta coldly interrupted him, tossing a Senzu bean. You can't even protect your own heart. Goku caught the bean and consumed it, his injuries mending instantaneously. He stood up, the usual joviality absent from his face, replaced by a solemn expression. That thing doesn't fight with us, it burrows into our minds. So, refrain from brute force. Vegeta gazed into the void, as if locking eyes with the invisible adversary. Use your heart to negate everything it shows you. In the God of Destruction's realm, Whis observed the events on Earth through his staff, nodding slightly. Lord Vegeta has discovered the appropriate approach. The essence of his pride was indeed the rejection of all external definitions, perfectly suited to combat this cognitive pollution. Bills, agitated, flicked his tail, but he is the only one capable of effectively resisting. What about the others? There are so many planets in the 7th universe. As if to affirm his concerns, more alarm lights began to illuminate across the monitoring network. Reports have emerged from numerous fringe planets, indicating that civilizations have collectively descended into madness, acting out various bizarre narratives. The story virus has quietly spread across the stars. This cannot continue. Once restored, Bulma immediately set to work. We require a widespread purifying mechanism. Although Vegeta's method proves effective, its scope is too limited and cannot encompass the entire universe. At that moment, the figure of the Grand Priest appeared silently within the sanctuary. Perhaps he gently spoke, capturing everyone's attention. We may attempt a game with the very fabric of the narrative disruption. A game? The crowd was taken aback. This is a proposal from Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest smiled. Since it delights in stories, let us engage it in the grandest tale of salvation and destruction, reality and fiction. We shall temporarily transform this universe into a stage where we all will be actors. This is utterly chaotic. Beerus was the first to object. Yet, this is also the sole method capable of diverting most of its attention and temporarily halting its spread. The Grand Priest turned to Goku and Vegeta, stating, "You two shall be the protagonists of this tale. While performing, seek the flaws in this stage, and sever its fundamental connection to the real universe. Does this sound a bit like the World Martial Arts Tournament? Goku scratched his head, finding the idea somewhat intriguing. Vegeta snorted in disdain, but did not oppose. To protect those he cherishes, he was willing to temporarily assume a role. Thus, the Grand Priest extended his arms, and an infinite divine power began to weave the threads of rules. The cosmic hero legend, the realm of truth and falsehood, commenced. The fabric of rules governing the seventh universe began to be gently pulled and bent by a supreme force, forming a vast narrative stage that enveloped the known star domains. The narrative disruption seemed captivated by this unprecedented grand narrative directed at it, trembling with excitement as it poured more power into the mix. The true contest had officially begun. Meanwhile, Saitama had just discovered a newly opened limited edition figurine lottery shop near his home, remaining blissfully unaware of the universe transforming into a grand stage. Chapter 62, Heroic Script and the Fractured Fourth Wall. The cosmic hero legend, the realm of truth and falsehood, woven by the Grand Priest in collaboration with Lord Zeno, resembled a colossal net radiating a gentle white light, enveloping the known star domains of the seventh universe. All areas infected by the story virus had their chaotic narratives forcibly condensed, channeled into this grand script. On Earth in Z City, Goku found himself standing on a vast arena, suspended among the clouds, surrounded by countless ethereal spectators composed of starlight, cheering wildly. A resounding voice echoed in his mind. "O brave warrior of fate, the dark narrative demon has devoured the true colors of the world. Only by gathering 7 true heart crystals can the colors be awakened and the universe saved." Almost simultaneously, Vegeta materialized in a foreboding throne room of an ancient castle, surrounded by subservient shadowy beings. A voice echoed once more. "O dark prince, chosen by fate, only by seizing the crystal from the hands of the valiant warrior can you attain true freedom and escape this eternal solitude." Utterly bored, Vegeta unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the throne into fragments, as the deep purple energy incinerated the shadowy beings that dared to approach, pretending to be loyal servants. Do they perceive me as a figure in need of sympathy and redemption? How absurd. However, he realized that despite his ability to obliterate this scene with ease, new scenarios aligned with his Dark Prince persona would swiftly emerge. The stage of this tale continuously adapted and revised itself, attempting to draw him back into its script. Meanwhile, Goku, filled with playful exuberance, shouted into the air, "Hey, where's the Demon King? Come out and face me." With the keen agility of his Ultra Instinct, he traversed this constructed world at high speed, searching for the so-called true crystal and the Demon King, while genuinely sensing the ebb and flow of the stage's rules and nodes. In the realm of destruction, the temporary command center, Bulma, Whis, and Beerus observed the unfolding events through divine projections. This cannot continue. The power of narrative disruption is accelerating and absorbing the narrative energy of the entire universe. Bulma analyzed the data, her expression growing increasingly grave. This was not a passive acceptance of a game. It was feeding upon the stage constructed by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. It was growing stronger, as if to validate her words. The scenes within the stage began to grow even more bizarre and distorted. On Goku's quest for the crystal, malevolent levels emerged, pieced together from fragments of his past battles. In Vegeta's dark castle, apparitions of his deceased Saiyan brethren, such as Nappa and Raditz, began to materialize, distorted and accusing him of betrayal. It was unearthing their deepest regrets and sorrows, feeding upon them. "This game must be terminated," Beerus roared. "It can no longer be unilaterally ended," Whis replied solemnly. The narrative disruption had become deeply intertwined with this stage. Forceful termination would result in the collapse of the rules governing all intertwined realities. What should we do then? Within the stage, Vegeta struck once more, obliterating another monster assembled from the remnants of Frieza and Cell. He gasped, not from exhaustion, but from fury. These incessant attacks, targeting his innermost being, irked him greatly. "Kakarot, have you found that damned flaw yet?" He communicated with Goku through his energy sense. "I'm starting to get a lead," Goku's voice responded, filled with excitement. All the rules of this stage point to a singular core. Just then, the entire stage trembled violently. The narrative disruption, having absorbed sufficient sustenance, seemed no longer content with passive defense. At the heart of the stage, amidst the chaotic narrative and fragmented characters, a tumultuous confluence began to coalesce into an indescribable, colossal amalgamation of chaos. This entity possessed no fixed form. At times it resembled a twisted dragon. At other moments, countless weeping faces, or even a colossal tome engulfed in black flames. The oppressive aura it exuded sent tremors of anxiety, even through the likes of Beerus outside. It sought to forcibly devour the entire stage along with all its performers. Bulma screamed. The chaotic amalgamation extended its tendrils, woven from countless tragic conclusions, reaching towards Goku and Vegeta. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of the stage was being assimilated and consumed. Goku entered a state of ultra instinct, evading with agility, yet his Kamehameha had little effect on the tendrils. Vegeta's final flash managed to obliterate a portion of the tendrils, but more continued to surge forth, their power escalating relentlessly. This was untenable. The speed at which its power grew was unprecedented. Goku felt an unrelenting pressure. Even the obstinate Vegeta found himself retreating, his domain of negation proving insufficient against such a vast torrent of narrative. In this critical moment, a sharp crack resounded akin to shattering glass, reverberating across the stage. The movements of the chaotic amalgamation abruptly halted. Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. At the edge of the stage, where the audience should have been, an irregular tear suddenly split the void of starry nothingness. Beyond a rift lay neither the cosmos nor any known realm, but rather the cluttered living room of an ordinary apartment, strewn with supermarket flyers and half a bag of chips. A bald man held a television remote, his expression one of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the scene before him, seemingly having pressed the wrong button while attempting to change the channel, resulting in a cracked wall. "Hey," Saitama remarked, observing the bizarre spectacle unfolding, particularly the ever-morphing behemoth, his brow furrowing deeper. "Are you fighting in my TV signal? The volume is too loud. It's quite bothersome." The chaotic amalgamation seemed to sense an instinctual, profound terror, emitting a silent shriek as all its tendrils retracted in panic, akin to a startled octopus, attempting to distance itself from the rift and the bald man behind it. Yet it was too late. Saitama surveyed the retreating, cacophonous creature, then glanced at the cracked television wall, finding it somewhat troublesome. "Forget it, I'll just turn it off." He extended his hand, not towards the monster, but towards the edge of the fissure, gently closing it as one would a sliding door. There was no brilliance, no thunderous sound. In the instant his hands met, the fissure connecting the narrative stage to the reality of the apartment vanished. Along with it disappeared the colossal chaotic amalgamation, the grand stage, and all its light and sound. Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt a fleeting moment of disorientation before they found themselves once again standing upon the sacred grounds of the god of destruction, surrounded by the astonished expressions of Bulma, Beerus, and Whis. Everything appeared to have reverted to normal, as if the cataclysmic narrative crisis that had swept through the universe was merely an elaborate collective illusion. Only Whis, with a contemplative gaze directed towards Earth, murmured to himself, rather than breaking the fourth wall, he had, from the very beginning, existed beyond it. Are all the rules and narratives we comprehend merely channels that can be switched on and off in his presence? Meanwhile, Saitama, observing the restored walls and television screen, nodded in satisfaction as he switched to the shopping channel. That felt right. Chapter 63. The Essence of Self-Esteem and the Resonance of Freedom. After Saitama nonchalantly silenced the chaotic narrative stage, the seventh universe fell into a brief, near speechless silence. This method of transcending understanding did not evoke joy, but rather a profound tremor, rooted in the very foundations of cognition. In the realm of destruction, Vegeta had secluded himself in the gravity chamber for several hours. He did not frantically assault the targets. Instead, he quietly floated at the center, his deep violet aura no longer flamboyant, but rather stagnant and restrained, akin to the depths of the ocean. With his eyes closed, his mind replayed, not Saitama, this unfathomable challenge, but rather the moment of restlessness and doubt he experienced on stage, confronted by the phantoms that unearthed his inner pain. Denying the external was insufficient, he muttered to himself. If there remained a fissure within, his self-esteem could not be immaculate. He recalled the foreign eyes of Bulma when she was tainted. A piercing pain surged through him, only to be forcefully quelled and crushed by a more powerful will. He channeled this pain, this fear, and all emotions that could become vulnerabilities into the depths of his violet flames, using them as fuel for his crucible. "My pride shall not be sullied by anything, including myself." With a resonant hum, the deep violet aura surrounding him suddenly collapsed inward, no longer merely enveloping his exterior, but fully integrating into every inch of his skin, every drop of blood, every cell. His form remained unchanged. Yet the essence he exuded transformed entirely. It was no longer a repulsive field of denial directed outward, but a profound declaration of his very existence. Proclaiming to the cosmos, "I am real, and all else is illusory." The apex of self-esteem achieved. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze of pure, cold violet. Raising his hand, without the need for any technique, a mere thought caused the target, constructed by Whis' divine power and capable of withstanding destructive energy, to silently disintegrate at the atomic level, vanishing as if it had never existed. This was not an energy attack, but a fundamental negation of existence. On the other side, Sun Wukong sat at the edge of the temple, swinging his legs as he gazed down at earth. Unlike Vegeta, he did not retreat into solitude. Yet the confusion etched on his face was deeper than ever before. Saitama appears to be entirely indifferent to rules and narratives, scratching his head in contemplation. Vegeta, relying solely on his own resolve, questions his own stance. The state of effortless mastery aligns with the natural order. Yet, if the essence of nature itself is distorted, what should one align with? He endeavors to enter the realm of effortless mastery as a silvery aura swirls around him, sensing the fluidity of the world. He perceives the trajectory of the wind, the gathering and dispersing of clouds, and even the faint pulsations of life emanating from distant planets. On a deeper level, he feels as though he can touch an invisible foundation that underpins all existence, the fundamental laws of the universe. What if, instead of merely flowing with the currents of nature, he sought to integrate with the rules themselves? Rather than passively acquiescing, could he actively become a part of this flow? This notion is audacious, even perilous. A misstep could result in assimilation by the rules, leading to a loss of self. Yet, a spark ignites in Sun Wukong's eyes, brimming with eager anticipation. He closes his eyes, transcending the mere perception of energy flow, delving deeper to attempt to touch, comprehend, and resonate with the strings of foundational rules that constitute all things. The silvery aura begins to subtly transform, shifting from a mere transcendence to a profound connection and resonance with the surrounding elements, rocks, air, and light. This is not the absolute self of Vegeta, but rather a diffusion of self into the cosmos, achieving a different form of omnipresence and omnipotence. A distinctly divergent path toward a higher realm quietly unfolds before him, illuminated by a glimmer of dawn. As the two foremost warriors of the seventh universe embark on their new journeys in a distant, unknowable dimension, the space inhabited by the Cosmic Order Committee's light and shadow is currently in a state of intense fluctuation. Saitama's final act of closing the narrative stage does not result in data disruption, but rather a shock akin to a logical collapse. The behavior pattern of target UNC-001 defies classification, rendering threat assessment redefinition a failure. Its interference with narrative, rules, and dimensions contravenes the existing cosmic constant framework. Recommendation: initiate highest authority protocol for the Final Observer proposal. The Final Observer, as noted by the committee, is a hypothetical authority that briefly existed during the nascent stages of the multiverse, when rules were yet to solidify, intended to address potential absolute anomalies capable of overturning all logic. Should this proposal be activated, it would signify the committee's relinquishment of all conventional intervention methods, resorting solely to pure observation and recording until the anomaly either dissipates or assimilates everything. This indicates that, in the committee's assessment, Saitama has escalated from a manageable anomaly to an incomprehensible, unmanageable cosmic phenomenon, one that can only be observed. However, just as the proposal is poised for a vote, an even more ancient and detached thought, seemingly coalesced from the birth and demise of countless stars, traverses this dimension. Pause. The shadows of the committee momentarily solidified. This variable is intriguing. Its existence may disrupt the age-old stalemate between ancient origins and contemporary rules. Observations continue. Intervention is deferred. Assistance may be rendered if deemed necessary. Thoughts dissipate, leaving the committee members in a state of profound astonishment. They realize that a presence far older and more powerful than themselves has cast its gaze upon the seventh universe, and specifically upon that bald figure. This presence exhibits no hostility. Rather, it seems to embody a sense of utilization, or perhaps to leverage power against power. In Z City on Earth, Saitama remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding turmoil. He is currently facing a formidable challenge: the annual championship of the strongest shopper at the community supermarket, with the grand prize being a year's supply of premium beef. However, The competition rules are exceedingly stringent, demanding astonishing speed, precise judgment, and formidable resistance to distractions. At this moment, he is wholly engrossed in studying the details of the competition as outlined in the pamphlet, his dead fish eyes ignited with a rare fighting spirit. He cannot afford to lose that year's supply of beef. The cosmic landscape is subtly shifting, the gaze of deities intertwining in the shadows. While at the eye of the storm, competitors are eagerly preparing for the coveted year-long supply of free beef. A ludicrous yet pivotal shopping tournament that could influence the fate of the universe is about to commence. Meanwhile, Vegeta's ultimate perfection and Goku's burgeoning new realm may unexpectedly find a trial ground in this seemingly absurd contest. Chapter 64. The Temptation of Beef and the Trials of the Divine. The news of the annual Strongest Shopper competition swept through Z City like a whirlwind. The championship prize, a year's supply of Kobe beef, is enough to drive any carnivore into a frenzy, particularly one as budget-conscious as Saitama. Clutching the pamphlet, his gaze is as sharp as one assessing a cosmic threat. The competition rules are ruthless. Contestants must, within 10 minutes, navigate the vast cosmic vortex of a supersized shopping mall, relying solely on their physical strength. The use of key, superpowers, or technological equipment is strictly prohibited. To seize specific items and overcome numerous obstacles to reach the checkout, the individual with the highest total at checkout wins. On the day of the competition, throngs of people gather outside the cosmic vortex. Saitama, clad in his iconic uniform, blends into the crowd, his eyes fixed on the entrance like a cheetah stalking its prey. Yet, among the crowd, a few figures stand out awkwardly. Vegeta has been dragged along by Bulma. You need to experience the life of a normal person, and Trunks wants to snag that shop's limited edition cosmic pudding. So help me get that. Bulma insists. Vegeta crosses his arms, a look of impatience on his face. Yet his ultimate pride prevents him from revealing any aura, projecting an icy demeanor akin to a diamond encased in rough stone. Meanwhile, Goku has been compelled to attend under the threat from Chi-Chi to procure enough food to feed 100 Saiyans. Warned that failure to secure discounted items would result in no meals for him. He, however, is quite enthusiastic, finding this activity far more enjoyable than training. Surprisingly, Beerus and Whis concealed their forms, hovering in the high sky to observe the unfolding events. Beerus was purely driven by curiosity and desire, while Whis wore a subtle, inquisitive smile. In an environment of absolute power limitation, observing their instinctive behavioral patterns might reveal the essence of their paths more clearly. Positions everyone, the starting gun fired, and the crowd surged into the mall like a bursting dam. Saitama moved. There were no afterimages, no sonic booms, only a pure, almost defiant efficiency that contradicted the laws of physics. He seemed to foresee the trajectories of all the bustling crowds and obstacles, each sidestep and stride precise to the millimeter. As he charged in an unwavering line toward the fresh produce section, those in his way inexplicably parted at the last moment, and the most expensive Kobe beef ribs seemed to leap into his shopping cart as if by magic. This was not a superpower, but an unconscious manifestation of his absolute aura of negation, rendering even the concept of bad luck ineffective in his vicinity. This aligned with the conveniences bestowed by ancient existence, yet Saitama remained entirely oblivious. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Unlike others, he did not run, but simply strode forward. As he passed, the crowded throngs parted like the sea before an invisible wall, automatically clearing a path. This was not an exertion of force, but rather a field of negation emanating from his perfected self-esteem, subconsciously denying the very notion that anyone could impede his progress. He disregarded all extravagant products, purposefully heading toward the dessert counter designated by Bulma, with every encountered obstacle, whether person or shelf, instinctively yielding. Goku, on the other hand, exhibited a different style. He flowed through the crowd like a fish, effortlessly weaving amidst the throngs. He did not deliberately plot a course. Rather, he relied entirely on his instinctive perception, attuning himself to the flow of the crowd, sometimes accelerating, sometimes turning, always appearing at the most opportune moments before the most abundantly stocked shelves, gathering a substantial amount of discounted meats into his cart. His movements were seamless, as if he were an intrinsic part of this shopping frenzy. However, this ordinary competition was rendered extraordinary by the covert attention of certain entities. As the contest reached a fever pitch, with everyone rushing toward the final obstacle course at the checkout area, which included slippery soap pools, swinging hammers, and extremely sticky, gelatinous traps, an unexpected transformation occurred. A seemingly ordinary participant, while dashing past a shelf, suddenly stiffened, his eyes rolling back and twisted. Cryptic patterns surfaced beneath his skin. He was a mild sufferer of the narrative virus, and the residual contamination within him was activated by the intense emotions of the competition and some unseen guidance. Roar! I am the greedy guardian of the labyrinth. Surrender your treasures. His polluted subconscious wove a new persona, his strength inexplicably surging as he swung his arms, launching product from the shelves like cannonballs, unleashing chaos all around. Simultaneously, in another corner, an ancient relic, masquerading as a fortunate potted plant and brought forth by a cosmic merchant, awakened due to the overwhelming desire and competitive fervor saturating the arena. The potted plant instantaneously expanded, transforming into a creature wrought from vines and corroded metal, exuding an eerie essence that devoured hope as it lunged towards the nearest contestant, Saitama, who was pushing a cart brimming with beef. Inconvenient. Without even glancing at the beast, Saitama casually retrieved a box of eggs from his shopping cart and flicked it away as one might toss a pebble. Thud! The egg struck the creature's core with precision, causing the recently awakened ancient relic to deflate like a punctured balloon, instantly collapsing into an ordinary broken flower pot. The entire process transpired so swiftly that no one could comprehend it. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced the barrage of merchandise projectiles launched by the Labyrinth Guardian without breaking stride. He merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction, his cold gaze tinged with a hint of offended displeasure. Nuisance. The tainted contestant's distorted narrative threads evaporated as if scorched by the blazing sun, disintegrating into nothingness. The contestant, rolling his eyes, fainted to the ground, returning to normalcy. With an unwavering sense of self-esteem, one could negate all unconventional definitions and encroachments merely through willpower. Goku, on the other hand, was even more direct. Utilizing his mastery of instinctive perception, he effortlessly glided past all areas affected by the creature and chaos, as though those dangers were but figments of imagination. Already pushing his cart towards the checkout counter, this sudden turmoil was scarcely a distraction for the three ordinary contestants. Ultimately, Saitama completed the transaction by a hair's breadth ahead of the others, his total slightly surpassing Goku's, thus claiming the championship. He held tightly to the box, symbolizing victory, a year's worth of complimentary beef vouchers, his deadpan eyes momentarily shimmering with a rare glimmer of satisfaction. Vegeta received a pudding, expressionless as he handed it to the eagerly awaiting Trunks. Goku, having fulfilled Chi-Chi's task, gazed at the towering pile of discounted items, grinning foolishly while scratching the back of his head. High above, Whis elegantly documented, Lord Vegeta, with impeccable self-esteem, has achieved a state where thought manifests as action. Impervious to all evils, Lord Goku, harmonized with the rules, begins to reveal myriad incarnations, ubiquitous in their nascent forms. As Whis looked at Mr. Saitama, who was grinning foolishly over the beef, his smile deepened. He remained unchanged. Beerus, munching on premium senbei sent up from below, mumbled indistinctly, "It seems that even when their powers are minimized, these fellows are still monsters." However, the convenience spoken of by that ancient entity must refer to those recent coincidences, right? What exactly does it intend to achieve? Whis gazed towards the heavens, his eyes seemingly penetrating through countless dimensions. It is either paving the way or clearing the stage to welcome the true performers. Thus, a shopping contest centered around free beef quietly concluded. Yet, the growth it unveiled, along with the undercurrents of greater upheaval, had only just commenced. The invincibility of Saitama, the perfection of Vegeta, the budding potential of Goku, and the ancient will lurking in the shadows. All these elements are propelling the seventh universe towards a future that even the deities cannot foresee. Chapter 65. The Trial of the Gods and the Silent Observer. The dust from the Cosmic Vortex shopping tournament has settled, yet true tranquility remains elusive. Whis's whisper to clear the stage and welcome the true actors has swiftly come to pass, as if foretold. Days later, in the realm of the gods, Beerus is savoring a pudding crafted by Whis when suddenly, the very fabric of space within the divine realm undergoes a violent distortion. It is not an attack, but rather an imposition of rules. The sky transforms into a chaotic, dark, golden hue, with countless colossal runes resembling gears and eyes swirling in the void. Emanating en oppressive. Is this the trial of the gods? For the first time, Whis's expression turns gravely serious. The committee has invoked an ancient protocol, forcibly projecting and overlaying the core arena of the seventh universe onto this place was the core arena. Goku, sensing the pervasive pressure, instantly enters a state of serene mastery, his silver hair flowing as he warily surveys his surroundings. It is the absolute domain used to adjudicate supreme disputes since the dawn of the multiverse. The Grand Minister's figure quietly appears. His tone remains calm. Yet a glint of coldness lurks in his eyes. Once initiated, it cannot be undone unless one party concedes or achieves the trial's objective. It seems the radicals within the committee have grown impatient with mere observation and have decided to personally conduct the test. A test? A test of whom? Vegeta, with a deep purple aura swirling around him, repels the oppressive force of the rules, attempting to suppress him, and coldly inquires. The test is to determine whether the seventh universe possesses the qualifications to endure the impending Great Purge, now that the uncertain variable, Saitama, is absent from direct intervention. The Grand Minister gazes into the void, where their actors have already taken the stage. In the center of the chaotic, dark golden sky, a rift opens. 3 figures descend slowly. At the forefront stands a figure clad in a robe woven from starlight, their features obscured, holding a book that continuously inscribes and erases the threads of fate, the weaver of destiny. Their essence is ethereal, seemingly intertwined with the causal threads of all life. To their left is a void devourer, entirely composed of a micro black hole that perpetually collapses and reconstitutes. It lacks form, merely a continuously distorting gravitational singularity, exuding a desire to consume all matter and energy. To their right is a metamorph, flowing like liquid metal, capable of simulating, replicating, and even optimizing any energy form and combat technique. The energy levels emanating from these 3 beings may not individually surpass Beerus. Yet their powers are exceedingly enigmatic and targeted. One manipulates destiny, one devours existence, and one replicates and evolves. They represent the ultimate test that the committee can mobilize against the conventional power hierarchy. Trial content: protect the Origin Star core, a luminous sphere symbolizing the essence of life in the seventh universe, until the end of time, or utterly annihilate the 3 divine agents. The chilling decree echoed throughout the trial arena. What a jest! The end of time? Furious, Beerus gathered destructive energy in his hand. Then let us choose the latter. Eliminate them. Vegeta transformed into a purple comet, charging towards the fate weaver that unsettled him the most. His unwavering pride demanded a direct denial of that manipulated destiny. Goku confronted the omnipresent mimic, eager to ascertain whether this foe, capable of replicating all, could emulate the burgeoning freedom he had just begun to integrate into the rules. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis, the latter serving as a supervisor and support, unable to attack the agents directly, joined forces to restrain the most perilous void devourer. The battle erupted instantaneously, escalating into a fervent clash. Each of Vegeta's strikes resonated with a resolute denial of fate, transforming the ominous chapters inscribed by the Weaver into mere ashes upon contact with his violet flames. Yet, the Weaver, akin to the void itself, perpetually drew strength from divergent causal threads to resurrect, resulting in a stalemate. Goku's predicament was even more perplexing, as the omnipresent mimic not only replicated his super blue form and techniques, but also began to simulate his nascent integration with the rules. Although it bore resemblance, it lacked essence, thus imposing immense pressure upon Goku, compelling him to deepen his understanding of this new path. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis grappled with the void devourer, finding it exceptionally arduous, as their energy assaults were mostly consumed, forcing them to rely solely on Whis' temporal techniques to barely hold their ground. The aftermath of the battle relentlessly battered the barriers of the trial arena, sending tremors through the entirety of the seventh universe. On Earth in City Z, Saitama had just redeemed his first week's worth of complimentary beef, contentedly strolling home. The sky appeared slightly darker than usual, with distant thunder rumbling ominously. Is it going to rain? He glanced up at the dim golden sky, seemingly rotating slowly, realizing he must hurry home to collect his laundry. Indifferent to the divine trial occurring in the realm of the gods, which pertained to the survival of the universe, he remained oblivious to the targeted rule suppression. The trial's regulations deliberately dulled his perception. He merely sensed an unusual atmosphere today, accompanied by distant noise. Just then, he passed by the Community Activity Center and noticed a new notification posted on the bulletin board. Emergency notice. Due to abnormal fluctuations in cosmic energy, all supermarkets and shopping malls in the city will cease operations effective immediately. Resumption time to be determined. Saitama halted in his tracks. his deadpan gaze fixated on the notice, as if confronting the ultimate malice of the universe. Cease operations? What about the year's worth of free beef vouchers he had just acquired? And what are the discounted items he habitually hoarded? An intangible fury, rooted in the core interests of his daily life, began to brew within him. This wrath was unrelated to the cosmos' fate. It solely revolved around his beef and discounted goods. He raised his head once more, gazing intently at the dark golden sky from which a cacophony of noise emanated, his expression turning gravely serious. It seemed he clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound of cracking bones. Some individuals were clearly intent on disrupting his tranquility. He did not explode in anger or shout. Instead, he simply directed a seemingly mundane punch toward the orderly arena in the sky. This strike was not aimed at the three agents, nor the rules of the trial, but rather at the very root cause of the supermarket's closure, the destruction of a divine realm and the trial of the gods. Just as Vegeta and the Weaver of Fate found themselves entangled in a web of causality, and Son Goku was forced into a disadvantage by the myriad manifestations. While Beerus and Whis faced perilous situations, the entire dark golden sky of the trial arena shattered like a broken mirror, fragmenting inch by inch. There was no clash of energies, no collision of rules. It simply broke apart. The three formidable divine agents, along with the destinies they represented, concepts of fate, void, and manifestation, were swept away by the aftermath of this punch, which could hardly be considered a direct attack, dissipating like mist under sunlight, unable to even utter a scream. The rules governing the trial that enveloped the entire divine realm collapsed instantaneously, restoring the sky to its former clarity. Vegeta's fist hung, suspended in the air. His opponents vanished. The myriad manifestations before Goku dissolved into nothingness. The devouring singularity before Beerus and Whis silently ceased to exist. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the now normal sky and the unremarkable trajectory of the dissipated punch that had originated from Earth. He did not even glance at Vegeta as he retracted his fist, his voice dry. His complete sense of pride, in the face of such absolute power, once again felt the chasm of disparity. Yet this gap no longer filled him with despair. Instead, it solidified into a cold, unwavering coordinate. Goku gazed thoughtfully in the direction where the punch's wind had vanished. Was it not about breaking the rules, but rather allowing the undesirable rules to vanish on their own? The Grand Priest gently brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve and smiled, saying, "It seems the test has concluded ahead of schedule. The council must have obtained the data they desired, or perhaps even far beyond their expectations." Meanwhile, Saitama, after delivering that punch, looked at the rapidly normalizing sky, with the clouds dispersing, and nodded in satisfaction. Well, the supermarket should be able to open now. He turned and walked towards home, contemplating which portion of beef he would redeem the following day. The trial of the gods? The survival of the universe? None were as significant as the list of discounted items at the supermarket tomorrow. Chapter 66, Daily Victories and the Prelude to the Future. The trial arena of the gods vanished without a trace, as if it had been erased by an eraser. The destruction of the divine realm returned to its former tranquility, as though the test concerning the universe's survival had merely been an intense collective nightmare. However, the faint echoes of denial lingering in the air, along with the fact that the existence of the three divine agents had been wholly obliterated, silently testified to the reality of what had just transpired. Vegeta gently descended to the ground, his splendid, deep purple aura still swirling around him, undiminished and flowing as steadily as breath. He gazed toward the direction of Earth, his cold purple eyes swirling with an intricate array of emotions. Was there resentment? Certainly. Was there humiliation? Indeed. Yet, more profound was a sense of serene acceptance, accompanied by a clearer and more resolute understanding. "Do you see, Kakarot?" His voice was low, and he did not turn back. That was the impenetrable barrier. Goku relinquished his ultra-instinct state, his silver hair reverting to its natural black. No trace of his usual playful demeanor adorned his face. Instead, he bore an expression of bewilderment and enlightenment, as if he had been immersed in a profound shock. He scratched his cheek, unusually refraining from rebutting Vegeta. "Ah, I see." Goku's eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness. It was not about breaking through or transcending, but rather allowing the undesirable to fade away naturally, like dust blown away by the wind. In Saitama's seemingly casual punch, he glimpsed a higher vista of the path to ease. It was not about forcibly altering the rules, but permitting the unreasonable to become ineffective organically. This appeared contrary to his previous attempts at assimilating into the rules. Yet in truth, Both paths converge towards a greater harmony and equilibrium. Two fools, stop pondering the meaning of life. Beerus interrupted them, his tone irritable, though his tale coiled with residual trepidation, as he hastily considered how to explain this to that bald-headed fellow. Ah, never mind. He probably didn't care at all. Whis chuckled elegantly. Lord Beerus is correct. Mr. Saitama's logic is always direct and pure. He merely eliminates the noise that disrupts his daily life. Whether that noise manifests as a cosmic trial or something else holds no distinction for him. The Grand Priest nodded slightly. The committee has undoubtedly received sufficiently shocking data. In the short term, direct actions against Universe 7 are unlikely. As for that ancient being, he gazed deeply into the cosmos. It has utilized Mr. Saitama's hand to break a certain deadlock, and its purpose has been achieved. The currents of the future may thus change direction. The dimension housing the Cosmic Order Committee fell into a profound silence. Observational data refreshed like an avalanche, ultimately crystallizing into a conclusion both stark and cruel. Target UNC-001. Interference level undeterminable. Threat assessment deemed meaningless. Recommandation. Permanente observation liste priorisation. Any form of active contact and testing plans indefinitely postponed. An ancient thought swept through once more, tinged with an almost imperceptible satisfaction, before quietly receding, no longer concerned. Earth Z City. Just as Whis had anticipated, Saitama remained blissfully unaware of having just resolved a cosmic-level incident. He stood before the newly reopened supermarket, tightly clutching this week's free beef voucher, his deadpan eyes shimmering with determination. Saitama, a familiar voice called out as King approached from the side, a gaming console in hand. With a characteristic expression of stern authority, intensified by nervousness, King inquired if they should queue for the newly arrived limited edition of Dragon Quest X, the Universe Devourer. Inner thoughts of King. How delightful to encounter an acquaintance. Waiting in line alone is quite daunting. With Saitama beside me, I feel considerably safer. Ah, King, Saitama nodded. Let me redeem my beef first. By the way, the weather seemed a bit peculiar earlier, but fine now. Inner thoughts of Saitama. King is truly a dependable gaming companion, albeit his expression can be somewhat intimidating at times. The two strolled into the supermarket, one in pursuit of beef, the other of games, their intentions clear, much like the bustling crowd around them, preoccupied with the mundane affairs of life. A few days later, in Saitama's apartment, he was relishing a sumptuous sukiyaki made from premium beef acquired through a coupon when the doorbell rang. Outside stood Vegeta, awkwardly clutching the latest gaming console, and Goku, beaming brightly while carrying a large bag of senza beans and local delicacies. This is a new product from Bulma's company, a test version, Vegeta said, unceremoniously thrusting the console into Saitama's hands, his tone stiff and his gaze evasive. Inner thoughts of Vegeta. I'm not thanking him for saving Bulma in this universe. It's just that we have too many of these at home. Saitama-sensei, these are the local specialties that Chi-Chi and I brought back from our travels across various planets. They're delicious, Goku exclaimed, setting the bag down with a grin. Inner thoughts of Goku. Saitama-sensei is incredible. That punch made me understand so much. I should seek his guidance next time, but first, let us offer him some food. Saitama blinked at the two. Oh, thank you. Would you like to join me for hot pot? I have plenty of beef. Vegeta responded with a cold huff, while Goku eagerly exclaimed, yes, yes. Ultimately, Vegeta reluctantly took a seat. The three gathered around the hot pot, the atmosphere subtly awkward yet curiously harmonious. Outside the window, the peaceful sunset bathed the scene, with the occasional silhouette of Z fighters engaged in their daily training against the backdrop. The cosmic turmoil seemed to have momentarily subsided. The council chose silence. The ancient entities achieved their purpose, and the Z fighters discovered a new direction. Amidst the eye of the storm, that bald head continued to relish his ordinary life, seeking joy within discounts and special offers. One Punch Man, Dragon Ball arc concludes. Postscript. In the realm of the Omni Kings, two Omni Kings were engrossed in a new puzzle game, the image being a chibi version of Saitama. Next time, let's invite him to solve this. One Omni King suggested. Indeed, he would surely complete it the fastest. The other nodded in agreement. The Grand Priest smiled nearby, refraining from reminding the two Omni Kings that the bald hero might have little interest in puzzles. On Earth, in a secluded corner, an abandoned communicator bearing the insignia of the Frisia Force flickered to life, revealing an unusual data stream. Detection of high-dimensional energy residue analysis. Invincible conceptual carrier coordinate locking. Ancient source awakening level 1. A new cycle is about to commence. But that is a tale for another time. For now, at least, the beef in Saitama's bowl remains fragrant. Chapter 1. The Wormhole on the Supermarket Flyer. In the year 774 of the Cosmic Era, on the periphery of the god of destruction Beerus's domain, three figures tore through the nebula, defying the laws of physics as they hovered within the asteroid belt. Leading the charge, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, his training bodysuit accentuating his perfectly sculpted musculature. His purple hair, oddly swaying in the vacuum, radiated an energy field overflowing with self-esteem, distorting the local space-time. Thus, he spoke, his voice transmitting directly into the consciousness of the other two. Did you sense the fluctuations of the rule fragments? Absolutely, Lord Vegeta. That bald head of Nappa's glistened under the stellar light, his single eye filled with fervor, pointing towards the abandoned industrial planetary belt ahead. The nature of the fluctuations aligns perfectly with the remnants of ancient artifacts that Dr. Bulma advised us to monitor. Raditz' long hair fanned out like a lion's mane as he squinted, surveying the starlit expanse scattered with mechanical debris. Yet something felt amiss. The fluctuations were shifting, as if alive. A cold smirk twisted at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Better. He moved. No build-up, no explosive energy, merely a simple downward press of his palm. The expanse of the asteroid belt, spanning 3 light seconds, crumbled into dust as if struck by an invisible hammer, dissolving into absolute silence. Amid the debris, a monitoring satellite disguised as an asteroid revealed itself, its surface flashing with urgent red light. Found it. Vegeta floated towards the satellite, a golden sphere of light coalescing at his fingertips, the size of a cherry. Just as he was about to obliterate the object, the satellite's communication screen suddenly illuminated. What appeared was not text or imagery from any known civilization, but a flyer. A weekend special offer from a supermarket. Half-price eggs, time-limited pork. Buy 2, get 1 free shampoo advertisements were clearly visible. A corner of the flyer had been torn away, revealing a partial star map beneath. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized it. This flyer should currently be affixed to the glass door of the supermarket beneath Saitama's apartment. He had seen it yesterday while accompanying Bulma and Trunks shopping. Trunks had even pointed at the toy advertisement, begging to buy it. The spatial anchor point had been altered. Raditz's voice tightened. Someone is using the most mundane items as coordinates. No sooner had he spoken than the void where the flyer had been torn suddenly expanded. It was neither an explosion nor a tear. It was as if existence itself was being politely moved aside. A perfect circular aperture, 2 meters in diameter, appeared on the satellite's surface, its edges smooth as a mirror, revealing not mechanical structures, but a strange, dusky sky adorned with floating pink petals. Sounds emanated from within the aperture. Not language, but a direct flow of concepts, like the essence of a philosophical tome condensed into a sigh. Then, something emerged. It bore a semblance to a human, yet all details were amiss. Towering nearly 3 meters, it was clad in a robe that appeared to be stitched together from countless faded pages. Its exposed skin possessed the texture of parchment, and its face was devoid of features, save for a line of ever-changing gilded text, which at that moment conveyed a forgotten form of hieroglyphics. The Mute One had arrived. Its first act was to raise a hand, pointing at Nappa. Nappa's singular eye widened in astonishment, his muscles taut with a blend of fear and bravado. Taste my power. He clasped his hands together, and a colossal energy sphere took shape instantaneously, potent enough to incinerate a small asteroid. Energy sparked in the vacuum, generating dazzling arcs of light that illuminated his grotesquely eager visage. Vegeta did not intervene. He was curious to gauge the entity's true nature. Nappa cackled as he propelled the energy sphere with a flourish. Supernova. The sphere soared towards the Mute One. Abruptly, from a distance of 3 meters, it halted without warning. No, it did not merely stop. The causal relationship between Nappa and the energy sphere had been severed. The sphere hung, suspended in midair, as if it had forgotten its intended target. Nappa, frozen in place, maintained his launching stance, confusion flickering in his solitary eye for the first time. His lips moved, and his voice emerged through the air. What am I doing? Focus, Nappa! Raditz bellowed. Nappa? The bald Saiyan turned his head, regarding Raditz with pure bewilderment. Whose name is that? And who are you? Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. He witnessed Nappa's form begin to fade, not in a visual sense, but in terms of existential significance. The edges blurred, as if an eraser were gently removing the contours of a pencil drawing. His essence, his energy, every characteristic defining him as Nappa, was being gently and thoroughly extracted from the universe's memory. The text on the Mute One's face morphed into a simple question mark. It approached Nappa, moving slowly, akin to a scholar strolling towards a specimen of interest. Outrageous. Finally, Vegeta sprang into action. A golden aura erupted, but did not surge towards the adversary. He teleported before Nappa, pressing a single hand against his companion's forehead, his palm radiating an essence of pure self-worth, not healing energy, but a forceful declaration of existence to the cosmos. Have you forgotten, you fool? Vegeta's voice was as cold as iron. Remember this. Your name is Nappa, a mid-level Saiyan warrior, my subordinate. This is an order. Cracks began to form in the confusion within Nappa's solitary eye. Yet, the Mute One had drawn within 5 paces. It raised its hand, fingertips brushing against Vegeta's wrist, which was pressed upon Nappa's forehead. There was no physical contact. What Vegeta felt was an emptiness, not pain nor impact. But the very notion of his wrist, where Vegeta's hand rested, suddenly became tenuous. The definitions of veins, bones, and muscles beneath the skin felt unstable, as if they might disintegrate into a meaningless assemblage of matter at any moment. Begone! He bellowed furiously, his other hand slicing like a blade towards the neck of the silencer. The strike landed, the sensation akin to cleaving through a stack of brittle, aged newspapers. The parchment-like skin split open, revealing not flesh and blood, but a flurry of faded words swirling in the air. As those words descended upon Vegeta, he instinctively glimpsed a few dusks, the dust of libraries and unsent letters. With each word that touched him, an array of unrelated memories surged forth in his mind. He recalled racing through the palace corridors as a child, the distant calls of his mother fading away, the euphoric yet hollow sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time on Namek. Standing outside the delivery room when Trunks was born, his clenched fist trembling slightly. Each memory was his own, yet it felt as though he were observing another's tale. Was it feeding me memories? Vegeta jolted back to reality, realizing that the silencer had retreated 10 meters, its split neck weaving itself back together with new words. Meanwhile, the drifting words coalesced in the vacuum, forming new sentences. You are quite intriguing. Your name bears weight. It is well suited for collection. On its face, the words transformed into a gilded Vegeta, inscribed in ancient Saiyan script. It was only then that Raditz, breaking free from his stupor, roared and lunged from the side, hands coalescing into a crimson energy blade. Do not touch Lord Vegeta. The silencer did not even glance at him. It merely raised a hand gently, as if brushing dust from its shoulder. Raditz froze mid-attack, and then he began to vanish. Not through explosion or disintegration, but through an accelerated process of being forgotten. His outline blurred rapidly, his breath extinguished, until only the echo of a halted roar lingered in the vacuum, resonating for a few seconds before fading into silence. As if Raditz, the Saiyan, had never existed at all, Vegeta stood rooted in place, gazing at the silencer, at the name that belonged to him etched upon its visage. Then turning to the side, where Nappa now lay completely still, his outline reduced to a faint shadow. In the void, only the howling of stellar winds remained, accompanied by the rustling sound akin to turning the pages of an old book as the silencer, his robe fluttered. So, it is. Vegeta suddenly laughed, a chilling laugh ignited by a dark flame. The golden aura transformed into a deep crimson, the tips of his hair beginning to rise, his eyes glowing with the majesty of a king. You wish to take my name? My past? My very existence? The dark red energy field spread outward, warping and fading even the light of the stars in its wake. Very well. He raised his hand, his fingertips aimed at the silencer. As long as you can endure it, the full weight of a king. The essence of pride, solitary and sovereign, began to emerge. Meanwhile, in the distance, the screen of the hollowed satellite displayed images of supermarket flyers gradually fading away. In their place, a slowly rotating vortex composed of countless conceptual words began to take shape. At the center of the vortex, faint glimpses of other universes manifest, a battlefield illuminated by shimmering magical arrays, a starry sea lined with colossal ships, and celestial mountains where swords are wielded in flight. On the reverse side of a flyer, a line of fine print flickers into existence before fading away. The game of the Omnipotent King has entered its second round, and players have commenced their entrance. There are no rules. Chapter 2. The Forgotten King. Dark red energy pulsates like a heartbeat. Vegeta hovers in the vacuum of space, his training suit beginning to carbonize and peel away, revealing skin that gradually shifts to a dark golden hue beneath. His purple hair dances without wind, each strand entwined with visible red arcs of electricity, not mere atmosphere, but a tangible declaration of existence. Behold, he proclaims, his voice resonating directly within the consciousness of the mute one. This is my entirety. With a mere gesture, the dark red energy field expands outward. The fading remnants of Radit's existence suddenly halt, then begin to coalesce in reverse. This is not resurrection, it is a summoning. As if the universe's memory drive were forcibly rolled back, a blurred humanoid silhouette struggles to reconstitute itself within the void. The Vegeta script on the face of the mute one pauses for a heartbeat, transforming into a swirling question mark. Do you not comprehend? Vegeta steps forward, creating ripples in the vacuum beneath his feet, akin to walking upon water. I permit my subordinates to perish in battle, yet I shall never allow them to have never existed. He points his fingertip toward the fading specter of Nappa. Define resurrection. Dark red lines extend from his fingertip, weaving through the air to compose an ancient script of the Saiyans, chronicling Nappa's warrior history, from birth to death, detailing every battle fought, every scar earned, even the preferred degree of doneness for his favorite cosmic beefsteaks. The text envelopes Nappa's specter, and its outline begins to crystallize. The mute one stirs, this time with less grace. Billowing sleeves flutter as countless faded words, like swarms of locusts, rush toward the text, attempting to obscure, smear, and distort. Each word that brushes against Vegeta's woven definition ignites a small-scale causal explosion, as two mutually exclusive concepts contend for the right to interpret the same reality. Futile. Vegeta does not even glance at the onslaught. His gaze remains fixed on the slowly reviving Nappa, his voice eerily calm. Recall your final breath on Namek. When my son Trunks dispatched you, that was your terminus, as well as the testament to your integrity as a warrior. Am I permitted to alter this? Nappa's single eye sharpens its focus. Lord Vegeta? Silence, fool, Vegeta retorts, though a barely perceptible twitch graces the corner of his mouth. In that fleeting moment, the mute one materializes before him, not through movement, but as if stepping directly from Vegeta's memories. One finger gently presses against Vegeta's brow, as tender as a scholar turning a page in an ancient tome. I have found you. No sound accompanies the statement, yet it indelibly imprints itself upon the deepest recesses of Vegeta's consciousness, the name of the king. Vegeta's vision begins to fracture. In the first layer, he remained in the cosmos, the dark crimson energy surging with vigor. In the second layer, he beheld himself amidst the ruins of the Saiyan royal palace. His father, King Vegeta, stood with his back turned, his voice distant. My son, a king need not be remembered. A king merely needs to exist. In the third layer, Bulma's laboratory unfolded before him. She spoke to the air, Trunks, regarding the new battle suit you mentioned yesterday. Who did I ask to adjust the parameters for you? Well, it seems there is a vacant spot in my contacts. The fourth layer revealed the site of the Capsule Corporation. Goku scratched his head and addressed Krillin. Wasn't he their guy with a stern expression and spiky hair who used to challenge me to fights? What was his name again? In the fifth, sixth, and seventh layers, everyone who had known Vegeta found their memories of him gently hollowed out. Not erased, but replaced with reasonable voids. For Bulma, it transformed into a vacant spot. For Goku, it morphed into a vague recollection of someone. And within the soon-to-resurrect consciousness of Nappa and Raditz, it became the question, who am I fighting for? Vegeta stood still, acutely aware of this extraction. It was more painful than being pierced through the chest by Frieza on Namek. More excruciating than the grueling training in the hyperbolic time chamber that shattered his bones. It was a torment of being forcibly extricated from the social tapestry of the universe. His pride, his achievements, his roles as a husband and father, his identity as the prince of the Saiyans, all that constituted Vegeta's social existence was being meticulously dismantled. I understand now, he suddenly declared. The dark crimson energy began to retract, no longer radiating outward, but compressing inward, collapsing, ultimately forming a gossamer layer of dark golden light upon his surface. His hair shifted from dark crimson to pure black, the glimmer of gold in his pupils extinguished, replaced by an absolute darkness that refracted no light. This was the state of the ultimate sovereign, a transcendence not of strength, but of lightness. He willingly relinquished all anchors of social connection. The finger of the mute lingered on his brow, yet the words upon his visage began to flicker erratically, consuming, only to realize it was devouring a void. There were no stories, no memories, no social ties, only a terrifyingly pure self-affirmation. You have made a mistake. Vegeta raised his hand and clasped the finger that the mute had placed upon his brow. The parchment-like texture of that finger began to disintegrate in his grasp. You think a name requires the remembrance of others to exist. As Vegeta's fingers closed, the mute's entire arm transformed into swirling fragments of words. But I understood this since I was 7. He leaned closer, addressing the faceless visage, articulating each word with intent. A king should inherently stand alone at the pinnacle. Being remembered is a gift. Being forgotten is the norm. Suddenly, the dark golden membrane expanded, forming an absolute domain with a diameter of 10 meters. Within this realm, all concepts were forcibly unified into a singularity. Here, only Vegeta existed. All else was mere illusion. The scream of the mute is not a sound, but the collapse of concepts. Its robe, stitched from the pages of books, ignites, not with flames, but with the self-denial of words. The last words that flicker across its face are those of misclassified artifacts, refusing to be defined. Then it explodes. There is no shockwave of energy. What bursts forth is a phantom book with infinite turning pages. The pages incinerate in the air, each ash bearing a name that is slowly vanishing, a testament to all the forgotten souls it has collected over its long existence. Vegeta stands amidst the rain of ashes, gazing at Nappa and Raditz. Their outlines have become clear, staring at him with a bewildered expression, their eyes reflecting pure unfamiliarity. Lord Vegeta? Nappa tentatively inquires, but the title feels weightless, as if uttered in a language just learned. Vegeta regards them for 3 seconds. Return to the healing pod. He turns away from them, stating, "Next time you fall prey to such a thing, I shall not rescue you." Something in his voice compels Nappa to instinctively bow his head. "Yes, sir." Only when his subordinates depart using the space jump device does Vegeta gradually relax his tightly clenched fists, his palms stained with blood from his own nails. He lifts his gaze toward the now utterly silent satellite. The images on the screen have completely vanished, leaving only a still black vortex. Yet deep within the vortex, something flickers. Vegeta flies toward it and shatters the satellite's exterior with a punch. Inside, there are no mechanical structures. Only a sheet of paper, a torn-lined page from a notebook, inscribed with crooked handwriting reminiscent of a child's. Game Tip 1. There are 7 concept artists. The mute has appeared. The next fragment master is on the way to Earth. Fond of collecting hero stories. In the bottom right corner of the paper, a crude cartoon stamp bears the insignia of the Omni King. Holding the paper, Vegeta suddenly laughs. The sound cannot escape into the vacuum. Yet the tremor of his shoulders reveals a hint of madness. Hero Stories of Earth. He recalls Kakarot's eternally foolish grin, along with Bulma, Trunks, and that bald-headed one. What a hassle, he murmurs, but his motion to tear open the space jump portal is swift, leaving behind an afterimage. In the final moment before the portal closes, he glances back at the battlefield. The presence of Nappa and Raditz has fully returned. Yet the memory of Vegeta as their loyal prince remains blank. Perhaps it shall forever remain so. The dark golden realm of the solitary king dissipates entirely, and Vegeta vanishes into the portal. In the 3rd second after his departure, amidst the drifting ashes of concepts, a fragment quietly adheres to the remnants of the satellite. The writing upon the ashes begins to coalesce anew. Misjudgment. Subject Vegeta as concept of solitude is excessively pure. Classified as an indigestible artifact, numbered 001. Archiving. Turning to the secondary objective of Earth, a narrative cluster of heroes is anticipated to be more easily dissected and collected. In the distant depths of the starry sky, an entity that feeds on stories has opened its eyes. Chapter 3. The Pollution of Heroes. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong is performing a one-handed handstand, supported solely by a single finger. Sweat trickles down his arm into his eyes. He blinks but remains motionless. This is his newly conceived training method, maximizing gravitational resistance with minimal contact area. The gravity device at home has been modified by Bulma and now registers 800 times the standard gravity. Inside the house, Kiki's preparing amiyad. The rhythmic sound of the knife chopping against the cutting board resembles a metronome. On the windowsill, Gohan's martial arts uniform from his childhood basks in the sun, faded, but the character for Wukong embroidered at the collar remains distinct. All is well, until a peculiar breeze sweeps through. This is no natural wind. It emerges from the woods to the east of the yard, passing through the treetops without disturbing the leaves, and flows past the clothesline without causing a ripple, as if a segment of film, devoid of sound and image, has been cut and sent directly to Sun Wukong's back. His finger sinks slightly into the earth. He senses it. Not an air current, nor malice, but a story. A fragment of a tale about himself, yet to unfold, is forcibly inserted into his consciousness. Images flashback. He stands on planet Namek, Frisia's death beam aimed at Krillin. There is no fury, no roar. He simply sidesteps with calm composure. Krillin is turned to ashes in the brilliance. He hears his own voice murmuring, "I'm sorry, Krillin." Yet, to battle such a formidable foe is a rare opportunity. What? Wukong flips and lands. The 800 times gravity device trembles with sparks from his sudden burst of power. He presses his palm to his temple. The scene continues to replay in his mind, each detail amplifying Krillin's expression of dread, Frisia's cold smirk, and even the detached, almost scientific exhilaration on his own face. No, he grits his teeth. That cannot be. The chopping in the kitchen ceases. Chi-Chi pushes the door open, still clutching the knife. Wukong, what's wrong? Her expression is one of concern tinged with reproach. Yet, as he gazes at her, another image suddenly emerges in his mind. Bulma's laboratory, where he raises his hand, palm directed at her. The voice is icy. The technology of the universal capsule should be employed to forge stronger weapons, not domestic robots. Hand it over or else. No. Wukong growls, retreating 2 steps. Chi-Chi gasps, "Are you okay? You look pale." Chi-Chi. Wukong looks at her, his voice strained. "Do you remember how I met Krillin?" Of course, Chi-Chi sets down the knife, wiping her hands. "At the Tenkaichi Budokai, right? You won the tournament. And then you became friends." She smiles. Why the sudden question? Wukong fixates on her eyes. The moment she uttered the word friend, he perceived a fleeting glimpse of profound bewilderment in Kiki's pupils, akin to the static of a poor television signal, lasting less than 1/10 of a second. She then continued, mentioning how that child used to frequently come over for meals. Alas, what followed? Kiki opened her mouth, but paused, standing in the doorway. Sunlight streamed from behind her, casting an elongated shadow. The shadow danced slightly in the yard, yet Kiki remained utterly still. A few seconds later, she blinked, and a smile returned to her face. "You see, I've been forgetful lately. You should rest. The meal will be ready soon." She turned and returned to the kitchen. The sound of chopping resumed, precisely in the same rhythm as before. Wukong stood rooted, feeling an unprecedented chill. He recalled what Vegeta had said during his last visit to Earth concerning concepts and narratives. At that time, he had not comprehended it fully, only sensing that Vegeta was once again using complex terminology. Now, however, clarity began to dawn upon him. Someone was rewriting my story. Deep within the forest, a figure clad in a patched robe and wearing a soft felt hat crouched on a branch. It held no pen, yet when its fingertips traced the air, they left a faint, silvery trail, an embodiment of narrative threads. The fragmenter was at work. It gazed in Wukong's direction, and beneath the brim of its hat, there were no features, only 2 continuously rolling words: hero hypocrisy. With each rotation, a new, dark narrative fragment was woven. Carried by the winds it had previously set in motion toward its target. These fragments would not immediately obscure true memories. Rather, they would seep into clarity like ink into clear water, slowly contaminating and confounding, ultimately leading the target to question themselves. Am I truly a hero, or merely a deluded brute? It reveled in this process, finding it far more elegant and artistic than the crude erasure of the mute, to gradually tarnish a radiant story, watching the protagonist crumble under self-doubt. This was a masterpiece of the highest order. The silvery trail wove new paragraphs in the air. Paragraph 47 concerned Wukong's son, Gohan. That child had once been kidnapped and trained by Piccolo. Yet, could it be that Wukong had tacitly condoned this? To cultivate a more formidable instrument of battle, the trail drifted toward the house on Bowsy Mountain. This time, the target was Kiki. The fragmenter's fingertips trembled slightly, a manifestation of excitement. It yearned to witness how swiftly the familial narrative would unravel when a mother began to doubt her father. However, it failed to notice a dark golden figure standing with crossed arms 5 kilometers away in the clouds. Vegeta observed below, taking in the sight of the concept artist perched in the tree in the chaos surrounding Kakarot in the yard. His face bore no expression. He had arrived just moments ago. Upon perceiving the flurries of snowflakes within Kiki's pupils, he witnessed for the first time the expression of fear manifest upon Kakarot's face. He refrained from intervening, for he understood that certain battles must be fought by the individual themselves. Yet his hand remained poised at his waist, where a metallic device, forcefully bestowed upon him by Bulma the previous day, resided, labeled as a prototype for concept stabilization. He had scoffed at it then, but now, his thumb was caressing the activation button atop it. "Kakarot," he murmured, his voice whisked away by the high winds, if you cannot even safeguard your own narrative. In the woods, the silver trajectory of the fragmenter had already drifted to the window of the house, poised to seep into the kitchen. I found you. A voice resonated from below. It was not Son Goku, but Bulma Brief. She stood at the edge of the woods, one hand clutching a tablet displaying a cascade of intricate data, while the other wielded an object resembling an old-fashioned radio antenna, aimed at the fragmenter in the trees. Narrative frequency locked, Bulma adjusted her goggles, the lenses reflecting the data's luminescence. Maximize interference strength. She pressed the crimson button on her tablet. Suddenly, the silver trajectory in the fragmenter's grasp twisted and fractured, akin to a television signal disrupted by strong static. It abruptly lifted its head, the text beneath, its brim morphing into interference source. Technological side? Impossible. Quite possible. Bulma approached, her high heels crunching upon the fallen leaves. What your narratives truly represent is merely a form of information pollution. ISNT it. Conveniently, that is my forte. She elevated the tablet, revealing the memory waveforms of Son Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and others, alongside dozens of contaminated wavebands undergoing purification, creating a virus backup for important documents. In the courtyard, Son Goku lifted his gaze, spotting Bulma, standing at the edge of the woods, silhouetted against the sunlight, her long hair neatly tied into a ponytail. She did not regard him, but instead fixated on the peculiar figure in the trees. Goku, Bulma began, her voice soft yet each word resonating clearly. When you were 7, you stumbled upon me bathing, and I shot you 3 times with a handgun. Later, your grandfather's heirloom, the 4-star Dragon Ball, rolled out, and you clutched it, weeping like a fool. Son Goku was taken aback. Your first transformation into a Super Saiyan occurred because Krillin fell before your eyes. What you uttered then was not a desire for vengeance, but a cry of unforgivable despair. To save the Earth, you ventured to Namek aboard a spaceship, secretly leaving a note in my warehouse that read, "If I do not return, please take care of Kiki and Gohan." The handwriting was atrocious. With each revelation, the dark images within Son Goku's mind began to fade. These, Bulma finally turned to him, a smile gracing her lips, are your true stories. Do not allow the chaotic elements to obscure them. In the trees, the fragmenter gradually rose to its feet. The text beneath its brim halted, solidifying into a single word, back up. It then commenced to applaud. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, yet the air resonated with unspoken energy. The brilliance of this essence surged into the consciousness of all present. However, the backup could be overwritten. It removed a soft felt hat, revealing a visage composed of countless miniature silver characters, ever-flowing and animated. These characters represented diverse interpretations of heroism. Now, they began to rearrange themselves, morphing into a new word. Allow me to enlighten you on the essence of a true hero's tale. Chapter 4. Anchor Overload. The face of the fragmenter began to collapse. The silver hero inscriptions spiraled inward, compressing into a luminous sphere the size of a fist at its core. The surface of this orb flickered with images. A caped hero kneeling amidst ruins, a warrior reneging on an oath, a guardian deliberately destroying what they cherished, each moment a fragment of the hero's downfall it had collected. Launch. No sound accompanied this word, yet it struck deep into the consciousness of all. The sphere shot forth, not towards Bulma or Goku, but soared into the heavens, exploding at a height of 100 meters. There was no explosive sound. Instead, it unleashed a silent deluge. Tens of thousands of silver droplets cascaded down, each a fragment of a tainted hero's narrative. They did not assault the flesh, but penetrated walls, trees, and human beings, seeking to parasitize the narrative structures at the level of consciousness. Oh no! Bulma glanced down at her tablet, where all memory waveforms instantaneously morphed in a blinding red garbled text. It was spreading widespread contamination. The first drop of rain fell upon her arm. An image intruded. She beheld herself atop the Capsule Corporation building, pressing a button to transform the city into a bastion of war. Trunk cried out below, "Mom, don't." Yet her expression remained impassive. Ugh! Bulma clutched her forehead, nearly losing grip on the tablet. Another drop drifted towards the kitchen window, where Chi-Chi pondered the sudden stillness outside. The droplet passed through the glass and landed upon her shoulder. An image invaded her mind. She saw Goku standing before an injured Gohan, calmly asserting, "It's not enough. He must endure more life-and-death crises to grow stronger," before turning away. A kitchen knife clattered to the floor. Goku stirred, appearing before Bulma with arms outstretched, his golden aura erupting skyward, forming a hemispherical shield. The raindrops struck the shield, sparking silver flames, yet most were repelled. Bulma, are you alright? He called back. Bulma gritted her teeth, rebooting the tablet. Don't mind me. These stories are seeking cognitive vulnerabilities. The more you doubt yourself, the faster they erode. I have no doubts. Goku replied, his voice steady, I am who I am. Yet, the rain outside the shield intensified. The fragmenter stood atop a tree, extending its hands as if conducting this silver tempest. Beneath the brim of its hat, words reemerged. Purists, your stories are the most delectable. More droplets began to concentrate their assault on Goku's shield. Every drop seeks to penetrate, conveying a narrative steeped in darkness. Your protection of the earth is merely a thrill for battle. You endanger loved ones to forge warriors. All your kindness is a facade of self-satisfaction. Cracks begin to appear in the shield. It is not a deficiency of energy, but rather the very essence of Goku's belief that is being relentlessly drained. Cold sweat beads upon his forehead, and for the first time, his breath falters. Kakarot, step aside. A voice resounds from above. Vegeta descends outside the shield, having shed his dark golden solitary royal form, returning to his normal state. Silver raindrops cascade upon his shoulders and hair, yet he remains impervious to such pollutants. The narrative of doubt finds no host within him. Vegeta? Goku stammers. What are you doing? Silence. Vegeta disregards him, striding directly towards the fragment. Raindrops evaporate 3 centimeters from his body, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. The more one fixates on protection, the more it finds a way to infiltrate. He halts beneath a tree, gazing upward. Hey, Vegeta calls, in your collection of stories. Is there one about the Prince of the Saiyans? The hands of the fragmenter come to a standstill. The torrential rain pauses for a moment. Searching through the scroll of words. Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans. Keywords: betrayal, enslavement, slaughter, allegiance to enemies, indulgence in earthly life. Classification: narrative of the fallen. Excellent. Vegeta smirks. A chill, murderous smile gracing his lips. Then let us employ this. He willingly relinquishes the invisible barrier. A meticulously planned, colossal raindrop launches forth from the fragment's hand, piercing through Vegeta's chest, not inflicting physical harm, but implanting a narrative. A torrent of images floods in. He kneels before Frieza, swearing loyalty. He cackles maniacally while slaughtering innocent planets. He howls in defeat after losing to Goku on Earth. He witnesses a fleeting softness in his eyes as Trunks is born. All dishonorable fragments are magnified, distorted, and re-edited, crafting a flawless tale of a fallen hero. Vegeta shuts his eyes. 2 seconds later, he reopens them, his gaze resolute. Is this all? He glances down at his chest, where no wound resides, only a faint silver halo attempting to seep through. I have never been a hero. Fall? Betrayal? Those are the truths of my past. He steps forward, causing the ground to crack. In your gravest error, Vegeta raises his right hand, dark red light coalescing in his palm. Is believing I would feel shame for it. The words beneath the brim of the fragmenter flicker wildly. Cognitive error, target lacks moral burden, pollution ineffective. Bulma. Vegeta bellows now. Locking incomplete. Bulma, at the edge of the forest, presses the final key on her tablet. The metallic device at Vegeta's waist, the concept stabilization anchor, suddenly erupts in blinding blue light. The radiance transforms into dozens of chains, ensnaring the fragmenter from all directions. This is not a physical chain, but rather a line of factual anchoring, each link connecting to an immutable objective truth encoded in advance by Bulma. Coordinates: Earth, 43 in latitude, 141 in longitude. Time: year 762 of the Age of the Universe. Event: Vegeta and Son Goku united to vanquish the androids. Coordinates: Namek. Time: year 762 of the Age of the Universe. Event: before his demise, Vegeta entrusted the future to Son Goku. Coordinates: Earth. Time: year 767 of the Age of the Universe. Event: Vegeta withstood the onslaught of Majin Buu to protect Trunks. The fragmenter emitted a silent scream, attempting to rewrite these truths, yet each chain remained unbreakable. For Bulma's technology did not fabricate tales, but rather extracted and solidified realities that had transpired. For an entity that thrived on narrative variability, this was poison. This was not the end. Vegeta's right fist finally coalesced. It was no longer an energy blast, but a sphere of highly compressed self-awareness. Within the dark crimson orb flickered all his past, proud, despicable, cruel, tender, fully embraced, wholly acknowledged, unembellished, unargued. Consuming it, Vegeta pressed the orb against the imprisoned body of the fragmenter, presenting the complete tale of the fallen one you desired. In that instant of contact, the fragmenter erupted, not in explosion, but in narrative overload. The myriad dark stories harbored within its being began to self-conflict and self-deny, tainted by Vegeta's all-encompassing self-acceptance. Its silvery form disintegrated like torn pages of a book, ultimately igniting into ash in the air. The torrential rain ceased. The sky regained its clarity. Vegeta landed, and the device at his waist emitted a crack, fissuring into several seams as the blue light extinguished. Overloaded, Bulma rushed over to inspect the device, but sufficed. She looked up at Vegeta, her gaze complex. "Are you all right? Those memories, were they real?" Vegeta turned and walked towards the edge of the woods, departing. "Wait." Goku removed his shield and hurried after him. "What was that technique? It wasn't ki, was it? It was something deeper." "Quiet," Vegeta continued without pausing. But as he passed the house on Bunsen Mountain, he glanced at the kitchen window. Chi-Chi stood inside, picking up a fallen kitchen knife. She looked out at Vegeta with pure unfamiliarity and a hint of wariness, as if observing a dangerous stranger. Vegeta averted his gaze and accelerated into the sky. Goku attempted to pursue, but Bulma restrained him. Let him be for a while. In the distance, high above the clouds, Vegeta halted, extending his right hand. In his palm lay a patch of unburned silver ashes. Upon the ashes, 2 lines of small text slowly emerged. The third artist has departed. Objective, to consume the concept of hope. Estimated arrival, in 72 hours. He clenched his fist, and the ashes drifted through his fingers. Below, Bunsen Mountain returned to tranquility. However, unbeknownst to all, a fate more despairing than oblivion and alteration shall descend upon the earth in 72 hours. Chapter 5, 72 Hours. Capsule Corporation, Underground Laboratory, Level 7. Bulma stood at the center of a circular control console, surrounded by 30 floating screens, each depicting streams of data from diverse dimensions, energy spectra, conceptual waveforms, and causal entanglement coefficients. Scattered across the floor were charged circuit boards, remnants of last night's overloaded concept stabilization anchors. Something was still amiss. She removed her goggles, rubbing her reddened eyes. On the screens, a narrative code extracted from the ashes of the fragmenter was running a simulation. It sought to rewrite a simple fact. Bulma Brief was born in the year 733 of the Age of A. Each time the rewrite approached success, the program injected a factual anchor, a scanned copy of a yellowed birth certificate, a recording of an infant's cries, and even her father, Dr. Brief's hasty notes in his research log. Daughter born, cried for 3 hours, just like me. These anchors resisted alteration, but the cost of resistance was immense energy expenditure. The simulation indicated that to protect the fact that Sun Wukong was a Saiyan from being altered would require energy equivalent to the annual output of a star. It was foolish to withstand conceptual assaults with sheer energy. Bulma shook her head and shut down the simulation. She turned toward the corner of the laboratory, where a reinforced glass case contained 3 items. 1. A shard of dark purple crystal from the ancient relic of Volume 1. 2. Several grains of silver ash, remnants of the fragmenter. 3. A slowly self-repairing fragment of parchment, a collectible page from Mute. These were her entire collection of samples. Bulma opened the glass case and reached for the dark purple crystal. It felt icy to the touch, yet within it pulsated a certain rhythm, akin to a slumbering heart. "What are you?" she whispered. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a glow, not a visual light, but information projected directly into her mind. Images flickered at the dawn of the universe. Rules yet unformed, countless conceptual prototypes floated like bubbles amidst chaos. Some of these bubbles devoured one another, merging and eventually solidifying into physical laws. Others remained independent, becoming free-floating conceptual entities. The ancient relics, the Mute, and the fragmenter were among the latter. So that's it. Bulma's eyes sparkled with realization. You are not the destroyers of concepts. You are the primordial state of concepts themselves. She abruptly raised her gaze to the charged circuit boards. I've been misdirected. Instead of defense, I should seek dialogue. Meanwhile, high above Balco Mountain, Vegeta hovered above the clouds, gazing down at the houses below. He could see Chi-Chi hanging laundry in the yard, Gohan's wife, Videl, visiting with Little Pan, and the aroma of cooking wafting from the kitchen window. Everything appeared so ordinary, except that no one remembered him. Trunks had returned from school. The young boy descended onto the yard upon his hovering skateboard, a striking streak of blue adorning his hair. Bulma had lamented about this last week, likening him to a cosmic pirate. At that moment, Vegeta had scoffed, yet secretly thought it suited the lad quite well. Now, Trunks alighted from his skateboard, smiling and greeting Videl, completely unaware of the watchful eyes in the sky. Vegeta's fists clenched and then relaxed. He yearned to descend, to comment on the garish hair color, to lightly thump his son's shoulder as he used to, anticipating Trunks' complaint about his heavy-handedness. Yet he remained still. What would happen if he descended? Chi-Chi would suspiciously question his identity. Trunks would regard him with the gaze reserved for a stranger of formidable strength. And Little Pan might hide behind her mother. Such a bother. Vegeta turned to leave. Just then, Trunks suddenly looked up. The boy squinted toward the cloud where Vegeta lingered. A look of confusion etched on his face. He stared for a full 5 seconds, even raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, attempting to discern the figure. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. Then Trunks shook his head, muttering something which, when read from his lips, sounded like seeing things, before turning and entering the house. In the clouds, Vegeta maintained his turned position, frozen in place. After a moment, he lifted his right hand, gazing at his palm. The dark golden aura of the Lone King pulsed beneath his skin, a manifestation of pure self-existence stripped of all societal ties. Is there still a trace left? He murmured. The bonds of blood may prove more challenging to eradicate than names and stories. Yet, this thought lingered only for 3 seconds. The communicator buzzed. It was Bulma, her tone urgent. Come to the lab, immediately. I've found a solution. In the lab, Bulma was busy inserting the third fragment of parchment into a modified molecular printer. Without turning, she continued, her fingers flying across the control panel. The essence of conceptual attacks lies in the primitive concept overlaying solidified reality. Just like ink drops into clear water, transforming it black, right? Vegeta leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Get to the point. The point is, we've been attempting to prevent the water from turning black. The printer roared to life, expelling a translucent silver material. That's incorrect. We should teach the water to separate the ink. She picked up the silver substance. It resembled liquid metal. Yet tiny inscriptions of Vegeta's various writings continuously appeared and vanished on its surface. What is this? Vegeta frowned. A prototype of a conceptual filter. Bulma approached him, pressing the material against his chest. The silver liquid instinctively spread, enveloping his upper body, forming a prototype of a tight-fitting armor. I created this using your existence data. It can identify which concepts belong to you and filter out the foreign contaminants. Vegeta gazed down at the armor. As Vegeta's writings emerged, the armor radiated a gentle warmth, as if affirming ownership. What is the principle? Bulma returned to the control console. In analogy, it functions like an immune system. I encoded your self-awareness into antibodies and injected them into this material. When external concepts attempt to overshadow you, the armor will recognize that this is not an inherent notion of the host, subsequently isolating and dismantling it. She paused, her expression grave. Yet, there lies a conundrum. This system is predicated upon your absolute clarity of self-awareness. Should you begin to doubt your identity, for instance, wondering if I'm truly the Prince of Science, the armor will falter. Vegeta scoffed. That will never happen. It had better not. Bulma turned her gaze to another screen. For the entity arriving in 72 hours is known to consume hope. I speculate that its method of attack is to instill a sense of futility in all endeavors. The laboratory fell into a heavy silence, interrupted only by the printer's persistent hum as it produced the prototype of the second armor, with the named son, Goku, emerging. What about Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly inquired. He is preparing. Bulma sighed, but his situation is more complicated than yours. Your self is contained, akin to a solid iron block. His self is expansive, akin to light. I require more time. Before she could finish, the lights in the laboratory flickered ominously. All screens simultaneously displayed the same warning. High-dimensional concept fluctuations detected. Hope spectrum is diminishing. Source of attenuation. Outer edge of the galactic arm. Estimated time of arrival on Earth. 48 hours. Bulma's expression changed. It is accelerating. And has it already begun to consume? Vegeta approached the window, gazing into the sky. Although it was daytime, he seemed to perceive something intangible and warm being extracted from the cosmos. Not energy, nor matter, but a more fundamental possibility. Bulma, he said. Yes. Armor. Mass production. Create as many as possible. Vegeta turned and strode towards the exit. I will seek Kakarot. If that fellow instills a sense of futility in him, he will be the first to crumble. As he reached the door, Bulma called out to him. Vegeta. He halted, not turning around. Trunks today, Bulma's voice held a hint of hesitation. looked up at the sky for quite a while in the yard. I asked him what he saw, and he said he felt something. Vegeta's shoulders tightened imperceptibly. Is that so? He replied, then pushed the door open and departed. The laboratory returned to silence. Bulma gazed at the countdown of 48 hours on the screen, then at the armor emerging with Son Goku's name. Light, she whispered, repeating the word. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes brightening once more. She called up all of Goku's combat data, particularly the energy spectrum when he utilized Ultra Instinct. The spectrum revealed that when Goku fully merged with the rules, his existence transitioned from a particle state to a wave state, no longer possessing a fixed position, but becoming a probability cloud. If he does not merge with the rules, Bulma murmured, her fingers flying across the keyboard, but instead becomes a part of the rules and creates new ones from within, a brand new simulation interface sprang to life on the screen. Title, Project Codename, Chuangxin. Countdown, 47 hours, 59 minutes. Chapter 6, The Inefficacy of Effort. As the countdown reached the 47th hour, the Earth began to exhibit symptoms. In the city of Shidu, within a martial arts arena, Klin was relentlessly attacking a training dummy made of alloy for the 372nd time. Sweat had pooled on the ground beneath him. Yet his breathing remained steady, an instinct honed through years of rigorous training. With a shout, he executed a spinning back kick, striking precisely at the junction of the dummy's neck. According to its design, this blow should have triggered the dummy's balance system, causing it to tilt at a 15-degree angle, thereby exposing its core weakness at the chest. A single wave of energy should have sufficed to conclude the training. Yet, nothing occurred. The dummy stood immobile, resembling a true sculpture. Klin's foot remained awkwardly poised against its neck. Puzzled, he retracted his leg and circled the dummy. Was his system malfunction? He checked the power source. Functioning. The program was operational. The 4 sensors indicated that the last strike delivered a perfect score of 100, entirely meeting the conditions for a knockout. Yet, the dummy remained unyielding. Klin furrowed his brow and resumed his stance. Once more, then. This time, he summoned triple the force. Energy coursed through his body in 3 cycles before erupting. The moment his fist connected with the dummy's chest plate, the air rippled with the impact. A fist-shaped dent appeared in the dummy's chest. Still, it did not move. This was impossible. Klin stepped back, observing his slightly reddened knuckles. With his current strength, this blow should have penetrated 3 meters of alloy. A sudden chill enveloped him. It was not a mere illusion. The arena's air conditioning displayed a constant temperature of 23 degrees, yet Klin felt a penetrating cold emanating from his very marrow. He glanced down at the puddle of sweat, noticing its surface unusually tranquil, devoid of even the ripples caused by his own breath. It was as though the causal chain within this space was sluggishly unraveling. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory, Bulma gazed intently at the global data map. On the screen, a curve representing the collective effort of humanity was steadily declining. Adjacent to the curve, thousands of specific events were noted. In the city of Dongdu, 134 students fell asleep after studying for 48 consecutive hours in the examination hall. In the city of Nandu, the fire brigade took an additional 300 minutes to extinguish a blaze. In Shidu, athletes' training yielded no results, irrespective of the number of repetitions. All these incidents shared a commonality. The causal chain between effort and outcome was being systematically weakened. Not merely a deprivation of hope, Bulma murmured to herself, but rather the nullification of effort, leading naturally to despair, truly insidious. She brought up the concept wave scanning chart. The graph indicated that an invisible field was emanating from the outer fringes of the galaxy, now enveloping the edges of the solar system. The frequency characteristics of this field revealed it was suppressing a specific concept, that effort begets reward. This fundamental belief, which underpinned all strivers, was being slowly siphoned away. Dr. Bulma. The voice of the assistant emanated from the communicator, alerting that the special individual under observation was exhibiting anomalies. The screen transitioned to a scene depicting Wukong engaged in meditation within the temple, the entrance to the House of Time and Spirit. Wukong was maintaining a single knee posture, having held it for 7 hours. Before him, a simple circle was drawn on the ground. According to his concept, he aimed to infuse his own energy into this circle, enabling it to levitate without touching the ground, morphing into a luminous energy structure. This was the first step in his endeavor to create rather than merely to merge. The initial 6 hours progressed without incident. The circle had risen, emanating a gentle golden glow. However, as the 7th hour commenced, the circle abruptly fell, not due to exhaustion of energy, but as if an invisible force had pressed it back to the ground. Wukong reinvigorated the energy, and the circle ascended once more, only to plummet again after 3 seconds. This pattern repeated 372 times. Perplexed, Wukong opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead for the first time during his meditation, acutely aware that success was within reach. He refocused his concentration, this time abandoning the pursuit of meticulous control, instead opting for an explosive infusion of energy into the circle. The golden light intensified. The circle not only floated but began to rotate, with simple patterns emerging along its edges. Had he succeeded? The patterns lasted but a moment before disintegrating, not dissipating but fracturing, akin to a sandcastle being swept away by the waves. Wukong sensed that it was not a mere failure of control. Rather, a more fundamental rule was negating his creation, as if the universe itself was proclaiming, "You are not permitted to create anew." Who decreed this? Rising to his feet, Wukong's voice bore a hint of indignation for the first time. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Golden energy coalesced within his palm, but this time, he refrained from maintaining a spherical form, instead attempting to weave it into a more intricate structure resembling a leaf. The energy resisted. No, it was not the energy that resisted. It was something more elemental that thwarted the transformation of energy into form. Wukong gritted his teeth, unleashing all his mental fortitude. As the golden light in his palm began to stretch and transform, the outline of the leaf's veins gradually becoming distinct. Then, without warning, it erupted. The shockwave thrust Wukong back 3 steps. Steadying himself, he gazed at his charred palm, for the first time encountering a sense of near powerlessness. At that moment, a voice resonated from the sky. "Do not exert yourself in vain." Vegeta descended at the temple's edge, his silver concept armor shimmering with metallic luster under the sunlight. The field of that entity had enveloped this place. He approached Wukong, tossing him another piece of armor. "This will enable you to endure a while longer." Wukong caught the armor, but hesitated to don it. "Do you know what this is?" Bulma's explanation was intricate. Vegeta gazed towards the distant horizon. To put it simply, the connection between effort and outcome throughout the solar system is being severed. No matter how hard you train, your power will not grow. The creations you manifest will falter in the next moment. Wukong remained silent for several seconds. "Then what shall we do?" 2 choices. As Vegeta turned, dark golden patterns began to emerge on the surface of his armor. First, he awaited the arrival of that entity in 48 hours, curious whether it could nullify my very existence. Secondly, Vegeta chuckled, a grin tinged with the scent of blood. "Before it arrives, we must eliminate the infiltrating vanguard." He gestured towards the sky. Goku followed his gaze, initially seeing nothing. However, as he focused his energy within his eyes, a vague, translucent silhouette appeared, drifting like a jellyfish in the stratosphere, its countless elongated tendrils reaching towards the earth, each tip tethered to a being or event struggling to be rendered ineffective. "What is that?" Goku asked in a hushed tone. Bulma referred to it as the Cedar. Vegeta began to ascend, identifying it as the vanguard of the Devourer of Hope. Its purpose was to weaken defenses, allowing the main entity to feast upon arrival. He paused, glancing at Goku. "Shall we join forces, Kakarot?" Goku looked down at the armor in his hands, then at his charred palms. He thought of Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, and all those still fighting to survive. Then, he donned the armor. As the silver liquid enveloped him, he felt a peculiar sense of affirmation as the armor scanned him, confirming all definitions of Son Goku's existence. Saiyan, martial artist, protector of Earth. Confirmation complete. The armor stabilized, faint energy patterns emerging on its surface. What can it do? Goku moved his body, realizing the armor in no way hindered his movements. It allows you to maintain normal causality within the battlefield. Vegeta had already surged into the stratosphere, succinctly stating that wearing this would enable your fist to strike true. The two transformed into streaks of gold and silver, piercing the sky. In the stratosphere, the translucent, jellyfish-like creature sensed the assailants. It bore no eyes, yet the surface of its body manifested countless tiny characters, all expressing various languages of feudal resignation. These inscriptions fluttered like scales, emitting a silent noise that directly assaulted consciousness with negating information. Vegeta was the first to breach its domain. In an instant, he felt his weight multiply tenfold, not from gravitational change, but from a resistance to movement, as if the entire universe were imploring him. "Do not move, it is futile." The silver armor erupted in blue light, battling against this resistance. Is this all it amounts to? Vegeta retracted his right fist, dark golden energy beginning to compress. Give me strength. He unleashed his punch, yet it did not connect. A meter before the jellyfish creature, his fist halted, not blocked, but suspended, as if the video had been paused. Vegeta's fist, arm, and even the erupting energy crystallized mid-air, forming a bizarre tableau. The characters on the jellyfish's surface transformed into a declaration. The first law of futility. All attacks shall ultimately fall short. What? Vegeta gritted his teeth, attempting to move, but even his eyeballs were immobile. At that moment, Goku arrived. He did not launch a direct assault, but instead moved swiftly around the jellyfish, creating countless afterimages. These phantoms gradually coalesced into a spherical net of confinement, each one engaging in a different action. Some were gathering energy, others feigned attacks, while a few observed intently. The jellyfish's script began to scroll rapidly, attempting to compute all possible outcomes. However, Goku's speed was too great, and the multitude of afterimages rendered the calculations impossible. For a fleeting moment, the text faltered. In that instant, Vegeta's fist moved. It was not that he had broken through the stasis, but rather that Goku had created an exception. One of the afterimages suddenly materialized behind Vegeta's fist, mimicking the exact posture and timing to unleash a perfectly synchronized second punch. The two strikes overlapped, generating a brief, conceptual resonance that forcefully carved a breach in the realm where attacks were rendered ineffective. Vegeta's fist pierced through the gap, striking the surface of the jellyfish. There was no sound, yet the jellyfish shattered like a fragile glass ornament, not in a physical sense, but rather in a fracturing of existential logic. Its form disintegrated into countless minuscule fragments of text, each inscribed with the word failure. These fragments began to self-deny and clash with one another, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The stratosphere returned to calm. Vegeta lowered his fist and turned to Goku. That move. I have no idea how I did it. Goku descended beside him, gazing at the spot where his afterimage had materialized, stating, I just felt that I couldn't allow it to define our attacks as ineffective. So, I explored several possibilities. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly comprehended. This fellow had unconsciously begun to create not merely material manifestations, but narrative branches of potential attacks that could land successfully. He departed, turning away. Realizing that this was merely a minion, the main body was still en route. The two soared downward, the blue light on their armor gradually dimming from the immense energy expended in the recent battle. On the ground within the temple, the old Kai was observing this scene through a crystal ball, his expression graver than ever. This is problematic, he murmured. That entity has yet to arrive, and the mere influence of its infiltration can create a realm where efforts are rendered futile. By the time the main body arrives, he left the thought unfinished. However, beside him, the god Jebbet could see another image faintly emerging within the crystal ball, a bald figure cloaked in a cape, languidly sprawled atop an apartment building. Gazing at the overcast sky, yawning widely, the expression on that individual's face was one of cosmic ennui. Chapter 7, The Innovator. Countdown. 36 hours. The earth began to collectively lose its voice. It was not that speech was impossible. Rather, the ability to articulate hope had been stripped away. News anchors suddenly stuttered before the camera, unable to utter, tomorrow will be better. Teachers pointed at future equations on the blackboard, their lips quivering without producing sound. Even wedding vows were reduced to, I do, abruptly ceasing. Hope was being severed from language. In the laboratory of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma gazed intently at a line of new data on the screen. Conceptual pollution level, semantic layer. Impact, all affirmative future tense statements rendered ineffective. It is starving itself. She suddenly uttered. The assistant was taken aback. What? That nullifier. Bulma summoned the global brainwave monitoring chart, revealing a sharp decline in the concentration of the concept of hope within the collective human subconscious. It was too urgent. Normally, it should erode slowly, allowing despair to flourish naturally. But now it resembled a famished beast, voraciously tearing apart the linguistic vessels of concepts. She turned and approached the central laboratory table, where 3 completed prototypes floated. The first was the silver armor worn by Vegeta, adorned with runes of existence confirmation. The second was Goku's armor, its runes indicating woven possibilities. The third was entirely new, pure white, streamlined, with a slowly rotating transparent crystal core at its chest. Encased within the core was a fragment of dark purple, an ancient relic's remnant. If conceptual attack is akin to a virus, Bulma placed her hand upon the white armor. Then we shall create a vaccine. The crystal core illuminated. In a temple at dusk, Goku sat cross-legged on the edge of a cliff, his eyes firmly shut. He had maintained this posture for 18 hours. His breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Vegeta leaned against a nearby stone pillar, arms crossed as he observed him. Are you certain he isn't just starving into unconsciousness? Piccolo emerged from the shadows. He was in introspection. Vegeta did not turn. For Bulma's theory posited that to forge new rules, one must first grasp the structure of the old ones completely, and then dismantle and reconstruct. Piccolo remained silent for a moment. That sounds like the ramblings of a madman. Vegeta finally glanced at him. Which of us isn't a madman? At the cliff's edge, Goku's inner world was collapsing. No, not collapsing, but deconstructing. He perceived himself not as a mere reflection, but as Son Goku, the essence of existence itself. The elements constituting this existence unfurled like fine threads. The Saiyan's instinct for battle, the goodness nurtured by Earth, the martial arts imparted by his master, and the accumulation of countless near-death breakthroughs. Each thread connected to a grander network of rules. The martial arts thread intertwined with the conservation of cosmic energy, the goodness thread linked to the laws of causality. While the instinct for battle was deeply rooted in the fundamental logic of survival competition, these rules reinforced reality like steel bars. What he needed to do now was extract a single steel bar and reshape it without demolishing the entire structure. Impossible. A voice resonated deep within his consciousness. The whisper of the rules themselves. You are a product, not a creator. Goku focused on the line representing the rule of energy transformation. According to physical laws, the power of a Kamehameha wave equals the energy injected multiplied by the conversion efficiency. This is an ironclad rule. He extended his hand, attempting to touch that line on a conscious level. The line resisted, emitting a low-frequency vibration that nearly shattered his spirit. The sensation of pain transcends the physical. It exists on a plane where it feels as though one is being questioned about their very existence. Yet, the grip remains firm, prompting a journey into reminiscence. Memories flood back. The first time the Kamehameha was unleashed, with Krillin fervently cheering Goku on. The moment on Namek, when on the brink of death. A surge of power awakened within. The extraordinary resonance created during training alongside Vegeta, where their energies collided. These recollections flowed through his hands, merging with the strands of the fabric of reality. The threads began to soften, not because the rules themselves had shifted, but because they had come to comprehend the weight of this existence that sought to alter them. I need not be the creator, Goku mused in his consciousness. I merely need to be the bridge. He grasped the strands of reality with both hands, beginning to weave. This was not a mere bending. It was akin to braiding, intertwining the energy with the rules of transformation and the will to strengthen them. This process had no precedent. Each step felt like groping in the dark, where the slightest misstep could provoke a conflict of rules, leading to a disintegration of local reality. Sweat trickled down his forehead in the tangible world, dripping onto the rocks and instantaneously evaporating into a mist. Vegeta stood tall, sensing a change in the energy surrounding them. It was not merely a shift in concentration, but a transformation in essence. The energy particles, once evenly dispersed in the air, began to spontaneously converge towards Goku, arranging themselves into an orderly spiral structure. His eyes widened in disbelief. Rewriting local physical constants, Vegeta's voice carried a complex emotion, madness. At the edge of the cliff, Goku opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming with a pure silver hue, devoid of focus, as if gazing into a different dimension. He raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. There was no gathering of energy, no accumulation of force, yet a luminous sphere materialized from nothingness. This was not a Kamehameha. It emitted no light, but instead absorbed the surrounding illumination, forming a perfect sphere of darkness. Silver patterns flowed across its surface, evolving like a living circuit board. As Goku beheld the orb, disbelief flickered across his silver-white gaze. This was a miniature engine of reality. He gently cradled the dark sphere, which then detached from his palm and hovered mid-air. Suddenly, it began to manipulate the space within a 3-meter radius. Gravity vanished. Debris, dust, and even light began to float weightlessly. This was not Goku conjuring a zero-gravity field. It was the dark sphere itself, creating a temporary rule where the gravitational constant in that area was rendered null. Free at the pinnacle of essence, Goku whispered as the name emerged, and in that instant, his silver pupils returned to their normal black, his entire being leaning forward as if drained of vitality. Vegeta swiftly caught him, knowing it could only last for 10 seconds. Goku gasped, pointing at the dimming black sphere which was consuming its own essence. With a few more attempts, I may be rejected by the very rules themselves. Vegeta gazed at the feeble Kakarot in his arms, then at the impending dissolution of the rule engine. Enough, he remarked. 10 seconds is ample time to accomplish many tasks. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the western city, Trunks was diligently distributing supplies in the shelter. The global efforts to neutralize the crisis had rendered production lines inoperative, leading to shortages of food and medicine. The youth was drenched in sweat from his exertions, yet each time someone expressed their gratitude, he felt an emptiness within, as if another person should be standing beside him, commanding with a more authoritative demeanor. Trunks. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. Come to the laboratory immediately. 5 minutes later, Trunks burst into the lab, where he found his mother making the final adjustments to a white armor. Put this on, she instructed without looking up. It is the prototype of a conceptual vaccine. Its principle is to utilize the inherent characteristics of ancient relics to simulate a miniature, untainted environment within your body. Trunks stared blankly at the armor. Me? What about Dad and Mr. Goku? Vegeta's armor acts as an antibody, specifically designed to combat foreign conceptual contamination. This, Bulma finally turned to him, her eyes bloodshot yet piercingly bright, is a culture medium. I need you to nourish the fragments of ancient relics within the core of the armor with your energy during battle, allowing it to grow and replicate. Ultimately, she took a deep breath. Let the pure rules emanate from your body, covering the contaminated areas. Trunks understood, as well as the inherent risks. He would need to be the one at the forefront, willingly embracing the conceptual contamination. Mom, he said, what if I become tainted? What if I start to believe that all efforts are futile? You won't, Bulma replied, reaching out to tousle his hair. Because you're my son, Bulma's son. Our brief family has never known how to write the word impossible. She paused, her tone suddenly softening. And your father is watching. Trunks whipped around. Outside the observation window of the laboratory, Vegeta hovered in the air, gazing at him through the glass. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Trunks' heart raced. The emptiness was suddenly filled with a scorching sensation. He did not recognize that face, yet his body remembered. Vegeta studied his son for 3 seconds, then nodded at Bulma before vanishing in a flash. Trunks placed his hand over his chest, feeling its warmth. Put on the armor, Bulma urged, giving him a gentle push. You have 35 hours remaining. You must complete the first rule purification experiment before the Zeroer arrives. What is the subject of the experiment? He inquired. Bulma brought up a map, pointing to a flickering red dot. Here, 30,000 people in the epicenter of despair in the southern city have been inactive for 48 hours, merely waiting for death. Go, help them rise again. Trunks donned the white armor. The moment the crystal core adhered to his chest, a refreshing energy surged through his limbs, accompanied by an influx of shattered images. The birth of the universe, the solidification of rules, and the drifting of conceptual life. A distant, warm silhouette always gazes toward home alone after the battle has concluded. He clenches his fist. I have set forth, in a dimension unnoticed by all. The essence of the nullifier traverses the final stretch of time and space. It possesses no form, resembling more a prevailing thought, a pervasive awareness that all shall ultimately return to nothingness. In a fleeting moment before it enters the solar system, it catches a glimpse of Earth. It sees the newly birthed, silvery engine of order. It observes the spreading white vaccine. It also notices a bald man on a rooftop yawning. The nullifier, as contemplation pauses for a mere fraction of a second. Then it quickens its pace. Chapter 8. The End of Discount Day. At the third shelter of South City. The clock strikes 3:20 in the afternoon. Trunks stands at the entrance, his white armor glinting coldly in the dim light. The scene before him causes his stomach to churn. Over 3,000 people sit like statues on the concrete floor, silent and motionless, their breaths almost imperceptible. Water seeps from the ceiling, dripping onto a man's forehead and sliding down his nose. He does not even blink. The futile efforts reach their final phase. The will to act has been reduced to nothingness. Bulma's voice crackles through the earpiece. They are not incapable of movement. They simply deem it meaningless. The purification radius of the armor's core is 50 meters. Step inside. Maintain the gas flow to the core, and leave the rest to my encoded program. Trunks takes a deep breath and steps into the shelter. His first step splashes into a puddle, the sound jarring in the profound silence. A few nearby individuals slowly turn their heads, their gazes as vacant as faded glass beads. He clears his throat, his voice somewhat dry. I'm here to help. No one responds. He continues forward, and the core at his chest begins to pulse. With each pulse, an almost invisible white ripple spreads outward. As the ripples sweep through the crowd, the slightest changes occur. Some fingers tremble, some eyelids begin to flutter. But that is the extent of the transformation. Mother, the purification rate is too slow, Trunks murmurs. At this pace, it will take 6 hours to purify this area. And there are 73 such epicenters worldwide. Then accelerate the output. Bulma's voice, laced with the sound of keystrokes, instructs. Imagine your energy as a water pump. The core as a filter. Now, turn the water flow to its maximum. Trunks grits his teeth, energy surging out of him. The core suddenly shines as bright as day. The purification waves transforming from ripples into a torrent, sweeping through the entire hall. This time, the effect is palpable. A middle-aged man in the front row gasps sharply, as if surfacing from drowning, beginning to cough violently. He stares blankly at his hands, then at those around him. What just happened to me? A chain reaction begins. More and more people awaken, their confused murmurs spreading like a tide. Trunks breathes a sigh of relief, but at that moment, the armor suddenly alarms. Within the core, fragments of an ancient object are reversing the purification. The originally pristine structure of rules began to absorb the overwhelming despair from the sanctuary, manifesting as black fissures on its surface. Mother, the fragments are tainted. Cease the airflow immediately. Retreat. It was too late. The crystal core detonated, not in a physical explosion, but as a conceptual leak. The contaminated fragments of the original rules transformed into a black mist, surging forth through the cracks in the armor, burrowing back into Trunks' being. The youth cried out, collapsing to the ground, feeling a chilling presence eroding all his memories of perseverance and victory, rapidly tainting them. He glimpsed himself as a child practicing swordplay. Yet in this vision, young Trunks invariably faltered, his father, a blurred silhouette, forever shaking his head. He witnessed his future self engaged in a fierce battle with Cell, but now, the image portrayed him choosing to surrender, allowing the world to crumble. He saw. Do not look. A voice echoed from above. A hand pressed upon his shoulder, dark golden energy flooding in like molten lava, violently washing away the black mist. The mist evaporated in screams upon contact with the dark golden aura, akin to snow meeting boiling water. Vegeta stood behind his son, his other hand firmly pressing against Trunks' back. He fixed his gaze on the boy's pale face. Who permitted you to recklessly absorb such filth? Father? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening, the term escaping his lips. Vegeta paused momentarily, yet his expression remained unchanged. Bulma, your wretched plan nearly cost us our son. Silence reigned in the earpiece for 2 seconds before Bulma's trembling voice broke through. The fragment's purity is insufficient. We require a more primal source of rules, untouched by any concepts. Where can we find such a thing? The echoes of the singularity from the universe's inception. Bulma quickly retrieved information, theorizing that certain ancient entities might possess it. No need to search. A third voice interjected into the communication. It was Whis, his tone still elegant, but tinged with rare seriousness. The Omni King has just relayed a message. He stated that the game has gone too far and has permitted me to provide an item. A beam of light descended from above, piercing through the sanctuary's ceiling, landing before Vegeta. Suspended within the light was a transparent crystal die, encapsulating a strand of nothingness. Not black, not white, but void. This is a conceptual blank slate, Whis elucidated. In the initial 3 seconds of the universe's birth, rules had yet to be established. Everything existed in a state of infinite possibility. The Omni King fashioned it into a die to determine what to have for lunch. It is now lent to you. Vegeta grasped the die. The moment it touched his hand, he felt an extraordinary emptiness. Not a void, but a blank waiting to be filled. How do we use it? Feed it to your armor, Whis instructed. Then, one of you must possess a sufficiently strong self-concept to fill it. The form it takes will radiate the corresponding rules. Vegeta turned to his son. Trunks shook his head. I cannot. I was almost tainted just now. Of course, it is not you. Vegeta pressed the die into the chest of his armor, causing the silver alloy to undergo a violent transformation. Dark golden patterns consumed the silver, ultimately morphing into a suit of black and gold battle armor, a manifestation of extreme stability and unwavering self-awareness. Suddenly, the communicator crackled to life with Goku's voice. Vegeta, come to the temple. I'll cause a problem. At that moment, the temple was engulfed in a tempest of chaotic rules. Goku stood at the eye of the storm, hands thrust forward, struggling to maintain a runaway rule engine that was 10 times larger than the one he had previously constructed. This engine was wildly rewriting the physical laws within a 500-meter radius. Gravity fluctuated erratically between 1G and 100G. The flow of time varied unpredictably, and colors of light distorted grotesquely. I intended to create an engine that could stabilize and output hopeful rules, Goku exclaimed, drenched in sweat. But once it started, it began to evolve on its own. Vegeta landed on the edge of the temple, nearly toppled by the sudden onset of reverse gravity. He steadied himself, glaring at the wildly spinning silver and black orb. What have you programmed into it? It's the sensation of combat. Goku gritted his teeth. Every time I feel on the brink of defeat, I sense there's always another step I can take. Fool! That is potential, not a stable rule. Vegeta charged into the storm, his black and gold armor automatically expanding to create a protective field. Potential is infinite. You've provided it with limitless fuel. So what do we do? There are two solutions. Vegeta had already dashed to Goku's side. First, I annihilate along with this space. And the second? Vegeta grinned, a glint of madness in his smile. Second, we get a target. He raised his hand, palm directed toward the rule engine, and the conceptual whiteboard embedded in his armor began to heat up. Listen here, you chaotic mass. Vegeta addressed the engine, his voice resonating in the distorted space. I am now inscribing the objective of defeating the nullifier into your foundational logic. You enjoy evolving, don't you? Evolve in this direction. He poured forth the entirety of his pride, not merely energy, but the very essence of Vegeta's existence. The Prince of Science, a combat genius, unyielding in pride, and a stubborn refusal to submit even at the cost of self-destruction. These concepts infused the conceptual whiteboard, amplified by the armor, and then thundered into the rule engine. The engine halted for a fraction of a second before it began to absorb the surrounding tempest of rules, rapidly compressing and reconstructing into a suspended dark golden cube. Ancient Saiyan inscriptions emerged on the surface of the cube, translating to Absolute Victory Logic Module, custom version by Vegeta. Effect, within its influence. All possibilities of failure will be temporarily eradicated. Range, 300 meters radius. Duration, dependent on the user's conviction in victory. Goku's mouth fell agape. Is this even possible? Why not? Vegeta retracted his hand, the cube shrinking automatically to rest in his palm. Rules are meant to be utilized. Suddenly, the communicator blared with Bulma's shrill voice. Wait. You two lunatics. Global monitoring indicates that the nullifier has accelerated. It will arrive in 12 hours. A full day ahead of schedule. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances. It seems that it is afraid. Vegeta clenched the cube. Afraid of what? Afraid that we might indeed create something capable of destroying it. In City Z, atop the deserted supermarket, Saitama lay on the concrete ground, gazing at the overcast sky. He had been in this position for 3 hours. The owner of the supermarket below had not opened today. A note was affixed to the door stating, "Since there's no stock to sell, I shall take a day off." The entire street was desolate, devoid of even the feral cats that usually rummaged through the garbage bins. How dreadfully boring. He sat up and scratched his bald head. Today was supposed to be discount day at the supermarket, a detail he had specifically noted on his calendar, preparing to stock up on discounted eggs and beef. But now the supermarket was closed. No flyers for the discounts were being distributed. Why has even the sale disappeared? Saitama sighed, stood up, and walked to the edge of the rooftop. In the distance, he observed several dark figures approaching. Are they birds? No, birds do not fly so rigidly. The dark shapes grew larger, taking on humanoid forms, yet the details were amiss. They bore no faces, their bodies resembling faded silhouettes of newspaper cutouts, shedding paper-like fragments as they drifted closer. They descended onto the street, beginning to erase the word open from the sign of a still-operating convenience store, not through physical removal, but rather by conceptual erasure. The sign remained, yet all passers-by would automatically overlook this store, believing it to have been closed all along. Saitama watched this scene unfold. Then he saw one of the silhouettes turn, its faceless visage directed at him. It floated closer, hovering before Saitama, extending a hand akin to a sheet of paper, attempting to touch the area of Saitama's chest where his heart resided, the very anchor of existence. The hand halted 2 centimeters from Saitama's chest. It was not Saitama who obstructed it. Rather, it was unable to comprehend what it sought to erase. Saitama glanced down at the hand, then back at the peculiar entity. "You," he began. "Are you the culprit behind the supermarket's closure?" The silhouette showed no reaction, continuing its futile attempts at erasure. After a moment's contemplation, Saitama raised his right hand, bending his index finger, and gently tapped the silhouette's forehead. Click! A faint sound. From the point of impact, Cracks began to form on the silhouette. These fissures spread across its entire form, and it crumpled, akin to a damp paper craft, collapsing into a heap of shredded paper. The fragments bore words, but now those words were rapidly vanishing. Saitama squatted down and picked up a piece that had not yet completely faded. It bore a single word, preview. He tilted his head in curiosity. At that moment, all the paper fragments ignited simultaneously, the flames a chilling blue. From the fire emerged a line of text, suspended in the air. The final act is in place. In 12 hours, this stage shall present the conclusion of meaning. Special guest, Mr. Saitama. Your seat is reserved in the center of the void. The writing dissipated into nothingness. Saitama stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands. The meaning of it all eluded him. He turned to descend the stairs, but if it meant the supermarket remained closed indefinitely, he clenched his fists. Then I shall be quite irked.